Chapter 1, Marrying the Goddess makes me stronger, and the country helps me find a partner. Young man, are you saying that you've awakened the goddess train system, and that marrying a goddess will make you stronger? Does having more children make you stronger? You still plan to hand the system over to the state? At the gate of the Jiang City military camp, the sentry stared speechlessly at the handsome college student in front of him. Su Luo nodded seriously, his eyes filled with anxiety. Comrade, please contact the relevant leaders immediately. I don't have much time left. That's right, you don't have much time left. The sentry wholeheartedly agreed. The news that someone had forced their way into the 702nd Regiment was reported by the sentry, who had a vague feeling that something was wrong the moment Su Luo went crazy. Judging by the time, the reinforcements should be arriving soon. Comrade, please believe me. 5 minutes later, the time travel train will descend from the sky, stay in place for an hour, and then disappear again. If the leader can't see this in time, why should they believe me? You agree, right? Su Luo stared at the countdown that had appeared out of nowhere, a countdown only he could see, and his tone grew increasingly anxious. 7 days ago, Su Luo awakened the goddess train system and gained the ability to travel through countless worlds. Before he could even feel happy, he felt a chill run down his spine. It turns out that this time travel train is free for the first time and requires no conditions. From the second official time travel onwards, the motivation of recharging the goddess is needed to truly begin the journey to another world. Only goddesses with a minimum rating of A or higher are willing to marry Su Luo. The time travel train will only truly start if the favorability rating towards Su Luo remains above 60. To obtain stronger additional functions, such as increased carriage capacity, increased speed, and reinforced train defenses, Su Luo and the goddess need to have offspring. The more offspring, the better. The problem is that Su Luo is just an ordinary college student. Both his parents are deceased, he comes from a small county, and his academic performance is only average. Even an A-level goddess, or at least an A-level goddess, is at least a college beauty queen. Why would anyone else marry Su Luo and have children with her? What made Su Luo's scalp tingle even more was that there were only 7 days left until the second time travel began. For 7 days, the train appeared once a day at a set time and disappeared an hour later, repeating this process continuously. If Su Luo is unable to activate time travel a second time in 7 days, the time train will disappear permanently. And Su Luo, as the system's sole owner, will also die. Su Luo doesn't want to die. However, given his personal abilities, it was simply impossible for him to find an A-level goddess to marry and have children in such a short period of time. After 3 days of deep deliberation, under the threat of death, Su Luo made a tough decision to hand over the system to the state. If even the country is not trustworthy, if the country can't even help you win over your goddess, Su Luo couldn't understand who else could help him. That's why we see this scene before us. However, just as Su Luo had expected, he was treated like a madman and couldn't even get through the front door. However, the resistance they encountered was so great that it exceeded Su Luo's expectations. It seems no one believes me at all. In 4 days, I'll be completely finished. Sigh. Su Luo sighed and turned to leave. Young man, wait a moment. I believe you. A dignified man in full military uniform walked out of the barracks with imposing presence. Lu Pai. Snap. The sentry quickly saluted, secretly relieved. Platoon leader Lu nodded slightly, quickly walked up to Su Luo, and tried his best to appear kind and approachable, saying with a smile, "Young man, don't be in a hurry. Let's go inside and talk about it." After saying that, platoon leader Lu gave a look. Behind them, the 3 soldiers immediately split up and began a tactical encirclement, silently approaching Su Luo. No one believed Su Luo's crazy ramblings. First, restrain Su Luo and find a psychiatrist to assess the situation. It's too late, time travel has ended, you all get out of the way, the train is coming out. Looking at the final 10 seconds of the countdown, Su Luo suddenly became anxious. Su Luo suddenly turned around and ran quickly towards the deserted area. He didn't want the train to kill innocent people. The 3 soldiers' expressions changed slightly, and without needing any instructions from platoon leader Lu, they immediately gave chase. However, they had only run a few steps when suddenly their vision blurred and the entire sky darkened in an instant. Ugh! The clouds suddenly tore apart. A vintage train with 12 black carriages suddenly appeared from a time rift. Wah! Boom! Boom! Huge plumes of white steam billowed from the top of the little train. Wherever the train goes, tracks appear in the sky, automatically spreading and extending forward. How is this possible? Could time travel be real? The whole place was in an uproar. Wah-ah! The little train soon descended from the sky, its tracks stretching all the way to Su Luo's front. Then all the railway tracks disappeared. Between heaven and earth, only a small train remained, standing quietly on the ground. Quiet. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone stared intently at the steam train, and could hear each other's rapid breathing. Immediately seal off the area and strictly prohibit anyone from approaching this area. I'm going to report to the battalion commander right away. Platoon leader Lu immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and decisively and seriously gave an order. Then, Platoon leader Lu walked up to Su Luo, his eyes serious. Young man, thank you for your trust in the country and for your willingness to hand over the system to the nation. But as for the authenticity of this matter, I'm sorry, although I witnessed the miracle with my own eyes, I cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood, nor do I have the authority to make that decision. Now, I need your cooperation in the investigation, is that all right? Although platoon leader Lu was asking questions, his tone seemed very polite. But Su Luo knew that he did not have the right to refuse. 2. How could a state apparatus possibly believe you and have the whole world revolve around you just because you say a few words? Before arriving at the military camp, Su Luo had anticipated this scene and was not afraid. Okay. Su Luo nodded emphatically. Young man, thank you for your cooperation. Platoon leader Lu breathed a sigh of relief and personally escorted Su Luo into the military camp, handing her over to the relevant comrades. Platoon leader Lu found the battalion commander and began to give a detailed report. After listening to the report, the battalion commander first verified it and confirmed that it was correct. The battalion commander hurriedly went to the regimental headquarters office to report to the regimental commander, Wang Shangdong. Soon, the battalion commander received Wang Shangdong's instructions, strode out, and said to platoon leader Lu, Xiao Lu, Commander Wang wants to hear your detailed report privately. He wants you to go to his office immediately. Yes, sir. Platoon leader Lu quickly saluted, turned around, and strode to the regimental headquarters office. Inside the regimental headquarters office, a composed middle-aged man with the rank of lieutenant colonel, exuding authority without anger. He is the person in charge of the 702nd Army Battalion Regiment, Commander Wang Shangdong. Commander Wang. He listened to platoon leader Lu's report while he was busy with his work. Commander Wang did not rush to express his opinion. Instead, he ordered his men to retrieve the surveillance footage and repeatedly watch the video of the train tearing through the air and suddenly appearing. Gradually, Commander Wang's expression changed from skepticism to seriousness. Commander Wang, the technical analysis report is ready. According to real-time monitoring, there was no signal interference within a 10-mile radius at that time. There was no external electromagnetic interference, and the radar detected nothing unusual. Preliminary conclusions suggest that steam locomotives appeared out of thin air, and the underlying mechanism is unknown and currently beyond our comprehension. The communications company quickly called Commander Wang. Okay, I understand. Snap. After hanging up the phone, Commander Wang did not hesitate any longer. He immediately picked up the red phone on the table, began to give a detailed report, and requested support from his superiors. After hanging up the phone, I waited for a few minutes. The phone rang urgently again. Wang Tuan quickly picked up the phone. A loud, hearty voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Datu, the comrades from the Municipal State Security Bureau and the professor from the National University of Defense Technology are coming right away. Keep a close eye on him. Yes, old leader. Regiment Commander Wang nodded, hung up the phone, and looked at platoon leader Lu standing to the side. Xiao Lu, professors from the Municipal State Security Bureau and the National University of Defense Technology will be here soon. Go and make contact with them immediately. Report to me as soon as you have any news. Yes, Commander Wang. Platoon leader Lu gave a standard military salute, turned around, and left with a resounding voice. Soon, a low-profile, dark-colored official sedan with no special markings and just a very ordinary civilian license plate drove all the way to the gate of the military camp. 3 unremarkable men dressed in ordinary civilian clothes quickly got out of the car. After presenting relevant evidence related to national security, the 3 men discreetly and quickly entered the military camp. A little while later, a government minibus with National University of Defense Technology engraved on its side drove up to the gate of the military camp. 3 scientists, all renowned in China and professors at the National University of Defense Technology, arrived in a grand procession, accompanied by a dozen or so research assistants. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, Professor Wang, the train is this way, please. Platoon leader Lu, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted them with a smile. The three professors, all serious and silent, followed platoon leader Lu to the area, which was already under complete martial law and completely sealed off. After passing through layers of police tape, the three professors frowned as they looked at the small black train in front of them. This is an ordinary train, a retro-style steam-powered coal-fired train, a piece of junk, outdated and utterly worthless. The three of them simply couldn't understand what was so interesting about this thing. However, before the three could speak, they were shocked to find that the surrounding space distorted, and the train began to disappear little by little, like a movie special effect, until it was completely gone. The entire room fell silent. The three professors looked at each other, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Platoon leader Lu, observing the situation, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The concept of a time-traveling train is inherently difficult to explain and hard for people to believe. Since the three professors witnessed the train disappear, the subsequent explanation would naturally be much easier. Just as expected. After listening to platoon leader Lu's explanation of the situation, the three professors could no longer contain themselves. Since this time train only appears for 1 hour each day and then disappears, and will reappear tomorrow, we can only verify this tomorrow. We've already come all this way, what else can prove that the student named Su Luo wasn't lying? If there are any other cutting-edge technologies, we can study them immediately, instead of idly waiting and wasting time. The three professors were impatient, their eyes revealing a thirst for knowledge and anxiety. This. Platoon leader Lu frowned, unsure how to respond. A soldier from the guard company suddenly walked over, leaned close to platoon leader Lu's ear, and whispered a few words. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, Professor Wang, Comrade Su Luo has already traveled to another world once and brought back a battery from the future world, which is suspected to be a piece of black technology. If it's convenient, could you please take a look and give it a try? Platoon leader Lu said with a smile. Without further ado, the three professors quickly followed platoon leader Lu to the military camp conference room. A black brick about the size of a power bank appeared before everyone's eyes. Without further ado, the three professors immediately instructed their assistants to prepare various tools and begin a comprehensive examination. Time passed by second, until sunset. The three professors then stopped their testing work, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. This is actually quantum battery technology? Energy density, a staggering 1500 Wh/kg? Is it capable of operating stably in all climates from 50 to 100? It's simply unbelievable. Professor Zhang said excitedly. Seeing that platoon leader Lu's eyes were clear, it seemed he didn't understand. Professor Li, who was standing nearby, added, "This small battery can be charged and discharged 100,000 times. Currently, the ternary lithium batteries commonly used in the market generally only last for 3,000 cycles." Platoon leader Lu, do you know what this means? What does that mean? Platoon leader Lu quickly asked. This means that electric vehicles can have a range of over 2,000 kilometers and can be charged to 80% in just 15 minutes. This means that, with the absolute advantage of trams, our great Xia can completely avoid the humiliation of being held hostage by the great powers through oil. This also means that we can bypass solid-state battery technology and directly develop quantum battery technology in full force, surpassing Western technology by at least 30 years. Professor Wang, who finally stopped his research, immediately said excitedly. Upon hearing this, even though platoon leader Lu was not technically proficient, he understood what the battery Su Luo had handed over to the country truly meant. Platoon leader Lu could no longer remain calm and hurriedly went to report to Regiment Commander Wang. On the other side, the comrades from the Municipal State Security Bureau also conducted a comprehensive analysis of Su Luo's personal background, growth trajectory, and psychological activities. Regarding questions such as whether Su Luo might be a spy, scientific assessments were also conducted simultaneously. The final assessment results are as follows: Su Luo is of good character and has no psychological problems. She is a normal college student who can withstand scrutiny and is trustworthy. Inside the office. After listening to platoon leader Lu's report and carefully reviewing the National Security Bureau's comprehensive assessment of Su Luo, Commander Wang immediately realized that the importance of this matter far exceeded his imagination. Without further hesitation, Commander Wang picked up the red telephone on his desk again. After the report was finished, this time, Commander Wang waited a full 10 minutes before the phone rang urgently. Xiao Wang, all officers and soldiers of your 702nd Regiment, immediately suspend all missions and fully cooperate with and protect Comrade Su Luo. If you encounter any difficulties or problems, please report them to me immediately. I will resolve and coordinate solutions. On the other end of the phone, the loud, boisterous voice, unusually, lost its usual casualness and became extremely serious. Yes, old leader. Commander Wang hung up the phone and, without further hesitation, quickly took Platoon Leader Lu to formally meet with Su Luo. In the small meeting room. Hello, Comrade Su Luo, I am Wang Xiangdong, the commander of the 702nd Regiment. On behalf of the nation, I thank you. You are devoted to serving your country, yet we doubted and were wary of you. I'm sorry. Commander Wang pushed open the door and walked in, offering a sincere apology, his eyes filled with admiration and emotion. Su Luo didn't keep the system to himself, but was willing to hand it over to the country. Such a talent deserves the country's respect. Commander Wang, you don't need to apologize. The country should not blindly trust anyone. Time travel is a bizarre concept that must be rigorously verified by science, which I understand. Su Luo smiled and said, your rigorous review process makes me feel more at ease and more willing to hand over the system to the country. Commander Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing in his eyes. Comrade Su Luo, how can we cooperate with you? Just tell us. In fact, through various analyses, Commander Wang already knew what Su Luo really wanted. But he still had to ask Su Luo, as it was the most basic courtesy and also the country's respect for Su Luo. I need to marry a goddess of at least a level within 4 days, that is, the most beautiful girl in our school's dance department. Otherwise, the time train would disappear completely, I would die, and time travel would be out of the question. Su Luo tentatively made her request. If A corresponds to the most beautiful girl in a university department, then does a grade correspond to the most beautiful girl in the entire university? Commander Wang was taken aback and asked tentatively. Right. Su Luo nodded and explained, above a level, there are A+ level and S level. However, I need to confirm in person what level of goddess she is. Looking at photos and videos of the goddess is useless, the system won't generate any panel data. I see. Commander Wang nodded, returned to his office, and picked up the red telephone on his desk for the 3rd time. Soon, Commander Wang returned to the conference room and said with a smile, Comrade Su Luo, your request has been approved by the state. It is expected that within the next 24 hours, all eligible high-quality unmarried women nationwide will be screened out. At that time, experts will assist you in the screening process, helping you quickly identify the most suitable and high-quality women for marriage. What? A nationwide search for a goddess, all for the sake of marrying me? Glug. After hearing this, Su Luo gasped in shock. Is this how the state mobilizes the entire nation to help him marry his goddess? As expected of the nation. In short, awesome. Chapter 2, the state takes action in nationwide goddess selection. Commander Wang said that the goddess selection plan would be fully implemented 24 hours later. However, in reality, Su Luo sat in the conference room and exchanged views with Commander Wang and others about the details of the goddess train system for less than half an hour. Rumble. A sudden roar of propellers shattered the tranquility of the night sky, rattling the surrounding glass windows. Su Luo looked up at the window. But in the distance, 3 Z-20 helicopters, in tactical formation, pierced the clouds and flew rapidly toward the Jiang City military camp. Soon, the lead helicopter landed first. A hatch opened, and 5 Special Forces soldiers in camouflage paint stepped out first. Then, a female officer, wearing combat boots, stepped off the helicopter with a heroic air. She removed her tactical helmet, her chestnut brown short hair billowing in the air, and the major rank insignia on her shoulder straps gleamed faintly under the lights, making her indescribably beautiful. Seeing Commander Wang leading his men over, the tall, strikingly beautiful female officer immediately gave a crisp military salute and spoke in a firm, resonant voice. Lin Wanqing from the Eastern Military Region, leading the Thunder Special Operations Team, has arrived as ordered. Please give instructions, Commander. So she was Lin Wanqing? Platoon Leader Lu, who was in charge of protecting Su Luo, had just walked out of the conference room side by side with Su Luo. Hearing the clear, cold voice carried by the wind from ahead, Platoon Leader Lu's eyelids twitched violently, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Brother Lu, who is this woman? She seems pretty formidable? Su Luo couldn't help but feel curious. To be honest, Lin Wanqing had a curvaceous figure, an S-shaped body, and an extremely beautiful face, perfectly matching all of Su Luo's beautiful fantasies. If he were lucky enough to marry her, Su Luo would find it incredibly exciting and thrilling just thinking about it. However, when Su Luo discovered that the system panel, which only he could see, displayed Lin Wanqing as a B+ leveled goddess, Su Luo immediately lost interest. No matter how beautiful Lin Wanqing is, if she doesn't reach grade A, Su Luo won't have any interest in her. After all, the second time travel will begin in 4 days. If he doesn't marry the A-level goddess, the moment the time train disappears will be the moment Su Luo dies. Compared to my own life, everything else is insignificant. What, Xiao Su, you actually look down on Major Lin? She's the most beautiful girl in headquarters, the dream goddess of countless people. Seeing that Su Luo showed little interest, platoon leader Lu was taken aback and said in a low voice, somewhat incredulous. In fact, the headquarters' decision to send Lin Wanqing to assist Su Luo may have been partly intended to bring Su Luo and Lin Wanqing together. Su Luo is of vital importance to the country, so if a partner is to be arranged for Su Luo, it would naturally be best to choose someone from within the country. But after hearing Su Luo's explanation, platoon leader Lu felt a pang of regret. Major Lin is a genius special operations captain specially recruited by headquarters, and also a PhD graduate of the National University of Defense Technology's junior class. She is agile and skilled in both literature and martial arts. However, I heard that Lin Wanqing was seriously injured during a mission, apparently in some way. Could this be the reason that affected the goddess's rating? Is that really possible? Su Luo thought it made sense. However, the system did not explicitly state the reason, so Su Luo could not be sure for the time being and could only speculate. During their casual conversation, Su Luo followed platoon leader Lu and soon joined up with regiment commander Wang and his group. Comrade Su Luo, this is Lin Wanqing, Major Lin, the Special Operations Captain and Information Technology Support Officer sent by headquarters. Major Lin is proficient in cybersecurity, data security, combat, and firearms. She is also adept at handling various emergencies and is an outstanding all-round talent. Next, Major Lin will become your personal assistant, fulfilling all your requests and providing you with close protection. At the same time, she will also assist you in quickly screening suitable high-quality women for marriage. Also, Xiao Su, if you have any other requests, please feel free to mention them. Commander Wang smiled and looked at Su Luo, his eyes asking for her opinion. I will obey the organization's arrangements and have no objections. Su Luo put aside her ulterior motives, stopped thinking about it, and immediately replied. Comrade Su Luo, please come with me. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly to Su Luo, then turned and walked towards the main gate of the military camp. This woman is too aloof, isn't she? If it weren't for national requirements, she probably wouldn't even bother talking to a good-for-nothing like me. Su Luo quickly caught up and then realized that Lin Wanqing was tall and slender, almost like a walking model, a sight to behold. It's a pity he's too aloof. Ahead, a military command vehicle resembling the Dongfeng Mengsher, but with special modifications, sped towards us. Captain, everything is ready, and the initial big data screening is complete. After Lin Wanqing and Su Luo boarded the command vehicle, the technician, who was busy in front of the large screen on the command platform, suddenly stood up and gave a standard military salute. Very good. Lin Wanqing gave a slight, aloof nod, then turned to look at Su Luo, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Comrade Su Luo, what is your ideal age range for a wife? Are there any restrictions, such as not young married women? I don't mind being a young woman. Young women are the most caring. As for age, I'll be 35 at most. They say a woman 3 years older than her is a lucky match, so I don't care. Su Luo was taken aback, then said casually. Good. Lin Wanqing looked at the technician, start the second step of screening, lock the age range to 18-35 years old, and the screening criterion is unmarried. The technician's hands flew across the keyboard, and soon the data appeared. Eligible unmarried women of marriageable age, 80 million. Wow, there are so many people? Su Luo was stunned. Comrade Su Luo, what specific requirements does your partner have? You can tell us in detail. Next, I will help you with further filtering. This process continues until you find suitable candidates who meet your requirements and are satisfied. Lin Wanqing smiled. However, to Su Luo, that smile seemed very formulaic and lacked any human warmth. 2. If it weren't for the government's orders, goddesses like Lin Wanqing and ordinary people like Su Luo would only ever look up to them in their entire lives, with no chance of ever getting close to them. You expect the iceberg to melt for you? That's impossible. However, since the system said that Lin Wanqing was only a B+ goddess, Su Luo had no interest in flirting with her. Major Lin, I'm not very good at data filtering either. You can make the decision based on my situation. After thinking it over, Su Luo decided to entrust the most professional matters to the most professional people, rather than making decisions on her own. Anyway, if the chosen goddess is someone you don't want her, and the country can't force you to accept it. Initiate further screening, with the criteria set at monthly salary of over 10,000. Lin Wanqing ordered again. The technician worked quickly, feeling a sense of exhilaration. In fact, technicians don't usually have access to a lot of data. But this time, the government made special arrangements to help Su Luo find a partner. The organization officially opened up database APIs for multiple departments, including public security, health, and education. Almost as soon as Lin Wanqing finished speaking, the data had already been filtered. The total number of people had been reduced to 20 million. Such a massive data flow is naturally not feasible. Seeing that Su Luo was having a bit of a headache, Lin Wanqing didn't waste any more words and continued to narrow down the selection criteria. Soon, the final screening results were as follows. There are 3,000 college students and 20,000 people from the community. There are still too many. Since it's a goddess system, and having more children makes you stronger, then you definitely need to find someone who can have children. Seeing Su Luo's dark expression, Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. The target family has a history of multiple births, and the parents have reproductive health records, which will be used for further screening. Yes, Captain. The technician got busy again. Soon, the final data is as follows. There are 300 college students and 2,000 people from the community. Captain Lin, I only have less than 3.5 days left before my second time travel. Time is too short. Su Luo thought for a moment and suggested, moreover, according to the system requirements, the goddess must develop feelings for me, and the favorability level must not be lower than 60. Otherwise, even if the state forces the other party to marry me, a forced marriage will not be sweet and will be meaningless. Therefore, I think we should look for goddesses nearby, rather than choosing those who are too far away. By the way, it would be best if she were a goddess whose values align with mine. That way, it's easier for us to develop feelings for each other. That makes sense. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly and began directing the technicians to further optimize the data. This time, it didn't take too much time. Soon, the densely packed images of beautiful women on the hundreds of small screens in front of them completely disappeared. 3 stunningly beautiful goddesses appeared on the large screen in the center. Xiao Muyao, female, 20 years old, a junior in college, is the recognized campus belle of the university and is known as the most beautiful campus belle in the university's 100-year history. Pointing the laser pointer to the first photo on the left side of the large screen, Lin Wanqing explained. Comrade Su Luo, Xiao Muyao is your classmate. She is currently single and unmarried, and has a gentle and generous personality. You can consider her. Su Luo didn't say anything, but couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xiao Muyao is indeed the school's goddess, but she has an extremely aloof personality and is not to be approached by strangers. Is someone like her considered gentle and graceful? Shang Mingfei is a well-known A-list actress in China. She started as a child star and is 22 years old this year. Her grandfather is a retired commander of a military region. This girl has impeccable family background, a lively and lovely personality, is well protected by her family, and has a strong desire to serve her country. Pointing to the stunningly beautiful actress magnified in the center, Lin Wanqing explained. Based on preliminary AI analysis, rigorous human verification was conducted. This Shang Mingfei is currently the most suitable marriage partner for Comrade Su Luo, and also the one with the highest chance of success. Su Luo nodded slightly, her gaze falling on the right side of the big screen, on the picture of the last goddess. Lang Rushuan, female, 25 years old, the richest woman in Jiang City, and the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Known as the queen of the business world, she has always maintained a clean reputation and has never been in a romantic relationship. Lin Wanqing explained, Lang Rushuan is just as her name suggests. This woman has a very high opinion of herself and looks down on men who are weaker than her. But if someone can win her heart, Lang Rushuan will be the best wife, devoted to her husband through thick and thin, even unto death. One is the school beauty of the century. One is a top-tier female star. One is a female CEO with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. This is a tough choice. Su Luo was immediately in a dilemma. Normally, Su Luo would be self-aware enough to know that he, being ordinary and unremarkable, would never have any interaction with the 3 stunningly beautiful goddesses. But now, with the country as his backing, Su Luo is naturally full of confidence. What does he need to fear? Comrade Su Luo, if you can't make a decision, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Lin Wanqing noticed that Su Luo's gaze kept sweeping over the photos of the 3 beauties. She frowned slightly, then spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. Major Lin, please speak. Su Luo nodded, looking curiously at the valiant ice goddess before him. Comrade Su Luo, since you've obtained the goddess train, you need to marry the goddess as your driving force. Therefore, the more goddesses the better, the more the better. Meeting Su Luo's stunned gaze, Lin Wanqing smiled slightly and offered her suggestion. Only children make choices adults want it all. So my suggestion is that you could actually marry Qiu Muya, Shang Mingfei, and Lang Rushuan, all of them. Chapter 3 The Best Goddess, this is my wife. No, it isn't? Major Lin, are you kidding me? I'm just an ordinary college student. You actually suggested that I marry all three goddesses, Qiu Muya, Shang Mingfei, and Lang Rushuan? Su Luo was stunned as he stared at the beautiful Major Lin Wanqing, who had a serious expression on her face. Comrade Su Luo, you heard me right, I'm not joking with you. Lin Wanqing maintained her cool and composed demeanor as she calmly explained. Qiu Muya, Shang Mingfei, and Lang Rushuang are all goddesses who are very suitable for you, and they are all in Jiang City now. Their comprehensive health index is all above 92, making them very suitable for having children. Once they marry you, they can have more and better off-season babies. As for taking care of the children, you don't need to worry at all. Comrade Su Luo, as long as you can have children, no matter how many you have, the country will help raise them to adulthood, so you will have no worries whatsoever. TSK, as expected of the nation. They've even thought about my future children? Su Luo was filled with emotion and felt even more grateful that he had handed over his information to the system and chosen to trust the country. Comrade Su Luo, don't feel pressured or embarrassed. Only by marrying more goddesses and having more children can you save your own life and continue living. I hope you can cheer up soon and start your second time travel as soon as possible. Please remember, you are not alone in this fight. Behind you stand 1.4 billion compatriots. The nation is your strongest support. Seeing that Su Luo remained silent, Lin Wanqing assumed that Su Luo was shy and encouraged her with a serious expression. That makes so much sense. Since the country supports him in finding a partner, what is Su Luo, a normal man with a penis, still hesitating about? Just do it. Major Lin, I am willing to serve the country and marry three goddesses. But although they are beautiful, have good temperament, and great figures, their children also have a large appetite. But whether they will be recognized as a-level goddesses by the system, I can't be sure. We have to meet them first. Su Luo said with a hint of worry. Comrade Su Luo, you don't need to worry about this. You've had a busy day too, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I guarantee that when you wake up, you will see the three goddesses in person. Meanwhile, to expedite the process, I will communicate with the families of the three goddesses in advance, sign encrypted agreements, and ensure that their families accept you and cooperate with your strategy to win them over. Lin Wanqing smiled confidently. Good heavens! As expected of the nation. I just wanted to find a wife, and the government actually took care of everything for me? As long as you win over all the goddesses' parents and relatives, they will all speak well of you. What goddess can't you win over? Cool. That was so awesome. Su Luo was completely relieved and had no more worries. Filled with excitement about marrying his beautiful wife, he prepared to go back to sleep. However, at that moment, a sharp, urgent alarm suddenly sounded inside the command vehicle. Captain, our second target, Shang Mingfei, was suddenly kidnapped by armed robbers while filming at Jiang City Film and Television City. The technician's hands flew across the keyboard, and soon a video of Jiangshi Film City appeared on the big screen. This is not synchronous monitoring, but rather historical surveillance footage captured by cameras within the film studio. In the video, a stunningly beautiful girl with a tall figure and wearing a red horseface skirt was filming a martial arts scene. She looked ethereal and fairy-like, which reminded Su Luo of the phrase fairy sister. Suddenly, a group of masked robbers rushed in and knocked out a top-tier martial arts actor who was trying to save a damsel in distress with a brick. They covered the girl's mouth, forcibly carried her away, and shoved her into a van. The van sped away. This video has ended. Soon, another video appeared. In the video, the director looked anxious when he suddenly received a call from the robbers. Shang Mingfei is a top-tier actress who became famous at the age of 6 and has been popular for over a decade. She must be quite wealthy. We're not greedy, we'll prepare $10 million immediately, cash only, and we need it fast. I will call you again in half an hour to tell you the time and place of the transaction. Don't try anything funny, and don't try to call the police, or I'll kill him. Snap. The robber used a synthesized voice, uttered these threatening words, and then hung up the phone. The director called again, only to be told that the number was an online number and did not exist. The director was immediately in a panic, repeatedly saying, "It's all over, it's all over." The video ends here, freezing on the scene of the girl crying her eyes out, her face filled with fear and terror. Someone actually dares to kidnap my future wife? Are they tired of living? Su Luo stopped in her tracks, her eyes flashing with anger. Xiao Muyao, Shang Mingfei, and Lang Rushuang are the three stunning goddesses who were selected by the state from among 80 million eligible unmarried women across the country. Less than 76 hours remain until Su Luo's second crossing. Anyone who dares to harm the three goddesses is essentially taking Su Luo's life. If among the three women, only Shang Mingfei is an A-level goddess, then the robber's current actions are no different from killing Su Luo. Su Luo became increasingly unsettled and anxious as she thought about it. "Comrade Su Luo, please don't worry, I'll handle this matter, please trust the country. I can assure you that your fiancé will soon appear before you unharmed, and there will be absolutely no accidents." Lin Wansheng offered a word of comfort, then turned to the technician and decisively gave the order. "Immediately request access to the Sky Eye system and request a global satellite search for the target Shang Mingfei." "Yes, Captain." The technician typed rapidly on the keyboard, attempting to apply for the Sky Eye system. To better protect and cooperate with Sulo, the organization has been holding meetings all day and has streamlined many previously unrelated processes with astonishing efficiency. Lin Wanqing, as a major sent by headquarters and the captain of the Thunder Special Forces team, was granted temporary relevant authority, and this authority was very high. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, the technician successfully connected to the Sky Eye system in just over 10 seconds. In an instant, military satellites thousands of miles away in the sky instantly activated global facial recognition and iris matching, and automatically accessed the citizen database to begin a global search for the goddess Shang Mingfei. Su Luo only waited about 5 minutes before the feedback from the Sky Eye system was synchronized to the large screen of the combat command vehicle. The technician quickly said, "Captain, we've found Shang Mingfei. She's here." The large screen changed instantly, showing a second-hand minivan speeding along a mountain road on the outskirts of the city. This picture quality can't even be called 1080p HD anymore, it's Blu-ray 8K Ultra HD. Su Luo could even see the facial hair, acne scars, and blackheads on the noses of the three robbers inside the van. Unfortunately, all three robbers were wearing hoods, so their eyes and heads were not visible. What Su Luo didn't know was that, through iris recognition, after Tianyan checked the pupil information of the three robbers, it had already accurately extracted the specific information of the three robbers from the citizen database. The comprehensive big data regarding the robbers is still being analyzed and tracked by Tianyan, and it has a lower priority than the goddess Shang Mingfei, so it has not been displayed yet. Speaking of which, my wife is quite beautiful. Even under military satellite positioning, she is still beautiful from every angle. She's really gorgeous. Looking at the girl in the horse-face skirt with despair in her eyes on the big screen, Su Luo felt a pang of emotion, but her anger was also boiling over. How could you three beasts do such a thing to such a beautiful and lovely girl? Etc. Why are there synchronized subtitles on this screen? Su Luo quickly realized something was wrong. Satellites can only capture moving images, they cannot hear the robbers' voices. To Su Luo's astonishment, however, whenever the robbers moved their lips, synchronized subtitles would appear on the big screen. Of course, it wasn't exactly synchronized, there was actually a delay of about 1 second. Comrade Su Luo, the country is full of hidden talents, and the military is full of exceptional individuals. The subtitles you are seeing now are being translated simultaneously by a group of lip-reading technicians who are ready to respond and support you at any time. Seemingly noticing Su Luo's confusion, Lin Wanqing explained while keeping her eyes glued to the big screen. "Major Lin, the country has mobilized such a huge amount of resources and manpower just to find a partner for me. Isn't that a bit too much?" Su Luo was touched, but also a little embarrassed. "Comrade Su Luo, you must understand that your finding a partner is not just a personal matter, but a major strategic issue concerning the future of the country. The time travel train can travel to and from the future, bringing back advanced technologies from that era. Based on this alone, no amount of cooperation from the government would be excessive. In order to save Shang Mingfei, headquarters has urgently announced that the whole country has entered a state of first-level combat readiness, so as to avoid problems when you get married." Lin Wanqing looked serious. Su Luo nodded without saying a word, but felt a warm glow in her heart and was filled with emotion. "Awesome! The entire nation is on high alert for our own sake, truly worthy of the nation." It was at this moment that Su Luo finally realized just how awesome it was to have a country as your backer. Even saving a person is incredibly difficult. And this is just the beginning. Even without thinking, Su Luo knew that the three robbers were like a big, cold cup on the coffee table. Anyone who dares to kidnap Su Luo is an enemy of the nation. Just thinking about the consequences of being an enemy of 1.4 billion compatriots made Su Luo feel sorry for those three robbers. At the same time, Su Luo also felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders. The nation treats me with the respect due to a national hero, so how can I not repay the nation with the same respect? A few minutes later, Lin Wanqing and Su Luo stood side by side, reading the subtitles of the robbers' conversation together. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the conversation, Xiang Mingfei is not in immediate danger, and the robbers are only after money and have no other intentions. Even the robbers didn't know that Xiang Mingfei's grandfather was a retired military commander, not just a female celebrity. The robbers just thought that Xiang Mingfei was young, had no powerful connections, was easy to bully, and was kinda naive, making her an easy target. Without further hesitation, Lin Wanqing immediately took out her phone and began frantically calling for help. Su Luo stood aside and listened silently, her breathing gradually becoming rapid, even utterly shocked. Chapter 4: The whole nation is on high alert, all to save my boyfriend. The National Security Bureau's Special Task Force is in position. The China National Space Administration is ready. The Military Satellite Control Center is in place. All scientists from the Academy of Military Sciences are in place. The National Transportation System is in place. Within minutes, as Lin Wanqing made phone calls to call for help, the situation unfolded. Multiple small screens on the combat command vehicle. Big shots who only appear on television news are appearing one after another as if they're free. The whole country has gone to such lengths to help me save my future wife? Glug. Su Luo's mouth was dry, and she swallowed hard, feeling deeply shocked and moved. At the same time, Su Luo was also extremely grateful that he chose to hand over the system to the country. Thank you so much for your strong support, leaders, comrades, and fellow soldiers. Snap. Lin Wanqing, the rose of the army bearing the rank of major, saluted with a crisp and heroic air and said in a clear voice. Given the urgency of the situation, Consort Shang is in danger at any moment. I won't say anything more, including thank you or any unnecessary words. Now, I need to track down the robbers in Xiang Mingfei immediately, with real-time ultra-high-definition surveillance. The words had barely left his mouth. On the small screen numbered 2, the colleague from the China National Space Administration immediately stood up to return the salute. Receive. Soon, the command vehicle's large screen began to transmit real-time ultra-high-definition images captured by satellite. In the picture, a beautiful young girl dressed in an ancient-style horseface skirt was dragged out of a van by 3 robbers. One of them held the girl down, while the other 2 worked together to push the van off the cliff. Then, the 3 kidnapped the girl and headed towards a desolate, remote mountain forest. What cunning robbers! There must be more than 3 of them, there must be other accomplices. And these accomplices are probably just there to collect the money. On the small screen numbered 1, an elderly expert from the national think tank suddenly spoke with a cold laugh. After speaking, the old expert looked behind him and solemnly instructed. Mobilize all the computing power of the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer matrix to immediately analyze the interpersonal and social relationships of the 3 robbers. The investigation involved coordinating with multiple departments and ministries, using data such as the 3 robbers' call records and social media posts from the past 6 months. Based on this, big data analysis was conducted to determine the list of relevant personnel for the response. With a command from the veteran expert. Immediately, a group of the nation's top researchers and technicians began working efficiently, spinning like tops. Hello, Instructor Su and Major Lin. I am Zhou Jianping, a technician at the Military Satellite Control Center. Please rest assured that the low-orbit reconnaissance military satellite has been activated and infrared thermal imaging has been locked on. No matter where the 3 robbers in Xiang Mingfei are, we can provide 24/7 global location tracking. On the small screen number 81, a middle-aged man in military uniform spoke authoritatively. Coach Su? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was stunned and couldn't help but look at Lin Wanqing beside him. Major Lin, is Technician Zhou calling me? Comrade Su Luo, you heard me right, Technician Zhou is indeed calling you. Lin Wanqing nodded, pointed to the old professor at the national think tank, and explained to Su Luo. That's right. The Goddess 1 plan, centered around rescuing Xiang Mingfei, has been quickly formulated and officially launched. The proposer, person in charge, and initiator of this plan is none other than Professor Zhuge, the chief strategist from the national think tank. Professor Zhuge? Su Luo looked at the small screen number 1 again. Hello, Comrade Su Luo. I am Zhuge Ming. You can call me Professor Zhuge or Old Man, either is fine. Professor Zhuge looked at Su Luo with eyes full of respect, his aged gaze filled with reverence. Comrade Su Luo, please rest assured, you have made a great contribution to the country, and your fiancée the country will definitely protect her well. Snap. As soon as Professor Zhuge finished speaking, Lin Wanqing pressed the remote control. Immediately, the command vehicle could receive external signals normally, but no sound could be heard from inside the vehicle from the outside. Lin Wanqing checked and made sure there were no oversights. Meeting Su Luo's questioning gaze, Lin Wanqing explained again. Comrade Su Luo, the time train is a national-level SSS-class strategic secret, involving many aspects, and it is difficult to explain to people. It will not be disclosed to the public for the time being. Considering your background, the organization has created a strategic advisor identity for you, modeled after Professor Qian's experience. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing tapped on the number 3 small screen. A biographical sketch of Su Luo immediately appeared on the big screen. Name, Su Luo. Code name, Pangu. Age, 22. Note, a genius scientist who studied at Imperial College London spent 3 years developing a groundbreaking core technology for new energy, which is 30 years ahead of the international level. Ignoring his mentor's advice, Comrade Su Luo pretended to agree to the Queen's offer of a dukedom, constantly delaying the handover of the core technical data. Secretly, under the guidance of a friend, Comrade Su Luo made contact with the organization, risked his life, broke through the repeated blockades of the empire, and successfully returned home. Comrade Su Luo refused an annual salary of tens of millions of US dollars, gave up future stock dividends that would make him richer than a country, and resolutely handed over all his technologies and patents to the country free of charge. This resume is long and comprehensive. Su Luo was completely stunned. This will work too? On the screen, the person is either dressed in a suit and tie or has an elegant demeanor. Or a handsome man holding a glass of 1982 Lafite, with slicked back hair, wearing an expensive suit, chatting and laughing with the elites of the empire. Is this really me? Puff. How come I didn't know I could be this awesome? When Su Luo saw what happened next, she couldn't help but blush and feel a little embarrassed. This resume is simply too exaggerated, too rational, and too passionate. If this person weren't named Su Luo would even feel admiration and respect for him. Comrade Su Luo, you don't need to worry. This resume is authentic and can withstand any investigation. Although some technical details need further refinement due to time constraints. But as long as you don't leak it out, no one except your parents can tell if the resume is genuine. Lin Wanqing thought Su Luo was worried, so she couldn't help but smile and comfort her. With such an impressive resume, which goddess wouldn't be confused? Hiss. That makes a lot of sense. After thinking about it carefully, Su Luo became excited. This perfect resume amazed even Su Luo herself. Tell me, which goddess in the world wouldn't like it? Using the resources of an entire nation to find me a partner, I doubt anyone would believe that. Su Luo couldn't help but feel increasingly impressed by how wise the decision was to hand over the system to the country. The country has not let me down, and I will not let the country down. Meanwhile, Su Luo became increasingly excited about meeting her first goddess, Shang Mingfei. Suddenly, on the large screen of the command vehicle ahead, the view switched to an aerial perspective. Boom! 3 large, silver-white, triangular-shaped fighter jets with a futuristic look suddenly tore through the clouds, appearing in tactical formation at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The drone swarm is ready. Swarm activation in progress. 10, 9. Accompanied by the cold, mechanical countdown sound, the fuselages of the 3 fighter jets opened simultaneously in an instant. The dense swarm of bees, a dark mass, poured out like locusts. As the camera zoomed in, Su Luo realized that these were not bees at all. These are clearly drones disguised as bees, so lifelike. Civilian drones are already impressive, but military drones are so precise, maneuverable, and compact? Su Luo was immediately shocked. Deployment of Stealth Drone Squadron 1 complete. Electromagnetic interference activated. All electronic devices in the area are disabled. Deployment of 2 squadrons of combat drones is complete, and the Beyond Visual Range AI sniper system is in place. The 3 kidnappers have been identified by facial recognition. If the hostage Shang Mingfei faces a life or death threat, the kidnappers will eliminate her within 0.1 seconds. The 3 teams of drones are in position, and the guided miniature tranquilizer darts are ready. If the hostages are not facing a life or death threat, and if necessary, with the help of intelligent combat comprehensive coordination technology, precise area intelligent throwing can be achieved, and localized group anesthesia can be achieved. As he listened to the reports coming from all around him, Su Luo couldn't help but swallow hard. My goodness! These technologies, which sound incredibly advanced, were actually already in use by the country, not just science fiction. 2. Even civilian drones can unleash tremendous power on the battlefield. Military drones are at least 3 versions more advanced than civilian drones. How can that not be impressive? Report. Captain, Instructor Su Thunder Special Forces Team, all members are ready, awaiting instructions. Snap. On screen number 5, a fully armed soldier suddenly appeared and respectfully saluted Su Luo and his companion. Su Luo didn't speak, but looked at Lin Wanqing beside her. Before acquiring the goddess train system, Su Luo was just an ordinary person for many years. But as a passionate young man, Su Luo has been discussing politics online for many years and is not a complete novice who knows nothing. Su Luo knew very well that professional matters should be handled by professionals. Even though Su Luo is now a mentor with an impressive resume and authentic information, and everything can withstand scrutiny. But Su Luo was not blinded by her success. She remained clear-headed and did not think she was anything special. In terms of combat command, 10 Su Luos are no match for Lin Wanqing. This kid has some self-awareness, not bad. Lin Wanqing may seem like a cold and aloof goddess, but she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanqing's biggest worry was that Su Luo was getting arrogant and didn't know his own limitations, and was giving unsolicited advice. Now that Su Luo was willing to cooperate and support her work, Lin Wanqing naturally stopped wasting words and decisively gave the order. All personnel, set sail immediately and proceed to the target area to deploy according to the plan. Yes, Captain. Snap. On the small screen, the soldier wearing a tactical helmet, whose face was obscured, raised his head and chest, gave a standard military salute, and spoke in a firm voice. Coach Su, please come with me. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped out of the command vehicle. Su Luo was taken aback, but didn't ask any more questions and quickly followed. The two walked briskly forward, one in front of the other. Wherever they went, the entire military camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and everywhere there were the sounds of hurried, powerful footsteps. The sky overhead was filled with the constant roar of fighter jets in combat formations. A landslide has suddenly occurred in the eastern suburbs of Jiang City. Citizens are advised not to travel on the ring road. Outside the military camp, loudspeakers on propaganda vehicles played a continuous, repetitive message. The sound is so loud that you can hear it clearly no matter where you are. We are about to broadcast an urgent news report. Fellow citizens. Good morning, fellow drivers. We have an urgent announcement to make. The same content, disseminated through multiple channels including radio, television, the internet, and newspapers, instantly covered the entire city of Jiang. Su Luo had some guesses about all of this, but was not clear about the specific details. At this moment, he followed behind Lin Wanqing, admiring the goddess's graceful and voluptuous figure in front of him. The more he looked, the more intoxicated he became, and his breathing became a little rapid. It must be said that Lin Wanqing is indeed very beautiful. Lin Wanqing's beauty is not just her heroic and dashing appearance. Her stunningly beautiful, icy face also held an air of untamed arrogance and wildness. If one could completely conquer such a wild goddess, who is both intelligent and skilled in martial arts, and possesses high IQ and EQ, both physically and mentally. Just thinking about it is exciting. Unfortunately, Lin Wanqing only received a B+ rating, which did not meet the system's requirements. This left Su Luo quite disappointed. Lin Wanqing's temperament, appearance, and other aspects should not be limited to just B+ level. What illness did she have that affected the system's score? As Su Luo was lost in thought, Lin Wanqing stopped in her tracks. Caught off guard, Su Luo slipped and crashed headfirst into the 2 full granaries of her future child. Lin Wanqing quickly helped Su Luo up, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she asked with concern, Coach Su, are you alright? I'm fine, Sister Lin. What do we do next? Su Luo waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, pointed to the helicopter in front of him, and tentatively asked. Should I take a helicopter to the outskirts of Jiang City, rescue Shang Mingfei as a hero, and thus win her favor? Harmful. Lin Wanqing is a beautiful woman, and she's also very attractive. It's a pleasure to look at her. But this woman is too rational, like an emotionless machine. Everything is done in a businesslike manner. Even when I take advantage of her, she remains unmoved. Does everything just work? Su Luo suddenly realized that even if Lin Wanqing was an A-level goddess, he probably couldn't conquer her. This is too difficult. As Su Luo was thinking, a seemingly inconspicuous bus suddenly drove up. Both are as beautiful as celebrities, possessing both charisma and good looks. A young, beautiful woman with almost identical features stepped gracefully out of the car. Instructor Su, these two are comprehensive image experts sent by the organization Ren Jing and Ren Yao. Next, please get on the bus. The Ren sisters will tailor-make clothes, accessories, hairstyles, and other aspects to match your personality. Once you've got everything set up, this special support vehicle will arrive in the suburbs around the same time. Don't worry, I'll be in a combat helicopter equipped with miniature missiles, providing aerial protection for you the entire way. Snap. After speaking, Lin Wanqing gave Su Luo a standard military salute, then turned and walked into the helicopter. The hatch closed automatically. Rumble. The helicopter took off vertically and disappeared into the vast sky. However, Su Luo knew that Lin Wanqing had not gone far, but was silently watching over him from heaven, just as she had said. I wonder what kind of man will be able to conquer Lin Wanqing in the future. Su Luo withdrew his gaze and looked at the two beautiful women in front of him. These two twin beauties have fair skin, curvaceous figures, and are extremely well maintained, looking as youthful as 16-year-old girls. Their temperament, image, and other aspects all remind people of celebrities. If it weren't for Lin Wanqing, if this weren't the Zheng City military camp. Otherwise, Su Luo would never have believed that they were actually members of the organization. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Faced with an increasingly complex international situation, as well as various contradictions and challenges at home and abroad, the organization needs talents from all walks of life. It cannot consist entirely of warriors like Lin Wanqing. It's perfectly normal for some talented individuals who are loyal to the country to live in anonymity, where no one can be found on the official record. Coach Su, welcome back to China. Next, my sister and I will help you with your hair and makeup. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. I'll make sure your image is perfect and reflects your outstanding contributions to the country. I'm sure that in a little while, your childhood sweetheart and long-lost fiancé, Shang Mingfei, will look at you with newfound respect and fall in love with you at first sight. Although the two girls look exactly alike, one of them is noticeably more lively and youthful, with innocent and cheerful eyes. The pretty young woman named Renyao looked at Su Luo with admiration in her bright eyes, her heart brimming with desire. Yao Yao, don't be rude. The older sister, Ren Jing, appeared mature and capable, and she reprimanded her younger sister, Ren Yao. Ren Yao seemed to be very afraid of her older sister Ren Jing, and obediently shut her mouth. However, when her older sister Ren Jing turned around and looked at Su Luo with her pretty face, Ren Yao made a face at Ren Jing, stuck out her tongue, and looked incredibly playful and cute. Interesting sisters. It seems the organization went to great lengths and put a lot of thought into selecting these two comprehensive image experts for me. I just don't know what kind of looks the Ren sisters should have, right? With anticipation, Su Luo stepped into the bus, a special support vehicle. Su Luo then realized that the bus looked quite ordinary from the outside. However, in reality, the interior of this bus has been transformed into a two-bedroom, one living room apartment, with exquisite decoration throughout, making it very impressive. If you told Su Luo this was a mobile presidential suite, she would believe you. Yao Yao, take Coach Su to shower and change first. I'll get ready. Okay, don't worry, sister, I'll make sure Coach Su is well taken care of. I promise Su will make sure he gets a thorough cleaning, every part of his body, completely clean. As she spoke, Ren Yao even gave Su Luo a flirtatious wink, exuding an indescribable charm and cuteness. What? Upon hearing this, Su Luo opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Especially when thinking about what's about to happen. Su Luo blushed instantly, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Chapter 5, Meeting the Goddess, with nationwide support behind the scenes. The bus special support vehicle has a nicely decorated bathroom. Su Luo stood alone in front of the intelligent shower machine, enjoying the fully automatic scrubbing. Just now, he realized that he had been having inappropriate thoughts and almost misunderstood the Ren sisters. He actually thought that Ren Yao would come in personally and help him bathe, just like a maidservant in ancient times would serve her master. Su Luo blushed instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Yao Yao, you've gone too far. Outside the bathroom, Ren Jing looked at her younger sister, Ren Yao, who was hiding in a corner, covering her mouth and chuckling to herself, her eyes filled with displeasure. Sis, don't be so serious. There are so many experienced image experts across the country, many of whom are more capable than us. Why did the organization send us sisters here? Sister, don't you really have any idea what's going on in your heart? Ran Yao chuckled and continued. Sis, in the end, isn't it just that the organization thinks that Coach Su needs to try all kinds of types in order to find the goddess who is most suitable for him? I am cute, lively, quirky, and a natural joy to be around. As for you, sister, you take the route of an urban white-collar elite OL, a cool and aloof mature woman. Besides, we're like sisters. If we could both marry Coach Su, the organization would definitely be happy to see it happen. As Ren Yao spoke, she noticed that her sister Rin Jing's face was turning dark, and her eyes were filled with anger. She quickly shut her mouth and pretended to be cute and obedient. Yao Yao, I'm warning you, Coach Su is a top-tier talent at the national strategic level, and he is of vital importance. It's okay to joke around with him a little, but be careful not to go too far. If you dare to flirt with Coach Su again without letting him get what he wants, you'll bear the consequences. After coldly saying these words, Ren Jing turned and left. Why is my sister so fierce? Is it because Coach Su spends more time looking at me and not as much time looking at her? Ren Jing made a face and muttered to herself. Through the car's audio system, Ran Yao's words were instantly transmitted to the miniature Bluetooth earpiece clipped to Ren Jing's ear. Instantly, Ren Jing clenched her fists tightly, a flash of murderous intent crossing her eyes. But after calming down, Ren Jing seemed lost in thought. Her gaze suddenly fell on the dressing room to the side. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gritted her teeth and went in. 5 minutes later. When Su Luo finished showering and walked into the living room in her pajamas, she was immediately stunned. Originally, both Rin sisters wore white suits and looked beautiful, making them indistinguishable from one another. However, at this moment, her older sister Rin Jing had changed into a fitted black blazer, a very alluring professional suit. Her long, slender legs were encased in exquisite black stockings. Paired with white high heels, she exudes a sophisticated and mature aura. It's enough to make any man's imagination run wild with just one glance. Seemingly oblivious to Su Luo's intense gaze, Ren Jing adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and said with a smile. Coach Su, next, our sisters will do your hair, makeup, and so on, based on your resume. If you have any complaints or other ideas, please feel free to mention them. However, I need to remind you that the overall direction of your new look is based on your personal persona, so please keep that in mind. Thank you. Su Luo nodded, sat on the swivel stool that resembled a barbershop, and began to enjoy the services of the Rin sisters. It must be said that professional matters should indeed be left to the most professional people. When the two women get into work mode, they seem like completely different people, focused and professional, with a unique charm in every gesture. Su Luo admired the two beauties in the mirror the whole time, feeling dazzled but not bored at all. However, when Ren Yao finished cutting Su Luo's hair, she gently washed Su Luo's hair and gave her a head massage. Su Luo unknowingly fell asleep. There was no way around it, Su Luo was just too tired. For the past few days, Su Luo has been living in constant fear for her life and has been unable to sleep. With the country as a strong backing now, finding a partner is no longer a problem. With a relaxed mind, Su Luo easily fell asleep. Yun Qing. The old house of a merchant. An elderly man with a calm and composed demeanor is playing chess with an old friend who has come from afar. Dad, something terrible has happened. Consort Ming has been kidnapped. The robbers demanded $10 million and gave us only half an hour to prepare. The other party was too cunning. They made us transfer the money to the director and then have the director personally go to the transaction location to complete the deal. Dad, you used to be the military region commander, but now you're gone and have no power or influence. But in the end, you still have a large number of your former students and associates in the Yunqing military region. Dad, you need to call them right now and swallow your pride to beg them. Mingfei is our only son. How could we accept it if anything happened to her? Dad, as long as you're shameless and abandon your pride, plenty of people will help us. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, who looked like Shang Mingfei, rushed in, his eyes filled with panic. You bastard! What does it mean to be the tea grows cold when the person leaves? What does it mean to be shameless? Although I've retired, who says I have no influence anymore? The old man's feigned nonchalance in front of his old friend vanished instantly. He slammed his hand on the stone table and said angrily, Dad, at a time like this, what do you care about saving face? You must quickly find a way to save Consort Ming. 10 minutes have already passed in half an hour. The middle-aged man became increasingly anxious. What's the rush? There's no rush. The old man quickly calmed down, picked up his teacup, blew on it, and appeared unhurried. Brother Shang, stop teasing me. Beside him, the old general in military uniform, who had been staring at the chessboard, shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Shang, don't rush. Speaking of which, Consort Ming's child was quite lucky. Her fiancé, Comrade Su Luo, had just returned to the country and was planning to visit Mingfei today to give her a surprise, but suddenly heard that Mingfei had been kidnapped. Comrade Su Luo was furious and vowed to save Consort Ming. The matter was now settled. What does unimpeded mean? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man became anxious. Uncle, I am Mingfei's father. How come I didn't know that Mingfei had a fiancé? And what about that Comrade Su Luo? He's not your son, uncle. What power does he have? Can he save Consort Ming with just a word? There are many things you don't know. Bang! Old Shang suddenly roared. Back then, it was Su's grandfather who saved my life. Lao Tzu and brother Su have a life or death bond. Back then. Only after Mr. Shang explained did the middle-aged man learn the truth. It turns out that Elder Shang and Elder Su, Su Luo's grandfather, were sworn brothers on the battlefield. The two elders had arranged a marriage between Shang Mingfei and Su Luo long ago. Many years ago, the elderly couple had a professional lawyer at the Yunqing notary office notarize the matter. Even the yellowed marriage contract from back then was brought out by Mr. Shang on the spot. There really is a marriage agreement? Even the seal on the notarized documents is from 22 years ago? After reading it, the middle-aged man searched it online and was immediately dumbfounded. Dad, why do you never mention something so important? Xiao Shang, this matter cannot be blamed on your father. The old general in military uniform standing to the side suddenly sighed. Comrade Su Luo's grandfather died in battle, and his father was killed by the enemy while carrying out a secret mission. He is a martyr's orphan. To protect Comrade Su Luo, his identity was kept secret from childhood and later. The old general's surname is Huang. He is the current commander of the Yunqing military region and a good friend of Mr. Shang. He had watched the middle-aged man grow up since childhood. He was an upright, honest, and trustworthy elder who never lied. Through General Huang's description, the image of a heroic young man, loyal to his country and like Professor Qian in his youth, immediately came to mind in the middle-aged man's mind. My son-in-law is actually a hero. He developed a groundbreaking technology, overcame difficulties, resolutely returned to China, and donated it to the motherland free of charge? After hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt much better. As a scion of a military family, even though he is now in business instead of serving in the military, even a middle-aged man still has a passionate heart deep inside. The middle-aged man had wholeheartedly accepted Su Luo. Xiao Shang, don't worry. The country has activated the highest level of emergency response today in order to save Consort Ming. Rest assured, on behalf of the nation, I promise that Comrade Su Luo's fiancé will not be bullied. Anyone who dares to bully Consort Ming is an enemy of the 1.4 billion people of Great Xia. Accompanied by the old general's resounding promise. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Even after leaving the courtyard, he still felt dizzy and inexplicably excited. My son-in-law is so powerful that he can get the whole country to mobilize for him? For a moment, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for his daughter's fiancé, Su Luo. The courtyard house returned to peace once again. The old general looked at Shang Lao with his eyes full of apology. Brother Shang, I'm sorry. For Comrade Su Luo's marriage, you're forced to lie against your conscience and play along with me. What's there to be sorry about? Old Shang picked up his teacup and laughed heartily. Brother Huang, although I am not quite clear about what outstanding contributions Comrade Su Luo has made to the country, but since he is a strategic talent recognized by the state, he can prompt the country to directly activate the highest level of war preparedness in order to save Consort Ming. This grandson-in-law, I accept him. Upon hearing this, General Huang nodded slightly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, General Huang's eyes showed worry. Although my older brother and Xiao Shang don't object, the resistance from my family is gone. But if Mingfei doesn't like Comrade Su Luo, that could be quite troublesome. She dares. Bang! Old Master Shang slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Seemingly realizing that this wasn't quite right, Elder Shang immediately changed his tune. Brother Huang, you don't need to worry about this. Consort Ming admired heroes since childhood, and although Xiao Su was young, he was a legend. I believe that Consort Ming will definitely fall in love with Xiao Su. She definitely will. Boom! A muffled rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The outskirts of Jiangcheng City are lined with winding mountain roads. 3 robbers threw masks at her face, and with a beautiful young girl in an ancient horse-face skirt as hostage, they sped off into the deep mountains and forests. Brother, we've crossed the mountains ahead, traversed countless valleys, and now we're out of the country. Are we just going to forget about that $10 million? The skinny robber asked tentatively. Beside him, the fat robber, who was binding the unconscious girl tightly and carrying her on his back, also looked confused. Second brother, third brother, you don't actually think that a big star like Xiang Mingfei doesn't have any powerful connections or backing? The bald robber, known as Big Brother, couldn't help but sneer. That's true. The skinny robber thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Xiang Mingfei debuted as a child star and has had a smooth career for more than 10 years, maintaining her innocence and kindness. The entertainment industry is a mess, full of all sorts of sordid things. If Consort Xiang had no powerful background or influential connections, how could she have remained untainted by the mud and pure, untainted by the filth? Upon hearing this, the fat robber became even more confused. Second brother, but I searched on my phone and couldn't find any information about Xiang Mingfei's background. Fool. The skinny robber sneered. Third brother, did you also find some netizens analyzing that Xiang Mingfei is being kept by some old man? Second brother, but this netizen is talking nonsense. Xiang Mingfei is so innocent, how could she be a mistress? The fat robber retorted. You may appear innocent in public, but who knows what you really mean when you're alone? The bald robber impatiently interrupted the two. I've already arranged for someone to meet with the director. Once we get this money, my brother and I will go abroad. Even if Xiang Mingfei has Lao Deng's support, and we've already fled far away, who can do anything to us? That's true. That makes so much sense. As expected of the eldest brother. Immediately, both the skinny and fat robbers looked at the bald robber with admiration. However, the skinny robber suddenly realized, wait a minute, brother, there are only 3 of us brothers. Who went to the director to get the money? Don't worry about that. Anyway, I've found someone trustworthy and reliable. The bald robber sneered impatiently. Then, this money will be converted into Bitcoin, and we can convert it into cash overseas. Nobody can track us down. Wonderful. That's brilliant. The skinny robber had no more doubts and looked at his elder brother with even greater admiration. Brother, what about Xiang Mingfei? Should we release her? The fat robber suddenly asked. What else can we do? Such a beautiful woman, a big star on TV, is someone like us who will never meet in our entire lives. Since we're not going back to China anyway, we might as well. The skinny robber leered at the unconscious Xiang Mingfei, his eyes burning with desire. Second brother, third brother, you two go keep watch. I'll go first, then it'll be your turn. Yes, brother. Although somewhat displeased, the 2 men, one fat and one thin, nodded and placed Xiang Mingfei on the grass. However, just as the bald robber was whistling and starting to take off his clothes, Xiang Mingfei, who was originally unconscious, suddenly got up from the ground and ran away. You bitch. Damn it, Xiang Mingfei is faking her death? Grab her. The bald robber was furious. The 2 men, one fat and one thin, didn't need any instructions and quickly chased after them. Ouch. Xiang Mingfei had only run a few steps when she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Consort Xiang was in excruciating pain and was suddenly helped up. A young man in a suit and tie, with elegant gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding a refined air, appeared before Xiang Mingfei. Girl, are you all right? The young man had a bright and handsome smile, and his eyes were full of concern. Girl? Puff. Consort Xiang was immediately delighted and couldn't help but laugh as well. What era are we living in? Still calling her a girl? Brother, you don't actually think you're some ancient scholar who speaks in such a refined and literary way, do you? Etc. The young man in front of me is really good looking and has a scholarly air about him. He stood casually on the grassy mountainside, letting the mountain breeze gently caress him. Surprisingly, it gave Xiang Mingfei the feeling of a gentleman as beautiful as jade, unparalleled in the world. For a moment, Consort Xiang was stunned. At the same time, Jiang City Military Camp. Inside the Operations Command Center, Commander Wang stood with his hands behind his back, as imposing and dignified as a mountain, inspiring awe and reverence. Hundreds of 21-inch screens are scattered on the surrounding walls, densely packed, creating a high-tech feel. Coach Su has approached target number 1, Xiang Mingfei, and initial contact has been successful. The target has developed a favorable impression of Coach Su's first impression rating, perfect. The 3 drone swarms are ready, providing dynamic monitoring at any time, and standing by. Listening to the reports from all around. Commander Wang asked in a deep voice, "How's Major Lin's situation?" Major Lin was on a combat helicopter, always in the air above the mountainous area where Commander Su was located, ready to provide support at any time. The entire Thunder Special Forces team is already in ambush near the robbers, ready to strike at any moment. Good. Commander Wang slammed his hand on the command platform, execute the second phase of the plan and simultaneously activate the emergency response mechanism. Yes. In an instant, the entire military camp began to operate at high speed, like boiling water. Inside a bus in the suburbs of Jiang City. "Sis, what do you think of my script? Isn't it pretty good?" Ranyao swung her long, slender, and fair legs as she sat on the sofa eating potato chips, smiling as she looked at the large TV in the middle of the living room. "You little devil, how did you even come up with this idea? Letting director Su act, and in such a cheesy idol drama at that." Although Renjing was scolding her younger sister, a rare smile appeared on her mature and aloof face. To be honest, Renjing never expected that Renyao's whimsical idea would actually be approved by the organization. Yao is being silly, so why is the organization following suit? However, it seems that the result was good. Everything is moving in a positive direction. And you know what? After being carefully groomed by the Rin sisters, Su Luo became exceptionally charming. Even Renjing felt a little excited, as if the idol drama had come to life. "Sis, that wasn't my idea. The script I gave to director Su was written personally by Huang, the top writer in the Chinese entertainment industry today and the leader of the 4 great talents, based on director Su's situation. However, it's surprising that Coach Huang, an American of Chinese descent, is also one of the country's most loyal soldiers. If it weren't for the organization's instructions to keep it a secret and not reveal instructor Huang's true identity. Otherwise, your sister wouldn't have known about this script." Looking at her older sister Renjing, who seemed to have fallen for her, Ranyao munched on potato chips, feeling a pang of sadness while her eyes were filled with anticipation. Coach Su is indeed very handsome and has a great presence. But he is, after all, a scholar, not a professional actor. Can Coach Su really follow the script strictly and without any mistakes? As the older sister, Renjing thought about things more deeply. She couldn't help but frown slightly, and worry appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the entire country is working behind the scenes, doing all sorts of behind-the-scenes work to help Su Luo find a partner. Actually, it wasn't just Renjing. Behind the scenes, there were many experts, scholars, scientists, directors, screenwriters, and elites from all walks of life, all watching intently as Su Luo pursued his goddess. Everyone was filled with anticipation and trepidation, secretly sweating bullets. So, will Su Luo be able to succeed in winning the heart of his goddess? To be honest, even Su Luo himself wasn't entirely confident. Originally, on the bus, Su Luo woke up feeling refreshed and was quite interested in going over her lines with Renyao beforehand. However, after actually meeting his dream goddess Shang Mingfei, Su Luo only said one line before suddenly froze. Su Luo suddenly realized with dismay that she had forgotten her lines because of nervousness. Chapter 6: Stunning Superstar Goddess? I'll take her. According to the original script, Su Luo would have a chance encounter with Shang Mingfei in this desolate wilderness. Then, the Thunder Special Forces team members, who had been lying in wait all around, will come out in full force after receiving Su Luo's order and subdue the 3 robbers in an instant. In this way, Su Luo's heroic rescue of Shang Mingfei would naturally make her develop feelings for him. However, at this crucial moment, Su Luo suddenly forgot his lines. "That bitch is here. Grab her." Wow. The bushes suddenly parted, and 2 robbers, one fat and one thin, rushed toward them menacingly. "Girl, you." Su Luo came to her senses and was about to improvise when suddenly her vision blurred and she was knocked down by Shang Mingfei. Question mark. Before Su Luo could speak, Shang Mingfei grabbed her by the neck. "You, don't come any closer." Holding Su Luo's neck tightly, Shang Mingfei watched the 2 robbers getting closer and closer with excitement. "Miss Shang, are you a clown sent by the monkeys, someone who's funny? You kidnapped a defenseless college student and are using him to threaten us?" The skinny robber was immediately delighted. "Third brother, why waste words with her? Let's deal with her." The fat robber rubbed his fist, which was as big as a bowl, and quickly approached Shang Mingfei step by step. "If any of you dare to come near, I'll strangle him. Let me tell you, his surname is Su, he is a well-known geologist abroad, an American of Chinese descent, and now a professor at MIT. If Professor Su were to die here, it would be a major international event, affecting the diplomacy between the two countries. Even if you manage to capture me and defile me, do you think you can escape? Suppressing her fear, Xiang Mingfei made up a reason on the spot. Su Luo was speechless for a moment, then put one hand behind her back and waved it gently. Captain, Coach Su waved his hand, indicating that we should not act rashly for the time being. 500 meters behind, in the grass, a soldier from the Thunder Special Forces team in camouflage immediately tapped rhythmically on his communicator, conveying Su Luo's message. High in the sky. On a combat helicopter. Lin Wanqing frowned as she stared at the large screen, hesitant. Major Lin, you don't need to worry. The drones and AI matrix are ready. Anyone who dares to offend Coach Su will be shot dead in 0.1 seconds. No one. A dignified voice suddenly came through the Bluetooth headset. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, switched to the Thunder Special Forces team's communication channel, and began issuing orders. Everyone stay put and stand by. No one is to make any move without my instructions. Yes. By tapping the communicator, all the soldiers responded instantly. Miss Xiang, do you think we'll believe what you're saying? You say this kid is awesome, but is he really that awesome? The skinny robber sneered and continued forward, not believing Xiang Mingfei's nonsense at all. If you don't believe me, just use your phone to search online, and you'll find out. Xiang Mingfei gritted her teeth and continued to stubbornly deny it. Go ahead and search, I don't believe you. Beside him, the fat robber took out his phone. Attention all units, signal jamming has been temporarily lifted in certain areas. The hacker immediately compromised the robbers' phones, directing them to search for Professor Su's information. Inside the command hall of the Zheng City military camp, Commander Wang, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation, made a decisive decision and immediately gave the order. In an instant, the massive state apparatus began to turn. What kind of crappy place is this? The signal is so bad. It takes forever to open a web page? The fat robber pulled out his phone, and as he grew impatient, he suddenly exclaimed. Holy crap, second brother, this kid really is a professor. Let me see? The skinny robber was taken aback. He walked over, checked his phone, and was immediately dumbfounded. Sulu, the first Chinese professor in MIT's history, and also the youngest professor in MIT's history. At the invitation of the country, Professor Su returned to China and was received by the state with the highest level of protocol. It is understood that Professor Su, at the invitation of the leaders of his hometown Zheng City, will soon be visiting Zheng City. Upon hearing this, Consort Xiang was dumbfounded. In her desperation, Consort Xiang made up a reason on the spot, and it unexpectedly worked. But isn't this a good thing? Don't let Xiang Mingfei's petite figure and seemingly innocent and beautiful appearance fool you. She's very easy to deceive. But after so many years in the entertainment industry and so many period dramas, even if she hasn't eaten pork, surely she's seen pigs run? She quickly calmed down and lowered her voice. Professor Su, I apologize. Before Su Luo could speak, Xiang Mingfei suddenly strangled Su Luo to death. Suddenly, Su Luo coughed violently, almost suffocating. Drone targeted, thermal imaging positioning successful, sniper countdown 3, 2. Stop. Hearing the cold, mechanical voice from the combat channel, Lin Wanqing's expression changed slightly, and she immediately tried to stop them. The drone attack was instantly shut down. Attention all units, effective immediately, all intelligent attack methods shall be disabled without my permission. Lin Wanqing said in a deep voice. Major Lin, this is not in accordance with the rules. Yes, if something happens to Coach Su, it will be a major loss for the country. Who will take responsibility? One after another, hesitant voices rang out. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Lin Wanqing's tone left no room for argument. The entire room fell silent. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. In order to save Xiang Mingfei, multiple units joined forces, and there were many big shots whose status was no less than Lin Wanqing's. But since the organization appointed Lin Wanqing as the overall commander of the operation, everyone must obey her orders. Coach Su, your fiancé seems to be quite a handful. Lin Wanqing rubbed her throbbing temples and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Of the three goddesses, I thought Xiang Mingfei was the cutest and most innocent, and also the most suitable for Su Luo. In retrospect, this naivety and kindness were genuine, but also a facade. Clearly, Consort Xiang is a very clever woman who can adapt to changing circumstances and is not so easily fooled. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Even with businesses backing her up behind the scenes, no one in the entertainment industry dares to sexually harass Xiang Mingfei. But what if Xiang Mingfei really is a naive and innocent girl? She wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry, sail smoothly all the way, and become a big star without lifting a finger. There are 58 hours until Coach Su's next crossing. I don't know if he and Xiang Mingfei will get together, but I hope this time it's not a waste of time. Lin Wanqing thought to herself. Ground. On the grass. Seeing that Xiang Mingfei was actually going to strangle Su Luo, the two robbers, one fat and one thin, immediately changed their expressions. Miss Xiang, let's talk this out. You shouldn't do this. Yes, Miss Xiang, Professor Su is an international figure. You don't want to spend your life in jail, do you? The two men looked dejected and hurriedly tried to comfort them. I don't care, you're trying to kidnap me, and you have no professional ethics at all. You actually want to kill me and also take advantage of me. Even if you release me today, who knows when you'll reappear and kidnap me again? Since we're all going to die anyway, might as well all die together. I'll strangle Professor Su right now, and we'll die together. As a big star, Xiang Mingfei's acting skills are naturally superb once she gets into character. The two robbers were sweating profusely and growing increasingly anxious. After much persuasion, they almost knelt down and obediently produced their ID cards, promising to turn themselves in. After feigning hesitation, Xiang Mingfei coldly said, "But, your eldest brother is so ruthless, I'm afraid he won't agree." Miss Xiang, don't worry, I'll go and persuade my brother right away. The skinny robber quickly assured him, "Give me 5 minutes, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Third brother, keep an eye on things and don't let Miss Xiang hurt Professor Su. I'll be right back. After saying that, the skinny robber hurriedly left. The fat robber looked nervous, staring intently at Xiang Mingfei, fearing that she would ruthlessly destroy Su Luo. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. Those who witnessed this scene through real-time satellite monitoring were all stunned. In particular, when they discovered that the skinny robber hadn't tried to persuade his boss at all, but instead knocked the bald robber unconscious with a brick. Everyone was stunned. Commander Wang, who had been tense all along, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were problems with the script, the development of events ultimately did not exceed the organization's control. Everything is moving in a positive direction. A few minutes later, Xiang Mingfei looked at the thin robber who had returned, and the bald robber who was lying unconscious on the ground. Xiang Ming remained vigilant. Third brother, go and tie up your second brother, quick. Ah. The fat robber was dumbfounded and looked to the thin robber for advice. Third brother, tie him up, you must tie him up. Listening to Miss Xiang is the right thing to do. This has blown up too much. It's better for us to go to jail than for Professor Su to get into trouble and we to be left out in the cold. The skinny robber gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and spoke without hesitation. It wasn't that the skinny robber was out of his mind and willing to listen to Xiang Mingfei. Instead, the skinny robber had downloaded the national anti-fraud app. Just now, the skinny robber opened the anti-fraud app, entered Su Luo's name, and searched for her. I'm so rough. The news circulating online about Sulo's visit to the country, it's actually true. And there are photos too. The photo is exactly the same as Su Luo's, and the profile information is also the same. There is absolutely no possibility of mistaking the person. These days, social media can spread rumors, and netizens can make up stories and jokes. But this is a nationally certified anti-fraud app, specifically designed to debunk rumors and provide science education. It's impossible for the government to fabricate information about Su Luo out of thin air just for this foreigner, right? As a conman, villain, and scoundrel, the skinny robber trusted no one. But he trusts the country and the anti-fraud app. It was precisely for this reason that I knew my elder brother was too stubborn to be persuaded. After weighing the pros and cons, the skinny robber made the wisest decision of his life to kidnap his elder brother and hand him over to the state. Anyway, at most I'm just an accomplice in an attempted kidnapping, and my brother is the main culprit. Even if he spends his life in jail, he's still the boss. Given the crimes I committed, as long as I work hard and reform myself, I won't actually serve many years in prison. The skinny robber felt much more relaxed after thinking about it this way. Miss Xiang, I've tied up second brother. What's next? The fat robber looked nervously at Xiang Mingfei. Blindfold yourself, turn around and cover your head, I'll tie you up. Don't worry, your crimes don't warrant the death penalty. After I tie you up, I'll take you to turn yourself in and plead for leniency. Oh. The fat robber obediently squatted down with his hands on his head, and suddenly felt that Xiang Mingfei was a really nice person. No wonder she could become a big star. Come to think of it, I'm actually a fan of Consort Xiang. However, the next moment, the fat robber suffered a sharp pain in his head, fell straight to the ground, and completely lost consciousness. Done. Slap. Slap. Xiang Mingfei threw the stone away, clapped her hands, and angrily kicked the fat robber a few times. Are you tired of living? How dare you kidnap me, your old lady? Don't you know that in the entertainment industry, I'm famous for my fighting skills? I've practiced martial arts since I was a child. As Xiang Mingfei was speaking, she suddenly realized that Su Luo was standing behind her, watching quietly. Xiang Mingfei quickly tidied her hair, turned around and gave Su Luo a sweet smile. Professor Su, I'm so sorry, you must have found this amusing. Actually, I'm usually very gentle, as long as it's... Oh no, I can't keep this up. Xiang Mingfei never expected that Su Luo would see through her seemingly pure and lovely appearance in front of her fans, but in reality, she was a carefree and unruly female tyrant. But Su Luo was so outstanding, so handsome, and had such an elegant demeanor, perfectly matching all her expectations of a Prince Charming. This is awkward. Miss Xiang has a very nice personality, I like her very much. Su Luo regained his composure, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled elegantly. I fell in love with Miss Xiang at first sight. If I weren't already engaged, I would have immediately knelt down and proposed. Unfortunately. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mingfei was stunned. Professor Su, you have a wife? She's my fiancée, not my wife yet. Su Luo sighed. Actually, the reason I returned to China this time is because my father took out my grandfather's will before he passed away. Only then did I realize that back in Jiang City, my grandfather and Shang Yunlong, or Grandpa Shang, had arranged a marriage between me and his granddaughter. According to the marriage agreement, this year I'm going to the Yunqing military region to propose marriage to Grandpa Shang. Oh my god. So that's how it is. Xiang Mingfei's pretty face flushed instantly, feeling utterly incredulous. Good heavens. What a coincidence. This girl was kidnapped by robbers, and the Prince Charming she met while fleeing turned out to be her fiancé. But how come I didn't know I had a fiancé? It's quite a coincidence, Miss Shang, that you also share the surname Shang. Unfortunately, you're from Jiang City, not Yun City. Su Luo suddenly looked up at the sky and sighed, a struggle flashing in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Su Luo raised her head and looked earnestly at Xiang Mingfei. Miss Shang, I like you. Ha! Xiang Mingfei was caught off guard and didn't have time to speak. Su Luo spoke again. I've made up my mind. I'm going to the Yunqing merchant's house right now to annul the engagement. No matter the cost, even if Grandpa dies with regrets. Even if my father scolds me, I will still cancel the marriage with the merchant. Because I've discovered that I know the girl I love most in my life. No. Consort Shang was dumbfounded. What's going on here? You're my fiancé, and now you say you like me, but you want to break off the engagement? Miss Shang, I know you might not accept this and might find it abrupt. But please rest assured, I will not bother you after I annul the engagement. I will pursue you in my own way, openly and honestly. I hope you can give me that opportunity then, is that alright? Su Luo suddenly approached Xiang Mingfei, her eyes full of anticipation. Perfect. From the helicopter high above, Lin Wanqing witnessed the whole scene, her pretty face beaming with smiles. Sis, wow, Coach Su is amazing. He not only memorized all the lines, but he also performed beyond his limits. Inside the bus, Ranya was eating potato chips when she suddenly jumped up happily. Coach Su is indeed amazing. It seems he truly likes Xiang Mingfei. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this marriage is almost certainly going to happen. Ren Jing, the older sister, nodded slightly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was a bit dramatic and convoluted, and deviated greatly from the script. But Su Luo's superb acting skills were textbook examples of improvisation. In addition, the country provided continuous support and cooperation behind the scenes. Su Luo's first goddess he wanted to win over, it's a sure thing. This scene finally put the minds of the colleagues in various units at ease, who had been on tenterhooks. However, at this very moment, standing behind Regiment Commander Wang, Platoon Leader Lu hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. Commander Wang, according to the system's rating, what rank do you think Major Lin should be? S rank? Commander Wang answered without hesitation. Lin Wanqing is a young major sent by headquarters. She is an all-around talent, extremely outstanding, and can be described as exceptional. Even if she retires in the future, she will still have a cool and aloof demeanor and stunning good looks. If Lin Wanqing were willing, she could become a big star, or even a superstar, if she went into the entertainment industry. If a goddess like this isn't S-class, then who is? But Commander Wang, Coach Su said that Lin Wanqing is only AB+ level. We focused all our efforts on Xiang Mingfei, but we never asked Coach Su what level of goddess Xiang Mingfei was. What if Xiang Mingfei is also AB+ level, then? Platoon leader Lu looked worried. He hadn't finished speaking. Commander Wang's eyelids twitched suddenly, and his expression changed drastically. From the moment Su Luo and Xiang Mingfei meet, the plot has been full of twists and turns. Judging from Su Luo's expression, Commander Wang initially concluded that Su Luo had no time to carefully observe Xiang Mingfei. So what exactly is Xiang Mingfei's goddess level? Could it really be AB+ grade? For a moment, Commander Wang's expression turned serious, and he felt an unprecedented heavy pressure on his shoulders. At the same time, now that he had a free hand, Su Luo, while confessing his love to his goddess, finally had the leisure to openly and carefully observe Xiang Mingfei in front of him. Instantly, all of Xiang Mingfei's information, as well as her status as a goddess, appeared on the system panel that only Su Luo could see. You wouldn't know unless you looked. Upon seeing this, the smile on Su Luo's face vanished at a visible speed. I was completely stunned. But it turns out, consort Xiang Ming is actually. Chapter 7 Dry Wood and Raging Fire, Wedding Night. Name, Concubine Xiang Ming. Age, 22. Goddess rating, A, S. Note, Xiang Mingfei's bones have not fully closed, and her growth and development have not yet ended. She will grow into an S-level goddess in the future. The tentative rating is A. Hiss. My wife is actually an S-class goddess? Cool. In an instant, Su Luo's gaze toward the girl in the ancient-style horse-face skirt became more affectionate than a dog's. Can you believe that a 22-year-old superstar hasn't even finished growing and developing yet? However, upon closer examination, it does make sense. Xiang Mingfei was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Although she was a rich young lady, she was well protected by her family and was very naive. This young girl is like a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, taking a pure and innocent route, and often playing roles such as school beauties and goddesses. It's not surprising that Xiang Mingfei's growth and development continued despite her positive mindset and privileged environment. Only by marrying an A-rank goddess can I get the goddess train going and officially begin my journey through another world. Xiang Mingfei is currently at a level, which is also considered A level. I want this daughter-in-law. Suppressing the urge to pull the girl into his arms, Su Luo adjusted his elegant gold-rimmed glasses and suddenly snapped his fingers. Whoosh! In an instant, the grass in all directions began to rustle. 8 soldiers, all dressed in camouflage uniforms, wearing tactical helmets and carrying sniper rifles, rushed over quickly. Salute! Swish! 8 soldiers stood in a row, heads held high, chests puffed out, and saluted Su Luo in unison. Ah! So Professor Su had a sniper with him the whole time? And judging from his appearance, he's a sharpshooter from some special forces team? Xiang Mingfei's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiang Mingfei came from a military family. Although she did not join the army, she was not without knowledge. Especially when she thought about how she had just kidnapped Su Luo and almost strangled her to death, she was even more shocked. Xiang Mingfei blushed instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed. It was at this moment that Xiang Mingfei finally understood why Su Luo had remained calm and composed ever since she first saw him. With 8 snipers following behind, who would need to be afraid? So the Joker was actually myself? Xiang Mingfei was feeling embarrassed and was trying to figure out how to salvage the situation. Rumble. Suddenly, the clouds tore apart, and a combat helicopter suddenly descended from the sky, landing vertically on the grass. The hatch opened. Bearing the rank of major on her shoulders, the dashing Lin Wanqing, wearing combat boots, walked firmly and powerfully to Su Luo. Professor Su, we apologize for being late and for startling you. Lin Wanqing gave a respectful standard military salute, her tone full of apology. It's all right. Su Luo waved his hand and smiled understandingly. I just don't want to trouble the organization. I plan to travel around by myself and explore the beautiful landscape of our motherland. I never expected that I would end up needing the organization to rescue me. I'm sorry. Professor Su, you are too kind. The solid-state battery technology you donated to the country is at least 30 years ahead of the West. The nation is about to break through the international oil blockade and enter a new era of widespread excitement and the rise of a great power. As one of the core scientists, you have chosen to remain anonymous and refuse to make this public. A hero like you, a paragon of virtue who serves the country and its people, deserves all the support the nation has given you today. Lin Wanqing said seriously. Wow, Professor Su is so young, yet so amazing? Immediately, Xiang Mingfei's gaze towards Su Luo became filled with admiration. As the child of a military family, he has always had a heroic complex under the influence of his grandfather, Mr. Shang, since childhood. In Xiang Mingfei's fantasy, her future husband must be a great hero and a great man. A long-cherished wish, fulfilled today? That's so cool. The thought that Su Luo was her fiancé, and that their families had arranged a marriage between them since they were children, made her realize that Su Luo was her fiancé. Xiang Mingfei suddenly wanted to get married. As for maintaining a business image? It doesn't exist. I'm just doing this for fun. I don't want to spend my whole life doing nothing. I don't lack money. Being able to be happy and joyful with the one you love, that's what Xiang Mingfei truly desires. Who are you? Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's gaze fell on Xiang Mingfei. I am. Xiang Mingfei was about to explain. I don't care who you are, you know too much. Lin Wanqing's eyes sharpened instantly. Professor Su was a national treasure-level great scientist. He risked his life to bring the technology back to the country. He survived by the skin of his teeth. Quantum battery technology is a national strategy for the next few decades, and absolutely no accidents can be tolerated. For Professor Su's safety, and for the sake of technological secrecy, you must die. Whoosh! As Lin Wanqing's voice faded away, 8 soldiers simultaneously raised their sniper rifles. In an instant, 8 infrared beams aimed at the light spots, firmly locking onto all of Xiang Mingfei's escape routes. I won't reveal it, Consort Xiang panicked and hurriedly made a promise. Only the dead can keep secrets, kill. Lin Wanqing, her voice filled with murderous intent, shouted in a deep voice. Click. 8 soldiers pulled the triggers simultaneously, their eyes sharp. Xiang Mingfei was completely stunned, her pretty face turned pale, and she trembled. Stop. Su Luo shielded Xiang Mingfei behind him and said in a deep voice, Major Lin, she is my fiancé, Su Luo. Who dares to be disrespectful? Fiancé? Lin Wanqing smiled. Professor Su, if I remember correctly, your return to the country this time was intended to fulfill your marriage agreement. Your fiancé is named Xiang Mingfei, the eldest daughter of a merchant family in Yuncheng. But who is she? Could it be that any random cat or dog on the street is your fiancé? She is Consort Xiang. Su Luo said in a deep voice. Yes, I am Consort Xiang, I really am Consort Xiang. Xiang Mingfei hurriedly took out her ID card and handed it to Lin Wanqing with both hands. You really are Consort Xiang? Lin Wanqing was stunned. Of course, I am Xiang Mingfei, the real deal. Xiang Mingfei blushed slightly and secretly glanced at Su Luo. Professor Su, I'm sorry, I was hiding something from you just now. Actually, the wealthy young lady from Yunqing you're looking for, your childhood sweetheart and fiancé, is me. So, you actually don't need to break off the engagement. As she spoke, Xiang Mingfei lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. But there was no other way. The situation was so critical that Consort Xiang had no choice but to tell the truth. So you're Grandpa Xiang's granddaughter, my fiancé? Su Luo was stunned, then overjoyed. Professor Lin, although she is Xiang Mingfei, she is also your fiancé. However, according to the organization's regulations, this does not apply to your parents, wife, or children. Otherwise, no one else has the right to know your identity and secrets. For your safety and for the sake of national strategic development, Ms. Shang is prohibited from having contact with anyone for the next 30 years. Lin Wanqing reminded her. What? Is this a plan to place me under house arrest for 30 years? How can this be? Xiang Mingfei immediately panicked and hurriedly said, It's just marrying Professor Su, right? I'll marry him today. If that's the case, then of course there's no problem. Lin Wanqing nodded, then looked at Su Luo for his opinion. Professor Su, what do you think? I respect Ms. Xiang's decision. Su Luo nodded, secretly relieved. It's done. Although this scene was a bit fake, with all sorts of tricks and routines. But to be honest, Su Luo genuinely liked Xiang Mingfei. Moreover, Lin Wanqing's words weren't exactly a lie. The quantum battery technology was indeed submitted by Su Luo. However, this technology was not researched by Su Luo, but brought back to the present world from another world. The processes are different, but the results are the same, aren't they? Moreover, if it weren't for Su Luo today, Xiang Mingfei would definitely have been defiled by the robbers and lost her innocence. Given Xiang Mingfei's personality, if this were to happen, she would definitely be filled with grief and indignation and take her own life. There would be no possibility of her surviving. Major Lin used big data analysis and concluded that Xiang Mingfei and I are a match made in heaven and most suitable for marriage. As long as the white lie remains unexposed, she and I will surely be happy for life. Su Luo put aside all her distracting thoughts and followed Lin Wanqing onto the helicopter. Consort Xiang naturally followed obediently. "Captain, what should we do with these three?" a soldier suddenly asked. The kidnapping of the wife of a national treasure-level professor nearly disrupted the country's future strategy. According to this standard, the case should be handed over to the relevant departments for legal processing. Major Lin said in a cold voice. "Yes." The soldier saluted respectfully. Rumble. The helicopter took off vertically and flew towards Jiang City. "Madam Su, please don't worry. Those three kidnappers who abducted you will at least spend their lives in jail and will no longer be a threat to you." Lin Wanqing abandoned her usual aloofness and domineering attitude and gave Xiang Mingfei a warm smile. "At the very least, he'll serve his life in jail. At worst, he'll be executed." While secretly relieved, Xiang Mingfei was even more shocked. Isn't the state's protection and attention to her fiancé Su Luo a bit too exaggerated? And then there's Major Lin. She was arrogant at first and then obsequious. Her attitude was like something out of a theatrical performance. The change was too drastic. Xiang Mingfei wasn't stupid. Now that she had calmed down, she had a deeper understanding of how amazing Su Luo was. "Ha! Why are all the roads leading out of Jiangcheng blocked off, and there are so many heavily armed soldiers? My God, tanks are blocking the road? Is this some kind of extreme situation?" Sitting in the helicopter, Xiang Mingfei looked down at the scene below and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Attention all units, I am Lin Wanqing, the captain of the Thunder Special Forces team. I have successfully rescued Professor Su and request that the Level 1 combat readiness be lifted." Lin Wanqing picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice. In fact, according to the organization's procedures, lifting the war alert and blockade would not require such a statement at all. But in order to give Xiang Mingfei a greater shock and deepen her admiration for Su Luo, this was naturally necessary. After all, you can't expect an ordinary person to understand military terminology. Security has been lifted for the National Security Bureau Special Task Force. The alert level for the China National Space Administration has been lifted. Security has been lifted at the Military Satellite Control Center. Security has been lifted for all scientists at the Academy of Military Sciences. Security has been lifted for the nationwide transportation system. A series of strong, clear voices came from the walkie-talkie. These sounds rang out. Xiang Mingfei was shocked to discover that in the darkness of Jiangcheng, thousands upon thousands of points of light were disappearing rapidly. Soon, the martial law that had covered the entire city of Jiangcheng was completely lifted. Ding! Suddenly, Xiang Mingfei's phone started vibrating. It's the director. Xiang Mingfei's eyes lit up as she was about to answer the phone, but she was met with Lin Wanqing's sharp gaze. "Major Lin, Mingfei is my wife. Please respect her." Su Luo frowned, somewhat displeased. "Yes." Lin Wanqing's gaze softened, and she even gave Xiang Mingfei a kind smile. Seeing Lin Wanqing's sudden change in expression, Xiang Mingfei was speechless. But at the same time, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. Being Professor Su's wife doesn't seem so bad, does it? "Mingfei, answer the phone first, don't worry the director." Su Luo smiled and looked at Xiang Mingfei, gently tidying her hair and removing an unsightly leaf. "Aha!" Xiang Mingfei nodded obediently and pressed the speakerphone button without hesitation. "You damned robbers, let me tell you, we've already raised the $10 million. Tell me, where exactly is the transaction taking place? I warn you, if anything happens to Mingfei, the merchants of Yunqing will not forgive you. Neither will I." On the other end of the phone came the director's furious roar. Sister Ing, it's me. I'm fine now." Xiang Mingfei stuck out her tongue and quickly offered some words of comfort. Is everything all right?" The director was dumbfounded. "Mingfei, you were kidnapped by robbers, how could you be all right? Did the robbers deliberately make you say that?" Don't be afraid. As long as they know your grandfather is the former commander of the Yunqing military region, they won't dare to do anything reckless. Sister Ing, I'm really fine. Shang Mingfei said, both amused and exasperated. I'm on a helicopter right now, and the cell phone signal isn't very good, so it's not convenient to video chat for the time being. Don't worry, Sister Ing, I'll video call you after we land. By the way, I'll come to the set tomorrow. I'm really free. After much persuasion and exchanging a few more secret codes, Shang Mingfei finally convinced the director that she was indeed alright. After Shang Mingfei hung up the phone, she then realized that, without her noticing, the helicopter had already entered the urban area of Jiang City and landed vertically on the rooftop of a 5-star hotel. This is the most luxurious hotel in Jiang City, with a helipad on the rooftop. Professor Su, I apologize for the inconvenience to you and your wife by having to stay here tonight. The government is already arranging a wedding home for your husband, and it will be ready by tomorrow morning. Rest assured, you can choose any house in any city and any location across the country, including but not limited to villas and mansions of historical figures. Lin Wanqing said respectfully. I will listen to Madam. Su Luo looked at Consort Shang. It doesn't matter, anything is fine, I'll listen to Professor Su. Shang Mingfei felt a warm glow in her heart and smiled sweetly. Lin Wanqing didn't say much, and took the lead in getting off the helicopter, bending down to open the cabin door like a waiter. Consort Ming, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight. It's okay, I'm not upset. Shang Mingfei followed Su Luo off the helicopter and was immediately stunned. But then they saw the hotel's general manager, along with 5 or 6 senior hotel executives, all dressed in unison and bowing in unison, welcome. Professor Su, Mrs. Su, it is our honor to have you grace our humble establishment with your presence. The presidential suite, VIP 88888, is ready. Please come in. The general manager personally led the way, his face beaming like a blooming sunflower. Professor Su, Mrs. Su, you don't need to worry. This hotel belongs to the organization, and all the staff have been replaced by comrades from the organization. They are trustworthy. Lin Wanqing explained as she walked. Thanks for your hard work. Su Luo nodded slightly, feeling increasingly moved. Really? Handing the system over to the state was an absolutely brilliant and wise decision. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like myself, with no special abilities, receive nationwide help to find a partner? With such a big move today, which goddess wouldn't be bewildered? Which goddess wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, Shang Mingfei has the potential to grow into an S-level goddess in the future. Soon, we arrived at the presidential suite. It's a couple's suite? Shang Mingfei glanced at the guest room and immediately blushed. The big pink bed is heart-shaped, and it's soft and bouncy to sit on. Does this mean I have to hand it over tonight? Major Lin, although Mingfei and I are in love and have a marriage agreement is proof. But I haven't been to Yunqing Merchant's place yet, and I haven't formally visited Grandpa Merchant. Who lives together before marriage? This is outrageous. Shang Mingfei was hesitating, struggling with whether or not to give in to Su Luo tonight, when she heard Su Luo's serious voice to Lin Wanqing. Professor Su is truly a gentleman, so kind. Shang Mingfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Professor Su's identity needs to be kept secret. Although my grandfather admires heroes, he cannot reveal Professor Su's identity. What should I do if my grandfather doesn't approve of Professor Su? Moreover, my grandfather never mentioned my engagement with Professor Su. Could it be that Grandpa is materialistic and unaware of Professor Su's situation and intends to call off the engagement? How could that be? The more Shang Mingfei thought about it, the more unreliable it seemed, and she secretly made up her mind. Tomorrow morning, I'll go with Professor Su to get our marriage certificate, make it a fait accompli, and leave Grandpa speechless. But tonight? Shang Mingfei is torn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lin Wanqing quickly opened the door. Professor Su, Mrs. Su, good evening. I am the person in charge of the Civil Affairs Department of Jiang City. It is my honor to process your marriage certificate. When would be a convenient time for you to process it? I live right next door. If you two need anything, just give me a call and I'll come right away. The middle-aged man in the suit at the head of the group bowed with a smile and asked inquiringly. I'll listen to Madam. Su Luo smiled and looked at Shang Mingfei. Madam Su, the next 3 days are not auspicious days, but today is a rare auspicious day, suitable for marriage. As the saying goes, there's no time like the present. My personal suggestion is that you and Professor Su get married tonight. What do you say? Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Shang Mingfei. Even Su Luo, who appeared calm and composed, was actually filled with nervousness inside. This. Consort Shang hesitated for a moment. However, Shang Ningfei's eyes soon cleared, and she had her final answer. She gritted her teeth, looked up at Su Luo, and said her decision very seriously, word by word. Chapter 8. The goddess is as proud as a flower, today she blooms for you. Professor Su, you are a hero. It is Ming Mingfei's honor to marry you and I am very willing. However, the idea of getting married and having children so suddenly is something I am actually not mentally prepared for at all. Moreover, my family members are very traditional and conservative, and they will not accept my whirlwind marriage. My grandfather doted on me the most and loved me the most. He's getting old, and I was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the shock, so I. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, and with Su Luo's encouraging gaze, Shang Mingfei raised her head and earnestly gave her answer, her eyes filled with bitterness. Consort Ming, I understand. I respect your decision. Su Luo sighed and turned to leave. According to the requirements of the goddess train system, the goddess must be willing and genuinely willing to marry Su Luo. Even with the country's help, what can Su Luo say if the goddess is not happy? So Professor Sui, Shang Mingfei, plan to get a marriage certificate with you first and establish our status as husband and wife. But after we got our marriage certificate, we started dating first. We'll hold the wedding banquet once we both feel comfortable with each other. Then we can announce the relationship publicly. What do you think? Su Luo turned and left in frustration. From behind, however, came Shang Mingfei's voice, gentle and melodious, as she mustered her courage to inquire. Her voice was soft, and she sounded somewhat shy, but her tone was unusually firm. Upon hearing this, Su Luo stopped and turned around abruptly. A gentle night breeze blew, and the moonlight was slightly cool. The girl was dressed in an ancient-style horseface skirt, with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, making her look petite and beautiful. She nervously clenched her small fists, looking anxiously at Su Luo. Mingfei, if we do this, won't Grandpa Shang be angry? Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Su Luo tentatively asked. Won't. Seeing that Su Luo didn't refuse, Shang Mingfei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her pretty face full of a playful smile. Don't worry, Professor Su. If I were to marry someone and fall in love with them later, my grandfather would definitely break my legs and fly into a rage. But don't forget, you were originally my fiancé, and it was an arranged marriage, the kind where we're betrothed since childhood. Engagement? Su Luo was stunned. What engagement do I have? But at that moment, Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke. Professor Su, the gift boxes you asked me to order are finished. Please take a look. Su Luo took the gift box with a puzzled look and gently opened it. Inside the box lay a yellowed marriage contract. The country is really awesome, they even prepared the marriage agreement in advance. It seems the government has done its job with Grandpa Shang, fully supporting my pursuit of my goddess. Su Luo was amazed, and the anxiety that had been hanging in the air finally subsided. It really is my grandfather's handwriting. Shang Mingfei leaned closer to take a look, and all her doubts vanished. Mr. Shang enjoys writing calligraphy, and his handwriting is very unique, with specific hooks that others simply cannot imitate. The anti-counterfeiting features of this hook were known only to Shang Lao and Shang Mingfei within the entire business. Professor Su, since Madame Su has no objections, what are you still hesitating about? Lin Wanqing smiled and said, midnight is almost here. Once we miss it, there won't be a better auspicious day for the next 2 weeks. All right. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I am honored by Consort Ming's high regard, and I am willing to marry her immediately. It's done. Inside the command hall of the Zheng City military camp. Looking at the big screen, Shang Mingfei was making a peace sign and smiling happily, leaning her head on Su Luo's shoulder, taking a picture of the happy moment of their marriage certificate. The entire Jiangshi military camp instantly transformed into a sea of joy. Even the usually tense and serious-looking regimental commander, Wang Xiangdong, showed a rare smile. Sis, even though it's all scripted, Director Su is really amazing. He acted so well, he could win an Oscar. Inside the bus, Renyao ate potato chips, her eyes red. Wah, it's mainly because it's so touching. Can TV dating shows, reality shows, or teen idol dramas today present such a perfect and realistic scene? Yao Yao, you don't understand. The older sister, Ren Jing, looked at him with complicated emotions and sighed deeply. This is hardly acting. As someone who's been through it all, Ren Jing can tell that Su Luo and Xiang Mingfei are indeed a match made in heaven. This newlywed couple is very well matched and destined for happiness. Even if one day Su Luo's lie is exposed, it's really not a big deal. Xiang Mingfei admired heroes, and it was indeed Su Luo who saved her life, preventing her from dying tragically and being defiled by a beast before her death. Even if Xiang Mingfei learns the truth later, she will not be angry, but will be even more proud. Because her husband was more perfect and more heroic than she had imagined. Half an hour later. All the unrelated people left one after another. Even Lin Wanqing respectfully bowed to Su Luo before turning and leaving the presidential suite. However, Lin Wanqing did not go far. Instead, she stood straight at the gate, personally guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from disturbing Su Luo's newlywed bliss. Su Luo sat on the sofa, staring at the bright red marriage certificate in her hand, feeling utterly surreal. Everything was like a dream. Professor Su, please guide me for the rest of my life. Xiang Mingfei was still wearing her ancient-style ponytail dress, looking like a playful and cute female knight-errant, and bowed to Su Luo with clasped hands. Please guide me for the rest of my life. Su Luo followed Xiang Mingfei's example and bowed, her eyes full of smiles. Now that Su Luo has a big star wife, his life is safe, how could he not be happy? What's more, Su Luo genuinely liked this cute, innocent girl in front of him who idolized him greatly. By the way, Mingfei, you can sleep in the dormitory, I'll just sleep on the sofa. Mingfei, Mingfei. As Su Luo was speaking, she suddenly realized that no one was responding. She looked down and was immediately stunned. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Mingfei had already leaned her head against Su Luo and quietly fallen asleep. Even when she was asleep, Xiang Mingfei was still so beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful, just like a certain fairy sister in her youth. Mingfei is a simple young girl, but today she encountered robbers and barely escaped with her life. Now that she's settled in, she's exhausted and can't take it anymore, which is understandable. Su Luo sighed, picked Xiang Mingfei up by the waist, gently placed her on the Simmons mattress, and covered her with the blanket. After confirming that Xiang Mingfei was alright, Su Luo lowered her head, gently kissed her forehead, and turned to leave. What Su Luo didn't see was he had just turned around. Immediately after, Xiang Mingfei squinted, opened her eyes a crack, and secretly glanced at Su Luo. Xiang Mingfei, you are a good actress, but you can't use your acting skills to fool Professor Su. Professor Su was so innocent, so heroic and earnest, and so good to you, how could you lie to him? Xiang Mingfei's gaze was complicated. She felt that she had lied to people, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Xiang Mingfei was not mentally prepared for marriage. She only agreed to marry Su Luo on a whim today. Even now that they have a marriage certificate, Xiang Mingfei still feels like she's dreaming, like it's all unreal. In particular, this man and woman were alone in a room, and they both had feelings for each other. If things were to happen between them, and Grandpa found out, wouldn't he be so angry that he would die on the spot? Professor Su, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't like you, nor that I'm rejecting you. Instead, I'm very traditional. After Grandpa approves of our marriage, if you want. Xiang Mingfei hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind. In the living room, Su Luo had just lain down on the sofa when she quickly fell asleep. Su Luo was also quite tired, constantly in a state of tension and fear. Now that everything is ready, the next time travel is no longer a problem. Su Luo felt relaxed and was able to fall asleep peacefully. The next morning, when Consort Xiang woke up naturally as usual, she drew back the curtains and discovered that the sun was shining brightly outside, and it was almost noon. Oh no, I slept for so long. Xiang Mingfei's pretty face turned pale. She hurriedly changed her clothes and quickly walked to the living room. The living room was empty. Su Luo was nowhere to be seen. Professor Su and I agreed to go to Yunqing to see Grandpa today, but he actually left? Although she knew it was because she had overslept, Xiang Mingfei was still somewhat unhappy, feeling a sense of loss at being ignored. Ding! My phone suddenly vibrated. Oh no, it's Grandpa's calling. Xiang Mingfei's expression changed drastically. With trepidation, she cautiously pressed the call button. Mingfei, Grandpa already knows about your affair with Professor Su. On the other end of the phone came old Xiang's authoritative voice. Grandpa, Consort Xiang trembled, her pretty face pale, and she was about to find an explanation. Mingfei, Professor Su is old brother Su's grandson. I talked to him today, and Grandpa is very satisfied with this grandson-in-law. Elder Xiang continued speaking. Ha? Consort Xiang was stunned. Is this really the old-fashioned, traditional, and hot-tempered grandfather I remember? Mingfei Su Laoj, the grandfather of Xiao Su, died in battle to save your grandfather me. Xiao Su's parents also sacrificed themselves for their country. Facing the threat of the enemy, they would rather die than betray their country. Xiao Su is an orphan who has suffered hardship since childhood, but she has always been grateful to her country. She has grown up strong on her own and has achieved excellent results, gradually reaching the height she has reached today. Although Grandpa doesn't understand technology and doesn't know what Xiao Su is researching now, or why the country attaches so much importance to him. But Grandpa knew that Xiao Su, like his parents and himself, was definitely contributing to the country, which was truly noble. On the other end of the phone, old Shang sighed, his voice full of pity. Mingfei, you've been spoiled by your grandfather since you were little. You don't know what's important, you speak without thinking, you're careless and don't know how to be considerate of others. Grandpa's only worry now is that you're not treating Xiao Su well. It made him feel disheartened and sad. It affected his mood to serve his country. What is this? Grandpa, who exactly is your granddaughter? From what you're saying, it's like I'm the freebie that came with the phone top-up, and Professor Su is your real grandson? Shang Mingfei became increasingly speechless as she listened, and couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes. However, after hanging up the phone, Shang Mingfei lifted her skirt and gracefully twirled around in place, overjoyed. It turns out that Professor Su didn't want to wake me up. Knowing that I was afraid to confront my grandfather, he resolutely went to Yunqing alone to confront Lei and confess to my grandfather privately. Now my grandfather doesn't object to Professor Su and me anymore. After that, Professor Su and I could be together openly and honestly. That's wonderful. After her initial excitement subsided, Shang Mingfei picked up her phone and tried to call Su Luo, only to find that the call wouldn't go through. Shang Mingfei was stunned. Where is Professor Su? Unconvinced, Shang Mingfei made several more calls, but still couldn't get through, leaving her dumbfounded. It wasn't until Shang Mingfei walked out of the presidential suite, feeling dejected, that she was ready to go to the film set. She then noticed that two heavily armed and serious-looking soldiers were standing at the door of her room. Mrs. Su. Wow. Upon seeing Shang Mingfei emerge, the two soldiers saluted simultaneously, their eyes filled with respect. Shang Mingfei wasn't stupid. She naturally understood that the two soldiers weren't respecting her as a person, but rather as her identity as Madame Su Luo. Su Luo embodies the spirit of a true hero, one who serves his country and its people. Therefore, his wife naturally deserves the nation's respect as well. Do you know where Professor Su went? After Shang Mingfei nodded in return, she was about to leave when she suddenly stopped and asked tentatively. This. The two soldiers exchanged a glance, their eyes immediately showing difficulty. Mrs. Su, I'm sorry, but due to confidentiality regulations, we cannot disclose Professor Su's whereabouts. But please rest assured, he is fine and safe. The hotel manager strode over, beaming, and respectfully explained. In addition, before Professor Su left, he asked me to give you this gift. A gift for me? Shang Mingfei accepted the gift with a puzzled look, opened it with curiosity, and her eyes instantly reddened. Inside this exquisite gift box was an adorable little puppy, its tiny eyes wide open, gazing obediently at Shang Mingfei. How did Professor Su know that I like dogs, and that my favorite breed is a teacup dog? Consort Shang was so moved she wanted to cry. Shang Mingfei is a germaphobe and never keeps any pets. She avoids dogs whenever she sees one, a little-known secret among her fans. Even among the merchants in Yunqing, including her parents and grandfather, everyone thought that Shang Mingfei hated and rejected dogs. What no one knew was that Shang Mingfei did not dislike dogs. It was her favorite puppy when she was very young, who loved to stick close to her and play with her. Once, when Shang Mingfei was young, she ran too fast and the puppy couldn't keep up. The puppy was hit and killed on the spot by a truck. Shang Mingfei cried very sadly, and was left with psychological trauma, feeling that she was the one who killed the puppy. This is the real reason why Consort Shang doesn't keep dogs. Even after many years, Shang Mingfei still felt guilty and became increasingly afraid to keep a dog. But now, Su Luo has given her a puppy. Moreover, this puppy looks exactly like the puppy I remember from my childhood. But how could Su Luo know that she didn't hate dogs, but actually longed to have a puppy? Consort Shang was somewhat puzzled. Mrs. Su, Professor Su said that last night when you were watching TV, you kept staring at a little dog on the screen, and you looked very fond of it. So after Professor Su went to Yunqing, he specifically asked your grandfather, Mr. Shang, and learned that you had never owned a dog since you lost your beloved dog in your childhood. Professor Su is very knowledgeable. After consulting with your family and learning everything about you, he believes that you don't dislike dogs, but rather have a psychological trauma. Therefore, Professor Su asked me to buy a similar dog locally and send it to you. Professor Su also said, I hope you will be happy. The past is the past, one should look forward. As the hotel manager spoke, he handed Xiang Mingfei a letter. Also, this is a letter from Professor Su to you. Professor Su also gave me a letter? Xiang Mingfei wasn't in a hurry to leave. She carried the puppy back to her room and opened the letter. Suddenly, Su Luo's powerful and elegant calligraphy appeared before Xiang Mingfei's eyes. Mingfei, I will stay with you for the rest of my life. Please don't be sad, don't be lost even in the darkness, I will be your moonlight. Xiang Mingfei remained silent for a long time, tears of emotion gradually blurring her vision. Jiangcheng Military Camp. Rumble. With a deafening roar from the propellers, a helicopter landed vertically on the grass. Dressed in a well-tailored suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the elegant and refined Su Luo stepped off the helicopter, surrounded by two beautiful sisters who looked almost identical. Consort Shang naturally had no idea that Su Luo was extremely busy and would never have time to go to Yuncheng. That was just General Huang from the Yuncheng military camp successfully persuading Elder Shang to cooperate, and Elder Shang was simply putting on a show. But Su Luo and Elder Shang had indeed met just now. However, it was Elder Shang who rushed over to see Su Luo, not Su Luo who rushed over to him. When Shang Lao met Su Luo, his grandson-in-law, he was full of praise and very satisfied. Leaving aside Su Luo's current contributions to the country. Take Su Luomio, for example. She has a good family background and has never relied on anyone since childhood. She has focused on studying hard and eventually became a top student. Mr. Shang is very satisfied with her excellent character and academic performance. Moreover, Su Luo showed great respect for Elder Shang, providing him with ample emotional support. As for the puppy? This was actually Shang Lao's analysis, which he proactively provided to Su Luo to help Su Luo win over the goddess more quickly. After all, Su Luo and Xiang Mingfei have only obtained a marriage certificate. They are still in a marriage first, love later situation, which is progressing far too slowly. Old Master Shang had even thought of names for his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. How could it be acceptable if Xiang Mingfei didn't take things further with Su Luo? Su Luo naturally had no objection to Elder Shang's divine assistance and immediately ordered someone to carry it out, with excellent results. As for not being able to get through on the phone? The entire Jiang City military camp has now been converted into a top-secret base. To ensure Su Luo's safety, all signals will be blocked. How could such a phone call possibly go through? To be honest, if Su Luo had the time to spend every day with Xiang Mingfei, she would naturally be happy to just lie down and relax. But Su Luo knew that the country had done so much for him, and if he were to simply give up, it would be irresponsible of him. The country keeps giving, but you keep taking and do nothing. That's impossible. Moreover, the existence of the goddess train system inherently requires Su Luo to travel to other worlds time and time again. If Su Luo were to rely solely on himself, he didn't think he could survive the upcoming second time he transmigrated to another world. The thought of that terrifying world still sends chills down Su Luo's spine, even after just one visit, and fills him with worry. Chapter 9 Pangu creates the world. Although time travel is dangerous, I almost died the first time I traveled through time. But now, I have the support of my country, instead of fighting alone. I can't believe I can't do anything about time travel in 3 days. Jiangzhou military camp, early morning. Bathed in sunlight, Su Luo, who had just stepped off the combat helicopter, was full of ambition. At this time, inside the meeting room, the hundreds of people looked at each other, all of them somewhat puzzled. Regarding solid-state battery technology, as early as yesterday, more than a dozen well-known scientists from related industries rushed over from various places and have already held multiple rounds of technical meetings. But today's expanded meeting has attracted professors, experts, and scholars from all walks of life? Even 3 once-renowned scientific giants Zhang Siguang, Li Gewu, and Wang Tiangang, who had retired from the scientific world and were over 80 years old, were among them. They arrived at the scene, some in wheelchairs, some with crutches, and some supported by soldiers, their steps unsteady. This is way too exaggerated. Even the International Scientists' Conference held in Wujian last year wasn't this big. Let alone a group of young and middle-aged experts. Even the 3 old men, Zhang Siguang, Li Gewu, and Wang Tiangang, were completely bewildered and looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Siguang was a leading figure in geography, Li Gewu was a leading figure in physics, and Wang Tiangang was a leading figure in astronomy. The 3 old men knew each other, but they didn't have much interaction. Today, 3 titans have gathered together for a meeting? What is going on? I'm afraid all of this is related to that comrade Su Luo. Sitting in his wheelchair, Zhang Siguang spoke thoughtfully. Comrade Su Luo? Wang Tiangang was taken aback, then shook his head. What connection could he, who works on solid-state batteries, have with me, who works on astronomy, and you, who works on geography? Li Gewu, who works in physics and seems to be related to solid-state battery technology, was equally clueless. Li Gewu was engaged in theoretical physics, not practical physics. He spent his life studying the theory of physics and teaching related subjects. Li Gewu has been retired for 20 years now, and he really can't understand why the country wants to bring this old man back into the public eye. Although the 3 elders were puzzled, they harbored a sincere desire to serve their country and did not ask any further questions, waiting quietly. Soon, a middle-aged man in military uniform, bearing the rank of lieutenant colonel and exuding an imposing presence, strode into the conference room. Commander Wang is here. Good morning, leader. Whoosh. Immediately, many young scholars stood up and greeted him. Some of the highly respected scientists, who didn't stand up, also had smiles on their faces. In response, Wang Shangdong, the regimental commander of the Jiang City military camp, nodded sternly, stepped aside, and waited quietly like a gatekeeper. Wang Tuan is just a gatekeeper, seemingly waiting for some high-ranking leader? Today's meeting seems to be of a higher level than we expected. Some scholars whispered among themselves, sensing that something was amiss. Soon, another imposing middle-aged man strode in. The director of Jiang City State Security Bureau, Director Zhao, is here too? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Director Zhao walked into the conference room, greeted everyone with a smile and a nod, and then stood solemnly on the left side of the door, like a doorman. Commander Wang and Director Zhao are both working as security guards? My God, the person who came today must be a big shot. Many middle-aged professors were also shocked. Tap tap tap. A series of strong, resounding footsteps quickly approached the conference room. An elderly man in his 60s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed very simply, strode into the conference room, surrounded by 4 guards. Commander! Whoosh! Immediately, everyone present stood up, their eyes filled with solemnity and reverence as they looked at the old man. Even Zhang Siguang, Li Gewu, and Wang Tiangang, 3 scientific giants in their 80s, were deeply moved. The 3 of them struggled to their feet, wanting to pay their respects to the old man. Elder Zhang, Elder Li, and Elder Wang, you 3 are all pillars of the nation and have made outstanding contributions to the country. I am your junior, and I grew up listening to your stories. If anyone should salute, it's me saluting you. Please, have a seat. The old man strode forward, kindly helping Zhang Siguang to sit in his wheelchair. At the same time, the old man nodded to Li Gewu and Wang Tiangang, his eyes smiling. The 3 elders were deeply moved, but at the same time, they were all increasingly perplexed. The old man's name is Su Jinghua. He is the director of the State Science and Technology Commission and the person in charge of the country's scientific field. On weekdays, the elderly man sits in Central, coordinating the connections between various departments across the country and integrating resources from all sectors nationwide to better facilitate the country's technological development. But now, this busy old man has actually come to the Jiangqing military camp in person? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? At this moment, the entire audience fell silent. All the scientists, scholars, and professors from major universities were keenly aware that the scale of this conference was beyond their imagination. However, what happened next shocked everyone even more. But after the old man appeared, he didn't continue walking forward. Instead, he stood with Commander Wang and waited quietly. Director Su personally waited for them? My God! Since Director Su has joined the cabinet, he's qualified to personally serve as the gatekeeper. How distinguished must the person waiting at the main gate be? Could it be the arrival of a saint? Buzz! The entire venue erupted in cheers. No one dared to sit down, filled with excitement and anticipation. They all stared towards the main entrance of the conference room. Soon, another series of light footsteps approached quickly from afar. A well-dressed young man with elegant gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose appeared in everyone's sight. Behind the young man were 2 tall, beautiful women with stunning figures and curvaceous figures, whose looks rivaled those of top-tier celebrities. The 2 women looked exactly alike. They were actually twin sisters. Not only that. Ahead of the young man was a beautiful woman in military uniform, looking every bit the bodyguard, who led the way. Soon, the young man reached the entrance of the conference room and paused briefly. The sisters, Renjing and Renyao, bowed respectfully and stepped back, standing on either side of the gate like two loyal security guards. Lin Wanqing strode forward, opening the glass door with elegance and grace, like a welcoming guest at a club, and bowed in greeting. So many people showed up for today's meeting? Through the glass door, Su Luo glanced inside the conference room and was immediately surprised. But upon closer reflection, Su Luo could understand. With the help of the state, Su Luo and Shang Mingfei have gotten married, fulfilling the conditions for starting the goddess train. The second time travel is about to begin, and it's only natural that the country attaches great importance to this matter. However, when Su Luo's gaze fell on the old man who looked like a gatekeeper at the main entrance, Su Luo's expression changed slightly. She strode into the conference room, her eyes filled with excitement. You could be. Hello, Comrade Su Luo. I am Su Jinghua, the director of the State Science and Technology Commission. You can call me Old Su or Grandpa Su, it's fine. I'm taking the liberty of calling you Little Su, and I'll do that, considering my age and seniority. Is that all right with you? The old man seemed to have anticipated Su Luo's reaction and was not surprised at all, extending his hand in a kind gesture. When Qian Shueson returned to China, he willingly remained anonymous for decades, leading a team to research science and technology, which ultimately shocked the world. A true hero serves his country and its people. Su Jinghua, who was just a child back then, traveled back to China with Mr. Qian on the same ship. Su Jinghua, along with Qian Lao, retired for decades. However, when Su Jinghua returned to China, he was still young, and even after several decades, he was still only in his 60s. Even so, in terms of contributions to the country, Su Jinghua is second only to Qian Lao. In the years since Qian Shueson passed away, Su Jinghua has been leading the country's scientific and technological development, and his achievements are truly remarkable. In particular, Su Jinghua formulated many systems that benefit primary and secondary school students and university students across the country, in line with the national strategy of rejuvenating the country through science and education. In addition, there are Su Jinghua's various legendary and inspiring legendary deeds. This made Su Jinghua a mythical idol among students across the country, especially university students. Even the technical textbooks that Su Luo chose to study in college were all monographs written by Su Jinghua. Su Luo had only ever seen such a contemporary mythical figure, a great hero who serves his country and people and whose scientific and technological abilities were also considered divine on television. Su Luo never imagined that he, an ordinary college student, would one day meet his most admired idol. Grandpa Su. Hello, I am Su Luo. Su Luo forced herself to calm down, but her tone remained agitated. Xiao Su, you handed over the system to the country free of charge. I'm here today to thank you on behalf of the country. Su Jinghua smiled kindly, grasped Su Luo's hand firmly, and spoke with great admiration. Ambitious people are not limited by age. Su Luo was young and had limited experience. To Su Jinghua, she was indeed just an insignificant ordinary person among the masses. But when an ordinary person suddenly obtains a system, instead of hiding it or thinking of going to another world to become a Buddha or ancestor, he is willing to hand it over to the country. Even if such a person is of humble status, he deserves Su Jinghua's respect. Otherwise, given Su Jinghua's current status and position, there would be no need for him to make this trip in person today. Director Su, haven't you always wanted a grandson? In my opinion, Xiao Su is quite good. I'm standing here, Commander Wang joked. I'm fine with it, but I'm wondering if I'm being too good for you? Su Jinghua smiled as he looked at Su Luo, becoming more and more satisfied with his appearance. Grandpa Su, you're too kind. It's me who's honored to be on your side. If you don't mind, then from now on, I'll call you Grandpa. Su Luo smiled sincerely. Su Luo is an ordinary person, that's true, but he's not stupid. Su Jinghua came here on behalf of the country, clearly intending to support Su Luo and deter all the villains hiding in the shadows. Those who can participate in the time travel project are naturally people who can withstand the test and are loyal to the country and the organization. But, you can't see into someone's heart. When a forest grows large, it's inevitable that some people will have wild thoughts. Some people may have good intentions, but their actions may have negative consequences. But now, Su Jinghua, who has already joined the cabinet, publicly acknowledges Su Luo as his grandson. From now on, if anyone dares to act recklessly again, then he would have to consider whether he could withstand the dual wrath from the nation and Su Jinghua. The principle is not complicated. Everyone who can sit in the conference room is a shrewd and capable person. In an instant, their gazes toward Su Luo were filled with envy. At the same time, everyone became increasingly shocked, and deep doubts arose in their hearts. Quantum battery technology is impressive, leading the West by 30 years, and can be considered a vital national asset. Even so, Su Luo shouldn't be worth Su Jinghua, an absolute big shot, personally acknowledging him as his grandson in public, right? Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have many questions. Don't worry, the answer will be revealed soon. After saying this, Commander Wang respectfully said to Su Jinghua, Elder Su, please take a seat. The conference room has rectangular seats, with only one main seat located at the main entrance, and a giant screen at the very front. Hundreds of people stood on both sides of the conference table, all looking at Su Jinghua with awe in their eyes. No, the main character today is Xiao Su, not this old bone of mine. Su Jinghua shook his head slightly and looked at Su Luo with a smile. Xiao Su, don't be shy. Many details of your outstanding contributions to the country cannot be disclosed at this time. But within the organization, you deserve the respect you deserve. The nation will never overlook its heroes, nor will it ever let any of them down. Seeing that Su Luo seemed to want him to sit in the main seat, Su Jinghua patted Su Luo on the shoulder and continued to encourage him. Besides, the grandson is representing his grandfather at the head seat. Don't you listen to Grandpa Su's words at all? Okay. Su Jinghua had already said all that. Without wasting words, Su Luo mustered her courage and sat down in the main seat. Lin Wanqing remained silent, standing straight beside Su Luo like a loyal warrior, warily scanning her surroundings. No matter who tries to harm Su Luo, Lin Wanqing will instantly pull the trigger and kill any intruder. Su Jinghua sat in the second-in-command position, while Commander Wang and Director Long from the National Security Bureau sat opposite each other in the third-in-command position. Other leaders at all levels took their seats one at a time. Xiao Lu, you can begin. Wang Tuan first looked to Su Jinghua for advice. Seeing that Su Jinghua nodded slightly. Then Wang Tuan looked at Platoon Leader Lu below the big screen and gave the order. Good morning, leaders and experts. I am Lu Haoyun, a platoon leader in the Jiangshi military camp, and a witness to the goddess train. Next, I will stand on Comrade Su Luo's behalf to explain to everyone what the goddess train and time travel are. Suppressing his excitement and trepidation, Platoon Leader Lu tried his best to calm himself down, picked up the laser pointer, pointed at the big screen, and began to explain in detail. Su Luo watched quietly. Su Jinghua didn't say anything, but listened attentively. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Platoon Leader Lu, his mouth dry, explained the whole story clearly and thoroughly. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. Hundreds of people turned to look at Su Luo, their eyes filled with shock. Time travel? Goddess train system? Only by paying up the goddess can the train be powered and embark on another journey through time and space? How is that possible? If it weren't for Su Jinghua representing the country, personally overseeing the situation with a serious expression, it would be a different story. Otherwise, even if people know this isn't a joke, they'll still find it hard to accept and believe. This is just too outrageous. No wonder the barriers between various departments and provinces and cities disappeared instantly yesterday when the country was on a state of emergency. So that's why. The country is really awesome for finding a partner for Comrade Su Luo. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought, pondering to themselves. Comrade Su Luo, now that you've married Miss Shang, does that mean the goddess train can finally start running? Among the three scientific giants, Wang Siguang, a geography expert who was in a wheelchair, spoke first. Everyone pricked up their ears. I don't know the specifics. Su Luo shook her head. Ah. The entire audience erupted in uproar. That's right, the goddess train appears once a day, for 1 hour each time, and this cycle repeats continuously. The time travel will not officially begin until the goddess train appears for the 7th time. Only when the train appears can one see it with their own eyes. The train's specific parameters are only displayed on that system panel that only I can see. Su Luo explained. If that's the case, then according to Platoon Leader Lu's introduction, the goddess train should be arriving soon, judging by the time? The physics giant Li Gouwu gripped his cane tightly and asked tentatively. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they became excited. Time travel is absurd, but if it were real, and we could actually see it with our own eyes. Just thinking about it, who wouldn't be excited? Who wouldn't look forward to it? The train appears at random times each day, but based on the first 4 days, it should be during the daytime. As Su Luo was speaking, his expression suddenly changed slightly. The goddess train will appear in 5 minutes. It will appear in the vicinity, with the last place I was standing as the final stop. Is that how it is? Su Jinghua acted decisively and gave the order. Immediately seal off the surrounding area and evacuate the crowd. Yes. Commander Wang stood up abruptly, gave a standard military salute, and then turned and left. 3 minutes later, Su Luo stood in the empty stadium. The area around the stadium was cleared. Densely packed soldiers, armed to the teeth, trained around the perimeter, their eyes sharp and menacing. Outside the stadium, surrounded by Commander Wang and Director Long, Su Jinghua was followed by hundreds of experts and scholars from all walks of life across the country. Everyone looked up at the sky with solemn expressions. Old Su, although Comrade Su Luo said that once the goddess train appears, it will not damage the buildings, but will travel through the void. But you're not feeling well and can't stand the wind. Why don't you go sit in the command center and watch via the screen? Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked. Xiao Wang, are you afraid that this old man will be crushed to death by the goddess train? Su Jinghua saw through Wang Xiangdong's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Don't worry, although I am a civil official, I have been on the battlefield and have personally killed more than a dozen enemy soldiers. It's just a little breeze, it won't kill me. Wang Xiangdong and Director Long exchanged a glance, could only smile wryly, and stopped trying to persuade him. But the two were determined that if the train fell and an accident occurred, they would use their own flesh and blood to protect the safety of Su Jinghua, an indispensable elder of the country. The electromagnetic barrier network now covers the entire stadium. The quantum entanglement detector is ready and has begun capturing spatiotemporal disturbance signals in real time. The low-orbit reconnaissance satellites Jinwu 1, Jinwu 2, and Jinwu 3 are ready. Satellite reconnaissance matrix activated. With the stadium as the center, a three-dimensional satellite monitoring network is ready. Monitoring initiated. I listened to the serious voices coming through my headphones. A hint of expectation flickered in Su Jinghua's aged, tiger-like eyes. Time passed by, second by second. 5 minutes passed quickly. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown number 1 disappears the instant. Ugh! A muffled train rumble echoed in the minds of everyone present. Wah! Rumble, rumble. Soon, the void tore apart. A black train, its engine spewing out huge plumes of steam, slowly appeared above everyone's heads. With the advent of trains, train tracks kept appearing and being erected automatically in the void. As the train roared past, the tracks behind it disappeared automatically, as if they had never existed. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the train sped madly along the tracks. The train seemed to pass through thin air, ignoring the stadium's exterior walls, and swiftly disappeared into the stadium, stopping precisely in front of Su Luo. The entire room fell silent. At this moment, even Su Jinghua, who had anticipated this, couldn't help but gasp. Immediately, an unprecedentedly brilliant light shone in the aged eyes of this elderly man who had dedicated his life to the country. Report! Report! Everything is normal, no abnormalities detected. Gravitational waves are normal. Quantum fluctuations are normal. Normal! Amidst the exclamations of the technicians from various departments, Su Jinghua grew increasingly excited, but he forced himself to calm down. Comrades, it seems that with our current technology, we are probably unable to study this goddess train. However, according to Comrade Su Luo's report, we can see that the other world we will enter during the upcoming second time travel, although its technology is more advanced than ours, is not ridiculously advanced. Therefore, the nation's strategy going forward will focus on exploring other worlds. Please feel free to add your opinions. Su Jinghua's dignified and aged voice resounded throughout the entire venue in an instant. Everyone naturally had no objections, nodding in agreement and expressing their desire to get on the bus and go together to conquer another world. Very good. Su Jinghua was filled with satisfaction, and his authoritative voice rang out once more. In that case, with Comrade Su Luo at the core, I hereby announce that our journey to the other world 3 days from now will be officially named Pango Creates the World. Chapter 10, The Entire Nation Transcends Time. What's a battle if it's not a question? Pangu created the world. After Su Jinghua officially named the plan to travel to another world, Pango creates the world. These 4 words immediately ignited a burning passion in the hearts of all the scientists, scholars, and professors present. In ancient times, before heaven and earth were separated, the universe was in chaos and the world was dark. There was a giant god named Pangu who opened his eyes from his slumber, created the world, and transformed his body into all things. From then on, heaven and earth were separated, and all things were born. Now, with the emergence of the Pango creates the world plan. Everyone knows that a brand new era, a brilliant era like Columbus's voyage and discovery of the New World, is about to arrive. I never imagined that I, at over 80 years old, would be fortunate enough to witness the historic moment of my country's conquest of another world in the last few years of my life. In his wheelchair, Zhang Siguang, the geographical master, had no trace of lifelessness in his aged eyes, only a fighting spirit. Director Su, I request to board the bus and become one of the first pioneers to go to the other world. The physicist giant Li Guwu, leaning on his cane, walked unsteadily to Su Jinghua and gave a somewhat awkward military salute. Do not laugh at me, drunken lying on the battlefield. How many warriors have returned from ancient battles? Upon hearing this, the astronomical master Wang Tiangang, the old man, burst into hearty laughter. Director Su, this goddess train has 12 carriages. Surely it's not like there's a seat missing for an old man like me? Senior Zhang, Senior Li, Senior Wang, you three are all pillars of the nation and have all received the highest honor medals of our great Xia. How about, the three seniors give us young people a little more chance? Some of the middle-aged, well-known professors present could no longer contain themselves. Some professors who were familiar with the three elders immediately mustered their courage and stood up to compete for a spot. Speaking of youth, shouldn't we young people be more daring and courageous, charging to the front lines? Those young scholars were all full of vigor and youthful spirit, fearless and unafraid of offending anyone, and they all stood up and spoke. In an instant, more than 100 top experts, renowned professors, and senior scholars from all walks of life across the country began a verbal battle. Seeing that everyone was on edge, several hot-tempered old men even started rolling up their sleeves, looking ready to fight. Platoon leader Lu felt a chill run down his spine and looked to Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong for help. Director Su, this. Wang Xiangdong could only manage a wry smile as he tentatively looked at Su Jinghua. Su Jinghua, as expected of a senior official in the cabinet, was both pleased and displeased upon seeing this. Su Jinghua's expression changed instantly, and he shouted angrily, "Stop!" The entire room fell silent instantly. But many of the old men are still eager to fight, showing a tendency to throw punches at any time if things don't go their way. These are all scholars who receive national expert stipends. What kind of behavior is this? Anyone who dares to fight or swear will be permanently disqualified from riding the goddess train. Su Jinghua's tone grew increasingly cold. The entire audience paled. Everyone present immediately became quiet. The old men loosened their clenched fists, but they were clearly unconvinced. What, you're not convinced? What right do you have to be dissatisfied? Comrade Su Luo has selflessly donated his system and quantum battery technology to the country, and the people have others become proud, complacent, and arrogant? And look at you all, none of you can keep your composure. How can the country trust you when you act so impulsively? Su Jinghua spoke each word with increasing rudeness. Don't forget, Comrade Su Luo is the owner of the goddess train. If he finds out you're trying to take up train seats and gets upset, and then doesn't let you board, what can you do? The sound had barely faded when the entire audience paled. The old men became completely obedient, and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Director Su is right. All our arguing is pointless. Sitting in his wheelchair, Zhang Siguang, the geographical giant, couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "In my opinion, let's calm down and ask Comrade Su Luo for his opinion before deciding on the train seats." It's not too late then. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement and stopped arguing. We're going to the gymnasium later. I hope everyone stays calm and doesn't let Comrade Su Luo see us make a fool of ourselves. Let's go. Without further hesitation, Su Jinghua, accompanied by Wang Xiangdong and Director Long of the National Security Bureau, and followed by more than 100 people, entered the stadium in a grand procession. Although just now outside the stadium, everyone looked up at the sky and saw the goddess train tearing through time and space, erecting tracks in mid-air, and rumbling its way into the stadium. However, when they actually saw the goddess train up close, everyone still felt an unprecedented sense of awe. A retro train with 12 black carriages is quietly suspended 3 inches above the ground, with the tracks appearing and disappearing like ghosts. Mysterious runes with liquid blue light flowed on the bronze rivets of the railway tracks. Each flash of the rune caused a faint quantum ripple in the air. Wang Tiangang stepped forward first, took out a quantum detector, and attempted to conduct close-range testing. However, the moment the quantum detector approached the train, the symbol appeared on the screen. The quantum detector had crashed instantly. My testing equipment has crashed. Me too. What's going on? Why are all the electronic devices failing to detect the train? They've all malfunctioned? accompanied by gasps of surprise. All the experts, scholars, and professors looked at the black train with disbelief. This train is clearly very retro, resembling a product from over 200 years ago, when humanity had just entered the steam engine era. Yet it is so mysterious, so ahead of its time, and so incomprehensible to people. And so stunning. Alright, the Panga Creation Project is mainly about traveling to other worlds. This time train likely surpasses the technology of our planet today, by far more than just a century or two. Su Jinghua coughed lightly, signaling everyone to stop studying the train. Everyone nodded, suppressing their curiosity and confusion, and looked at Su Luo. Xiao Su, how are you? Su Jinghua looked at Su Luo with kind eyes, seeking her opinion. Su Luo didn't speak, but stared intently at the goddess train in front of her for a long time. Su Luo then looked away and explained, Grandpa Su, there are still 62 hours until the second time travel. The train currently has 1 point of available energy, enough to power the goddess train for one complete round trip through time and space. Very good. Finally, I can travel to another world. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Even Lin Wanqing, the aloof goddess of the military, couldn't help but show a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Comrade Su Luo, does that mean that all the carriages of this goddess train can carry passengers? Commander Wang asked tentatively. Everyone perked up their ears. All 12 carriages are empty, there's nothing inside. They can be used for seating, as well as for storing supplies and equipment. The exact number of passengers depends on how efficiently the space is utilized. Su Luo didn't beat around the bush and revealed the answer on the spot. After a pause, Su Luo added, the train will disappear after an hour, but it will reappear every day. Grandpa Su, please have someone immediately measure the train's space and develop a plan for efficient space utilization. No problem. Su Jinghua nodded, and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Su Luo. Recognizing Su Luo as his grandson and endorsing him as a form of protection for Su Luo by the state and the organization, and Su Jinghua must unconditionally obey orders. But after actually getting to know Su Luo, Su Jinghua suddenly felt that having a grandson might not be so bad. Su Jinghua didn't have time to think. He turned to look at his regimental commander, Wang Xiangdong, and decisively gave the order. Xiao Wang, immediately arrange for people to go on the train to take measurements. Time is limited, so be quick. Yes. Wang Xiangdong gave a solemn standard military salute, personally led his team onto the train, and immediately began surveying work. Because of the urgency, Su Jinghua didn't waste any time and immediately convened an emergency meeting with Su Luo and the others. Of course, it's said to be a collective effort. In fact, it was mainly Su Luo who looked at the system panel and gave a detailed introduction to everyone. Only then did everyone realize that the goddess train's second time travel was to the same place as its first. It was a world where technology was 100 years ahead of Earth, but humanity was driven to utter destruction by a world war. Zombies everywhere, birds and beasts mutated by nuclear radiation, plagues, viruses, it was a living hell. 5 days ago, Su Luo experienced time travel for the first time and was trapped in a residential area. At the time, Su Luo was unaware of the specifics. He pushed open the door and entered a residence home on the first floor, only to find it empty. Suddenly, an old zombie crawled out of the bedroom of that family and tried to bite Su Luo to death. Su Luo was terrified and ran away as fast as she could, running all the way to the train where she was temporarily safe. It turns out that no matter how ferocious the zombies were, they couldn't break through the train's defenses and couldn't get in at all. The solid-state battery that Su Luo handed over to the country was something Su Luo picked up casually and accidentally brought back to the present world. These words were spoken. The entire room fell silent. The faces of the more than 100 people present all turned extremely ugly. No one expected that the world they were about to travel to would be a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Moreover, zombies are everywhere, viruses are rampant, and birds and beasts have mutated. Comrades, the post-apocalyptic world is too dangerous. The last time I went to the post-apocalyptic world, it was a free time travel trip given to me by the system, and it only took an hour to go back and forth. But this time, we need to stay for 12 hours before the train can return. Moreover, during these 12 hours, the train will not remain in place, but will disappear and enter the space-time rift. The train won't reappear for another 12 hours to take us back to the present world. Su Luo said with a serious expression, so I hope everyone will carefully consider whether they want to go to the apocalyptic world. For the first 12 hours after I was transported, I, like you, was struggling in this new world, facing all sorts of unpredictable and ever-present dangers. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. Su Luo's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly turning all the experts, scholars, and professors pale. Some of the younger scholars clearly hesitated. Those who are able to stand here and are fortunate enough to participate in the Pango Creates the World project are all carefully selected by the organization and are loyal to the country. But they are so young, is it really worth risking their lives to venture into the post-apocalyptic wasteland? After all, serving the country doesn't necessarily mean you have to die, right? Comrade Su Luo, I request to be the first to board the train. Confined to his wheelchair, Zheng Siguang, a renowned geographer, spoke first. Count me in too. Li Gewu, a physicist giant, leaned on his cane and then spoke. How could such a groundbreaking and prosperous era be complete without me? Wang Tiangang, the master of astronomy, laughed heartily. The three titans were all over 80 years old on average, yet they were so unhesitating and willing to die. This scene immediately filled the young people present with admiration, but also with shame. Immediately, many passionate young people gritted their teeth and stepped forward, expressing their desire to participate in the time travel. Many middle-aged people are still hesitant. After all, they have sons and daughters to take care of and bear the heavy responsibility of a family, and they cannot afford to take risks or make a fuss. However, quite a few middle-aged professors, after a brief hesitation, resolutely stepped forward. Soon, more than 50 people volunteered to go to the post-apocalyptic wasteland to generously die. This scene left Su Luo deeply moved. In this day and age, although materialism is rampant and everyone pursues material things while neglecting spiritual development. But, whenever the nation needs us. Who says our great Xia has no generous and passionate people? Professor Zhang, Professor Li, and Professor Wang, you three are all scientific giants. Is there any need for you to go to the post-apocalyptic wasteland? While expressing his feelings, Su Jinghua couldn't help but offer some words of advice with a wry smile. Director Su, you're wrong about that. Everyone else can skip it, but the three of us old guys have no choice but to go. From his wheelchair, Zheng Siguang smiled and said, young people have a bright future, while middle-aged people need to take care of their young children and support their elderly parents. But the three of us old guys are all half buried in the earth, so we weren't going to live much longer anyway. To be able to contribute one's remaining energy to the country in the last few years of one's life. In future historical records, there will surely be a significant entry for me, Zheng Siguang. I will die without regret. After saying that, Zheng Siguang couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, showing no trace of sadness at going to his death. Beside him, Li Gewu and Wang Tiangang, these two highly respected old men, nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with pride. Seeing this, Su Jinghua couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that if he continued to persuade them, the three elders probably wouldn't listen. But sending the three elders to their deaths in the post-apocalyptic wasteland is naturally out of the question. For a moment, Su Jinghua frowned, caught in a dilemma. Grandpas, I admire your good intentions for the country and the people. But the country invited you here to better analyze the other world and to better assist me in time travel. What if the three grandfathers died in the post-apocalyptic wasteland? Then, when I travel to different other worlds a third or fourth time, who will be there to help me? Su Luo suddenly spoke. This. The three elders were stunned for a moment and fell silent. Coach Su, could it be that time travel involves more than one alternate world? One expert couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Of course there are more than one, there are countless ones. But what conditions are needed to travel to the next new world, I don't know yet. But I can tell you definitively that, apart from the post-apocalyptic wasteland, there are also worlds of cultivation, feudal dynasties, high martial arts futures, and even the legendary spirit realm and immortal realm. Su Luo continued. Hiss. The entire audience gasped. Everyone fell silent, then blushed and became extremely excited. Therefore, I hope that the three grandfathers, as well as all the comrades present, will not act impulsively. Grandpa Su will make proper arrangements for the passengers. We will all listen to him. Even if you don't trust Grandpa Su, don't you trust the nation's judgment? As soon as Su Luo said this, even some of the troublemakers in the crowd nodded in agreement, completely convinced. The three elders exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. Zheng Siguang sighed and said helplessly, since Coach Su has said this, if I continue to insist, it would be tantamount to being ungrateful and failing to prioritize the overall situation. A potential life or death crisis has now come to an end. Commander Wang and Director Long exchanged a glance, both seeing the secret relief in each other's eyes. Among the 1.4 billion people of our great Xia, the goddess train has chosen only Comrade Su Luo. In retrospect, it seems that heaven was not biased. The goddess train's choice of comrade Su Luo as its master was not without reason. Dressed in military uniform, Lin Wanqing, looking heroic and spirited, stood straight beside Su Luo. Although she had a cold and aloof expression, like an ancient iceberg, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. By the way, Grandpa Su, starting from the third time travel, the train will only appear once every 7 days, and will stay for 1 hour each time. Please be aware that the train will not run every day for the 7 days in between. Su Luo added. No problem. Su Jingguan nodded and smiled as kindly as possible. Xiao Su, for the next 2 days, you should rest well and not think about or do anything. Within 2 days, the nation will formulate a comprehensive time travel plan to fully assist you in reclaiming the post-apocalyptic wasteland. In addition, if you need anything, you can tell Major Lin at any time, and she will coordinate and report it. If Major Lin, Regiment Commander Wang, and Director Long can't handle it, just call Grandpa, and Grandpa will take care of it. Su Jinggua's words were powerful and resounding, leaving everyone who heard them deeply moved. Su Jinggua's words were no different from directly bestowing an imperial sword upon Su Luo. As long as Su Luo is willing, for the next 2 days, with the imperial sword in his hand, he can act with impunity, doing whatever he wants, and no one will dare to provoke him. Of course, Su Luo wasn't brain dead, and he naturally wouldn't do that kind of Dragon King returns act. Soon, the massive national machinery began to spin rapidly with astonishing efficiency around the Panga Creates the World plan. When Su Luo returned to his presidential suite at the military camp, Lin Wanqing immediately knocked on the door and came in, respectfully saying, Director Su, this is the preliminary plan. Please take a look. Sister Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Su. Su Luo smiled, reached out and took Lin Wanqing's plan, opened it and looked at it carefully, and was immediately filled with emotion. In response to Su Luo's proposal on efficient use of space, the country quickly developed 3 targeted solutions. The first plan focuses on exploring the post-apocalyptic wasteland, with all 12 carriages fully loaded. The second option involves half people and half equipment, focusing on conquering cities and seizing territories in an attempt to establish a revolutionary base in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The third option is to combine the first 2 options and bring another group of experts to conduct synchronous scientific research in the other world. The choice of which option to choose is left to Su Luo, the train conductor. Of course, if Su Luo has her own ideas, she can also bring them up. I don't actually know which specific option is which. But I have faith in the country, and I believe the country will make the best decision. Su Luo closed the plan and handed it to Lin Wanqing. Sister Lin, please tell Grandpa Su, Commander Wang, and Director Long that I will obey all arrangements made by the organization. Yes. Lin Wanqing bowed respectfully and turned to leave. However, Lin Wanqing did not deliver the plan directly, but handed it to her subordinate and went back into the living room. Coach Su, on behalf of the country, may I ask you a question? Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment before raising her head, her pretty face full of spirit, staring intently at Su Luo. Major Lin, please speak. Su Luo sat up straight, her expression becoming serious. Lin Wanqing was like an emotionless work machine, constantly revolving around Su Luo 24 hours a day. No matter what jokes Su Luo made, or even if he deliberately pretended to grope her, Lin Wanqing remained expressionless. Even her smile is very formulaic. But now, Lin Wanqing is unusually serious. What could be so serious that could make Lin Wanqing, this stunning beauty, so aloof? Su Luo couldn't help but feel curious. However, what Lin Wanqing said next surprised Su Luo. Chapter 11 Goddess Number 2 Strategy Plan. Instructor Su, how exactly can we obtain the available energy for the goddess train? Lin Wanqing stood before Su Luo with an air of confidence and poise, like a walking mannequin, and asked seriously and earnestly. This. Upon hearing this, Su Luo was taken aback. Sister Lin, why do you ask that? Didn't I already give you this answer? That is true. Lin Wanqing nodded, staring intently into Professor Su Luo's eyes, but as the captain of the Thunder Special Forces team, I am an all-around technical talent. In addition to hand-to-hand combat, firearms, coordinated operations, and hacking techniques, etc. I am also a certified top-level psychological expert. Therefore, I can tell that Coach Su, you have something on your mind and aren't telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Su Luo frowned but remained silent. Coach Su, if it's inconvenient to say, then never mind. However, please trust the country and trust my professionalism. Lin Wanqing's tone softened. If you have any difficulties, you don't need to hide them. That's not the case. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, sighed, and explained, the goddess train's available energy comes from my marriage to an A-level goddess. However, a goddess can only provide 1 point of energy each time she travels to another world, which can only support 1 trip to another world. To make the train stop for longer each time, one needs to marry more goddesses, or have more children. So that's how it is? Seeing that Su Luo was a little embarrassed, Lin Wanqing suddenly realized. 2. Su Luo was, after all, just an ordinary college student. Even after getting the system, he couldn't adjust his mindset immediately. If Su Luo were to marry several goddesses and have children incessantly, he definitely wouldn't be able to get over that psychological hurdle. Coach Su, you are now the key figure in the creation of the world, and your future development is crucial to the country. Therefore, I hope you will consider marrying several goddesses and having many children. Lin Wanqing stopped there, speaking softly before bowing and turning to leave, giving Su Luo more personal space. It's not that I don't want to marry more goddesses, but the goddess's affection for me is more important than having multiple goddesses. If I'm two-timing and upset consort Ming, causing her to have a sudden drop in her favorability towards me, wouldn't I be losing the big picture and picking up a small sesame seed, pleasing neither side? If my reputation is ruined and I'm seen as a scumbag. Even if the whole country helped me find a partner, could the country force a goddess to fall in love with a scumbag? Watching Lin Wanqing's fiery and beautiful figure disappear into the distance, Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. Actually, Lin Wanqing is quite good. In terms of appearance and temperament, she is in no way inferior to an S-level goddess. Unfortunately, this woman is only a B+ grade, not even an A grade. What a pity. Otherwise, Su Luo wouldn't mind having both Shang Mingfei and Lin Wanqing as goddesses at the same time. Right now, my priority is maintaining my relationship with Mingfei. I'm not considering other goddesses for the time being. Su Luo rubbed his temples, picked up the technical documents Lin Wanqing had brought from the table, and began to read them carefully. Su Luo was a top student. Her grades throughout elementary, middle, and high school consistently ranked in the top 10 of her grade. However, after entering university, due to poor family conditions and various other reasons, Su Luo appeared to be quite ordinary. Now that he has the support of the state, Su Luo naturally needs to catch up on all kinds of technical information. Otherwise, how can one survive in another world if they rely solely on the system and know nothing else? What Su Luo didn't know was, he sat in the living room talking to himself. Through the built-in camera of the smart TV in front, Lin Wanqing, who had walked into the next room, heard everything without missing a single detail. The camera naturally had no sound. However, as an all-around talent recognized by the organization and from the military law headquarters, Lin Wanqing had specifically studied lip reading. In just a short while, Lin Wanqing had a true understanding of Su Luo's true thoughts. As for hacking the smart TV and secretly spying on Su Luo's privacy, Lin Wanqing felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. For the sake of her country, Lin Wanqing did not feel that she was wrong to do so. What if someone suddenly bursts into the living room and stabs Su Luo to death? Of course, Su Luo's phone was specially made by the state, and Lin Wanqing didn't have enough permissions to hack it. Therefore, once Su Luo went into the dormitory to sleep, Lin Wanqing would have no way of knowing what happened inside. So Coach Su was worried that seeing too many goddesses would affect his relationship with Shang Mingfei. It seems this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanqing went to the regiment office and reported the whole story to the regiment commander, Wang Xiangdong. Nonsense! Bang! After hearing this, Wang Xiangdong flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table. Major Lin, if you were my soldier, I would punish you severely right now. Coach Su is a national treasure now. How could you use hacking to monitor him? What kind of behavior is that? From now on, if you do this again, I will report it to higher authorities. I hope you will think twice before you act. Lin Wanqing nodded, her face expressionless, and continued. Sir, regarding Coach Su's pursuit of his second goddess, here's what I think. Commander Wang listened patiently, already thinking to himself that all electronic devices Su Luo would come into contact with should be replaced with non-smart devices in the future, so as to prevent anyone from taking advantage of him. However, after listening to Lin Wanqing's report, Wang Xiangdong was stunned. Major Lin, are you sure this will really work? Confirmed. Lin Wanqing nodded, like an emotionless robot. Sir, if you feel it's not safe enough, you can report it to the national think tank experts for their opinions. Okay. Wang Xiangdong didn't waste any words and picked up the red phone on the table in front of Lin Wanqing. Half an hour later. After a long and detailed conversation with his former boss, Wang Xiangdong hung up the phone and looked at Lin Wanqing with a complicated expression. Major Lin, you seem confident that the organization won't agree? Wang Shandong couldn't help but ask. According to psychological theory, as long as the organization does not let personal feelings interfere and instead considers the issue from a national strategic perspective, the probability of the organization agreeing to my request is probably 99%. Lin Wanqing smiled. Major Lin, the organization has approved your request to carry out the secret plan of Goddess Number 2. From this moment forward, you are the team leader. You have full authority to mobilize all the organization's human, financial, and material resources, and the organization will fully cooperate. But you must remember that you made a pledge. If, because of you, the second goddess doesn't get won over by Coach Su, and instead causes Shang Mingfei to dislike Coach Su, I will hold you responsible. Bang! At the end, Wang Shandong slammed his hand on the table, his expression imposing and menacing. Yes, sir. Swish. Lin Wanqing bowed respectfully, assured him that she would complete the task, and turned to leave without any hesitation. No wonder Lin Wanqing is an iceberg at headquarters, and no one can win her over. If you were truly an A-level goddess, I would definitely consider suggesting to the organization that we package you up and present you to Instructor Su. Wang Shandong shook his head helplessly and looked down at the roster that had just been faxed over. It turns out that the government had already efficiently prepared a passenger list for the post-apocalyptic wasteland journey that was scheduled for 2 days later. Zhang Siguang, Li Guwu, and Wang Tiangang, these three old men, originally listened to Su Luo's advice and gave up going to the other world. However, after Su Luo made it clear that he would obey the organization's arrangements and would not make decisions on his own, the three elders immediately objected. One sat in a wheelchair, one used a cane, and the other pushed the wheelchair. The three elders blocked Wang Shandong's door, crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide. They didn't care about losing face and resorted to shameless behavior, throwing tantrums and insisting on going to the other world no matter what. Wang Shandong was both annoyed and amused. Helpless, he could only call Su Jinghua, who had already boarded a plane and was extremely busy, to ask for instructions. These three senior figures are wholeheartedly devoted to the country. Since they are determined to do so, let them consult their families. As long as their children have no objections and sign a waiver of consent, the three elderly people can do whatever they want. Su Jinghua had no choice but to hold an emergency meeting with the organization to discuss the matter, and finally agreed to the decision. Unexpectedly, the three elders' children not only agreed, but even applied to go to the other world together. How can this be? The three elders went there prepared to die. The organization certainly wouldn't want to see them die without an heir. The application from the three elderly people's children was forcefully rejected. Thus, the three elders' journey to the other world was a foregone conclusion. As for the more than 100 experts, scholars and professors attending today's meeting, 9 slots were allocated based on their expertise and age. With the addition of the three elders, a team of 12 expert advisors was formed. These 12 people, along with the related technological equipment, filled exactly one train car. As for the remaining 11 carriages, they were all used to transport troops. The entire regiment of 1,500 soldiers from the Zhongbei military camp was mobilized. These soldiers will carry various equipment and weapons suitable for rapid combat, and will do their utmost to protect the safety of Su Luo and the 12 experts. In extreme circumstances, they would abandon everyone else to protect Su Luo. They would rather sacrifice their own lives to protect Su Luo's safety. Even Wang Shandong, a lieutenant colonel with a promising future as the regimental commander, will personally lead the expedition. There was something Wang Shandong hadn't told anyone. That is, his wife is heavily pregnant and about to give birth. Wang Shandong was unaware of this matter and was unsure how to explain it to his wife. He simply told his wife that the organization had a secret mission that required him to lead a group on a long trip, with no return date known. It might take 3 to 5 days, or it might take 3 to 5 years. They might never return. His wife didn't ask any further questions. She simply told Wang Shandong gently that no matter how long he was gone, she and the child would wait for him. Even if Wang Shandong really sacrifices himself, his wife will raise the children alone until their son or daughter. Children, your father is the most remarkable person in the world. He is a great hero who sacrificed himself for his country. Wang Shandong was a man of unyielding integrity who had been on the battlefield, torn apart enemy soldiers with his bare hands, and survived countless near-death experiences without ever crying. After separating from his wife, he cried his eyes out and hesitated. In particular, Wang Shandong has an 80-year-old mother at home. Although the country and organizations have treated Wang Shandong well over the years, providing him with extremely generous living conditions, But his money, apart from covering basic household expenses, was used for other purposes. The rest of the money was used to subsidize the children of our fallen comrades. Yes, the country has not treated these children badly, providing them with excellent education and living conditions. But this society is too complicated. In particular, the province where Jiang City is located has 800,000 college entrance examination candidates every year, which can be described as a hellish mode, but the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities is pitifully small. To give the children of his comrades a better future, Wang Xiangdong has been personally investing money to quietly subsidize and nurture these children over the years. As a result, even now, Wang Xiangdong has no personal savings and lives an extremely simple life. If I were to leave like this and never return, could I truly face my wife, my mother, and my unborn child? Wang Xiangdong couldn't help but feel confused. However, when he looked up and saw the couplet hanging on the wall of the regimental office, written by the great man, which read, "A child aspires to leave his hometown, vowing not to return until he achieves fame. Why must his bones be buried in his native land? Everywhere in life is a green mountain." Wang Xiangdong's initially wavering gaze gradually hardened. Yes. Why must one's bones be tied to their hometown? Green mountains are everywhere in life. Great men would send their children to the battlefield for the sake of their country's prosperity, only to die tragically in battle, their loyal bones forever buried in foreign lands. I, Wang Xiangdong, am just an ordinary person among the masses, but I also have a heart devoted to serving my country. If everyone is selfish, unwilling to go to the battlefield, and unwilling to shoulder the burden for the country, what future do their own children, and the children of countless other families, have? Without further hesitation, Wang Xiangdong signed his name on the life or death contract without any hesitation. Scenes like this are playing out repeatedly in the homes of the 1,500 soldiers in the Jiangshi military camp today. However, the soldiers all tacitly agreed not to explain what they were going to do. They simply told their families that the unit had an urgent mission that would take a long time, and that their families shouldn't worry. Some of them are only children. Some come from well-off families, are elites on whom their parents place high hopes, and have a bright future. Some people are in the prime of their youth and are about to walk down the aisle with their fiancés. Some people, like Wang Xiangdong, have wives who are heavily pregnant and about to give birth. Many more soldiers were children of ordinary people. Their parents had repeatedly told them to be loyal to the organization, listen to the country, not to become traitors to the nation, and to keep fighting. At this moment, regardless of their identity, status, family background, or circumstances, they all share one name: children of the nation. Wherever the country needs its children, the children will go. Although Wang Xiangdong gave his brothers in the troop a whole day off so that they could say goodbye to their families and cherish their last moments. However, from noon when the holiday begins until sunset in the afternoon, the entire Jiangshi military camp, specifically the 702nd Regiment, with all 1,500 soldiers, returned to their posts without exception. They're all good kids. They're all good kids. Inside the office of the State Science Commission, Su Jinghua, still worried, looked at the young and resolute faces on the big screen and couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Boss, the organization is seeking your opinion on the Goddess No. 2 strategy. What do you think? The Secretary General pushed open the door and walked in, tentatively asking the question. The organization has approved in principle Lin Wanqing's plan, submitted through Commander Wang, to help Su Luo find a second goddess. However, since Su Jinghua is Su Luo's nominal grandfather, this matter naturally requires consulting Su Jinghua's opinion. I agree in principle, but there is one thing to note. When Xiao Su is looking for a partner, it has to be a mutual agreement. Organizations may use methods, but they cannot violate ethics and morality, nor can they force people to do things against their will. If Xiao Su and the woman are unwilling, they should not be forced into a relationship. By the end, Su Jinghua's face was serious. The country needs Xiao Su, but we must also respect Xiao Su. Yes. The Secretary General quickly jotted down Su Jinghua's words and turned to leave in a hurry. 2 more days. In 2 days, the future destiny of my great Xiao dynasty may well be determined by the creation of the world by Pangu. Su Jinghua stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the clouds drifting by outside the window, his aged eyes filled with a profound light. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. These past 2 days, Su Luo, the core soul of Pangu who created the world, has become the most leisurely person. While everyone else was busy fighting, Su Luo was pulled aside for a heart-to-heart talk by the organization's leader, who advised him to spend more time with Shang Mingfei. Okay then. I'm ordered to pick up girls, so let's go for it. Over the past 2 days, under the organization's arrangement, Su Luo took Shang Mingfei on a tour of Jiang City. Under various accidents and coincidences, and with the script personally written by Huang, the top of the 4 great talents in the Chinese entertainment industry, Su Luo felt a sense of exhilaration, like participating in a reality show and constantly leveling up to clear levels. The script is just a script, but the feelings between the two are indeed constantly growing stronger. 2 days later, Zhang Mingfei reluctantly said goodbye to Su Luo. She had an urgent filming assignment and had to return to the set immediately. This urgent mission for Consort Ming comes at such a convenient time. Could it also be part of the organization's plan? Looking at Zhang Mingfei, who was reluctant to part with her, Su Luo suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave as well. However, Su Luo knew very well that no matter how reluctant he was, he had to part ways with Zhang Mingfei. All the soldiers in the country signed a pledge to live or die, preparing to bravely rush to the post-apocalyptic wasteland, not caring about their own lives. As the goddess train, Su Luo could not possibly back down in the face of battle. This battle is either a decisive victory or an instant triumph. Either all bones wither and gods perish. Chapter 12, Maximum Army Production. A nationwide attack on heaven. The day of crossing over. Early morning. Wearing a custom-made black protective suit, Su Luo boarded a vertical combat helicopter and slowly landed at the Jiangqing military camp. Salute! Wow! In an instant, the 1,500 iron-blooded warriors who had gathered together all gave Su Luo a standard military salute. Neat in uniform, with a powerful and resounding voice. Su Luo was stunned. In terms of his position, Su Luo was merely a time travel guide and not a true leader. Was such a big fuss really necessary? Director Su, based on Director Su's suggestion, you are hereby promoted to the position of chief person in charge of the Panga Creates the World project, effective immediately. The upcoming post-apocalyptic wasteland journey will revolve around you. From this moment forward, your orders are the supreme orders. After receiving the signal from the Bluetooth headset, Lin Wanqing explained softly to Su Luo. Grandpa Su is so kind. Su Luo felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The other world is full of unknowns. Even though Su Luo had been there once, he was still completely confused and didn't explore much. If disagreements arise in another world, causing commands to be out of sync, that would naturally be very troublesome. Clearly, Su Jinghua had planned ahead and considered everything for Su Luo in advance. The 702nd Regiment of the Eastern Military Region, Commander Wang Shangdong, leads 1,500 soldiers and is ready to receive orders from the commander at any time. Please give instructions. Snap. Regiment Commander Wang Shangdong strode over and gave Su Luo a standard military salute. Commander Wang, you've worked hard. Su Luo put aside his emotions and gave a standard military salute. From now on, as the person in charge of Pangu's creation of heaven, I fully entrust Regiment Commander Wang Shangdong to carry out all orders on my behalf. As long as I don't raise any objections, all subsequent actions will be dictated by the Wang Group. Yes. Wang Shangdong bowed again, turned around to prepare, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What Wang Shangdong was most worried about was that Su Luo, an amateur, would instruct an expert and issue orders that defied common sense. Now that Su Luo has obtained supreme command, he is willing to relinquish power. That's what makes a good leader. Of course, in the event of a disagreement, Su Luo's opinion will prevail. That's the bottom line. Instructor Su, the organization has made a detailed plan for this crossing. You've already reviewed the proposal, but some things require on-site inspection. Please come this way. Platoon leader Lu strode over, bowed respectfully to Su Luo, and looked at him with a questioning gaze. Please. Su Luo was also quite curious, so she followed platoon leader Lu forward. Lin Wanqing followed without saying a word, like a bodyguard. But the 1,500 soldiers had already broken up into smaller groups and started doing their own things. Exoskeleton armor. Portable electromagnetic rifle. Radiation protection armor. Air filtration system. Emergency medical bay. Various equipment and weapons were moved to an open space by the soldiers, sorted and prepared. Brother Lu, if I remember correctly, the goddess train has a total of 12 carriages. Why are our brothers standing in 4 square formations? Are so many soldiers really only traveling in 4 carriages? Su Luo quickly raised his doubts. Coach Su, it's like this. According to expert measurements, each carriage will use multi-layered folding compartments. With this maximum troop production, the maximum number of troops that can be produced in a single train car can reach 500. However, considering the need to transport infantry and light individual equipment, our 702nd Regiment's 1,500 soldiers will carry their equipment and travel in 4 separate train carriages. Platoon leader Liu explained. In fact, given Liu's position as platoon leader, he was not qualified to directly contact Su Luo now. But platoon leader Liu was Su Luo's guide and the first person to believe that Su Luo could travel through time and space, and to provide Su Luo with assistance. Therefore, after careful consideration, and with Commander Wang's recommendation, the organization. Ultimately, the lucky one who represented the 702nd Regiment and communicated with Su Luo became platoon leader Liu. However, platoon leader Liu knew very well that Commander Wang's recommendation of him was not for these reasons at all. It's because of his name Liu Haoyun. Good luck, it's just for good fortune and auspiciousness, nothing more. What about the remaining 8 carriages? As Su Luo spoke, his gaze fell behind him, and his pupils immediately contracted. 2 Land Kings are slowly approaching from afar. Its sturdy and imposing tan exterior, paired with the magnetic cannon module, is a perfect blend of technology and craftsmanship, exuding a brutally beautiful aesthetic. Behind them, 6 tracked unmanned combat vehicles gleamed sharply in the sunlight, their cold bodies gleaming with a chilling light. The dark, menacing muzzles of the cannons on the tank exuded an invisible, terrifying pressure. Suddenly, buzz! 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 Suddenly, the clouds tore apart, and countless black dots, arranged in tactical formations, swooped down towards Su Luo. In the blink of an eye, all the black dots hovered in the air, quietly stopping behind the unmanned vehicle and moving slowly forward. The vibrating propellers made Su Luo realize that these black dots were actually drones. Instructor Su, those 2 tanks are the Type 99A improved version. Some parts have been removed and modified to fit the cargo compartment space. They will occupy a separate compartment. The 6 unmanned combat vehicles and 200 drones together occupied 1 carriage. Platoon leader Liu was speaking. But then a group of high-tech robot dogs, all in perfect unison, marched quickly toward them in a line. These robotic dogs don't take up much space and look about the same as ordinary big yellow dogs. But they all carry miniature missiles and radiation detectors, their eyes flashing red light, giving people an unprecedented sense of oppression. Commander Su, these 50 robot dog combat units are specifically designed for combat in narrow terrain, and they occupy a separate carriage. Tanks, unmanned vehicles, drones, and robot dogs, totaling 3 carriages, also known as heavy equipment carriages. As platoon leader Liu explained to Su Luo, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the Panga creation project, the organization wouldn't have been able to approve so many high-tech and powerful devices and weapons so efficiently. As expected of the nation, I am protected by such powerful forces. What am I afraid of, some mere zombies? Su Luo nodded slightly, seemingly calm, but in reality, she was shocked and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Thinking back to her first time traveling through time, Su Luo was like a frightened bird, chased around by the zombie old lady, and almost died. But now? Old lady, if you dare to harm me again, just you wait. Try it and you'll die. Led by platoon leader Liu, Su Luo continued his inspection. Instructor Su, this is a modular ammunition depot plus 3D printing workshop, occupying 1 carriage. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, in the event of extreme circumstances and a shortage of ammunition, modular ammunition depots can ensure that nothing goes wrong. If a weapon or equipment malfunctions, the 3D printing workshop can quickly print the equipment or parts. Seeing Su Luo looking at the CNC machine tool behind him with a puzzled expression, platoon leader Liu quickly explained. It seems that the country has been hiding its true strength. The civilian technology presented to the public is completely different from the real military technology. Su Luo nodded and continued walking forward. Brother Liu, this should be a mobile medical pod, right? You don't need to explain, I understand. But what's inside these glass bottles? Su Luo pointed at the various sizes of glass bottles in front of her, somewhat taken aback. Instructor Su, these are all organic nutrient solutions, containing various seeds and crops. In the event of extreme survival conditions, we can produce oxygen and cultivate various crops to ensure the survival of you and your 12 experts. Platoon leader Liu said seriously. Instructor Liu, this is the military's vertical farming plan. I never imagined this plan would develop to this point. Lin Wanqing, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chime in, her eyes also full of amazement. The concept of vertical farming is not new, many countries are doing it, and there are also many private agricultural companies involved. But the problem is that the vertical farm that the state prepared for Sulo, the so-called extreme survival environment, even includes extreme environments such as outer space. That's amazing. 2. The country has an international space station where crops are cultivated. After many years of experimentation, this technology is naturally beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 4 cargo cars for explosive troops, 3 cargo cars for heavy equipment, 2 cargo cars for logistics support, and 1 cargo car for the expert team. 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 is equal to 10, Brother Lou, what are the remaining 2 carriages for? After reading it, Sugu couldn't help but feel a little confused. Instructor Su, 1 command and communications carriage and 1 mobile reserve carriage, for a total of 12 carriages. Platoon leader Lu quickly explained, the command and communications carriage is the command post and intelligence processing center for the post-apocalyptic wasteland battlefield. This carriage will be equipped with a clone subsystem of the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer, supporting offline operation without internet access. Once inside the alternate world, Deep Blue 7 will become the root computer, temporarily setting up a super local area network system. At that time, all of us who go to the other world will become nodes in the network. Every place we explore is simultaneously analyzed, scanned, and uploaded to Deep Blue 7, generating a holographic sand table, which is then updated to our portable smart devices. In addition, electromagnetic interference shielding and anti-shielding devices will also be integrated and bound to the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer. As soon as platoon leader Lu said this, even Lin Wanqing, who was well-traveled and had seen a lot in life, couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Director Su, Deep Blue 7 is the next-generation supercomputer that the country has been researching for many years. Unexpectedly, the nation actually cloned Deep Blue 7 for this operation. Lin Wanqing explained, this clone has extremely powerful computing capabilities and is equipped with the latest AI technology. Awesome! Although Deep Blue 7's clones were not placed here, they were kept under strict protection. Just hearing this description made Su Luo gasp and feel completely numb. Is this the power of a nation? The entire nation was transported across the country. The preparations were indeed meticulous, with every aspect clearly considered. If you can't fight zombies after traveling through time like this, then that would be a bit ridiculous. How can an ordinary person who has obtained a system compare to such a nationwide time travel phenomenon? This kind of time travel is simply a case of a dimensional reduction attack. Instructor Su, the last mobile reserve carriage is the emergency support and special mission unit. Major Lin, please explain the specifics. Platoon leader Lu looked at Lin Wanqing. Simply put, this carriage is connected to the locomotive and is carriage number 1. My elite troops, the entire Thunder Special Forces team, will be on standby in this carriage. In addition, various samples collected in the other world, or personnel who need to be evacuated urgently, will also be placed in this carriage. In the event of an extreme situation, I and all my teammates will protect you with our lives. Therefore, Coach Su, you can absolutely trust me and my team members. Each and every one of them would die for you. As they were speaking, 12 heavily armed soldiers, dressed in special operations protective suits and wearing tactical helmets, walked over as a single unit. They all bowed to Su Luo in unison, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Su Luo was taken aback and tentatively asked, Sister Lin, are all your team members girls? Lin Wanqing didn't answer the question, but looked at the 12 soldiers in front of her. Girls, take off your helmets and let Instructor Su see what you look like. Otherwise, in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, if you sacrifice yourselves for him, he won't even know who's who. The words had barely left his mouth. Whoosh! The 12 helmets were removed, revealing 12 young and pretty faces. The members of the Thunder Special Forces team are all young women with an average age of around 20. These girls, however, all had resolute eyes, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and their bodies radiated a terrifying presence of blood and fire. However, when they looked at Su Luo, they were all a little shy and curious, but more than that, they admired and revered Su Luo. When carrying out missions, the girls didn't dare to look at Su Luo and remain silent. This was Lin Wanqing's order. This was the first time the girls had ever seen Su Luo up close and so boldly. The girls heard about Su Luo's legends and greatness every day, so naturally they respected and admired him greatly. They are all younger than me, but they have already been on the battlefield and fought to the death against the enemy. Now, they are like ancient warriors, willing to sacrifice themselves without hesitation to protect me. Looking at the youthful and pretty faces in front of her, Su Luo suddenly felt a pang of heartache, but even more so, a heavy burden of pressure on her shoulders. To be honest, Su Luo really didn't know what he would encounter in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. But he vowed that, if possible, he would do everything he could to keep everyone alive instead of letting them die in the wasteland. According to think tank experts, the goddess train will appear in 2 hours. Comrades, you now have half an hour to write down your last words to your families. If you die in another world, your last words will be passed on to your family. Please rest assured, the nation will never mistreat any meritorious person, nor will it forget any hero who sacrificed their life for the country. Team leader Wang Shangdong's stern voice resounded throughout the venue instantly through the Bluetooth headset. Immediately, logistics personnel began distributing pens, stationery, and envelopes. Sha sha. More than 1,000 people bowed their heads and wrote letters. Some people had a resolute look in their eyes. Some people have sorrow in their eyes, yet they still do not back down. Even Wang Shangdong picked up a pen and paper and began to solemnly write his last letter to his wife, who was about to give birth, and his 80-year-old mother. Among the crowd, only Lin Wanqing and her 12 girls remained standing tall and straight, motionless. Sister Lin, why don't you write letters to your family? Su Luo was somewhat curious. I am an orphan. My parents died in battle when I was young, and my grandparents also died in battle. I have no living family. Lin Wanqing's eyes remained expressionless, as if she were recounting something completely unrelated to her. As for my men, it's the same for them. A person is a family, and when a person dies, the family is gone. Lin Wanqing added a sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Luo fell silent. Generals die in 100 battles, brave soldiers return after 10 years. I never imagined that these girls were all heroes and heroines. They knew perfectly well that their journey to another world might be their last, a death on the battlefield. But they didn't hesitate at all. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can also be heroes. Time flows like water, ceaselessly passing by. 2 hours passed quickly. Everyone gathered around Su Luo, quietly gazing at the sky. Ugh! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the clouds parted, and a black, retro-style train appeared in everyone's view. Railway tracks were continuously laid out automatically in the void, and then disappeared again as the train moved forward. Soon, the black train, spewing white steam into the sky, floated 3 inches off the ground and quietly stopped in front of Su Luo, like a docile steel behemoth, motionless. Get in the car! With a command from Wang Shangdong. Splash! In an instant, all 1,500 soldiers of the 702nd Regiment, carrying a large amount of equipment, boarded the train without saying a word. In just 5 minutes, the vast military camp was completely empty. Sitting in the familiar yet unfamiliar driver's seat, Su Luo suppressed his surging emotions and pressed the start button heavily on the control panel. The second time I've been transported to another world officially, it begins. Chapter 13. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's only because someone is bearing the burden. Woohoo! As Su Luo pressed the start button. In an instant, the black train's engine spewed out a huge plume of white steam once again. Rumble rumble. Amidst the ear-piercing roar, streaks of shimmering light appeared outside the train windows, stretching out layer by layer into the void. The train moved slowly along the tracks at first, then accelerated and accelerated. Rumble. Finally, all the passengers on the train felt as if the scenery outside the window had completely transformed into beams of colorful light. This train's speed has surpassed the speed of light. Sitting in his wheelchair, the renowned geographer Zhang Xiguan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In theory, as long as humans can travel faster than the speed of light, they will be able to travel through time and space. I originally thought this only existed in theory, but I never expected to be fortunate enough to witness it. The physical giant Li Guwu, leaning on his cane, couldn't help but sigh. Whether it's faster than light or not, there's a nuance to the exact speed. Unfortunately, this trip to the post-apocalyptic wasteland was mainly for exploration, and the limited space on the train meant we couldn't carry more large-scale scientific research equipment. Otherwise, I must thoroughly investigate the specifics of the goddess train's journey. The renowned astronomer Wang Tiangang felt a pang of regret. Inside the driver's cab, Lin Wanqing, dressed in a custom-made heavy protective suit, stood motionless behind Su Luo like an iron warrior. In front of the driver's cab is a huge glass window, which provides a clearer view of the changing colors outside the train. When Su Luo was forcibly transported last time, she was terrified and didn't appreciate the beautiful scenery outside the window. This time, Su Luo realized that he was actually traveling among the stars in the heavens. Outside the window, there was a beautiful, dazzling Milky Way. But it was clear that what was outside the window was not the Milky Way in outer space of Earth, but a universe that Su Luo could not comprehend. Despite the beautiful scenery, Lin Wanqing stood ramrod straight, her face serious, her whole body tense, not even glancing out the window. She is like a cheetah ready to hunt at any moment, giving people a great sense of intimidation. Sister Lin, the goddess train is my territory. It has a defensive energy shield, so it's absolutely safe. Since time travel will take some time anyway, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? Su Luo asked tentatively. Need not. Lin Wanqing remained expressionless and on guard. My only mission is to protect you, Instructor Su. As long as I have a breath left, anyone who wants to kill you will have to step over my dead body. I cannot let my guard down under any circumstances. No one can predict when or in what form the enemy will appear. Lin Wanqing's tone was cold, yet firm and resolute. Su Luo didn't speak, but her gaze towards Lin Wanqing was filled with admiration. Although Lin Wanqing was acting on orders from the organization and prioritizing the overall national situation, which is why she abandoned her cold goddess persona and was willing to take the initiative to get closer to Su Luo. But this woman was willing to give up her life for herself? It would be a lie to say that Su Luo wasn't moved. I don't know what happened when Sister Lin was injured during her last mission and developed a chronic condition. If her illness could be cured, perhaps Sister Lin wouldn't be a B+ level goddess anymore. As Su Luo gazed at the woman's stunning figure, the train suddenly began to shake violently. Dear passengers, please note that the final destination of this train, Maple Leaf City, will be arriving in 5 minutes. A pleasant electronic synthesized voice suddenly resounded in every corner of the 12 carriages. All units, prepare. Commander Wang pressed the Bluetooth earpiece on his ear and shouted. Splash! In an instant, 1,500 soldiers stood tall and ready to go. The 12 scientists immediately became serious. Lin Wanqing was on high alert, ready to protect Su Luo at any moment. Dear passengers, this train will be returning from Maple Leaf City in 12 hours. Please be mindful of the time. Soon, the pleasant electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Maple Leaf City is a beautiful inland metropolis with a population of 20 million. This city has a history of over 5,000 years, dating back to the Paleolithic era when primitive people gathered together. After the turn of the millennium, Maple Leaf City, this ancient city, was revitalized. The broadcast was switched to a male electronic voice resembling a news anchor. The man was very patient and concise, and began to give a detailed introduction to the specific situation of Maple Leaf City. The time and history of this other world are compared with those of the present world, and the intelligent voice conversion makes it easy for everyone on the train to understand. It seems that this post-apocalyptic wasteland world is strikingly similar to our Earth. After listening, Zhang Xiguan gripped the armrest of his wheelchair, his gaze somewhat grave. To be precise, it has a history of about 300 years longer than that of our Earth. Li Gouwu sighed. If it weren't for the fact that this world experienced 3 wars 300 years ago, gradually heading towards destruction and becoming a zombie world devoid of life. So even if we could ride the goddess train and travel through time to Maple Leaf City, what awaits us is surely the rulers of this world capturing us, sending us to laboratories, and subjecting us to the tragic fate of becoming guinea pigs. Upon hearing this, all the scientists looked solemn, yet secretly felt relieved. Another world is certainly something to yearn for. But what if it were a world with technology 300 years ahead of Earth, a highly civilized world? The entire Great Xia dynasty would definitely not be a good thing if it were transported there. Instead, it opened Pandora's box, inevitably leading to utter destruction. Fortunately, this world has already been destroyed. Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties has been a source of suffering for the people, but what if the world were to be destroyed, completely nuked? Even those high-ranking gentlemen, none of them can escape it. Wang Tiangang sighed, then suddenly frowned and said, according to the detailed information provided by Comrade Su Luo, plus the introduction to Maple Leaf City on the train broadcast, this wasteland, apocalyptic world was probably destroyed 200 years ago. In a world that has been exposed to nuclear radiation for over 200 years, how much good stuff will remain? The situation is probably not very optimistic. The sound faded. All the scientists nodded, feeling a heavy weight on their shoulders. The country paid such a high price, and all the soldiers of the 702nd Regiment wrote their last words, ready to die for the country at any time. Die? These scientists, like the soldiers, were not afraid of death. But if you die without any value, and you can't get anything useful to the country after you die, wouldn't that be a wasted death? Don't overthink it, everyone. Since Comrade Su Luo was able to obtain a quantum battery, this shows that even if nuclear radiation spreads throughout the world for 200 years, Maple Leaf City must still have some good things. If all else fails, we can capture a zombie and study it thoroughly. That would be a great help for medical breakthroughs. Among the 12 scientists, a middle-aged man in a white coat adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone nodded in agreement and couldn't help but laugh. Inside the command center, Su Luo looked at the countdown in front of him, his expression becoming extremely serious. Attention all units, we will arrive in Maple Leaf City in 1 minute. Su Luo suddenly spoke, and his voice, transmitted through the communication channel, instantly spread throughout all 12 carriages. Swish! More than 1,000 people stood quietly, silent and solemn. Anticipation, trepidation, curiosity, nervousness. A variety of complex emotions emerge in the hearts of all kinds of people. But no matter what they thought, they had no fear of this time travel journey. Honey, you can do it. Team leader Wang Xiangdong took out a beautiful bookmark. He looked at the encouraging words his wife had written to him before she left, her belly protruding, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, my wife. Goodbye, my unborn child. If I, Wang Xiangdong, cannot return, I will surely transform into a star, silently watching over you from the sky and blessing you. Wang Xiangdong quickly put away the bookmark, his eyes resolute and determined, showing no further emotional fluctuations. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train, Maple Leaf City. Please check your belongings. The train will stop for 1 hour. The train will reappear 12 hours later, including a 1-hour stop, accompanied by pleasant electronic sounds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the black train began to shake violently, spewing out terrifying plumes of white steam into the sky. The train, like a black dragon, began to fall from the sky in an instant. The feeling of weightlessness, like being in space, instantly made many people feel uncomfortable, dizzy, and lightheaded. Some people even felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. But everyone gripped their guns tightly, remaining motionless with serious expressions. From Su Luo's perspective, this train, which was originally traveling through the stars, suddenly fell from space, turning into a dazzling streak of light, and rushed toward the nearest planet at a terrifying speed faster than light. Layer upon layer of railway tracks, like a space elevator, stretch endlessly through the starry sky. Wah-ah! Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in a short while, the steam train passed vertically through the atmosphere and began to slow down. At this moment, everyone in the 12 carriages suddenly felt that the train was running smoothly and there was no more bumps. They couldn't help but look out the window out of curiosity, and immediately gasped in shock. Outside the window, there is a vast expanse of sky. Even at a height of 23 kilometers above the ground, the soldiers could still see it clearly. A majestic black dragon covered almost half the planet. What's this? I don't know. Amidst everyone's confusion, their eyes widened in surprise. It turns out that the train, which appeared to be moving slowly, was actually traveling at high speed in the void and had already descended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The soldiers then realized that the black dragon was actually a steel wall stretching for millions of miles. This technologically advanced steel wall floats in mid-air, almost covering the entire landmass. Within the city walls lie traces of human civilization. Outside the city walls, bones littered the ground. A lizard as large as a Tyrannosaurus rex lay outside the city wall, its blood staining the earth red. An octopus the size of a blue whale floated hundreds of meters in the air, seemingly trying to climb over the city wall, but was blasted through by a cannon. Even after 200 or 300 years, even with the sea frozen over, sealing away the traces of time. But the brutality of the war back then is still unimaginable. It seems that after World War III, before the planet's civilization was destroyed, nuclear radiation affected not only humans but also marine life. Countless nuclear mutated marine creatures, due to the harsh marine environment, are attempting to invade the land. Humanity formed an alliance, using solar power to build a steel Great Wall that covers all landmasses on Earth. Unfortunately, although the Great Wall prevented the invasion of mutated marine creatures, humanity still faced extinction. In his wheelchair, Zhang Siguan looked at the analysis and calculation results of the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer, pondered for a moment, and his aged voice resounded throughout the communication channel. The entire room fell silent. A sense of sorrow appeared in everyone's eyes. Although this is just another world, given the current situation on Earth, we'll probably face the same fate within 100 years. Wang Tiangang suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. A heavy feeling settled over everyone. Everyone doesn't need to be so nervous. As long as we unite around Comrade Su Luo and keep bringing back cutting-edge technology from the other world. After several years, our great Xia will reign supreme across the world, dominating all nations. Who can rival us? In his wheelchair, Zhang Siguang suddenly burst into laughter, then sighed. I just don't know if my old bones, which are nearing the end of their lives, will be able to see the day when our motherland is prosperous for all time and the world is unified. Alas! Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their mood becoming increasingly depressed. The entire train was deathly still and eerily quiet. Senior Zhang, there might be advanced technology in another world that can extend lifespan, so there is no need to be discouraged. Su Luo's laughter suddenly echoed through the communication channel. Strangely enough, Su Luo's words, seemingly ordinary, seemed to possess a kind of magic. The 1,500 soldiers of the 702nd Regiment were all shaken, and their fighting spirit was rekindled in their eyes. Even the three usually lifeless giants of science had a surge of passion and enthusiasm in their eyes. Zhang Siguang, in particular, felt a surge of passion coursing through his body. It was as if he had returned to 60 years ago, when he was just over 20 and was working in the countryside. Ha! Even Lin Wanqing, who was behind Su Luo, narrowed her eyes and sensed that something was wrong. Because of her unique upbringing, Lin Wanqing has always been calm and only considers the pros and cons when doing things. She only pursues results and efficiency, and never lets personal feelings interfere. But after Su Luo spoke, Lin Wanqing was shocked to find that she also felt her blood boiling. What happened? How so? Why would I experience emotional fluctuations? Lin Wanqing looked incredulous. But what no one knows is. At that moment, new text popped up on the system panel that only Su Luo could see. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the ability Inspire. Encouragement, as the train conductor, you can boost the morale of all passengers by 200% and dispel all negative psychological states through your words. Hiss. Awesome. Turns out I'm not a loser after all. It turns out that besides driving the train and taking everyone between the two worlds, this is where my true value lies. Upon seeing this, Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not reveal the matter. Su Luo wasn't stupid, he knew very well that with him at the core, the country began to spin at high speed. Even an old man like Su Jinghua, for safety reasons, took the initiative to recognize Su Luo as his grandson and publicly supported Su Luo, in order to deter and warn those villains hiding in the shadows. Su Luo naturally had to keep something in reserve and couldn't reveal all his trump cards. It's not that Su Luo doesn't trust the country or the organization. Rather, the deeper you hide something, the safer it will be, and the less likely it will be to be schemed against by unscrupulous people. My ability to inspire ensures that nothing I do goes unrewarded. This ability will also allow me to better lead my comrades, contribute to the country, and realize my own value. Su Luo was thinking about it. Woohoo woohoo. Rumble rumble rumble. But then a huge plume of steam burst from the top of the train, which completely left the atmosphere and appeared below the clouds. At this point, the distance to the ground was only a little over 1,000 meters. Looking down at the earth from this height, everyone gasped in shock. It was a huge city of reinforced concrete, like a metal beehive crushed by a tremendous force. The densely packed skyscrapers are covered with dark red rust and their surfaces are covered with glowing fluorescent moss. The glass curtain walls of countless buildings have long been shattered, exposing the internal steel skeletons, like the skinned corpses of giants. The jagged, broken viaduct, with its jagged edges, is a shocking sight. Suspended train tracks hang twistedly in mid-air. Several rusted train carriages were wedged between buildings, with the withered arms of zombies vaguely visible protruding from the windows. The streets, of all shapes and sizes, were swallowed up by an unknown gray-black bacterial carpet, leaving only scattered asphalt surfaces. Countless vehicle wrecks are scattered throughout the steel city, forming metal graveyards. Parts of the vehicle were even melted into abstract sculptures, clearly traces of the high temperatures of a nuclear explosion. If that's all there is to it, then so be it. What is truly shocking is that tens of millions of zombies wriggle, crawl, or leap like maggots in the shadows of all sorts of buildings. They were wearing the clothes they wore when they were alive. There were elderly people, children, women, and men. People of all kinds and from all walks of life seemed to have turned into zombies in an instant. Maple Leaf City, a large city with a beautiful name and a long history. Now, it has become a lifeless, desolate city overrun with zombies, a city of death. Everyone was prepared for all of this, even though Su Luo had already mentioned it. But when you actually see this unprecedented and shocking scene, everyone felt a sharp jolt in their hearts, and their scalps tingled. Comrades, in this world, is there any such thing as a peaceful and tranquil life? That's just that someone is carrying a heavy burden. Today, we will represent the 1.4 billion compatriots of Great Xia to conquer Maple Leaf City. As the saying goes, having fought 100 battles in the yellow sands, clad in golden armor, we will not return until we have conquered Lulan. Today, I, Su Luo, and everyone else are determined to conquer Maple Leaf City. May our great Xia dynasty enjoy eternal prosperity, and may every person be as vigorous as a dragon. As Su Luo activated his inspire ability, he uttered these inspiring words. Boom! The black train that had traversed 2 worlds finally landed on the ground, began to slow down, and eventually came to a stop. Immediately, pleasant electronic synthesized sounds echoed throughout the 12 carriages. Hello passengers, we have arrived at the final destination of this train, Maple Leaf City. Please disembark in an orderly manner, without crowding or horseplay. Have a pleasant journey. Chapter 14 Steel Torrent, Goddess Power. Post-apocalyptic wasteland. Maple Leaf City. Countless zombies roamed the streets and alleys. Suddenly, a long, drawn-out whistle shattered the silence of the entire Steel City. Ugh! Boom! Boom! A vintage black train descends swiftly from the sky. Countless railway tracks stretched out in the void, extending all the way into the peace community. Wah-ah! Rumble rumble. The train slowly descended onto the tracks and began to move forward. The white mist spewed from the front of the vehicle tumbled like waves under the searchlights, bursting out at an suffocatingly high temperature. The ferocious zombies that were roaming around and had no time to dodge were all hit by the train and sent flying into the air before falling heavily to the ground. However, these zombies are clearly not normal humans. After landing, they scrambled to their feet fiercely, their eyes glowing a ghostly green, and charged madly toward the train. However, after being injured, their speed was noticeably slowed down. Rumble rumble rumble. The black train, like a cold, emotionless steel behemoth, ruthlessly crushed all the zombies blocking its path and continued its powerful advance. Ordinary zombies are immune to high temperatures and recover quickly from injuries. Their injury resistance limits need further testing. The crushing pressure of the goddess train can crush zombies, preventing them from reviving. The impact force is being further verified. Sample analysis begins. On the train, the 12 scientists, their faces serious, instantly entered work mode. In the other 11 carriages, 1,500 soldiers from the 702nd Regiment were already lined up. The dark colors of the camouflage uniforms and combat vests blended together in the shadows of the carriage. The light and shadow outside the train window constantly changed, reflecting young and resolute faces. Snap! The creaking of the steel hinges mingled with the hissing of the steam pressure as the train began its final slowdown, eventually coming to a complete stop. The train has arrived at the station. The doors will open in 5 minutes. All units, please take note. Repeating. Inside the driver's cab, Su Luo looked at the system panel, his serious voice instantly resounding throughout the entire train via Bluetooth headphones. Thunder Special Forces team, prepare for battle. Behind Su Luo, Lin Wanqing opened the squad combat channel and shouted in a deep voice. Splash! In an instant, more than a dozen spirited young women gripped their guns tightly, their eyes flashing with sharpness. 1 minute countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As Su Luo's countdown began, the final moment arrived. Snap! The hydraulic gates of the 12 carriages simultaneously emitted a muffled sound of gears meshing. The doors of all the carriages, like the open scales of a giant beast, lifted up in unison. Splash! In an instant, the row of soldiers near the train door jumped off the train like a tide, quickly crouched down to guard, and scanned the surroundings with their guns in a fan shape, slowly advancing in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz. Behind the soldiers, rows of miniature drones soared into the sky from the carriage, forming a 3x3 formation, rotating in the void, spreading rapidly like a fishing net, constantly expanding in all directions. Dozens of robotic dogs swiftly swept past the soldiers on guard and disappeared into various hidden corners of the ground. Report. Bird's eye view of Hepping residential area generated. Advance to a diameter of 5 kilometers, each group reports. Maple Leaf City panoramic real-time map, starting automatic data collection, modeling is expected to take 5 minutes. A steady and powerful report kept ringing out on various communication channels. Phase 2, Advance. Commander Wang Shangdong oversaw the entire operation, his gaze sweeping across the screens before decisively issuing orders. Splash! The soldiers, densely packed with various equipment, began to leave the train carriages in an orderly manner. They numbered in the hundreds or thousands, yet remained completely silent, their steps firm and powerful. Sitting in the command room, looking at the dark, imposing steel wall around him, Su Luo felt a surge of pride. The country made ample preparations for this expedition, not only recruiting more than 1,500 fearless soldiers but also equipping them with a large amount of advanced equipment. The equipment and weapons unloaded from the train carriages alone were enough to destroy a small country. Such a large-scale operation, yet it's only used to attack a single neighborhood. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? That's right. Given that this trek only lasted 12 hours, it was very short. Therefore, the nation's decision was to first conquer the Peace District and use it as a base for the Great Xia to establish itself in the other world. As for exploring and advancing on other maps, we need to proceed gradually and not rush things. Excluding the 1-hour train stop, Su Luo and his group had 11 hours left. Su Luo initially thought that time might be a bit tight. But now, Su Luo suddenly felt that there was too much time. Coach Su, please do not get out of the car for now. Your safety is paramount. Seeing that Su Luo was about to get out of the car, Lin Wanqing turned off the Bluetooth headset's communication channel and suddenly spoke. According to the message from Wang Tuan, for your safety, we suggest that you get off the train in 50 minutes, which is 5 minutes before the train finishes its stop. Please wait a moment. Good. Su Luo nodded, said nothing more, and waited quietly. But all around the train, soldiers were constantly busy. They worked in pairs, carrying equipment boxes, the sound of the boxes hitting the bulletproof plates as dense as a sudden downpour. The track transport robot slowly slid out of the special carriage, its hydraulic arm grabbed the heavy equipment, and its electronic eyes flashed with a dark blue path positioning light. In just a few minutes, an array of equipment quickly spread out in front of Su Luo's field of vision. Dark green ammunition boxes were stacked in a square formation up to waist height. The radar equipment, covered by camouflage netting, is humming a self-test, working professionally and efficiently. 2 heavy tanks were being slowly unloaded by a hydraulic platform, their tracks kicking up small pieces of gravel as they rolled over the sleepers. Everything was professional and efficient, giving Su Luo an unprecedented sense of security. 50 minutes later, Su Luo got off the train. Ugh! Suddenly, a huge plume of white steam burst from the engine of the train, and the train body began to disappear rapidly. So, as soon as I get off the train, even if the train stops for less than an hour, it will disappear? Su Luo was stunned, staring at the text description that appeared on the panel, and suddenly felt a little scared. If Su Luo gets off the train early, there are still people on board, and the train disappears. The fate of these people is likely uncertain, with their lives hanging in the balance and dangers unpredictable. The organization was unaware of the system's settings. But among the 1.4 billion people in our country, there are countless geniuses, as numerous as carp crossing a river. Before this journey, hundreds of experts from the national think tank held a meeting to consider various extreme scenarios and unforeseen events truly befitting a nation. While secretly rejoicing, Su Luo was increasingly awestruck and proud of the strength of her motherland. Handing the system over to the state was indeed the wisest decision Su Luo ever made in his life. Instructor Su, the holographic dynamic map of Maple Leaf City has been generated. Platoon leader Lu strode over and respectfully handed over the tablet computer with both hands. Su Luo picked up the tablet and immediately saw the map data being transmitted synchronously by the supercomputer Deep Blue 7. The image shows a holographic map that clearly depicts every street and all the buildings in the city. Even on the streets, countless tiny red dots are moving dynamically. Their status is updated in real time every second. Su Luo switched to 3D stereoscopic mode and zoomed in on any spot, immediately discovering that each of these little red dots was actually a zombie wandering the street. Instructor Su, due to the limited number of drones, it is currently impossible to monitor all the zombies. The small red dots on the map only indicate the approximate number of zombies and their movement patterns. They are not precise and can only be used as a reference. But please rest assured, the Heping residential area is now under my complete control, and there will be no problems. Following Commander Wang's orders, platoon leader Lu quickly walked up to Su Luo and respectfully saluted. Su Luo nodded slightly and switched to the map of Heping Community. Peace Community is not large, and compared to the other high-rise buildings in Maple Leaf City with their strong sense of technology, it is clearly an old community. This residential complex has only 4 apartment buildings, the staircases are covered with green vines, and the whole place is filled with an atmosphere of decay and death. Soldiers were deployed throughout the community, maintaining a vigilant watch to prevent any potential zombie attacks. Robot dogs patrol all the high points, ready to kill any attacking enemy at any time. However, what puzzled Su Luo was that zombies were roaming everywhere in Maple Leaf City. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the Peace Community, not a single zombie can be seen. It was as if all the zombies had vanished completely overnight. Commander Wang, something's not right. The zombies in this area have mysteriously disappeared. There's something fishy going on. Su Luo frowned immediately, sensing something was wrong, and said in a deep voice. Director Su, please rest assured that the thermal scan has covered the entire community, and there are currently no signs of life. Even if zombies suddenly appear, drones, robot dogs, and soldiers will suffice. In addition, the 2 tanks in the center of the compound have enough firepower to cover the entire area and instantly kill any enemy. Commander Wang's powerful and confident voice came through the earpiece. That's good. Su Luo nodded, then changed the subject. However, it should be noted that no one except me can take anything out of the wasteland. Of course, you can take the things you brought from Great Xia back that won't be affected. This is data that was just updated by the system, and Su Luo just saw it too. What? Is that really how it is? Upon hearing this, the 12 scientists behind him couldn't help but show disappointment and shock in their eyes. For these scientists, this alien world, which was at least 50 years ahead of the Great Xia in terms of technology, was full of treasures. Mastering any one of these technologies would be enough to propel the Great Xia's technology tree to a new level. Now that we're in Bashan, we can't take anything with us? Su Luo's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, instantly extinguishing the fire in their hearts. Although we can't take anything with us, Coach Su can, so it's the same thing. At worst, we can just go through the tunnels a few more times and carry things a few more times, right? Sitting in his wheelchair, Zhang Xiguang didn't think much of it and smiled optimistically. I'd like to add something. Li Gawu, leaning on his cane, said in a deep voice, the international situation is tense now, and the Western powers are eyeing our Great Xia with covetous intent. With the current comprehensive national strength of our Great Xia, protecting ourselves from being bullied is naturally no problem at all. However, if a nation wants to go further and completely crush the great powers, it needs to accumulate strength gradually, which cannot be achieved overnight. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Many scientists seemed to understand something, as if they had pondered it deeply. In life, contentment is the key to lasting happiness. As our ancestors said, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Even without restrictions on what we can bring back, if we move everything back to Great Xia, do we really have the strength and energy to conduct research? Don't forget, the country's fiscal budget is limited. The country needs to consider all aspects comprehensively, and it is impossible to spend all the budget on time travel, at least not now. Instead, things are being moved little by little, and technologies are being borrowed one by one, like we are doing now. Only in this way can the country develop steadily. So as not to take too big a step and accidentally drag things into something unpleasant. Wang Tiangang said meaningfully. The scientists nodded in agreement, their disappointment vanished, and their hearts burned with renewed enthusiasm. The scientists' emotions fluctuated constantly, influenced by joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. However, Su Luo discovered that the soldiers scattered throughout the area were strictly carrying out their missions without any emotional fluctuations. Their eyes were resolute, and their hearts were filled with only commands. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Many people know this, but only the soldiers of our Great Xia truly embody it. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. Attention all units, in the event of any emergency, protecting Instructor Su is the top priority, and this is the highest priority. I repeat. Suddenly, the voice of Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong rang out on all communication channels. Splash! In an instant, all 1,500 soldiers of the 702nd Regiment gripped their rifles tightly. Lin Wanqing's gaze sharpened, and she looked around warily, shielding Su Luo behind her. A dozen or so girls from the Thunder Special Forces team quickly surrounded Su Luo. Their eyes were filled with determination, ready to die for Su Luo at any moment. Don't be like that, it's not that exaggerated. Su Luo was speechless, amused, and mostly touched. He quickly explained. According to the system rules, once I marry the goddess, her favorability towards me can be converted into defensive power. My wife is Shang Mingfei, and her favorability rating towards me is currently 90%. In other words, as long as the enemy can't break my defenses, I'll be fine even if I'm ambushed. I see. Lin Wanqing nodded in sudden realization, but like the other girls, she remained vigilant and kept Su Luo under her watchful eye. Coach Su, how is a defense rating of 90 determined? How is armor penetration determined? Platoon leader Lu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Inside the communication channel, 12 scientists also curiously pricked up their ears. I don't know the specifics either. Only after I was attacked and repeatedly tested could I obtain the data. Su Luo shook her head. The system only provides approximate data, which leaves Su Luo speechless. Fortunately, with the country and 1.4 billion compatriots as his backing, Su Luo was not afraid of the system's unfairness. Instructor Su, please ensure your own safety and do not have any thoughts of going to find zombies for testing. If you come into direct contact with a zombie, it only means that all 1,500 of us have died in battle. Otherwise, I, Lin Wanqing, will absolutely not allow such a situation to happen, never. Lin Wanqing stared intently at Su Luo with a serious expression, her eyes filled with worry, fearing that Su Luo might go astray. Major Lin, please rest assured, even if it weren't for the country, I would never joke with my own life. Su Luo also became serious and immediately made a promise. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, clearly relieved. Coach Su, what should we do next? Commander Wang's voice, seeking clarification, came through the communication channel. As the commander of the 702nd Regiment, Commander Wang naturally knew how to arrange combat operations. But he still needed to consult Su Luo's opinion. After all, Su Luo is the true leader of the time-traveling team. Commander Wang, you make the arrangements. I will unconditionally obey the country's orders. Su Luo was self-aware and had no intention of seizing power, so he spoke decisively. Yes. Commander Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered, Phase 3, Exploration, begin. These words were spoken. Splash. In a residential building in the community, from the first floor to the top 7 floors, the doors of all the rooms were picked open by the soldiers almost at the same moment. One after another, the robotic dogs filed in, their infrared electronic eyes scanning the surroundings. The topographical maps of each room and the internal equipment are constantly being transmitted and combined into a more detailed panoramic map. Buzz buzz buzz. Rows of drones are parked vertically in front of the window, ready to respond to any emergencies. The building is safe. Robot dog, proceed to the 2nd floor and begin your exploration. Building 2 is safe. All 3 buildings are safe. All 4 buildings are safe. In just half an hour, Su Luo was able to freely view the entire community and the specific situation of each household on his tablet. Attention all units, testing equipment, prepare to enter residents' homes. In-depth exploration will begin in 5 minutes. Repeat. Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong's authoritative voice quickly resounded throughout the entire communication channel. The sound faded. The soldiers quickly put on their gas masks, checked their equipment, and their expressions became increasingly serious. Everything was going smoothly. The country had considered everything carefully, and there shouldn't have been any problems. But why do I always have this feeling of unease in my heart? It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Su Luo kept looking at the real-world maps of each resident's home, but the unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. 5 minutes passed quickly. At the same time, Su Luo happened to be inspecting a resident's home. After just one glance at the living room, Su Luo's pupils contracted, and a chill suddenly ran through her heart. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, Su Luo finally understood where the problem lay. Phase 4, in-depth exploration, begins. With the 5-minute countdown ending in a second, Battalion Commander Wang Xiangdong cleared his throat and began issuing orders. However, at that very moment, Su Luo's serious and urgent voice forcefully interrupted Wang Xiangdong. Everyone, listen up. Leave the community immediately and retreat to a location 5 kilometers away. Everyone must obey orders unconditionally, without any explanation or rebuttal. Hurry, hurry. 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 When it comes to the last word, fast. Su Luo's eyes were bloodshot, and his tone became more anxious than ever before. Chapter 15, A Nationwide War, A Shock from Another World. Everyone, evacuate the community immediately. Accompanied by Su Luo's anxious roar. Whoosh. Almost instantly, all the soldiers of the 702nd Regiment retreated swiftly like a tide without uttering a word, without the slightest hesitation. Even the puzzled leader, Wang Xiangdong, didn't ask any more questions and quickly escorted the 12 scientists to retreat. Lin Wanqing raised her gun, looking around warily. She crouched down and, along with a dozen or so girls from the Thunder Special Forces team, protected Su Luo in the middle before retreating in an orderly fashion. In just a few minutes, the massive steel torrent had already withdrawn from the Heping residential area and begun to advance outwards. What happened? Why is the 101 signal down? Behind Su Luo, Lu, the platoon leader who was the last to leave the community, suddenly realized that one of the soldiers in his platoon had lost contact with him in an instant. 101, please respond. Please respond if you receive this. Platoon leader Lu's heart sank, and he shouted in a deep voice. There was no response at all on the other end of the communication channel. Urban tracking, reconnoitering the situation. Regimental Commander Wang Xiangdong, who was in charge of the overall situation, decisively gave the order. Buzz. In an instant, 2 drones took off and swooped down, quickly landing in front of the window of apartment 101. Blood on the window? Oh no! Su Luo, who had been watching the entire game on his tablet, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Inside the living room. A young soldier who was once fully armed is now ragged and tightly bound by a clump of vines, his body covered in blood. He had a grenade stuck in his mouth. It was clear that they couldn't go on living. The young soldier tilted his head and skillfully and rhythmically shook it, finally pulling the pin on the grenade. Sparks flew everywhere. The flame surged forward along the fuse with unstoppable force. Platoon leader, tell my grandma that I've gone abroad for further studies and won't be back for a few years. The young soldier fiercely spat the grenade from his mouth into the pile of vines, letting out a sudden roar. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Boom! The dazzling flames instantly illuminated the screens in front of everyone. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen. The flames created a shockwave that instantly engulfed the entire living room. However, when the noise subsided, everyone gasped in shock. She was a very thin old woman whose body was covered in green moss, like a blue mummy. She wasn't injured. However, the old woman seemed very angry. Her eyes were bloodthirsty and flashed with a faint green light. She was lying on the ground, frantically gnawing on something. You beast, I'll kill you. Ah! Platoon leader Lu's eyes instantly turned red, and he frantically tried to rush forward, but was held back tightly by 2 soldiers. Lu Haoyun, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. What are you yelling for? Shut up and get back to your unit immediately. Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong's roar instantly resounded throughout the communications channel. Yes, sir. Snap. Platoon leader Lu saluted instinctively, returned to his unit without a word, and looked towards room 101 with a gaze full of grief, indignation, and resentment. Xiao Lu, codenamed 101, was a soldier under platoon leader Lu, and was a promising recruit personally selected by platoon leader Lu when he went to the countryside. This child lost both parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother through hard work by collecting garbage. He was recommended to military academy through his hard work and excellence, and joined the army only half a year after graduation. In the past 6 months, Xiao Lu has been the life of the party in the military, hardworking and diligent, and has been hailed as the new recruit king of soldiers. Such a promising, outstanding, and inspiring young man is gone just like that. That's all. How could platoon leader Lu not feel heartbroken? The soldiers in the same platoon were also filled with righteous indignation, clenching their fists tightly. If you must obey orders, prioritize the overall situation. They had already swarmed into room 101, ready to fight the old lady to the death to avenge their brother, Xiao Lu. We will fight to the death. Coach Su, how did you know that something unusual would happen in Heping residential area? The spirited Lin Wanqing was the first to break the silence. Everyone turned to look at Su Luo, their eyes filled with confusion. My goddess's defense has been dropping from 90 until she left the community, at which point the rate of drop started to slow down. This indicates that there are unknown risks within the community that are eroding our lives. The system panel I saw indicated that the area within a 5-kilometer radius was a danger zone, and we had to leave. Su Luo said seriously, my goddess's defense is currently 85, and it's dropping by 1 point every minute. Everyone, retreat to 5 kilometers away. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lin Wanqing suddenly realized what was happening and immediately ordered, Thunder Special Forces team, all of you, listen to my command. Immediately cover Instructor Su's retreat. Wow! In an instant, a dozen or so girls from the Special Operations Squad surrounded Su Luo. Coach Su, I'm sorry to offend you. Lin Wanqing picked up Su Luo and ran away. Su Luo's face darkened. No. What kind of situation is this, a grown man being carried away by a hot goddess? This is ridiculous. Fortunately, Wang Xiangdong, the commander of the 702nd Regiment, had already begun strategic planning and was directing more than 1,000 soldiers to retreat in an orderly manner, so no one was paying attention to Su Luo. Otherwise, Su Luo felt like he was going to die. Warning! Warning! A large number of zombies have been spotted 5 kilometers away and are converging on Heping residential area. Red warning text appeared instantly on everyone's tablet screens. Holding Lin Wanqing in her arms, Su Luo picked up the tablet and gasped in shock. Thousands upon thousands of zombies crawled out of the streets, subway entrances, and ruined buildings. Their limbs were twisted, their skin was ulcerated, and some were just skeletons with rotting flesh hanging from them, yet they were still driven forward by instinct. A series of eerie, terrifying black shadows crawled and moved forward among the steel ruins. Countless eerie green eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light in the darkness, like countless hungry ghosts. They surged in from all directions, converging into a rolling tide, moving at varying speeds, all heading in the same direction. Peace community. It's as if there's something driving them crazy in the peace community. Target approaching, distance 8 kilometers. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. Warning! Warning! Target is about to enter the warning zone. The constant pop-up red high-risk alerts made Su Luo's heart sink, and worry appeared in his eyes. Clearly, this second time travel brought about changes that Su Luo could not control. Even if the Great Xia dynasty is well prepared with the full strength of the nation, can it really solve such a sudden situation? Su Luo wasn't very optimistic. After all, even though the country is strong, the resources carried by the goddess train are limited. How can it resist so many zombies in Maple Leaf City? However, at this very moment, Battalion Commander Wang Xiangdong's calm and resonant voice instantly echoed across all communication channels, "Fire!" The sound faded. Boom! In an instant, 3 main battle tanks that had been waiting for a long time and were eager to move opened fire fiercely at the same time. Those dark, menacing cannon muzzles instantly spewed out intense flames that were even more dazzling than the sun. The continuous roar tore through the night sky. Rumble! One after another, roaring shells accurately struck the area where the zombie horde was most densely packed. In an instant, the terrifying heat wave generated by the high-speed shockwave tore the densely packed zombies into countless pieces. Flesh and bones splattered everywhere in the explosion. Blood and fire mingled. The scene was horrific. A mere round of tank shelling cleared the area, yet it blasted a large, bloody, and desolate zone in front of the battlefield. That's amazing? Su Luo was stunned. Is this the power of a nation? Awesome! Su Luo opened the map on the tablet and kept zooming in and out with both hands. Instantly, the entire battle map appeared clearly before their eyes. Su Luo then realized that Wang Xiangdong had already made a 3-stage combat plan in response to the sudden large-scale zombie attack that occurred 5 kilometers away from the peace community. The first team will block the entrances and exits of the residential area and set up heavy machine gun and anti-material sniper positions. The second echelon, taking the initiative, carried 2 heavy tanks and 6 unmanned combat vehicles, and advanced to a location 5 kilometers outside the community to deal with the large-scale zombie horde. The third echelon, conducting mobile patrols, in conjunction with 300 drones and 30 robotic dogs, monitors the movements of zombies in various locations and provides additional firepower. The tank sweep just now was merely the second platoon, executed meticulously according to the battle plan. It seems that the country had already made preparations in advance for any sudden emergency in the other world. Our nation of 1.4 billion people is truly a land of hidden talents, teeming with all sorts of geniuses. Amazing. Su Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief and was about to let Lin Wanqing put him down. However, when Su Luo zoomed in on the map to look at something 5 kilometers away, Su Luo couldn't help but gasp. It turns out that after the tanks swept the ground, even though they killed countless zombies, they were still able to clear the area. However, the zombies behind them clearly did not know what fear was. Instead of being afraid, they became even more ferocious. Countless zombies, swarming over the remains of their kind, surged towards the peace community at an ever-increasing speed. Coach Su, don't worry. Just a few zombies, nothing more than a small skirmish. Please have faith in the country. Lin Wanqing did not slow down, but held Su Luo and gently comforted her. Maple Leaf City has a population of 20 million. Even if only half of them become zombies, that's still 10 million. The commotion caused by the tanks sweeping the area is so great that at least 100,000 zombies are converging on the peace community. The longer this drags on, the more zombies will appear. You call this a minor skirmish? Seeing Lin Wanqing's calm expression, Su Luo was taken aback and was about to speak. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Su Luo could react, hundreds of white dots of light suddenly rose into the dark sky. Those were combat drones. Hundreds of drones took off from behind the three tanks, their wings reflecting the blood-red moonlight like a swarm of silvery white bees, tearing through the cold, dark night in an instant. Drones swarmed together, swooping down to within 20 meters of the zombie horde and rapidly dropping incendiary gel bombs. In an instant, rows of flames spread out like waves, forming towering walls of fire. Hundreds and thousands of zombies struggled within the wall of fire, roaring and wailing in agony, until they all turned to ashes without exception. Even if some managed to escape, those machine gun robot dogs, like ghosts in the night, silently roam every corner of the battlefield, constantly reaping death. Glug! Su Luo swallowed hard, utterly shocked. If Su Luo were to travel alone to this zombie-infested wasteland, even if he were a god, he would only have the fate to run away in the face of so many zombies. But in the face of a powerful national will, the endless horde of zombies seemed utterly ridiculous. This is practically a war. No. This is a one-sided massacre. This is the first battle of the Great Xia Steel Torrent in its conquest of the stars and the sea. A single victory shook the world. This also made Su Luo, who was originally just an ordinary person, feel excited and no longer worried. According to calculations by the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer, the number of zombies besieging the peace community is expected to reach the millions within the next 10 hours. With the current armed forces, it is estimated that they can withstand the zombie siege for 20 hours. The goddess train will arrive again in 10 hours and 50 minutes. Data analysis is constantly appearing on tablets. Coach Su, what's our next step? After glancing at the screen, Wang Xiangdong looked at Su Luo, who had been put down by Lin Wanqing, and walked over to ask her for her opinion. The firepower suppression is in place no matter how many zombies there are, they are just a rabble and nothing to fear. The rest of the time is up to Su Luo to decide how to arrange it. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Su Luo. Suddenly, Su Luo felt an immense pressure. To be honest, Su Luo was just an ordinary college student. Even with a system, he had never experienced such a fierce and large-scale scene. Wang Xiangdong placed all of everyone's hopes on Su Luo, which made Su Luo a little nervous, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. However, before Su Luo could speak, the voice of Li Guwu, the Grandmaster of Physics, suddenly rang out in the communication channel. There seems to be a change in location within the peace community. We need to figure out exactly what this change is. Otherwise, even with the strongest firepower in our Great Xia dynasty, it would be impossible to suppress the zombies with firepower every time we crossed into Maple Leaf City. These words had barely left his lips. Among the 12 scientists, a middle-aged botanist with bald hair spoke up next. Based on preliminary speculation, some kind of mutated fungus has appeared in the Hepping residential area. This mutated fungus releases spores. These spores emit a distinctive odor that carries them far on the wind. This is why the zombies kept gathering and attempting to overwhelm the peace community. Next, the scientists, the three scientific giants, as well as the think tank and technical experts on this trip, began a rapid and rigorous discussion on the fungal scabbard. The final result was quickly as follows: a mutated fungus exists within the peace community, which is the root cause of the zombie mutation. It needs to be found and dealt with as soon as possible. The big data analysis from Deep Blue 7 is out. The technician's excited voice suddenly rang out. Based on the data collected so far, and through comprehensive calculation and analysis, Deep Blue 7 believes that the old woman zombie in the living room of apartment 101 is the root of all the chaos. It is speculated that the plant resembling moss on the old woman's body was the source of the fungal infection. As long as we capture the old woman and isolate her, the zombie siege crisis will be immediately resolved. Almost simultaneously, the calculation results from the Deep Blue 7 supercomputer were pushed to the tablet screens of all relevant personnel. If that's the case. Seeing this, Su Luo, now confident, instantly sharpened her gaze. Chapter 16: The iceberg melts, the goddess's passionate spirit unfolds. Reporting to the commander. I am Su Luo. Requesting solo entry into the Peace District to conduct a solo demolition operation against the old lady zombie. Snap. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Luo walked up to Regiment Commander Wang Xiangdong, stood tall and straight, gave a standard military salute, and spoke loudly. Although Su Luo was in charge of the Panga creation project. But Su Luo knew very well that he was not the true soul of the entire time-traveling team. Instead, it was Wang Xiangdong, the commander of the 702nd Regiment and a combat hero. From the moment the train arrived in Maple Leaf City until now, under Wang Xiangdong's calm and collected command, the soldiers have transformed into war machines, ruthlessly reaping thousands upon thousands of zombies. Now that Su Luo is the only useless person in the team, it's time for him to make a move. Comrade Su Luo, I'm sorry, I cannot grant your request. The request is invalid. Seeing Su Luo's serious expression, Wang Shangdong also became serious and said in a deep voice. Comrade Su Luo, please remember that your life already belongs to the country, not just to you personally. Your personal safety is more important than the safety of everyone present. Today, any of us can die, and so can I. But you, Comrade Su Luo, must not die. The scientists, technicians, advisors, and strategists standing nearby, along with Lin Wanqing and her group, all nodded in agreement. The eyes of everyone present were filled with determination and seriousness. Reporting to the commander, I have 85 points of goddess defense, which is deducted 1 point per minute. Once goddess defense is activated, I am immune to all damage for 85 minutes. Therefore, letting me enter the peace community alone and take on the old lady is the best solution at present. I promise that even if the mission is not completed within 85 minutes, I will withdraw from the peace community in time and will never be greedy for credit or linger in the battle. I humbly request that your request be approved, sir. Snap. Su Luo saluted again, his gaze resolute. This. Immediately, Wang Shangdong frowned and hesitated. Commander, if we can't solve the pollution problem, it will become increasingly difficult to travel to Maple Leaf City in the future. Every 7 days, the goddess train will take me on a forced journey through time. If the difficulty increases, I will still die. Rather than dying due to the hellish difficulty level later. Why not take advantage of the current situation, when time travel is easiest, and solve all the problems once and for all? Su Luo said seriously, there are still about 10 hours until the goddess's train arrives. If, sir, you still disagree after 8 hours, then I will use the special privilege of the chief commander to demolish the peace residential area alone. Snap. After speaking, Su Luo saluted for the third time, his gaze resolute. Wang Shangdong frowned and fell silent. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Shangdong stared into Su Luo's eyes and said in a deep voice. Comrade Su Luo, on behalf of the organization, I formally approve your request. Next, I will convene an emergency operational meeting to discuss how to attack the old lady zombie. You are not allowed to act without my orders, understand? Clear. Snap. Su Luo gave a military salute as a reflex, his tone firm and resounding. Meeting. With a wave of his hand, Wang Shangdong quickly assembled the group on the battle-stricken front lines and convened an emergency meeting. Even 12 scientists participated. Su Luo was about to go over when Lin Wanqing stopped her. Instructor Su, the commander has ordered you to conserve your energy and get some rest first. You need to be at your peak physical and mental condition to better perform your duties. Instructor Su, excuse me. What's going on? Su Luo was stunned as she stared at Lin Wanqing, who was walking towards her with a serious and cold expression. Wow! Before Su Luo could even react, Lin Wanqing swept her up in her arms. A makeshift battlefield tent came into view. A dozen or so girls from the Thunder Special Forces squad stood guard around the camp, fully armed. However, why did they all look away when they looked at Su Luo, and why were their ears all red? Sister Lin, what are you trying to do? Su Luo immediately sensed something was wrong. Comrade Su Luo, I'm sorry, I'm not an A-level goddess, so I can't marry you. However, after scientific research, a hypothesis was finally reached if you have intimate contact. So, even if she's not an A-level goddess, as long as her quality is close to a level, she's still a goddess. Perhaps doing so will temporarily replenish the goddess's defenses. Lin Wanqing carried Su Luo into the tent and placed him on a folded Simmons mattress. I am a B+ level goddess, with quality almost on par with a level. So next, Su and I will guide you in conducting experiments to test whether this method is feasible. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing took off her tactical helmet and began to quickly remove her own equipment. Lin Wanqing already had a great figure, a fact that Su Luo knew. However, it wasn't until now that Su Luo realized just how good Lin Wanqing's figure really was. Sister Lin alone could probably feed 3 children, tisk. Looking at Lin Wanqing, who had her back to him, Su Luo suddenly felt his mouth go dry and swallowed hard. In particular, Su Luo was extremely excited at the thought of what was about to happen. It's important to know that although the government helped find a partner and arranged for Su Luo and Shang Mingfei to get married. But in the end, Su Luo and Shang Mingfei had just met and were still in the stage of getting married first and then falling in love. Given Shang Mingfei's traditional and conservative nature, it's unlikely that she and Su Luo will take things any further for the time being. But now, Lin Wanqing, this icy beauty who has always kept a cold face and was indifferent to Su Luo, is actually going to take action herself? That's something to look forward to. Coach Su, please close your eyes. Lin Wanqing's gentle voice drifted on the breeze. Su Luo could tell that the voice was still businesslike and not mixed with personal feelings. Sister Lin, perhaps you still think of me as just an ordinary person who was lucky enough to get the system and thus gain national recognition. Perhaps in your heart, you neither think highly of me nor look down on me. But after today, you'll understand what true happiness really is. Woohoo! Su Luo closed her eyes, thinking expectantly, when suddenly a handkerchief appeared in her mouth. I was actually drugged and knocked unconscious? Su Luo was stunned, and before she could react, she lost consciousness. I don't know how much time has passed. When Su Luo was exhausted, she struggled to get up, supporting her aching back. Inside the warm tent, all around was empty. Where can one still see Lin Wanqing's beautiful figure? Splash! Suddenly, the tent curtain was pulled open from the outside. A dozen or so tall, curvaceous, and beautiful girls walked in quickly. They didn't say a word, their pretty faces flushed, and placed their lunchboxes on the table one by one. Soon, all the girls bowed and gracefully and beautifully withdrew from the tent. Coach Su, these are all nourishing soups that the captain personally made for you, specially to restore your energy and spirit. This is chicken stewed with goji berries and ginseng, this is tiger penis soaked in wine, this is. The last girl, with exquisite makeup and wearing a figure-hugging nightgown, smiled as she introduced herself to Su Luo. She exuded youthful energy and was extremely beautiful. She boldly looked at Su Luo, her eyes full of meaningful expectation. The organization really went to great lengths to help me improve my goddess defense. Their efforts were truly commendable. Su Luo stood up and looked at the large table of sumptuous soups. She was speechless, amused, and, more than anything, touched. Each of these soups is highly nourishing, all of them are for tonifying the kidneys, and the combination of meat and vegetables is very reasonable. Even this bold and lively girl in front of her, if Su Luo wanted to, she probably wouldn't refuse her. To be honest, this girl perfectly matches Su Luo's aesthetic. She's pleasing to the eye at first glance. If we could have in-depth conversations with her and learn from each other, that would be something to look forward to. But what does Lin Wanqing think she is? Does that mean I should accept any woman who comes my way? That won't do. Moreover, with time so pressing, Su Luo needed to conserve his energy before going to the peace community to destroy the old lady zombie, so he couldn't afford to waste any more time. By the way, you can go down now. I'm used to eating alone and don't need to be waited on. Seeing that the pretty girl wanted to serve him, Su Luo quickly refused. If I've been drinking and a pretty girl tries to flirt with me, it wouldn't be good if I couldn't control myself. The girl was at a loss for words, clearly not expecting that Su Luo would resist the temptation and refuse her outright. You're AB grade, sorry. Su Luo sighed and decided to be frank. Coach Su, I'm sorry to have disappointed you. The girl's eyes dimmed, she bit her lip, turned around and left the tent dejectedly. By the way, tell Sister Lin for me that the goddess's defense is still 85, it hasn't increased. We won't need to use methods like today's anymore. Furthermore, even if she's an A-level goddess, it's useless if she doesn't genuinely like me, and her affection level doesn't exceed 90%. As soon as the girl lifted the curtain, she heard Su Luo's admonishing voice. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but smile wryly, turned around, bowed, and then disappeared. The whole world fell silent instantly. Phew! Su Luo's tense heart finally settled down, and she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. To be honest, Lin Wanqing looks aloof, like a goddess untouched by worldly affairs, someone strangers shouldn't approach. But her cooking skills are truly exceptional. Su Luo ate 3 large bowls of northeastern rice in one go, and devoured more than a dozen dishes in a whirlwind before finally putting down her chopsticks with a lingering sense of satisfaction. I ate so many medicinal herbs in the soup and drank medicinal wine, and I'm still not full? Su Luo was stunned, somewhat incredulous. This meal was equivalent to what I would normally eat in 2 days. Etc. It seems my physical abilities have improved? Has his strength, speed, and reaction time all been amplified to some extent? With a sense of doubt, Su Luo looked at the system panel that only he could see, and suddenly realized the truth. It turns out that every time I marry a goddess, my body undergoes a transformation, just like a martial artist undergoing a marrow cleansing and a complete metamorphosis. However, this modification will only occur after I marry the goddess and, while riding the goddess train, re-enter the other world. Therefore, there is a certain time delay. I see. Su Luo was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean that the more goddesses one marries, the stronger one will become? If the transformation reaches a certain level, then I'll probably be pretty much the same as Superman, Iron Man, and Ultraman. However, this secret can be kept as my trump card. It's best not to tell Sister Lin for now. Thinking of Lin Wanqing's cold-bloodedness and efficiency, Su Luo considered it for a moment and ultimately chose to keep it a secret. Otherwise, Lin Wanqing would pin Su Luo down on the Simmons mattress and apply to gather goddesses from all over the country to take turns having in-depth conversations with Su Luo. Wouldn't Su Luo be able to do nothing and just enjoy life every day? If enjoyment becomes work, working 15 hours a day, even the most beautiful goddesses will become boring for Su Luo. After wiping the red grease off her lips, Su Luo tidied herself up in front of the mirror and walked out of the tent looking refreshed. Coach Su! Snap! Upon seeing Su Luo emerge, the two soldiers in camouflage immediately stood tall and gave him a standard military salute. These two girls look familiar. Looking at the two people in front of him, who were not wearing tactical helmets and had young and beautiful faces, Su Luo was stunned for a moment. Etc. Could those dozen or so girls just now have been members of the Thunder Special Forces team? I was wondering why there were suddenly more than a dozen stunningly beautiful women with model-like figures and star-like charisma on this trip to another world. I see. Lin Fan quickly figured everything out, but then suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do all these girls look so awkward, as if they're shy and some of them don't dare to look at me? Did Lin Wanqing go so far as to smother herself with a handkerchief and then, in a fit of madness, cause all the girls to? Brute! Lin Wanqing, you bastard, how could you do this? No wonder my back hurts. No wonder Lin Wanqing personally cooked so many medicinal soups, all of them kidney tonifying. The key point is that I was completely unaware of the entire process. Su Luo felt both ashamed and angry, and suddenly wanted to curse. The key issue is that this matter is too embarrassing, and Su Luo doesn't know how to bring it up. However, when Su Luo's gaze fell on the two girls, he immediately fell silent. The two girls each had a steamed bun in their hands and were happily munching on it. Why, are you eating this? Su Luo frowned. Instructor Su, thanks to you, we can eat cornbread. The commander even gave us some pickled vegetables as an extra treat. The girl with the oval face on the left smiled shyly and explained. When you're on the march, conditions are limited, so being able to eat this is actually quite good. After all, the other soldiers could only eat compressed biscuits. Is that really how it is? Su Luo looked around. Really? Ahead, artillery fire raged, and the earth shook. Although the zombies surrounded the community like mountains and seas, they were firmly locked down 5 kilometers away by the powerful firepower of the 702nd Regiment. With the situation stabilizing, the soldiers took turns eating. A simple meal consisting of nothing but compressed biscuits and hot water from a military water bottle. I ate such a lavish meal, while everyone else ate so meagerly. Su Luo felt a mix of emotions, and a sudden tightness in her chest made her feel uncomfortable. Coach Su, you don't need to be sad or blame yourself. Our soldiers of Great Xia can endure any hardship, but we will never let the people suffer. Tap tap tap. Dressed in military uniform, Lin Wanqing, with her S-shaped figure, walked over with a heroic and spirited air. She was wearing sunglasses, making it impossible to see the complex emotions in her eyes behind them. Because of the tactical helmet, Su Luo couldn't even see the expression on her face. Because the train has limited space, in order to maximize the number of soldiers, the soldiers' food and other resources naturally need to be reduced to minimize space usage. If Coach Su truly feels bad about this, then please cherish your life, don't act impulsively, and don't be reckless. Only in this way can we do justice to the 130 soldiers who sacrificed their lives for you, Commander Su, in the past 5 hours. What? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was shocked. Sister Lin, how could so many people have died? How could this happen? Generals die in 100 battles, brave soldiers return after 10 years' death, for us warriors, is actually an honor, something to be neither feared nor saddened by. Every soldier present here today, from the very first day of their enlistment, from the moment they swore to defend their country, was prepared to die for their nation. Lin Wanqing's voice was calm and rational. The number of zombies is increasing, and the weapons and medicines we carry are limited. To prevent any unexpected extreme situations and to ensure your safety, Mr. Su. In order to maximize the use of limited resources, some necessary sacrifices are inevitable. That's natural. What do you mean by that's nature? Su Luo was furious and about to rebuke him, but suddenly calmed down. Lin Wanqing was telling the truth. What was the point of getting angry? This isn't her fault. No matter what, it's all that old zombie woman's fault. If it weren't for the old woman's zombie mutation, which caused her to be interfered with by fungi and constantly release her robes, how could the young soldiers who sacrificed their lives today have died fighting for their country? Su Luo closed her eyes and remained silent, forcing herself to calm down. When Su Luo opened his eyes again, he had regained his composure. Su Luo's gaze as she looked towards the Heping residential area 5 kilometers behind her instantly sharpened and turned icy. Thunder Squad, all personnel, listen to my command. Follow me into Peace Community for the ultimate mission, exploding the old lady zombie. Let's go! Accompanied by Su Luo's angry roar. Boom! A sudden bolt of lightning ripped through the sky in an instant. Dense, dark clouds instantly filled the entire sky and earth. A storm is brewing, and the wind is howling. Chapter 17: The Resilient Rose, the Goddess's Sorrow and Shame. Set off! Su Luo gave the order. Wow! In an instant, Lin Wanqing and the dozen or so girls from the Thunder Special Forces team all gripped their weapons tightly. With resolute eyes, they stood guard around Su Luo, advancing in an orderly fashion. 1 step, 2 steps. In just a few minutes, the main entrance of Heping Community came into view. From now on, everyone wait here for me. No one is allowed to enter the community without my order, understand? Su Luo stopped and shouted in a deep voice. The entire room fell silent. The girls all turned to look at Lin Wanqing. Coach Su's order is the highest order. You must obey unconditionally. Clear? Lin Wanqing's cold gaze swept across the entire room, her tone resolute. Clear. Splash. The girls stood tall and straight, giving a uniform salute. Lin Wanqing remained expressionless, gave Su Luo a military salute, and said nothing. Sister Lin didn't seem too happy, but she didn't say anything, which is equivalent to her agreeing, so that's good. Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and without further hesitation, strode into the Heping residential area. Goddess Defense, activated. In an instant, on the light screen in front of Su Luo's vision, which only he could see, a countdown of 84 minutes, 59 seconds appeared. Last time I traveled through time, the old lady chased me, running all over the neighborhood, and almost ripped my jeans off. This time, watch how I deal with you. Su Luo walked quickly to Building 1 and arrived at the door of apartment 101. Squeak! Su Luo simply pushed gently, and the door opened softly. A strong, pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. Comrade Xiaolu, you sacrificed yourself for the country, biting open the grenade's fuse and dying together with the old lady. Now, I'm taking you home. Suppressing her anxiety, Su Luo forced herself to calm down, pushed open the security door, and strode into the living room. The surroundings were deserted, there wasn't a soul in sight. Where is the old lady? How did they suddenly disappear? Su Luo was taken aback, then took out his tablet computer to check the detailed map. However, the tablet screen was covered in static, accompanied by a buzzing electrical sound. What happened? The country made ample preparations for this crossing, and temporarily set up fixed tactical base stations to ensure that the signal could cover a radius of 40 kilometers. In the sky, several drones carrying mobile tactical base stations continuously spread 5G signals in all directions. The technicians' extreme testing showed that the network achieved full coverage within a radius of 100 kilometers. But now, there's no signal? The old lady was covered in green moss. Did she get swallowed up by the moss and not even leave a trace? Su Luo checked each room one by one, but still couldn't find any trace of the old lady. And strangely enough, for some reason, Su Luo suddenly noticed that her trouser legs kept slipping down. No matter how hard Su Luo tried to pull her trousers up, the hem kept slipping down. Etc. Could it be? Su Luo suddenly turned around. Rear. Living room floor. At Su Luo's feet, a petite old woman was lying prostrate on the ground. She was covered in green vines, and her hands, like octopus tentacles, tightly wrapped around Su Luo's legs. Seeing that Su Luo had discovered her little secret of pulling up her trouser leg, the old woman raised her head and grinned with a strange smile. His smile was sinister and extremely creepy. Rough. This is outrageous. Last time you pulled my trouser leg, are you doing it again this time? With icy eyes, Su Luo swiftly drew his tactical dagger from his waist, instantly severing the green vine at the root, which then spurted out fluorescent green pus. Immediately, the old woman let out a shrill scream, struggling and rolling around on the ground. Truly worthy of the nation. This tactical dagger, custom made for me and equipped with a high-frequency vibration module, is actually this powerful? Energetic, Su Luo relied on the strength of the goddess's defense and made no attempt to defend himself. He aimed at the old woman's head and swiftly stabbed down with his dagger. However, Su Luo's tactical dagger had only been thrust halfway out. He suddenly felt an unprecedented and extremely strong sense of crisis. Not good. Although he didn't know what was going on, Su Luo turned and ran for his life. Ha! 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 Rear. On the living room floor. The old woman's pupils suddenly contracted, her withered face contorted, and a sinister grin appeared on her face. At the same time, the increasingly intense sense of impending death terrified Su Luo, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Run! 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 We must escape this place immediately. At this moment, even with the goddess's protection, Su Luo dared not gamble and decisively fled. Relying on his enhanced physique after being modified by the system, Su Luo reached the main gate in just 7 or 8 seconds. It looked like Su Luo was about to escape from apartment 101. Suddenly. Swish. Suddenly, countless thick green vines burst forth from the living room floor and wall cracks, frantically twisting towards Su Luo. The surface of these green vines is covered with fluorescent slime, which intertwines into a dense spider web that completely entangles the security door, blocking all of Su Luo's escape routes. A giant python, over 10 meters long and formed from clusters of green vines, instantly wrapped around Su Luo's legs, rendering him completely immobile. In just a few seconds, the giant python had already wrapped around Su Luo's waist. He. The old woman's hoarse, shrill laughter suddenly rang out from the python's serrated, sharp mouth. Oh no! The old lady has actually merged with the green vine and turned into a giant python? She wants to eat me? Looking at the giant python's face, which was exactly the same as the old lady's, Su Luo was shocked and immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, excruciating pain struck. The giant python's eyes flashed red, and it began to increase the force of its coils, attempting to strangle Su Luo to death on the spot. Cement fragments fell all around him, Su Luo's vision went black, he felt his breathing become rapid, and his consciousness began to blur. Warning! Goddess's defense value is abnormally decreasing by 1. Warning! Goddess's defense value is abnormally decreasing by 1. Amidst the urgent alarm, Su Luo's goddess defense dropped at an astonishingly rapid pace. 10, 9. Seeing that the goddess's defense was about to reach 0 in the blink of an eye, Su Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that he was doomed. It's completely over. 3, 2, 1. Soon, Su Luo's goddess defense value was reduced to a mere point. It looked like Su Luo was about to die. Boom! With a sonic boom like rapid roar, the double-pane windows in the living room shattered in an instant. A long flame forcefully pierced through the glass window and landed precisely on the head of the giant python that was coiled around Su Luo's body. Immediately, the giant python screamed in pain and hurriedly released Su Luo. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Luo rolled over, gripped his tactical knife, and quickly ran out the door, away from the 101 residential building. At the same time, bang! A combat boot shattered the glass, and a beautiful figure, with astonishing speed, quickly crushed the glass on the living room floor and strode over. Sister Lin! Su Luo's eyes lit up. Inside the living room, Lin Wanqing, fully armored, paid no attention to Su Luo outside the door. With a cold and stern expression, she raised her handheld flamethrower and, like a goddess of fire, charged swiftly towards the giant python. Sister Lin, come back! Danger! Danger! Su Luo's expression changed drastically. This giant python is afraid of fire. If it is burned by flames, it will feel excruciating pain. However, Su Luo, standing outside the gate, could see more clearly than anyone else this giant python mutated from green vines was not seriously injured at all. Its scales were only slightly burned. This did not affect its fighting ability. Instead, Lin Wanqing's sweeping flames successfully enraged the giant green vine python. Splash! The giant python, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged swiftly toward Lin Wanqing with its terrifying body stretching over 10 meters. Sister Lin, run! Su Luo's anxious voice had barely faded when. Boom! 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 Rumble! The glass windows on all 4 sides shattered simultaneously in an instant. 12 tall soldiers, armed with light blue guns, rushed into the living room. The girls from the Thunder Special Forces team have arrived. With cold expressions, they scattered and quickly surrounded the giant python, simultaneously pulling the trigger. In an instant, blue flames intertwined. The giant python, which had been incredibly ferocious in trying to hunt down Lin Wanqing and Su Luo, was now gone. At this moment, however, its speed began to slow down, and frost appeared all over its body. The LN-7 cryogenic pulse gun uses liquid nitrogen rapid freezing technology and is a next-generation special weapon jointly developed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the military. In extreme situations, once activated, it can quickly freeze large combat units. Seemingly aware of Su Luo's doubts, Lin Wanqing's cold and calm voice suddenly rang out. The words had barely left his mouth when, under the relentless attack of liquid nitrogen, the giant python's head, which had just been raised, was instantly covered with white frost. The fluorescent mucus spit out of its snake mouth also solidified into sharp icicles. However, the girls did not let their guard down and continued to pull the trigger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Due to the extremely low temperature during operation, the gun gradually emitted a high-frequency buzzing vibration that was deafening. The girls, pale-faced and struggling to suppress their discomfort, maintained their resolute gazes and swiftly swept the giant python away with their guns. What was shooting out of the muzzle wasn't a bullet. Instead, it's a stream of condensed particles compressed to the extreme. Wherever the streaks of blue flame passed, even the dust was frozen into ice crystals and fell down in a flurry. The giant python fell completely still, transforming into a lifelike large ice sculpture. At the same time, all 12 cryogenic pulse guns were emptied of liquid nitrogen and completely shut down. We won. Very good. The girls, who had survived the ordeal, didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. What's there to be happy about? It's just a mutated zombie. Why is it taking this long to fight? Lin Wanqing's emotionless, rational, and cold voice resounded throughout the entire venue in an instant. Immediately notify the transportation team and have them come over to handle the aftermath. Yes. Soldiers immediately saluted and began contacting the transport team. The other girls left the living room in an orderly fashion, but none of them went far. Instead, they surrounded and protected Su Luo. Tap tap tap. Lin Wanqing, tall and slender like a walking model, wearing combat boots and with a cold face, strode quickly to Su Luo. Su Luo, if I hadn't been secretly following you and sending someone to pick you up in time, you would be dead already. This time, I won't hold it against you. If there's a next time, and you dare to act alone again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a cold face, he casually uttered those words. Lin Wanqing turned and left, leaving Su Luo with only a stunningly beautiful and fiery back view. Captain, he's actually angry? So the captain also has joys and sorrows. I thought the captain was an emotionless robot. Speaking of which, the captain looks terrifying when he's angry. Although these soldiers were veterans of countless battles, they were, in the end, very young girls. Seeing Lin Wanqing leave in a rage, they couldn't help but stick out their tongues, feeling somewhat afraid. It seems I've offended Sister Lin, and quite seriously at that. Su Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. After thinking for a moment, she ultimately decided not to chase after them. Lin Wanqing was already furious, and if Su Luo went to explain or chase after her, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Let's wait until Lin Wanqing calms down before communicating with her slowly. But what no one saw was Lin Wanqing, who was walking hurriedly to a secluded spot, suddenly turned pale and nearly collapsed to the ground due to her weakness. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, panting heavily. It took Lin Wanqing quite a while to recover. He casually threw away the blood-stained handkerchief. When Lin Wanqing reappeared in everyone's sight, looking heroic and dashing. She had regained her aloof demeanor, revealing nothing about her. At this moment, inside the Heping residential area, the giant green vine python, over 10 meters long, was transformed into a massive ice sculpture. The soldiers of the transport team carefully tied it with hemp rope and carried it away on their shoulders. Whoosh! At the same time, the girls from the Thunder Special Forces team scattered and escorted Su Luo away. Coach Su, please don't be angry. The captain is only angry because she is worried about your safety. You might not know this, but the team leader actually suffers from a hidden illness. Once she experiences emotional fluctuations, she loses control of her emotions. A pretty girl with almond-shaped, large eyes and a lively personality walked alongside Su Luo, explaining with a wry smile. This girl is named Xia Yan, codenamed Blazing Sun, and she is the vice-captain of the Thunder Special Forces team. Last night in the camp, it was this girl who led the way in serving the dishes and took the initiative to invite Su Luo to spar. Now that Lin Wanqing is gone, Xia Yan naturally has to take on the responsibility of the entire team and continue to protect Su Luo. Is Sister Lin sick? Su Luo's heart stirred, and he keenly grasped the key point in Xia Yan's words. Coach Sue, I'm sorry, I don't actually know the specifics either. The captain's condition is a matter of personal privacy, and she never talks about it. If you want to know the truth, I suggest you ask the captain yourself. However, I need to remind you of everyone who raised this question in front of the captain in the past. If it were a girl, then it wouldn't matter. If it were a man, he would definitely be beaten half to death by the captain. The last man who didn't believe in superstitions and came to ask the captain was a wealthy heir to a tycoon family. He has been seriously injured and in a coma in the hospital for half a year and has not yet woken up. The billionaire was not satisfied and spent money to file a complaint against the team leader. After expert evaluation, it was determined that the team leader was experiencing a mental illness at the time innocent. After hearing Xiaoyan's explanation, Su Luo was speechless and immediately gave up on his plan to continue investigating Lin Wanqing's condition. Even if the state orders Lin Wanqing to protect Su Luo, the state must still give Lin Wanqing dignity and respect. Lin Wanqing has a big secret she doesn't want to talk about. She goes crazy if you mention it. Who can withstand that? By the way, Coach Su, didn't you say that the goddess's defense decreases by 1 point every minute, making it an absolute defense? How come just now? After leaving the peace community, Xiaoyan changed the subject, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally asking, casually. In an instant, all the scientists and technicians in the entire expedition team pricked up their ears. That old woman zombie, for some reason, caused an unknown change in the goddess's defenses. Su Luo explained with a wry smile. Xiaoyan nodded, then fell silent, her eyes filled with confusion. The 12 scientists discussed the matter at length, but for a moment they were at a loss and didn't know what to do. However, it doesn't matter. Since the old lady's zombie form has already been frozen, we can just bring her back to the real world. With the combined strength of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, it's only a matter of time before they thoroughly study the old lady. Coach Su, we have been in Maple Leaf City for more than 10 hours and 59 minutes. The goddess train is expected to arrive in 1 hour and 1 minute. Please move back 2 kilometers to the marked location and wait for the train to arrive. As soon as Su Luo arrived at the combat command post, platoon leader Lu came over and presented her with a tablet computer. Su Luo's tablet computer was lost during the fight in the neighborhood, and its whereabouts are unknown. Good. Su Luo took the tablet and, following the offline navigation, prepared to head to the location calculated by the organization. However, at this very moment, the sky, which had been covered with dark clouds, suddenly burst into bright light. The distant sky was torn open with a gaping hole. Woohoo! With a deafening roar, a neatly arranged black train appeared before everyone's eyes. As the train moved forward, blue light tracks stretched and stretched across the sky. As the train roared past, the tracks at its rear turned into tiny specks of light that gradually disappeared. Woohoo woohoo! Rumble rumble. At first, the train was still at the edge of the sky. In the blink of an eye, the train transformed into a rolling black dragon, appearing not far in the sky in front of everyone. Why did the train arrive an hour early? What does an hour early mean? Trains stop for an hour when they arrive and when they leave. That's true. If the train doesn't arrive at the station early and stays there for an hour, how will we have enough time to board? This shocking scene immediately caught the attention of many scientists, who then began to discuss it animatedly. At this moment, Zhang Siguang, a geographical master who was collecting soil data from another world, turned his wheelchair to get some fresh air. He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his whole body trembled. With a whoosh, he leaped up from his wheelchair. This is an old man in his 80s, very old and frail. Amidst the incredulous, stunned gazes of the crowd, the old man sped off into the distance at an unbelievable speed, faster than a dog. What are you all standing there for? The train is about to arrive at the station. Do you all want to get hit by it? As he ran, Grandpa Zhang Siguang roared. What? Upon hearing this, the entire room paled. The scientists, surrounded by a large amount of scientific research equipment and protected by a dense troop of soldiers, were collectively horrified. Commander, run! The 3 battalion commanders rushed over without hesitation and shielded Regiment Commander Wang Shangdong behind them. It's too late. Wang Shangdong stood at the window of the command post, watching the steel behemoth descending from the sky and speeding towards them, his eyes becoming calmer than ever before. Comrades, we have finally repelled several attacks by the zombies and successfully defended the peace community. If we retreat now, the defenses will collapse completely once a gap appears. At that time, all the zombies in Maple Leaf City will rush over. We can die, but we must buy Comrade Su Luo time to get on the train. In an instant, Wang Shangdong's tragic yet resolute voice resounded through everyone's earpieces. Now, I order all of you to stand still. Our soldiers of Great Xia, we would rather die in battle than retreat. Chapter 18's rank. Goddess of Wrath. We would rather die fighting than retreat. Splash. With a command from Regiment Commander Wang Shangdong. In an instant, more than 1,000 young soldiers of the 702nd Regiment gripped their weapons tightly. Everyone looked resolute, not even glancing at the train descending from the sky. Their eyes were fixed on the horde of zombies converging on the peace community from outside the cordon. Everyone here will be crushed to death by the goddess train in no time. The soldiers' actions were merely a means to hold out for a few more seconds, allowing the defensive line to hold for just a few more seconds. Does it really make sense for them to do this? Among the 12 scientists, the youngest physicist was filled with shock and bewilderment. With so many people, if they scatter and flee, surely some will escape, right? Of course it's worth it. Every extra second we hold on increases Comrade Su Luo's chances of survival. Li Gawu, the physicist leaning on his cane, looked up at the approaching train in the void, his eyes filled with calm and composure. Wang Tiangang, a renowned astronomer, added, the train suddenly tore through the void and appeared, which was too hasty and sudden. We cannot be certain at the moment whether Comrade Su Luo will be killed when the train falls. With a large human wall forming a defensive line, they can create an obstacle to the train. The greater the resistance, the slower the train moves. In this way, when the train stops, perhaps Comrade Su Luo will be all right. The scientists' conversation, transmitted through communication channels, resonated simultaneously in everyone's ears. The soldiers all wore solemn expressions, feeling an even greater sense of the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. They gripped their weapons tightly, remaining motionless, like immortal hero statues. The world was deathly silent. The only sounds were the howling wind, the rapid breathing of the crowd, and the rumbling of the train. Who are the most lovable and respectable people in this world? Looking at the warriors protecting him without any fear of death, Su Luo suddenly thought of a text he had learned in elementary school. At the time, Su Luo didn't feel anything, but now he understands. The goddess train arrived an hour early, which, to be honest, was far beyond Su Luo's expectations. Now, the train is just rushing around recklessly. Will it kill the soldiers, or even kill itself? Su Luo was equally uncertain. Woohoo! Rumble rumble. Su Luo didn't have time to think further. Layer upon layer of light blue railway tracks were laid from the sky down to the ground. Wherever the railway went, any obstacle that stood in its way was crushed into dust. Those soldiers standing behind the obstacle were instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat. Witnessing this scene, none of the soldiers behind retreated. Their eyes grew increasingly resolute. God, if it can save these soldiers, I'm willing to pay any price. Su Luo's eyes turned red, her fists clenched tightly, and she screamed wildly in her heart. If Su Luo initially handed the system over to the state simply because he didn't want to die, he wanted to use the state to find a partner, gain the favor of a goddess, and thus survive. But now, Su Luo understands what the word nation truly represents. A nation is a country without a nation, where is a home? Don't these young soldiers know that if they die, their mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, and wives will be heartbroken and sad? But they still went forward without hesitation, fearless of death. Simply because Su Luo's time travel plan can enable the country to truly rise as a great power. Let the nation be fearless of powerful nations and the malice from the West. Su Luo didn't understand any grand national plans. But so many young soldiers were about to die fighting for them, sacrificing their precious lives. Su Luo couldn't bear it. Congratulations, host. A random buff has been triggered, the favor of the goddess of wrath. Activate now? A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Su Luo's ears. Activation. Su Luo did not hesitate at all. As for this random buff, the favor of the goddess of wrath, what are the trigger conditions and what special effects will it have? Su Luo didn't have time to think about all that. At this moment, Su Luo only hoped that this random buff could save more warriors' lives. Random buff goddess's wrath has been successfully activated. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again. Behind Su Luo. Not far away. Inside a heavy, sealed, explosion-proof container. Inside the ice sculpture, which was tightly secured and sealed by the warriors with heavy chains. The terrifying giant python, which was over 10 meters long and coiled up into a ball, slowly opened its eyes. The snake's eyes were a deep crimson. Click. The giant python, which Lin Wanqing's team had frozen in ice, suddenly had its scales crack, bursting open with spiderweb-like fissures. What happened? Oh no! The giant python zombie is awakening. This sudden scene caused the warriors guarding the giant python to immediately shrink their pupils, sensing that something was wrong. With solemn expressions, they raised the cryogenic pulse gun without hesitation, pulled the trigger, and prepared to freeze the container instantly. However, at this very moment, boom! The container exploded instantly. The sky was filled with ice crystals mixed with countless metal fragments, forming a shockwave like a barrage of artillery fire, instantly annihilating and engulfing all the surrounding warriors. This astonishing turn of events immediately brought tears to the eyes of Lu, the platoon leader guarding the nearby town. He led his entire platoon of soldiers, raised their guns, and aimed them at the container, ready to avenge their brothers. Blood rained down from the sky. An endless chill, carried by the howling wind, spread in all directions. A short, elderly woman with her eyes closed, surrounded by ice, rose into the air barefoot and appeared before everyone. An old woman zombie? She's still alive? Damn it, the old lady didn't actually transform into a giant python. Instead, the green vines wrapped around her body, forming a cocoon in the form of a giant python? Now that the old lady has emerged from her cocoon and fully absorbed the power of the green vines, she seems to have become even stronger. The 12 scientists were taken aback and quickly came up with a rough estimate. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. The old woman zombie's demeanor was completely different from the one she had in the peace community. She floated in midair, her eyes closed, her long, silver hair, several meters long, fluttering in the wind, making her look extremely beautiful. Her whole body was radiant and translucent, her skin as white as snow, and her face was free of any wrinkles. At first glance, she looked like Snow White from a fairy tale, about 18 years old, as if she were sleeping in midair. Random buff Wrathful Goddess, trigger probability is 1 in a million. This buff can only be triggered in the other world, it cannot be triggered in the present world. Once this buff is triggered, the goddess you most recently attacked will be reverted to the Wrathful Goddess. A notification tone sounded. On the light screen in front of Su Luo, data appeared that only he could see. More than 200 years ago, at the end of World War III, a holy bomb codenamed misleveled the entire Maple Leaf City. In the Maple Leaf City nuclear-affected community, Alice, the original resident of Unit 1, Building 1, Apartment 101, was lucky enough to survive, but under the nuclear radiation, she suffered a genetic mutation, prematurely aged, and became an old lady-type zombie, losing consciousness and reason, and fell into a deep sleep in her own living room. More than 200 years later, you arrive in Maple Leaf City for the first time aboard the goddess train, inadvertently awakening Alice from her slumber. After regaining consciousness, Alice was in a state of confusion. She inadvertently devoured some unknown mutated fungus and was about to be assimilated by the fungus, leaving her in a near-death state. However, because you activated the hidden buff, triggering the Goddess of Wrath effect, Alice has been reborn and returned to her youthful 18-year-old state. Alice, the Goddess of Wrath? After reading the instructions, Su Luo was dumbfounded. This works? The Goddess of Wrath, Alice. Age, 18. Goddess rank, S. Ability, Winter's Wrath. Description: Alice, an 18-year-old girl who fused with a mysterious fungus, unlocked her genetic potential through nuclear fusion, gaining extraordinary special abilities. Once Winter's Wrath is activated, it can freeze everything within a 1-kilometer radius except for the host. Su Luo just saw this. But then they saw something in mid-air. Alice, the silver-haired girl with over 10 meters of hair, suddenly opened her eyes. Those were beautiful light blue pupils, and they were double pupils. Her expression was icy. Suddenly, she accelerated and glided down from the void, landing lightly in front of the steam train's engine. Not good. Realizing what was happening, Su Luo's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly roared, "Alice, go ahead and freeze." No. Su Luo had just finished speaking. The young girl, Alice, remained expressionless and silent as she gently raised her delicate hand, a faint blue light suddenly appearing at her fingertips. Not good. The physicist giant Li Guwu, leaning on his cane, suddenly roared, "Run! Get away from Alice! What kind of monster is this?" It actually managed to extract all the liquid nitrogen from the LN7 cryogenic pulse gun, used to freeze her, condense it into a single point of light, and even compress it infinitely? The dashing Lin Wanqing stood silently beside Su Luo, her pretty face filled with shock. Instantly compress liquid nitrogen, and over a large area. This is completely contrary to scientific principles. However, this supernatural scene appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. The whole process seems slow, but it is actually completed in an instant. When everyone came to their senses, only a tiny, pale blue dot the size of a grain of rice was visible on the fingertip of the young girl Alice, radiating a terrifying power that made their eyelids twitch and their hearts tremble. A cold, emotionless voice, devoid of any human feeling, softly rang out from the mouth of the young girl, Alice. Winter's wrath frozen. The sound had barely faded when, at the fingertips of the young Alice, the tiny, pale blue dot suddenly burst forth with a brilliance even more dazzling than the sun. The light was dazzling, stinging one's eyes. Hundreds of soldiers present were momentarily blinded. Even though Lin Wanqing was wearing tactical goggles, she felt her eyes burning and were in excruciating pain. Among the crowd, only Su Luo could clearly see that the blue light from the girl Alice's fingertips instantly formed a pale blue shockwave, covering an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The blue light grew increasingly brilliant, and even though Su Luo was unaffected, he could only see the dazzling light. The world was silvery white, and all hope was lost. Besides that, there was nothing else to see. The dazzling blue light lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually weakening and disappearing. When everyone opened their still burning and stinging eyes, they were immediately confronted with the most shocking scene of their lives. Ahead, the moment the steam locomotive made contact with the rails, hundreds of tons of steel structure emitted a piercing metallic groan, and a 3-meter-thick layer of dark blue ice instantly formed on its surface. Along the path of the spreading ice crystals, the soldiers outside the cordon remained in firing positions. But as frost began to form on their bulletproof helmets, extremely cold particles penetrated their combat suits, freezing their boiling blood into crimson ice crystals. The 12 warriors in the front row, as if paused, their faces still bearing resolute expressions with icicles clinging to their eyelashes, disintegrated into a shower of icy dust with a crisp crack in the next second. The automatic gun turrets on both sides of the railway were overturned by the ice waves, and the gun barrels twisted and broke in the freezing cold of -200 degrees Celsius. Within a kilometer, mountains and rivers are destroyed, and heaven and earth collapse. Only the girl, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, stood quietly in front of the locomotive, motionless. She slowly closed her eyes, then collapsed to the ground, never to move again. Is everything over? Looking at the frozen goddess train, Lin Wanqing took off her tactical glasses and couldn't help but sigh. The price is far too high, too terrible. Alice's final blow killed all the warriors within a 1-kilometer radius of her. Suddenly, woohoo woohoo! The black train, frozen solid, spewed out towering waves of high-temperature air from its engine in just a second or two. Rumble rumble. The train started moving again. Protect Coach Su. Battalion Commander Wang Shangdong, suppressing the grief of losing so many of his brothers in battle, roared in anger. Swish! In an instant, a dense wall of people blocked Su Luo behind him. Coach Su, I'm sorry to offend you. Before Su Luo could react, Lin Wanqing executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw, hoisting Su Luo onto her shoulder and running away. Sister Lin, put me down, it's all right now, the train has stopped and won't speed up. Su Luo's face darkened, and he hurriedly explained. So? Lin Wanqing was taken aback, but she didn't turn around at all. Instead, she carried Su Luo on her back and walked briskly. They ran until they were far away and saw no movement behind them. Lin Wanqing then turned around. Distance. A retro-style steam train is quietly parked on the ground, without making any further noise. Dear passengers, this train will be returning in 50 minutes. Please board the train as soon as possible and get ready. The final stop of this train journey is the Jiang City military camp in the present world. Please check your belongings to avoid forgetting anything. The pleasant electronic synthesized sound wafted out of the train and resounded in all directions. The soldiers' tense hearts finally relaxed. As the train arrived at the station, both doors on both sides of the train opened instantly. Attention all units, immediately commence the return mission. Wang Shangdong's authoritative and serious voice rang in everyone's ears through the communication channel. The soldiers of each battalion and platoon, suppressing their grief, began to move various supplies in an orderly manner in preparation for their retreat. Coach Su, I request to stay. Platoon leader Lu Haoyun was kneeling on the ground, head down, silently shedding tears. But at this moment, he suddenly stood up, snapped to attention, gave a standard military salute, and said to Su Luo with red eyes. Lu Haoyun, stop messing around. Wang Shangdong flew into a rage and walked over, shouting angrily. You just started dating your girlfriend and are about to get married. How can you stay here? Lu Haoyun's eyes were red and filled with ferocity. Commander, so many of my brothers have died, including my own brother. I don't know how to explain this to my mom if I go back. Anyway, I have a younger brother, so there are 3 of us brothers. Even if I die here, the family line will not end. As for my girlfriend, please tell her when you get back I have someone else in my heart, I don't want her anymore, and we don't need to get the marriage certificate. Absurd! Wang Shangdong, as the regimental commander, was furious when his soldiers contradicted him and was about to reprimand them. Su Luo suddenly spoke up, "Commander Wang, even if you don't let Brother Lu stay, he will stay, unless you shoot him right now. The greatest sorrow is a broken heart." Given Brother Lu's current situation, staying in Maple Leaf City doesn't necessarily mean he'll die. Upon hearing this, Wang Shangdong was taken aback and tentatively asked, "Instructor Su, does the system have some kind of protection mechanism?" "No, that's not it." Su Luo shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Alice has become the goddess of wrath. She can only stay in this post-apocalyptic wasteland and cannot bring her back to the present world. Once she has exhausted her strength, she will fall into a deep sleep. If she needs to fight, simply spray her with the freeze-pulse gun, and she will be instantly frozen again. Then she will awaken again and unleash Wrath of Winter, freezing everything within a 1-kilometer radius of her in an absolute freeze." Is this even possible? Upon hearing this, Wang Shangdong was immediately moved. However, as the actual person in charge of this time travel plan, Wang Shangdong was still in a difficult position to ask his brothers to throw themselves into a dangerous otherworld. "Commander Wang, I think Coach Su's words make a lot of sense." A deep, resonant voice suddenly rolled in from afar. Everyone looked behind them and saw an elderly man walking briskly, who had appeared silently from some corner. "Zhang Siguang, you deserter, how dare you show your face? Aren't you going to keep pretending to be lame?" Li Guwu, the Grand Master of Physics, sneered and swung his cane. Wang Tiangang, the Master of Astronomy, also bent down, picked up a brick, and prepared to break Zhang Siguang's leg, making him a true cripple. The other scientists remained silent, but their gazes toward Zhang Siguang, the geographical giant, were filled with disdain. After a rigorous selection process, the nation chose 12 scientists to be the first group to embark on a collective time travel mission. Zhang Siguang, one of the 3 great scientific giants, was over 80 years old and renowned throughout the world, yet at the crucial moment, he became the only deserter. Such shameful behavior cannot possibly gain public approval. Zhang Siguang didn't pay any attention to this. He sat back in his wheelchair, ignoring the disdainful looks around him, opened his thermos, and took a sip of goji berry-infused water. After catching his breath for about 10 seconds, Zhang Siguang said again, "The next time I travel through time will be in 7 days. Since we're going to come back to Maple Leaf City anyway, there's absolutely no need to send the equipment we brought back this time back. In this way, next time we come, we can bring more weapons, research equipment, and more people." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room frowned. Some staff officers, technicians, and think tank experts began to whisper among themselves. As everyone has seen, although the post-apocalyptic wasteland is dangerous, it is also home to all kinds of advanced technologies. Furthermore, due to the sound of nuclear radiation, genetic mutations have occurred, leading to the existence of extraordinary powers. If our great Xia wants to rise as a great power, achieve a comprehensive leap in science and technology, and even carry out gene-engineered warriors in the future. Therefore, establishing a base in Maple Leaf City and continuously bringing in trainloads of people to expand our sphere of influence in the post-apocalyptic wasteland is absolutely necessary. The surrounding chatter gradually grew louder. This time, even a dozen or so scientists began whispering and discussing it intensely. "Senior Zhang, what do you mean?" Wang Shangdong asked tentatively. "I'm willing to stay with Lao Li and Lao Wang. Anyway, the 3 of us are all over 80 years old and want to live for many more years. The 3 of us forming a research team, along with the soldiers from platoon leader Lu's platoon, and using the weapons and equipment we left behind, are fully capable of defending the peace community and carrying out further research activities. 7 days later, when Comrade Su Luo travels back in time, the peace community will be safe, and the country will have a better understanding of the other world." As soon as Zhang Siguang said this, standing to the side, the 2 old men, Li Guwu and Zhang Tiangang, couldn't help but turn pale and their eyes filled with anger. Zhang Siguang didn't even consult with the 2 elders before letting them stay. What was his intention? Despite their anger, the 2 elders had already planned to stay, so they didn't object. Old Zhang, but. No buts. Before Wang Shangdong could speak again, Zhang Siguang, in his wheelchair, impatiently interrupted. "Commander Wang, the train will be returning in 45 minutes. Don't dawdle and waste precious time. This is the first combat video I filmed from a distance, along with the data I collected. Remember to bring it to the organization. Snap. As Zhang Xiguang spoke, he carefully handed an old-fashioned mobile phone to Wang Xiangdong. It turns out that Senior Zhang did not escape, but recorded the battle that took place from a first-person perspective, leaving it for the country's reference. Su Luo looked at Zhang Xiguang with a newfound respect. Those who had misunderstood Zhang Xiguang and looked down on the old man all lowered their heads in shame. Alright, time is precious, stop being so wishy-washy. Zhang Xiguang laughed heartily and turned to look at Su Luo. Comrade Su Luo, if I'm not mistaken, since the goddess of wrath is above, it must not be permanent. Are there any specific restrictions? Splash. In an instant, everyone looked at Su Luo. There are limitations. Su Luo didn't hide anything and explained, my goddess defense was originally 90 points, which corresponds to my wife Shang Mingfei's 90 points of favorability towards me. In the living room of apartment 101 in the Peace Community, Alice absorbed 84 points of my goddess defense and converted them into 84 points of rage against me. Every time Alice uses her power, it increases my anger a little. If her anger reaches 84 points, she will go berserk and become uncontrollable. The specific consequences are unpredictable. I see. Zhang Xiguang nodded, waved his hand dismissively, and laughed. Alice only used her power once, but she can use it 83 more times before she truly goes berserk. As long as we only use 82 times, then immediately freeze her, seal the container, and sink her to the bottom of the sea, there will be no problem at all. Have to. Sure enough, old Ginger is still the most cunning. However, Su Luo felt no pressure about this suggestion. Alice temporarily stopped the train, but she also caused the deaths of many soldiers. This cold, emotionless killing machine can be used, but it must never be allowed to go out of control. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If that's the case, then let's do as Elder Zhang says. Without further hesitation, Wang Xiangdong began to take overall command and make final preparations before returning to China to live in the real world. Time flows like water, ceaselessly passing by. Soon, only 5 minutes remained before time travel. Su Luo sat in the driver's cab at the front of the train, looking at the large electronic screen in front of him. The total number of soldiers in the 12 carriages was less than 100. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh. Coach Su, you don't need to worry. The 702nd Regiment is a heroic regiment, and the soldiers are all willing to stay and guard the peaceful community for the country, which is a good thing. With so many warriors remaining in Maple Leaf City, coupled with so many weapons, and Alice's Winter's Wrath, holding out for 7 days is no problem at all. Lin Wanqing's tone remained cold and rational, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as she delivered a professional, fake smile. If it weren't for orders from the state requiring me and the entire Thunder Special Forces team to protect you 24 hours a day. Otherwise, I would apply to stay instead of returning to reality. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing looked through the car window at Alice, the unconscious girl lying on the ground, and a burning light flashed in her eyes. Clearly, Lin Wanqing was very envious of the terrifying Winter's Wrath move by the young girl Alice, which could freeze everything. However, Lin Wanqing was absolutely rational. She would not disobey the country's orders because of her personal preferences. Moreover, what the country needs right now is cutting-edge technology to rapidly enhance its national strength, not extraordinary abilities. Moreover, even someone as powerful as Alice would be instantly frozen and powerless against a large-scale collective burst of freezing pulse guns. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they are meaningless in the face of a strong national will. Good evening, dear passengers. This train is about to return to its origin. Please fasten your seatbelts. As a pleasant announcement sounded, the doors on both sides of the train began to close rapidly. Woohoo! Rumble rumble. Amidst the salute of over 1,000 soldiers, the black train began to take off, embarking on its return journey along the ever-expanding tracks. The black aircraft flew higher and higher, seemingly about to disappear into the vast sea of clouds. Looking out the car window at the densely packed faces of the determined young soldiers, Su Luo suddenly thought of the lyrics of a song. Why is the battle flag so beautiful? It was the blood of heroes that stained it red. Why does spring always rain on earth? The lives of heroes bloom like flowers. Yes. These soldiers truly deserve the title of immortal heroes. I must become stronger this time I travel through time, and work hard. I absolutely will not allow this tragedy of time travel to happen again. I cannot let our heroes shed both tears and blood. Su Luo's gaze gradually hardened. However, at this very moment, Lin Wanqing, seemingly aware of Su Luo's thoughts, suddenly spoke up. Coach Su, I know you're feeling bad and weak. But don't worry, this time when you return to the mortal world, I will help you marry a wife every day for the next 7 days. 7 days later, you will possess the immense power of the great goddess, and at that time, you will be invincible. Chapter 19 Ordered to pick up girls. What? During the 7-day break before my next time travel, Lin Wanqing actually planned to find herself a partner? Su Luo stared in disbelief. Sister Lin, you must be joking, right? Lin Wanqing didn't speak, but stared coldly at Su Luo, without saying a word, her expression extremely serious. Are you kidding me? Su Luo was dumbfounded. 7 days, 7 people? Being a groom every day and changing brides every day? Rough. Lin Wanqing, you heartless madwoman. What do you take me, Su Luo, for? Su Luo was about to retort. Ugh. Boom. The black train suddenly began to shake violently. Dear passengers, good afternoon. The train is about to arrive at its final destination, Jiangshi Military Camp. Please check your belongings. Accompanied by a pleasant electronic notification tone. Su Luo felt a blur before her eyes, and the scene outside the car window began to change rapidly. A modern city, filled with towering buildings and lush greenery, appeared before everyone's eyes. The soldiers looked down from their vantage point at the bustling traffic and thousands of pedestrians on the ground. A sense of national pride and honor, a feeling of how fortunate we are to be born in such a prosperous era, immediately filled everyone's hearts. Coach Su, if you don't work hard to find a partner, our country's current strength and prosperity will ultimately be nothing but a passing cloud, just a flash in the pan. Lin Wanqing's cold voice, devoid of any personal emotion, suddenly rang in Su Luo's ear. Su Luo's smile froze. Coach Su, don't think I'm exaggerating or spoiling the mood. That post-apocalyptic wasteland was very similar to our Earth, but it was destroyed by nuclear weapons during World War III, resulting in the extinction of all humanity and the survival of the survivors who became zombies. If our great Xia doesn't strive to improve its technology, given the current international situation, the loss of Maple Leaf City, which is now scattered across the land, is likely the true future of our hometown, Pan City. Lin Wanqing looked very serious. Sister Lin, so you're also from Jiang City? Su Luo was immediately curious. Coach Su, where I'm from isn't the point. The point is, I'm not an A-grade goddess, so I can't marry you. Otherwise, I would definitely apply to the organization to marry you and have children. With my physical condition and the help of IVF technology, we could have hundreds of children a year. I think I can do it. Lin Wanqing thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Lin Wanqing's serious expression, and knowing she wasn't joking, Su Luo was immediately stunned. To be honest, Lin Wanqing has a hot figure, a heroic demeanor, and a mature yet aloof beauty, perfectly matching all of Su Luo's beautiful fantasies. But now, Su Luo suddenly felt that even if Lin Wanqing was truly an A-level goddess, rather than AB plus level 1, he still didn't want to marry this crazy woman. Having over 100 children in a year? What a joke! Even more than 2,000 years ago, Liu Bei's ancestor, Prince Jing of Zhongshan, only had a few hundred children in his lifetime, okay? Sister Lin, after you said that, my system suddenly notified me that IVF is not an option. Only a goddess who truly carries a child for 10 months, is willing to marry me, and whose affection for me exceeds 90%, will provide power for the goddess train. After a brief silence, Su Luo suddenly spoke. Lin Wanqing frowned, remaining silent and staring at Su Luo with a skeptical expression for a long time. Sister Lin, don't look at me like that, I really didn't lie to you. My life is deeply tied to the system. If anything goes wrong during any of my transmigrations, I will die physically. I'd only risk my life if I ate too much, right? Su Luo smiled wryly. His breathing is normal, his heartbeat is normal, and when he speaks, his eyes are open and his eyelashes do not tremble irregularly. Lin Wanqing nodded. Based on all the information, it's unlikely that you're lying, so I believe you. Have to. Chatting with a goddess who only cares about work and tasks and has no personal feelings is impossible. Etc. Lin Wanqing is not without feelings. In the peaceful residential area of Maple Leaf City, he went to attack an old lady by himself and was almost killed by the mutated girl Alice. Lin Wanqing was very angry at the time and left in a huff. Could it be that this woman is only cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and actually cares about him a lot? Su Luo suddenly became curious. Woo woo woo. Rumble. Meanwhile, layers of railway tracks were laid down from the sky, stretching all the way to the open space of the military camp. The train sped along the tracks, its roar and sonic booms echoing continuously, before rapidly descending from the sky to the ground and beginning to slow down, eventually coming to a gentle stop. Squeak. With a muffled clatter of mechanical gears meshing, the hydraulic gates of all 12 carriages were activated simultaneously. The steel hinges between the wheels made a click-clack sound under the residual steam pressure, like a sleeping steel behemoth slowly stretching its limbs. When the hatches raised to a 45-degree angle, the built-in explosion-proof slide rail suddenly emits a humming electrical sound. Sunlight pierced the dimly lit carriage like a sharp sword, illuminating the soldiers' tense faces. Their eyelashes were still covered in frost from another world, and their knuckles were white from gripping guns too tightly. But no one complained or showed any signs of fatigue. All the soldiers stood motionless, straight as javelins. Whoosh! The moment the train doors opened, all the soldiers jumped off the train without hesitation, like a tidal wave. They spread out in a fan shape, with their respective carriages as the center, and quickly dispersed in all directions. They all remained in a semi-squatting position, their guns motionless. The red dots from the infrared sights crisscrossed on the concrete ground, forming a spiderweb-like perimeter. The soldiers began to advance in an orderly fashion. Report, Area A is safe. Report, no abnormalities found in Zone B. Report, alert in Zone C has been lifted. Short, crisp reports rang out continuously in the communication channel, clearly reaching Su Luo's ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A fleet of 100 fighter jets, a confluence of humans and machines, suddenly took off from the top of the carriage, their rotors slicing through the sunlight and emitting a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. They formed a wedge-shaped array in the air, with wide-angle cameras on their bellies flashing a deep blue light, constantly transmitting real-time images to the displays built into the soldiers' helmets. These images were naturally transmitted to Su Luo's eyes simultaneously. Sister Lin, we've already gone home, isn't this a bit too much? Su Luo frowned immediately. Not an exaggeration. Lin Wanqing explained, the organization has given strict orders that under any circumstances, we must remain vigilant and ensure your absolute safety, Director Su. As they were talking, all the small red dots that originally represented danger within a 5-kilometer radius on the big screen turned green. Security alert lifted. Safe within a 5-kilometer radius. A large number of soldiers have been spotted on alert 5 kilometers away. Their identities have been confirmed. The 501st Combined Arms Regiment of the Eastern Theater Command. These words had just been spoken. Wang Xiangdong, Su Luo, Lin Wanqing, and the others then heard a dignified voice ring out from the management channel. Zhou Weiguo, commander of the 501st Combined Operations Regiment of the Eastern Theater Command, has come to report on behalf of the organization, leading all 1,500 soldiers of the regiment. Please provide further instructions, Comrade Su Luo. Snap. Accompanying this authoritative and resounding voice was a standard salute. Clearly, even though it was just a phone call, Regiment Commander Zhou Weiguo remained very meticulous and did not relax in the slightest. Su Luo didn't rush to speak, temporarily ending the call and looking at Lin Wanqing beside her for advice. Instructor Su, the 501st Regiment and the 702nd Regiment are different. The 702nd Regiment is a garrison unit, primarily responsible for maintaining peace and tranquility in the area. However, the 501st Regiment has always been guarding the frontier and frequently participates in various international counter-terrorism operations and international terrorist incidents. They are all veterans of countless battles. Zhou Weiguo, the commander of the 501st Regiment, is a 38-year-old male who was once a special operations elite in international peacekeeping forces. He has an aggressive yet meticulous tactical style and a fervent love for high technology. Since the organization sent Commander Zhou here, it's probably to have him cooperate with you in the campaign in Maple Leaf City. We can discuss the specifics when we meet. Lin Wanqing turned off her headset and carefully introduced Su Luo to her. It turns out that from the very beginning, the organization planned to mass-produce troops in batches and transport them to the post-apocalyptic wasteland continuously via Su Luo's goddess train. The 702nd Regiment under Wang Xiangdong's command was only sent to Maple Leaf City to scout ahead, establish a temporary base, and prepare for the subsequent arrival of other regiments. 7 days later, in the time travel, Zhou Weiguo's 501st Combined Combat Regiment will bring a true shock to the other world with weapons of mass destruction. Both are regimental commanders, but Wang Xiangdong is a lieutenant colonel while Zhou Weiguo is a colonel. It seems this 501st Combined Arms Regiment is indeed more elite. Su Luo immediately became curious and interested, and reopened the communication channel. After consulting with Wang Xiangdong, Su Luo finally made the decision to allow Zhou Weiguo to lead the team over. Boom! 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 Soon, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, a series of firm and powerful footsteps approached quickly from afar, in unison. One after another, 3-meter-tall mechs, resembling Iron Man, appeared before Su Luo. Each mech has a transparent glass cockpit, inside which sits a serious-looking predator. The mecha at the very front was a full 3.5 meters tall, and sitting atop it was a very muscular man with broad shoulders and a thick waist. The man was dressed in military uniform, with the rank of colonel on his shoulder, and one eye was covered by a metal shield, making him clearly a one-eyed man. On his neck was a shocking scar, shaped like a scorpion, which was extremely terrifying. Coach Su, this is Joe Wegwa, codenamed Scorpion, but in the Eastern Theater Command, people prefer to call him Madman. Lin Wanqing explained. Nickname, Madman? Codename, Scorpion? This. Although Su Luo didn't know Joe Wegwa. But considering the scene before them, plus Lin Wanqing's words, Su Luo knew perfectly well that the burly man in front of her was definitely a warmonger. If the nation wants to conquer another world, establishing a permanent base in Maple Leaf City and rapidly mobilizing troops, then sending the madman to quickly open up the situation is a perfect way to make the best use of resources. Su Luo was thinking about it. Hundreds of 3-meter-tall mechs sped towards Su Luo at a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Salute! Joe Wegwa shouted angrily and saluted first. Whoosh! In an instant, 100 mechs stood in perfect unison, raising their technologically advanced mechanical arms. Those titanium alloy eyes, gleaming with a faint infrared light, all turned to look at Su Luo. Su Luo, with a serious expression, stood tall and immediately returned a standard military salute. A moment later, as the cockpit window of a mecha slowly rose, Joe Wegwa stepped off the mecha. Sister Lin, aren't our country's mechs still in the model concept stage? How come these? Taking advantage of this moment, Su Luo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Director Su, are you referring to the mecha that the state publicly displayed at last year's Coastal Science and Technology exhibition? That's naturally a model, representing the future direction of development. However, in reality, it has been a scientific research project spanning more than 20 years, bringing together the hard work of 3 generations of scientists. In addition, there are millions of outstanding talents cultivated by the 7 sons of national defense, all working together with their collective wisdom and efforts. Today, the Xian character mecha has been upgraded to its 5th generation and has achieved large-scale mass production. The 6th generation mech has been successfully tested, but it cannot be mass-produced for the time being. It can only be forged on a small scale by individual soldiers. Research on the 7th generation mech has begun. Results are expected within 3 years. At this point, Lin Wanqing pointed to the enormous 3.5-meter-tall mecha and explained. Commander Zhou is currently equipped with a 6th-generation mecha, while the others are equipped with 5th-generation mechas. I see. Su Luo was amazed, then suddenly felt a little saddened and couldn't help but sigh. If Xiaolu had been equipped with the Xian-class 5th-generation mecha during his last time travel, he probably wouldn't have been killed by the old lady zombie. The atmosphere at the scene fell silent instantly. Lin Wanqing's eyes also dimmed. Clearly, Lin Wanqing was not without feelings. She's just not good at expressing her true feelings, or she deliberately hides her personal emotions. After a brief silence, Lin Wanqing then continued, Instructor Su, the Xian series mechs are mainly used to replace transport machines to perform heavy-duty transport and installation tasks. This type of mech is not fast and is highly dependent on information-based combat systems. It's still a long way from the sci-fi combat mechs you imagine. So that's how it is. Su Luo nodded, not disappointed. Mechs from other countries are either just theoretical boasts, just PowerPoint slides, or just AI-generated fake videos. But our great Xia's mechs have quietly progressed to the 5th generation and even reached the 7th generation. And the whole world is completely unaware of all this. Even if the Xian-class mechs can only be used for transportation and have great drawbacks, it is still an epoch-making technological advancement. Boom! 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 Behind them, an even greater tremor, like thunder, rolled in. Su Luo looked back and immediately gasped. Hundreds and thousands of steel warriors converged into an endless torrent of steel, moving in perfect unison and at great speed. This time, without Lin Wanqing needing to explain, Su Luo said. Sister Lin, is this the Feitian series of exoskeletons developed by China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing was taken aback, and her gaze towards Su Luo was filled with surprise. Clearly, Lin Wanqing hadn't expected that Su Luo, this once ordinary college student, would know so much. Sister Lin, I'm a top student from a prestigious university and a military enthusiast, not the novice you imagine. Su Luo found it somewhat amusing, but too lazy to argue, and continued. The flying exoskeleton was unveiled at the technology exhibition 2 years ago. I was working part-time on site, volunteering, and even cleaning one of the exoskeletons. I see. Lin Wanqing nodded and explained. Instructor Su, the entire 501st Combined Arms Regiment is equipped with the Flying Sky 9th Generation Exoskeleton Individual Combat System. The publicly released flying exoskeletons by the government are the first and second generation products. Awesome! The second generation is now publicly available, and the 9th generation will be rolled out across the entire military. As expected of the nation. The sight of the steel torrent before him filled Su Luo with excitement, making him wish he could get an exoskeleton or mecha to play with. However, after considering that these exoskeletons and mechs are only for auxiliary combat and are not as powerful as depicted in science fiction movies, they are not suitable for me. Su Luo dropped the matter and didn't mention it again. At the same time, Zhou Weigui stepped off the mecha, accompanied by his 3 battalion commanders, 9 company commanders, and a deputy regimental commander. The group of 14 people quickly walked up to Su Luo and bowed in unison. Su Luo returned the salute solemnly, his movements precise and powerful, already showing a hint of the iron-blooded heroism of a veteran. This scene surprised Lin Wanqing, and she couldn't help but look at Su Luo with new respect. This kid has never received military training. He just went to another world with our military for 12 hours, and he actually learned quite well. His talent and comprehension are quite remarkable. It's a pity I'm not an A-level goddess, otherwise, I would definitely give this kid a thorough special training and mold him into a true special forces elite. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but think to herself. On the other side, after a brief exchange of pleasantries with Zhou Weigui, Su Luo handed over full command to Wang Shandong. Without wasting words, Wang Shandong immediately connected with Zhou Weigui to exchange information. Soon, the soldiers of the 501st Combined Combat Regiment, controlling the exoskeletons strapped to their legs, orderly entered the 12 train carriages. Like industrious ants, they worked in groups of 4, lifting containers one by one and moving them out of the truck in an orderly fashion. Nearby, Zhou Weigui led 100 mecha warriors, each carrying 2 containers and placing them at a distance. A group of exoskeleton warriors who had been waiting in the distance worked together to continuously load containers onto forklifts. A dense array of forklifts shuttled back and forth inside and outside the military camp, transporting containers onto large trucks. Inside each large truck was filled soldiers in full-blast camouflage uniforms, carrying guns. They protected the container in the very center, their eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp vigilance. Through the tablet, Su Luo even saw that these trucks were equipped with anti-aircraft guns. Combat helicopters roared in from all directions over a radius of tens of kilometers. Further afield, thousands of drones shuttle between skyscrapers, closely monitoring every movement in the city. An hour passed quickly. When the goddess train's light and shadow shifted, like rainbow bubbles, turning into countless points of light and disappearing completely. The vast Jiang City military camp was now completely empty, with no exoskeletons or mechs in sight. Only Wang Shandong and more than 100 soldiers from the 702nd Regiment were scattered around the camp to stand guard and ensure Su Luo's safety. Sister Lin, weren't Commander Zhou and the 501st Regiment supposed to protect me and go to Maple Leaf City with me? Why did they all leave? Inside the room. After showering and changing, Su Luo, dressed in a black suit, casually sat on the sofa and asked curiously. 7 days from now, on the last night before the train arrives, Commander Wang will bring his men over. As for these 7 days, he needs to escort the supplies brought back from Maple Leaf City to the laboratory at the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences for analysis. Lin Wanqing stood straight beside the sofa, like a goddess statue, and replied in a very formulaic way, without any emotion. Su Luo nodded, about to speak, when her phone suddenly vibrated, displaying a call request. Hello, Grandpa Su. Su Luo quickly sat up straight, her tone respectful. Lin Wanqing quickly walked to the front door, ensuring that she could not hear Su Luo's phone call while also protecting Su Luo's safety at all times. Xiao Su, the medical team will be at the military camp within 5 minutes to conduct a full physical examination for you. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingguo's deep and concerned voice came through. Grandpa Su, thank you for your concern and that of the organization. Su Luo felt a warmth in her heart and quickly thanked him. Xiao Su, this isn't Grandpa's concern, it's the decision of those old geezers in the organization. While they claim to be providing you with a medical checkup, in reality, it's a joint research team comprised of scientists, medical experts, and leading figures from various fields, drawn from multiple ministries. The research team is here to determine if you have encountered zombie infection, viral infection, or infectious disease in Maple Leaf City. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingwa's slightly disgruntled chuckle came through. Originally, these old geezers intended to send you, Xiao Su, to Beijing, to the August 1st headquarters hospital, to have you undergo a week-long so-called comprehensive physical examination using their advanced research equipment. But don't worry, I, Su Jingwa, am the head of the State Science and Technology Commission, responsible for all scientific research in the country, and I still have some power. I've already used my veto power to reject those old geezers' terrible idea and instead have them send someone to the Jiang City military camp to see you. After a pause, Su Jingwa continued, Little Su, Grandpa is telling you this in the hope that you can understand and not feel offended. You can rest assured that the country and the organization are acting in your best interests, not dissecting you like a guinea pig. That's absolutely impossible. Su Luo listened silently. It wasn't until Su Jingwa finished speaking. Su Luo then smiled and advised, Grandpa Su, even if you hadn't called, as a military enthusiast, I could have guessed what was going on. Actually, I'm not against medical checkups. After all, I'm a bit guilty and worried that I might have caught some disease in Maple Leaf City. If that's the case, then if I go to see Consort Ming and infect her, how can that be allowed? Well said. That's honest enough. He's a good kid. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. Inside the director's office. Grandpa Su Jingwa nodded slightly, his eyes full of smiles. The more Su Jingwa learned about his adopted grandson Su Luo, the more he approved of him and the more gratified he felt. In particular, after Su Jingwa listened to Wang Shangdong's phone report, listened to Lin Wanqing's report, and randomly asked some grassroots soldiers questions. Su Jingwa was very satisfied with Su Luo's performance in Maple Leaf City. Otherwise, given Su Jingwa's status and power, he wouldn't have gone against the majority opinion and used his veto power to secure many rights for Su Luo. Sending a medical team is just one example. As for other hidden benefits and rights, Su Jingwa did not intend to disclose them explicitly. When the time is right, Su Luo will naturally understand. If you don't understand, that's okay. Xiao Su, since you call me Grandpa, Grandpa has a favor to ask. Could you help Grandpa? On the other end of the phone, Su Jingwa spoke again. Grandpa Su, you said you'd help me with anything. Su Luo said with a serious expression. You child, aren't you afraid that your grandfather will make you do bad things? Su Jingwa laughed and scolded. Grandpa Su, you are a great hero who serves the country and its people. You would never do that. Su Luo also laughed. All right, Xiao Su, Grandpa isn't joking with you anymore. Grandpa really does have something I need your help with. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jingwa's tone suddenly turned somber. Xiao Su, Grandpa had a comrade in arms who died protecting Grandpa back then. He was my old squad leader. Before he died, he entrusted his wife and children to me. Unfortunately, not long after the old sergeant was killed in battle, my sister-in-law also applied to carry out a dangerous mission and died for her country. I raised the old sergeant's son for decades. This silly boy joined the army after graduation and died for his country. His wife couldn't cope and died of depression, leaving behind a lonely little girl. At this point, Su Jingwa couldn't help but sigh. She's a very pretty and smart little girl. Her grandfather has raised her for 20 years, treating her like his own daughter and always regarding her as his own granddaughter. Although the child was very well behaved and sensible, listened to his grandfather, stayed away from soldiers, and never thought of joining the army. But fate is cruel to beautiful women. Not long ago, this child contracted a strange illness, and the doctor said she probably wouldn't live more than 6 months. Upon hearing this, Su Luo frowned immediately, his eyes full of confusion. Grandpa Su, this little sister is indeed quite pitiful. But I really can't understand how I can help her. No, Xiao Su, you can help. Su Jingwa said, then suddenly began to cough violently. Grandpa Su, what's wrong? Su Luo's expression changed immediately, and she asked with concern. It's nothing, just an old problem, a lingering issue from when I went to the battlefield back then. Su Jingwa smiled kindly and said, it's all right, let's continue. Sir, the doctor warned you not to get too excited, otherwise you'll have a seizure. At best, you'll suffer paralysis or a stroke. At worst, it could be life-threatening. Please take care of yourself and don't get excited. Before Su Jingwa could speak, the guard beside him spoke up anxiously. Is Grandpa Su sick? Su Luo's heart sank, and she pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. However, there was suddenly no sound on the other end of the phone. A good 10 seconds or so passed before footsteps finally came, followed by Su Jingwa's panting from the other end of the phone. Xiao Su, it's alright. Grandpa was watching a spy movie just now, and the guard told the old commander not to get excited. It has nothing to do with me. Alright. Grandpa Su, keep pretending. Su Luo was speechless, but didn't want to expose him. However, Su Luo made up her mind that in the future, when dealing with Su Jingwa, she must not provoke him or agitate him. Xiao Su, this girl is the only son in my grandfather's old sergeant family. Although she was terminally ill and only had 6 months to live, this did not affect her normal life. Moreover, she is very beautiful, kind-hearted, and excellent in every way. Although this girl doesn't say it aloud, she greatly admires heroes and really wants to marry a soldier. At this point, Su Jingwa on the other end of the phone started coughing violently again, as if he was about to pass out. The guards nearby quickly tried to persuade him and fed Su Jingwa his medicine. Ha, Xiao Su, Grandpa accidentally stepped on the TV remote just now, and it was another spy movie. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore, let's move on. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingwa seemed to be covering his mouth, forcibly suppressing his cough. The old man, panting heavily as if he were about to suffocate, said with difficulty. Xiao Su, can you promise Grandpa that you'll pursue that girl and marry her? What? Upon hearing Su Jingwa's words. Even though Su Luo already had a guess, he was still dumbfounded at this moment. I was completely stunned. Chapter 20. A groom every day, a bride every night. So, Grandpa Su, you mean I should pursue that little sister Io and then marry her? Su Luo suspected there was something wrong with her ears and couldn't help but ask again. Xiao Su, Grandpa is just giving you advice, not orders. If you don't like Io, Grandpa won't force you. On the other end of the phone came Su Jingwa's kind voice. These words had just been spoken. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit came from the other end of the phone. Thump. Then, the sound of the phone hitting the ground rang out. The commander has fainted. Quickly, medical team, quick, quick, quick. Immediately afterwards, the guard's anxious voice rang out. Accompanied by a series of chaotic footsteps and various highly technical medical terms that Su Luo couldn't understand, one after another, came the sounds of footsteps. Grandpa Su, Grandpa? Su Luo's heart tightened, and she asked anxiously. However, there was no response for a long time on the other end of the phone. Su Luo waited for more than a minute. Only then did Su Jingwa's weak voice come through the phone again. Xiao Su, I'm sorry. Grandpa was watching a spy movie just now, and it was so exciting that I couldn't help but lose control of my emotions. My old habit has relapsed. Cough, 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 cough. As he spoke, Su Jingwa coughed violently again. However, this cough stopped abruptly as soon as it started, as if Su Jingwa had forcibly suppressed it. Grandpa Su, please stop talking. I'm willing to help that little sister Io you mentioned. Seeing that Su Jingwa was about to speak, Su Luo hurriedly and anxiously interrupted him. Su Luo is an orphan who has never been cared for since childhood. Su Jingwa became Su Luo's grandfather because of the country's requirements, in order to deter those petty villains in the dark. But Su Luo could still sense that Su Jingwa truly treated him like a grandson, showing him great kindness and care. This kind and benevolent elder dedicated his life to the country, managing countless affairs daily, yet he still had to worry constantly about Su Luo finding a partner. Humans are not plants or trees, how can they be without feelings? Su Luo had the utmost respect and admiration for this old man. Su Luo naturally couldn't let Su Jingwa's emotions continue to run high because of this, which could lead to an accident. Good boy. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. Inside the director's office. Su Jingwa adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, which gave him a refined look, and smiled kindly. He talked to Su Luo for a while longer before hanging up and turning to look at the old man leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper on the sofa next to him. The old man was dressed in a white lab coat and wore gold-rimmed glasses, but his demeanor was not that of a doctor, rather, he resembled a well-known scholar engaged in scientific research. Seeing the displeasure in Su Jingwa's eyes as he looked at him, the old man pretended not to see it, put down the tablet, and gave a thumbs up. Brother Su, your acting skills are amazing. If I weren't sitting here, I probably would have thought you were just having that old problem again. As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, who would have thought that Director Su of the dignified National Science Commission, who is in charge of the nation's scientific secrets, is also such a brilliant actor? In a word, amazing. Su Jingwa didn't speak, but listened silently. Until the old man finished speaking. Su Jinghua then spoke calmly, Chen Shoubai, you are the director of the National Medical and Health Commission, but he is also an academician in both virology and genetic engineering. You are in charge of national healthcare, biosafety, and interdisciplinary medical research. But look at the terrible idea you came up with today. Is this something a human being would do? Chen Shoubai seemed not to hear Su Jinghua's anger, and leisurely drank his tea. A dozen seconds later, Chen Shoubai put down his teacup, shook his head slightly, and said, Comrade Jinghua, the tea in your office is no good, it tastes terrible. So, send someone to my office later, and I'll give you 2 ounces of Dehong Pao tea from the 1,000-year-old sacred tree of Wui Mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Jinghua sneered, Chen Shoubai, stop trying to distract me and change the subject. Let me tell you, Su Luo is my grandson, Su Jinghua. Anyone who dares to make a fuss about Xiao Su is an enemy of me, an enemy of the organization, and an enemy of the country. Chen Shoubai, I don't care what you're thinking. You better remember this, Xiao Su is a national treasure, concerning the future development of the country, not a lab rat in your laboratory. If you dare to come up with another bad idea, like me faking my death to exploit Xiao Su's sympathy and filial piety to trick him into finding a partner, believe me, I'll kill you. Believe. 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 To be honest, Chen Shoubai was terrified. Although he and Su Jinghua had differing ideologies and had fought each other for many years, they were both gentlemen who believed in harmony without uniformity and never truly broke off relations. But this time, for Su Luo's sake, Su Jinghua turned on him without hesitation and even warned him in private. Thinking back to Su Jinghua's past in the army, he would kill anyone without hesitation, regardless of who they were, a complete troublemaker. Chen Shoubai dared not be sarcastic anymore, so he quickly made an excuse and left in a hurry. Chen Shoubai, however, did not see it. He had just left. The back foot. The anger on Su Jinghua's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile on his aged face. Sir, you aren't angry? The guard walked in nervously and cautiously asked the question. Angry? Why should I be angry? Su Jinghua picked up the purple clay teapot from his desk, his eyes full of smiles. This warning shot made Chen Shoubai hesitant to act rashly, and he will never dare to do anything reckless again. My attitude towards Xiao Su should be clear to everyone from today onwards, and no one will dare to act recklessly in public anymore. Besides, Chen Shoubai has been secretly pulling strings and mobilizing considerable resources to find a partner for my grandson, which is a good thing. Why should I be angry? There's one more thing that Su Jinghua didn't mention. That is, the tea he personally brewed for Chen Shoubai was the worst kind of tea in his office. Su Jinghua himself naturally drank the best tea. However, how could Su Jinghua possibly tell his mortal enemy this? Isn't that because you ate too much? Little Su, Grandpa has paved the way for you. Ah, Yao is indeed a good girl. I hope that within the next 7 days you can win over Io and make her your wife. Su Jinghua walked to the window, gazing at the clouds drifting by outside, his aged eyes filled with anticipation. At the same time, University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Inside the laboratory building, huge shipping containers were being moved from one laboratory to another by soldiers of the 501st Combined Arms Regiment using exoskeletons. Such a perfect home medical pod, I never imagined it would be so common in another world. Peaceful Community is just an old, dilapidated community in Maple Leaf City. How come the civilian bionic exoskeleton used by the community's maintenance workers is so high-tech? The organic vertical farm module uses highly efficient photosynthetic technology. If this photosynthetic catalytic enzyme can be extracted, the yield of our daxia crops can be increased by at least 50%. Soon, excited exclamations from scientists could be heard from one laboratory after another. These elites came from major universities, the military, various industries, and the 7 pillars of national defense. Originally, they were somewhat dissatisfied with the interruption of their research and their unconditional recruitment to the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. But now, they have all transformed into workaholics, throwing themselves into highly efficient scientific research. Meanwhile, in the quantum battery research lab, Professors Zhang, Li, and Wang remained remarkably calm. After all, they had even witnessed the goddess train tearing through the void and appearing out of thin air. Moreover, for the first time, the entire nation embarked on a journey through time and space, and 3 of the 12 scientists traveling with them were among those who participated. They've already seen other worlds, what's there to be shocked about? A bunch of bumpkins. The nation is secretly working to gather its scientific research resources and, with astonishing efficiency, begin studying the various items collected from Maple Leaf City. Su Luo, who was the main character, was free of worries and became quite relaxed. There are 7 days left until the next time we travel through time. 7 days later, the train will arrive in Maple Leaf City again. I hope Brother Lu and his men, along with the more than 1,000 brothers of the 702nd Regiment, are safe and sound. Su Luo was taking a shower in the bathroom while thinking about it. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. A dashing and beautiful figure appeared outside the glass door. Comrade Su Luo, if it's inconvenient for you, how about I come in and help you scrub your back? Lin Wanqing's melodious voice drifted over on the wind. Glug. Upon hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but swallow hard, her breath becoming hot. To be honest, Su Luo didn't expect that Lin Wanqing would have such a good figure after changing from military uniform to civilian clothes. It was beyond his imagination. If Lin Wanqing were to come in and help, Su Luo would be more than willing. But Su Luo suddenly realized that Lin Wanqing was a cold, emotionless machine who always put the national interest first in her actions and words, never letting any personal feelings interfere. Then there's Lin Wanqing's terrifying 7-day groomed plan. And she had an insane idea. She wanted to have 100 children with him. Su Luo shuddered, the flame in her eyes instantly extinguished, and she hurriedly said, Sister Lin, I'm fine, I'll be right away. Lin Wanqing's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Phew. Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sped up her scrubbing. Inside the living room, Lin Wanqing sat on the sofa, picked up her notebook, and began to take notes with her pen. Su Luo, male, 22 years old. Code name Pangu. Originally an ordinary college student, excelling in both character and academics, but an orphan. Currently serving as the National Strategic Advisor for Time Travel and the chief person in charge of the Pangu Creates the World project. As she wrote, Lin Wanqing changed the line and continued writing. According to my tests, Su Luo's personality is as follows. He likes beautiful women and has lustful thoughts, but lacks the courage to act on them. She can resist temptation and endure loneliness. Although she longs for something to happen between us, she chooses to keep her distance because I am not an A-level goddess. Kind, passionate, and a bit immature, easily impulsive and easily fooled. As she wrote, Lin Wanqing paused slightly, then added a note after. Although Su Luo has obvious flaws, I like him very much. At this point, Lin Wanqing hesitated slightly, then gently raised her delicate hand and changed the words I like it very much to I admire it very much. Lin Wanqing continued writing. If Su Luo could see these words, Su Luo would be very shocked, because Lin Wanqing knew him better than he knew himself. However, after Lin Wanqing finished writing in this notebook she carried with her, she did not intend to take a picture and send it. She carefully put it away, not intending to show it to anyone. Captain, target number 2 has been locked, and the information has been sent to you. A respectful voice suddenly came from the hidden bone conduction Bluetooth headset. Information received. Continue infiltration. Yes, Captain. Lin Wanqing hung up the call, picked up her tablet, and began to carefully read the information. Half an hour later, Su Luo walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed, only to find the living room empty. Lin Wanqing was nowhere to be seen. Instead, 2 stunningly beautiful women, with almost identical figures, heights, and appearances, were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing Su Luo walking over, the 2 beautiful women, dressed in thin pajamas, stood up in unison. Jingjia, Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Su Luo glanced at the 2 women and immediately felt his mouth go dry and his breathing become rapid. It turned out that both women were only wearing pajamas, and they seemed to have just taken a shower, their bodies exuding a captivating fragrance. Young master, I heard you have a lot of liver fire, so I've come to help you cool down. Ran Yao, the younger sister, was lively and carefree. She walked forward with a smile and gently performed a curtsy. Young master, it's getting late, it's time to go to bed. As they spoke, Ran Yao took Su Luo's arm, like a little bird nestled against her, and led Su Luo toward the dormitory on the side. Ren Jing, the older sister, followed without saying a word. The 2 girls quickly pulled Su Luo into the dormitory. The older sister, Ren Jing, casually locked the door from the inside. Ran Yao, the younger sister, pushed Su Luo down onto the Simmons mattress. That crazy woman Lin Wanqing, does she think she's not good enough and is planning to have Ren Jing and Ren Yao test my abilities? Su Luo vaguely guessed the truth and was speechless. Lin Wanqing, you really are a madwoman. I already said, only A-rank goddesses can withstand the goddess defense. The Ren sisters are only B+ level goddesses. Even if they drain themselves dry, the system will not give any feedback. All actions are meaningless. However, things have come to this point, and the arrow is already on the bowstring. There is no turning back. Seeing the two women wrapped in pajamas, he quickly climbed onto the Simmons mattress. Su Luo sighed helplessly and stopped resisting. What's the point of resistance? Given Lin Wanqing's stubbornness, if Su Luo doesn't compromise, who knows what other terrible ideas this crazy woman might come up with. However, after waiting for most of the day, the storm that Su Luo had imagined did not materialize. Ren Jing and Ren Yao, two stunningly beautiful women, were applying a face mask to Su Luo and gently massaging her head. The other one knelt on Su Luo's legs and began to massage Su Luo's feet, starting a Thai spa treatment. Young master, you don't actually think that we sisters want to do that to you, do you? Ran Yaoqian's delicate hands massaged Su Luo's temples, her charming face close to Su Luo's ear. She gently blew a breath and giggled. Yao Yao, stop fooling around. With a cold face, Ren Jing, the older sister, snapped, young master is going on a blind date soon, so be nervous and don't fool around. What? A blind date? Hearing this, Su Luo stopped pretending to be asleep and quickly opened her eyes, asking, Sister Jing, when am I supposed to go on a blind date? How come I didn't know? Young master, this is Major Lin's order. It is said that your blind date this time, like me, also has the character Yao in her name. Ren Yao said with a grin, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. To be honest, Ren Yao didn't expect that Su Luo, who had already won over Shang Mingfei, would still go after other goddesses. Moreover, this was actually an order from the organization. Ren Yao neither resisted nor objected to the order. She was just thinking, why wasn't she the lucky one? Young master, your blind date this time is Chiu Muyao, the goddess of the university. She is 20 years old and a junior. Ren Jing, the older sister, picked up the tablet and handed it to Su Luo, explaining with a smile, Chiu Muyao is the stunningly beautiful ice queen of the university. Strangers should stay away. However, according to the investigation by the National Security Bureau, combined with big data analysis and analysis by national think tanks, the actual situation is as follows. The final conclusion was that Chiu Muyao lost her parents at a young age and had no relatives. She was of average appearance and very poor when she was a child, which fostered her inferiority complex and introverted personality. Even though Chiu Muyao was adopted by a kind old man when she was 6 years old, her personality had already taken shape and was difficult to change. From age 6 to 12, during her 6 years of elementary school, Chiu Muyao was ridiculed by her classmates at school because of her beauty and rapid development, which made her increasingly silent. Starting in junior high, Chiu Muyao deliberately disguised herself as ugly, focusing all her attention on her studies. She successfully passed the entrance exam for a top-tier high school and ultimately achieved her goal of entering a prestigious university, the University of Technology. At this point, a hint of regret flashed in Ren Yao's eyes. During college, Chiu Muyao gradually became more confident and stopped pretending to be ugly, but she was still very socially awkward and had no friends. She is now terminally ill and has less than 6 months to live. Chiu Muyao posted an alias online and secretly made a wish that she could find her soulmate before she died. Su Luo listened silently, feeling a deep sense of sympathy and regret for Chiu Muyao, the school beauty from the same school. In fact, throughout his 3 years of university, Su Luo had always liked Chiu Muyao and regarded her as his ideal woman. Unfortunately, the goddess was too aloof and never even glanced at Su Luo. But now that Su Luo understands the truth, he no longer harbors any resentment towards Chiu Muyao, only feels genuine pity for her. Etc. Chiu Mu Chao? Ah Yao? Orphaned and adopted by an old man? He has less than 6 months to live? Su Luo quickly realized what was happening and picked up her phone to send a message to Su Jinghua. Grandpa Su, the little sister you mentioned, could it be Chiu Muyao from the University of Technology? Su Jinghua seemed very busy and did not reply to the message directly. It wasn't until Ren Jing and Ren Yao, the sisters, helped Su Luo with her beauty treatments, makeup, and changed into a proper outfit that things continued to improve. Su Jinghua then called. Grandpa Su, how are you feeling? Su Luo's tone was concerned. Xiao Su, Grandpa is fine. It's just an old ailment that he's had for many years. He's all better now. On the other end of the phone, I heard Mr. Su Jinghua's hearty laughter. By the way, Xiao Su, how did you know that Grandpa's adopted granddaughter is Chiu Muyao? Grandpa Su, don't you know that among the 3 goddesses carefully selected by the country from 80 million eligible unmarried women, besides Shang Mingfei, one of them is Chiu Muyao, the campus belle of the University of Technology? Su Luo asked in astonishment. Is that so? On the other end of the phone, Su Jinghua was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Wang Xiangdong and Lin Wanqing, those 2 little brats, how dare they scheme against my grandson? Xiao Su, just you wait, Grandpa will get justice for you. How can someone be schemed against just to date or get married? Absurd! Absurd! As he spoke, Su Jinghua slammed his fist on the desk, his anger barely contained. Sir, please don't get agitated. You're trembling all over. If you get any more agitated, it will be harder to treat your illness. Beside him, the guard's voice was trembling with tears. He was practically kneeling before Su Jinghua. Bullshit. How could I not get excited? Xiao Su and Yao are, respectively, the grandson of the father and the granddaughter of the father. I wanted to bring them together to fulfill Yao's last wish, but those people actually schemed against my grandson. Go! Contact a helicopter immediately. I'm heading to the Jiang City military camp right now. Hurry! Su Jinghua practically roared as he uttered those words in a fit of rage. The guard was dumbfounded and tried to persuade him, but Su Jinghua pushed him out of the office. Bang! Accompanied by heavy knocking on the door. The entire office fell silent immediately. Little Su, Grandpa was watching a spy movie just now, and the volume was a bit loud. Did it scare you? It's alright, Grandpa's fine, you don't need to worry. Okay, Xiao Su, you wait here. Grandpa will call Yao right now and tell her that her fiancé doesn't exist, he's a fake. After saying that, Su Jinghua was about to hang up the phone. Upon hearing this, Su Luo quickly said, Grandpa Su, well, let's forget about it. Let it go? How can we just let it go? Su Jinghua said angrily, Little Su, let me tell you, although Grandpa thinks Io is suitable for you and hopes you can fulfill her last wish. But Grandpa doesn't want you to be forced into marriage, and he doesn't want you to sacrifice your personal happiness and feel pain, so Grandpa has decided. Grandpa Su. Before Su Jinghua could finish speaking, Su Luo quickly interrupted, saying earnestly, Grandpa Su, no one is forcing me, I am willing to marry Yao. This fiancé, I, Su Luo, am determined to be him. It's done. On the other end of the phone, Su Jinghua put down the phone, his eyes filled with a smile. The main entrance. The guards were dumbfounded, stunned by Su Jinghua's acting skills. Jiang City military camp. Inside the living room, Su Luo ended her call with Su Jinghua and was about to speak with the Rin sisters. However, at this very moment, a red warning message suddenly popped up on the task panel that only Su Luo could see. Warning, warning. Goddess Shang Mingfei's favorability towards you has dropped to 0. Your marriage is on the verge of collapse. What? Su Luo's expression changed drastically before he could even react. Another pop-up message appeared. A level goddess Shang Mingfei, the train binding has expired. The system is attempting to rebind. Binding failed. The system is checking for errors, please try binding again. Binding failed. The urgent red alerts kept ringing, and Su Luo's expression grew increasingly grim. The cause of the error has been found. After you married Shang Mingfei, you gained her favor, and your favorability rating with her is 90%. However, because you exhausted the goddess's favorability to 0 while in the otherworldly Maple Leaf City, Shang Mingfei is temporarily unable to provide energy to the goddess train. So that's how it is? Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then gave a wry smile. Really? There's no such thing as a free lunch. The goddess's defenses were excellent, but they helped Su Luo conquer the goddess of rage, Alice. However, while Su Luo gained Alice, he also lost Shang Mingfei's favor. The train will be crossing again in 7 days. Mingfei has been unbound from the train and can no longer provide it with energy. What should we do? Su Luo frowned immediately, sensing a strong sense of crisis. Once the train loses its power and can no longer cross the river, it will disappear completely. The moment the train disappears, Su Luo will also disappear and die. What should we do? Su Luo immediately became anxious. Host, don't panic. As long as you can get consort Shang pregnant within 7 days. Then, Shang Mingfei's favorability towards you will be restored to 90, and you will be automatically bound to the goddess train. A system notification sound suddenly rang out. What? How could Mingfei get pregnant in 7 days? What a joke. Even if I were willing, for a conservative girl like Mingfei to marry me first and then fall in love with me, that would already be very good. Do you expect me to resort to force? In that case, Consort Ming would definitely hate me to death. How could she possibly still have any good feelings towards me? Su Luo was speechless at the system's suggestion and rejected it without even thinking. Host, don't worry. In reality, Shang Mingfei's favorability towards you is still 90, and it hasn't decreased. However, once the same goddess is unbound, it cannot be bound again within a 1-month cooldown period. If you wait patiently for a month, everything will return to normal after that, and no action will be required. The system notification sounded again. Su Luo laughed angrily. If we don't replenish the energy in 7 days, the train will disappear, and I will die. Waiting a month is obviously unrealistic. However, it's unrealistic to expect Shang Mingfei to get pregnant within 7 days. What should we do? Su Luo became increasingly anxious, but for the time being, she had no solution. We are looking for alternatives. Specific problem analysis is underway. The optimal solution has been generated. The system did not disappoint Su Luo soon. The best and most likely solution appeared on the screen. If you can get the first kiss from Qiu Muyao, the campus belle of the university, within 24 hours, you will receive a goddess binding card. The goddess binding card allows you to rebind a goddess that was previously bound but unexpectedly became invalid. Mission countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. It's important to remind you that the kiss must be from Qiu Muyao's heart and be initiated by her, not one that you forcefully kiss. You cannot make this request proactively. May you win the heart of your beloved. Please complete the task as soon as possible. After reviewing the system's best solution in one go. Put. Su Luo's vision went black, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 21, limited to 24 hours, a stunning goddess falls in love with me. What? I must make Qiu Muyao, the most beautiful campus belle in the history of the university, like me from the bottom of her heart within 24 hours and make her give me a kiss on her own initiative. Staring blankly at the system notification on the screen, Su Luo subconsciously glanced at the time. Arrival time in Beijing, 3 p.m. sharp. In other words, I must complete the task before 3 p.m. tomorrow in order to obtain the goddess binding card rewarded by the system, and rebind Shang Mingfei to myself in order to save my life. Otherwise, the train will lose its power and disappear in 7 days, and the train will die along with it. Su Luo quickly understood everything and immediately felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. But unlike the last time when she faced a life-threatening crisis, this time, although Su Luo was worried, she did not panic. Su Luo decisively picked up the phone and called Grandpa Su Jinghua directly. Xiao Su, don't worry, Grandpa will handle this. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. Inside the director's office. After listening to Su Luo's report, Su Jinghua's expression suddenly turned serious, and he hurriedly hung up the phone. Then, Su Jinghua picked up the red telephone on his desk, a phone he hadn't used in years. 5 minutes later. Jiang City. National Security Bureau. Bite. A sudden, urgent telephone ring broke the tranquility of the Intelligence Department office. Dragon Bureau. Swish. The intelligence chief immediately stood up and picked up the red phone on the office desk, which represented the SSS encryption level. SSS level represents the highest level of national intelligence. Even breaking news like national wars is only classified as S level. Only when an outbreak threatens the life and death of the nation, when the country is at its last moment, and when 1.4 billion compatriots are at their wits' end with no way to retreat, will the SSS level be triggered. The goddess train has run out of energy and must be replenished within 24 hours. On the other end of the phone came the authoritative voice of Director Long, the head of the Jiang City State Security Bureau. What? Upon hearing this, the intelligence chief shuddered, his eyes filled with horror. The background investigation of Su Luo, as well as subsequent technical support, were all handled by the head of the intelligence department. He understood better than anyone what the goddess train truly meant for the country today. But now, the goddess train has run out of energy and is completely depleted? Within 24 hours, Comrade Su Luo must win over goddess number 2, Qiu Muyao, and receive a kiss from her. Details are as follows. Director Long spoke succinctly and rapidly, quickly issuing the task. Please rest assured, leader, the entire intelligence department will fully cooperate with Comrade Su Luo within the next 24 hours. Snap. The intelligence chief had barely finished saying don't worry when Director Long hung up the phone. The intelligence chief did not complain about this, because he had realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Comrades, within 10 minutes, use Qiu Muyao as a model to conduct big data modeling. I want all of Qiu Muyao's public and private information from birth to the present. Soon, the chief of intelligence's serious and deep voice resounded throughout the intelligence office. These words were spoken In an instant, the entire intelligence department, focusing on Xiao Muyao, began rapidly creating a model with astonishing efficiency. Half an hour later. Jiang City. The University of Technology. West Gate. A girl wearing a mask and a baseball cap walked lightly out of the school gate. She wore a white cotton and linen dress with a few green bamboo patterns embroidered on the collar. The dress was simple and plain, but it only accentuated her pure and beautiful temperament. The flowing skirt swayed gently in the afternoon breeze, revealing the girl's slender ankles and a pair of faded canvas shoes. Clearly, the girl's family was not well off. She was one of the poor students who worked part-time to support herself. A high-end Western restaurant nearby. Inside the private room. After seeing this scene through the tablet computer, Su Luo paused, then asked, "Sister Lin, are you sure she's Xiao Muyao?" "Sure." Lin Wanqing nodded, adjusting the smart AI metal glasses perched on her nose, her tone very certain. "Coach Su, perhaps in your impression, Xiao Muyao is usually ethereal and aloof. However, in reality, that was just a deliberate act she made at school to create a false impression. Privately, Xiao Muyao is a very frugal person. She only had 2 sets of pretty clothes to change into, which she wore specifically at school to maintain her image and avoid being looked down upon." As Lin Wanqing spoke, her finger tapped repeatedly on the AI glasses projection screen in the void. In an instant, the big data model of Xiao Muyao was simultaneously transmitted to the tablet computer in Su Luo's hand. Xiao Muyao, female, 20 years old, a third-year student at the University of Technology, majoring in foreign languages. Abandoned by his parents at a young age, he grew up in an orphanage. However, in reality, she was not abandoned, but her parents died in battle. Due to some unexpected reasons, she ended up in the countryside and was sent to an orphanage by a kind-hearted person. Unfortunately, in the orphanage, because she was too beautiful, Xiao Muyao was slandered and framed by some little girls, and was humiliated and bullied by some naturally wicked little boys. At the age of 6, Xiao Muyao was taken in by a kind-hearted elderly scavenger named Ma Qingshan, leaving the orphanage and finding a poor but warm little home. Su Luo's face froze as soon as she saw this. On the screen, information about the elderly scavenger Ma Qingshan popped up. "Isn't this Grandpa Su?" Su Luo was dumbfounded. Clearly, Mr. Su Jingguan never dreamed that one day, his alias Ma Qingshan would be completely exposed. Lin Wanqing was also stunned. Su Jingguo was a nationally renowned top scholar and the director of the State Science Commission, in charge of the country's scientific secrets. He was admired and respected by countless people and young people. This naturally includes Lin Wanqing. However, Lin Wanqing never dreamed that Grandpa Su Jingguo would be so humorous, disguising himself as an old scavenger. But isn't this disguise a bit too perfunctory? Aside from dyeing his hair white, putting on a fake white mustache, and smearing ash on his face to make him look dirty, he also. Is this what you call disguise? However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Wanqing quickly felt relieved. 2. Given Su Jingguo's status and power, only the 9 old men in the cabinet are qualified to investigate him nationwide. If it weren't for Su Luo's special circumstances, Lin Wanqing probably wouldn't have seen these top-secret documents even if she had worked hard for another 100 years. Coach Su, Xiao Muyao's parents are martyrs, and her grandparents are also martyrs. She was born into a family of heroes, but was accidentally lost when she was young, and her whereabouts are unknown. Director Su searched for Xiao Muyao for 6 years, finally finding her at the orphanage when she was 6 years old. Lin Wanqing continued, considering that Xiao Muyao suffered a lot in the orphanage, her personality became introverted and extreme. She doesn't trust anyone and doesn't believe in love in the world. Therefore, Director Su disguised himself as an elderly scavenger named Ma Qingshan and adopted Xiao Muyao. So that's how it is. Su Luo nodded slightly, feeling a pang of pity for the stunningly beautiful campus belle of the university. Xiao Muyao has lived with Director Su since she was 6 years old. They are like grandfather and granddaughter and depend on each other for survival. Director Su's original intention was to let Xiao Muyao feel her grandfather's love, study hard, establish correct values, and stay away from the battlefield. But no one could have imagined that Xiao Muyao would be treated as an oddball by her classmates in elementary school because of her rapid growth and development, and would also suffer slander, rumors, and harassment. This girl is very smart and sensible. She never talks about these things in front of Director Su, and always reports good news and never bad news. So much so that by the time Director Su discovered the problem, flew into a rage, and resolved all the potential risks, it was too late. The girl's personality had become fixed, making her more obsessive, introverted, and withdrawn. At this point, even Lin Wanqing, this emotionless, cold-blooded robot, couldn't help but show pity in her eyes. This girl is very ambitious. She was always first in the whole school in elementary school. With her excellent grades, she was admitted to the best middle school in Jiang City, which made Director Su very gratified. To prevent a repeat of the tragedy at the primary school, Director Su has been sending people to the junior high school to secretly protect Xiao Muyao. During junior high school, no one bullied Xiao Muyao. But Director Su did not expect that the competition among the top classes in key middle schools was too fierce and the academic pressure was too great. To maintain her position as the oldest student and not disappoint her grandfather, Xiao Muyao studied relentlessly, leaving early and returning late, never slacking off and having no time for socializing. When Xiao Muyao entered the university as the top scorer in the province, Director Su was initially pleased, but his smile quickly faded. Lin Wanqing didn't say what came next, but Su Luo had already seen it. Originally, Director Su thought that he had finally raised Xiao Muyao to adulthood and had done right by the old squad leader's family. Director Su was shocked to discover that Xiao Muyao, after entering university, didn't know how to interact with people. Even because there were so many wealthy students at the university, and her 3 roommates were all rich heiresses, Xiao Muyao gradually became self-conscious. The students were talking about luxury goods, fashion, shopping abroad, or traveling to the Maldives, among other things. Over time, Xiao Muyao completely shut herself off and became a socially anxious person. This can't be blamed on Grandpa Su, sigh. After reading all the information about Xiao Muyao, Su Luo no longer had any prejudice against this girl. All I feel is pity. She is an independent, strong, and perfect girl with a strong drive for self-improvement and not vain at all. It turns out that her aloofness in college was just a result of her social anxiety. She didn't want to be hurt by others again, etc. Sister Lin, you said so much, but I still don't understand why Xiao Muyao dresses so simply. Su Luo couldn't help but ask. According to the information, Xiao Muyao has closed herself off. But since her freshman year of college, she has been working part-time jobs and earning money through her own efforts. In addition, she receives a full scholarship every semester. So, her annual income has exceeded 100,000, which is not low. But why is she dressed so simply? And I get the feeling that she seems to be short of money? Su Luo found this puzzling. From her freshman to junior year, Xiao Muyao was always pursued by wealthy young men who drove sports cars. Xiao Muyao never paid any attention to these rich young men. Even though Xiao Muyao is very self-disciplined, does not covet vanity, and earns a living by her own hands. With her income, she doesn't need to live such a shabby life, does she? Coach Su, have you ever thought about being the most beautiful campus belle in the century-long history of the university? No one knew that Xiao Muyao was actually Director Su's granddaughter, not even Xiao Muyao herself. As the granddaughter of an old man who collects garbage, she was unwilling to curry favor with the powerful or become the girlfriend of some rich second generation. If she wants to live a low-key, ordinary life and avoid the spotlight, what should she do? Lin Wanqing said. I see. Su Luo suddenly realized. However, this is only one of the reasons. Lin Wanqing continued, the most important reason is that Xiao Muyao has used all the money she has earned in the past few years to support the children in the orphanage. It turns out that Xiao Muyao was well educated by Su Jinghua from a young age and had long since lost the resentment she had as a child. She grew up, matured, and began to think. In Xiao Muyao's view, the children in the orphanage were all pitiful, having been orphaned at a young age. These children are the ones who need help the most. So Xiao Muyao donated all the money she earned in the past few years to orphanages. But in order to prevent any problems with the money, Xiao Muyao would volunteer at the orphanage every weekend. She spent all the money she earned on books, school supplies, and snacks for the children. Moreover, in order to prevent the tragedy of her own childhood from repeating itself, Xiao Muyao also pays great attention to the mental health of her children. For children with behavioral problems, Xiao Muyao will provide individual counseling and patiently guide them to correct their behavior. Speaking of which, Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Luo seriously and said, word by word. Coach Su, I have a favor to ask, and I hope you can grant it. Oh. The tough, resilient women of the Eastern Military Region, usually as cold as ice, actually know how to ask for favors? Su Luo immediately became interested. Sister Lin, what do you want to say? Coach Su, Xiao Muyao is dying. She refuses to seek medical treatment and works hard to earn money. She still insists on volunteering at the orphanage. She has dedicated all her youth to the children in the orphanage who have no parents. This is an exceptionally wonderful girl, and I hope you will cherish her instead of toying with her feelings. Upon hearing this, Su Luo remained silent. After a full 10 seconds of pause, Su Luo said with a wry smile, Sister Lin, is that how you see me? Lin Wanqing smiled without saying a word. Sister Lin, although the goddess train does need me to constantly marry goddesses in order to replenish the train's energy. But I, Su Luo, would never deceive any girl. Nor would I ever toy with any girl's feelings. Neither Shang Mingfei nor Qiu Muliao, I will deceive them. At this point, Su Luo looked down at the girl on the tablet, his eyes filled with pity. Grandpa Su mentioned that Qiu Muliao is terminally ill and only has 6 months left to live. Since Qiu Muliao's dying wish was to find a perfect soulmate, I hope I can help Qiu Muliao achieve her wish and leave her with no regrets in life. Lin Wanqing remained silent with a smile. It was unclear whether she believed Su Luo or not. However, this is no longer important to Su Luo. Qiu Muliao, you really are a good girl. If there is no one in this world to love you, protect you, or take care of you, then let me, Su Luo, transform into angel wings, silently protecting you and accompanying you on this final journey of your life. After a moment of reflection, Su Luo looked at Lin Wanqing and asked, Sister Lin, Qiu Muliao has appeared. So, what should I do next? It's very simple. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Lin Wanqing's usually cold and beautiful face. Coach Su, all you need to do is. What? After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, Su Luo's smile froze, and her expression became extremely interesting. Rough. Lin Wanqing, you crazy woman, she's gone completely mad. Chapter 22, the whole nation is my backing. I'm forcibly seducing the goddess. Instructor Su, according to the original plan, the country will mobilize all resources to create a chance encounter for you and Qiu Muliao, so that your relationship can quickly heat up. However, I carefully studied Qiu Muliao's information and combined it with my on-site observations of her. Ultimately, I came to the following conclusion: Qiu Muliao is a girl who cannot be won over using conventional methods. The University of Technology. Outside the gate. Commercial Street. Inside Starbucks. Lin Wanqing stared into Su Luo's eyes, her gaze more serious than ever before. Sister Lin, so you mean? Su Luo suddenly had a bad feeling. Commander Su, in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the organization has granted me temporary wartime command authority. If I sense something is wrong, I can adjust, or even change, my strategy for winning over Goddess number 2 based on the actual situation. Lin Wanqing continued, so, Coach Su, I'm sorry to offend you. WH. What? Sister Lin, what do you want to do? Ah. Wah. Before Su Luo could even react, Lin Wanqing scooped her up in her arms. Just as Su Luo was about to call for help, her mouth was covered. Inside Starbucks. The entire room fell silent. All the coffee drinkers stared in shock as a smartly dressed woman in sportswear forcefully scooped up a man and hurriedly left. After the woman went downstairs, she threw the man into the van and drove off. Haven't been back to my hometown for years. Have the women of Jian City become this fierce? I've seen the Shu Road Mountains. Me too. Soon, a clamor of discussion arose inside Starbucks. However, Su Luo was completely unaware of all this. Inside the van, Lin Wanqing tied Su Luo's hands and threw him heavily onto the back seat, then began to unbutton Su Luo's suit jacket. Wah! Su Luo was shocked and struggled continuously. Coach Su, I'm sorry to offend you. Lin Wanqing took out an eye mask, blindfolded Su Luo, and began to pull at Su Luo's trouser leg. The captain is terrifying. In broad daylight, he actually dares to draw his bow against Coach Su? The female soldier, who was driving, saw this scene through the rearview mirror. The female warrior's pupils contracted, her pretty face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly looked away, not daring to look again. The van sped along, constantly bumping and jolting on the road. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Luo's blindfold was suddenly removed. The bright afternoon sunlight streamed in through the clean, bright windowsill. Where is this? What the hell, how did I become like this? Su Luo was soon shocked to discover that he was bound up like a mummy, with only his eyes showing. Sister Lin, what's going on? Lin. Su Luo opened her mouth to speak, but was shocked to find that she couldn't utter a single word. What's even more baffling is that Su Luo was sitting in a wheelchair, with no feeling in her legs. Young master, you're awake? A gentle, surprised voice rang out from outside the door. Ren Yao, dressed as a nurse, walked in through the door, carrying a syringe and an 4-drip bottle. Seeing Su Luo wake up, Ren Yao was immediately delighted. Young master, how is your new look? Not bad, right? This design was suggested by Major Lin, I made the modifications, my sister assisted, and it was ultimately meticulously designed. And it was meticulously designed? Looking at the mummy sitting in the wheelchair in the mirror, Su Luo suddenly wanted to curse, but it was as if someone had struck his mute acupoint, and he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Su Luo finally understood why Lin Wanqing hadn't consulted him and why she had knocked him unconscious with just a simple "I'm sorry" after covering his eyes. So, this crazy woman Lin Wanqing actually wants me to pretend to be disabled and be sent to an orphanage? Etc. This idea seems pretty good? While Ranya was touching up her makeup, Su Luo calmed down and suddenly stopped being angry. Xiao Muyo is the most beautiful campus belle in the century-long history of the university. Her life has been full of twists and turns, and she has always had a difficult life from childhood to adulthood. This makes Xiao Muyo sensitive and fragile, and she refuses to communicate with her peers. She seems aloof, but in reality, she suffers from social anxiety. Such a good girl. If we followed the original plan and packaged Su Luo into a perfect male god, it's not that it couldn't be done, but there wasn't enough time. Young master, Major Lin said that he wants to make the goddess fall in love with you and kiss you on her own initiative within 24 hours. The original plan had a 0 probability of success. But what if we package you up and let you infiltrate the orphanage as an orphan? In conjunction with the goddess number 2 strategy, the chance of the goddess falling in love with you and giving you a kiss within the next 24 hours is as high as 50%. At this point, Ranya couldn't help but sigh, feeling somewhat dejected. Young master, it's a pity I'm not an A-level goddess, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't mind giving you a kiss, hee. 50%? Su Luo calmed down, nodded slightly, and a hint of expectation flashed in her eyes. The success rate was originally 0, but now it is 50%, which is a qualitative leap. It must be said that Lin Wanqing's ability to adapt and adjust the plan based on the actual situation was indeed very successful. This madwoman's vision, courage, and methods are all top-notch, leaving Su Luo no choice but to admire her. But next time something like this happens, could you please talk to yourself beforehand? I never said I wouldn't cooperate. Su Luo was thinking about it. A very beautiful woman in a white lab coat walked in quickly. This woman looks exactly like Ren Yao, only she has a more aloof and mature demeanor. Sister, how are you? How are you? Is the young master's information ready? Let me take a look. Ran Yao looked at the woman with curiosity and anticipation. Yao Yao, stop fooling around. Ren Jing glared at her younger sister, Ren Yao, her eyes filled with coldness. However, when Ren Jing looked at Su Luo, she smiled charmingly and said, Young master, this is a brand new identity document that Major Lin coordinated with various units to urgently prepare for you. Please take a look. As she spoke, Ren Jing brought a fragrant breeze closer to Su Luo. Su Luo tried to raise his hands, but was shocked to find that he couldn't even lift them. I'm sorry, young master, I almost forgot. You were injected with a targeted nerve blocker that was jointly developed by the military and the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences and has never been made public before? Ren Jing then realized what was happening and immediately looked embarrassed. Targeted nerve blockade agents? What is that? Su Luo was taken aback. Young master, the so-called targeted nerve blocker can inhibit the transmission of nerve signals in motor neurons and laryngeal muscles. As long as the dosage is controlled, the inhibition time is controllable, harmless to the body, and has no side effects. The targeted nerve blocker that Major Lin injected into you will likely take effect in about 24 hours. So, young master, you don't need to worry. You've only temporarily lost feeling in your limbs. Ran Yao chuckled and explained. As for your inability to speak, young master, that's due to the effect of the nanoscale biogel. This biomimetic nanogel, when taken orally, forms a temporary film in the throat, blocking vocal cord vibration without affecting your breathing. At the same time, the active ingredients in the gel can temporarily inhibit peripheral nerve responses in the limbs through blood circulation, making you look more like a mentally challenged person who is completely paralyzed. Etc. Low IQ? Lin Wanqing, you crazy woman, what else have you done? Upon hearing this, Su Luo immediately sensed something was wrong. Just as expected. When Ren Jing opened the file folder, took out Su Luo's brand new file, and held it up high with both hands to show it to Su Luo. Su Luo was stunned. Name, Su Luo. Age, 22. Mental age, 5 years old. Background, his parents were martyrs of the Border Defense Force, father Su Weigua and mother Li Hongmei, who sacrificed their lives while arresting drug traffickers. At the age of 18, Su Luo, who was about to take the college entrance examination, suffered severe psychological trauma after witnessing her parents die in battle. Diagnosed with selective mutism and post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD). From then on, Su Luo refused to communicate verbally, expressing his needs only through writing or gestures. As time went on, Su Luo's condition worsened, and she began to believe she was only 5 years old. It's a very long and detailed profile. The file is so detailed that it includes every single detail of Su Luo's life from birth to the present, as well as his ID photos. Even when Rin Yao picked up the tablet, Su Luo saw related news. For example, 7 years ago, photos of the heroic couple Su Weiguo and Li Hongmei were posted online, sparking heated discussions and receiving virtual flowers from netizens. There were also news reports reposted by major official media outlets. Even on many forums and social media platforms, related discussions have emerged. The so-called online information is nothing more than adding a piece of data to the corresponding database and setting a specific time. Young master, Major Lin said you don't need to overthink it. If it weren't for finding you a partner, the organization wouldn't have made an exception for such outrageous fabrication. Ran Yao smiled. Alright, Yao Yao, you can go out now. Ran Jing suddenly spoke. Sister, I'll watch from the doorway. Don't you dare try to take advantage of the young master while he's immobilized. Ran Yao stuck out her tongue, gave Su Luo a flirtatious wink, and gracefully walked away. After Rin Yao closed the door, the room became quiet. Only then did Rin Jing, the older sister, turn her attention back to the present and say softly, Young master, please don't overthink it. Major Lin asked me to tell you that she will protect you secretly, make sure you are safe, and not leave. Furthermore, Major Lin added, Young master, you don't need to say thank you. What? Lin Wanqing, you crazy woman, I should thank you? You just wait. 7 days later, when the goddess train arrives and we go to Maple Leaf City, I'll have the goddess of wrath, Alice, show you what it means to say why flowers are so red. Su Luo thought angrily. Young master, Major Lin also said that you should try your best to play the victim and act naturally. If you can win the goddess's sympathy, your success rate in winning over the second goddess will increase infinitely from 50%. Therefore, award-winning actors Stephen Chow, Liang Oy, and Chow Fat Tsai, as well as award-winning actresses, will provide you with online instruction on how to act. Young master, you don't need to worry. The movie stars don't know the truth. They are only responsible for teaching, and they don't care about anything else, they know nothing about anything else. After saying that, Ren Jing paused for a moment before turning on her camera and connecting with the award-winning actor and actress. Suddenly, 3 internationally renowned movie stars, whom Su Luo could only look up to on a daily basis and who had grown up watching their movies and TV series, appeared on the big screen. Because of his understanding of the 3 top actors, Su Luo knew very well that it wasn't simply a matter of money to persuade any of them to take his place. For example, Stephen Chow has very strong principles. Even if you are good friends with him and you have used up your precious favors, he may not come. However, if this matter involves the country and its people, and the country's glory and development, then Stephen Chow will definitely help unconditionally. As for how the organization communicated with Stephen Chow, Su Luo had no idea. Stephen Chow personally taught me acting? Who would believe that? Su Luo was startled and started connecting with Stephen Chow, listening attentively as he explained acting. It has to be said, Stephen Chow is truly amazing. Although he is a comedy star, he has profound insights into how to portray the tragic fate of ordinary people. Su Luo gradually became engrossed in the conversation and benefited greatly from it. However, when Su Luo tried to speak and communicate with Stephen Chow, he suddenly realized, to his dismay, that he was unable to speak. However, at that moment, the video chat was suddenly interrupted. Dressed in a security guard uniform, Lin Wanqing, looking dashing and spirited, pushed open the door and walked in. However, unlike her usual stunning beauty, Lin Wanqing deliberately used makeup to conceal her perfect looks. In order to prevent her figure from looking too hot, Lin Wanqing's security guard uniform even looked bulky, making her look like a little fat girl. Even the high-heeled combat boots have been replaced with flat floor shoes. TSK. I never expected that Lin Wanqing, this crazy woman, would be so dedicated once she got serious. Given her current appearance, no one would recognize her unless they knew her very well. I'm afraid 99.9% of ordinary people would think that the woman in front of them is just an ordinary female security guard. Who would have thought that this unassuming middle-aged female security guard was actually a voluptuous, curvaceous goddess in the military? But why is Lin Wanqing holding a strange-looking massage helmet covered in antennas? Su Luo was taken aback. Lin Wanqing didn't explain, and looked at Ren Jing with cold eyes. Ren Jing quickly saluted, turned and left the ward, gently closing the door behind her. The whole world fell silent instantly. Suluo, I know you're unhappy and think I'm acting on my own. But I'm doing this for your own good, and I hope you can understand. If you are still angry after 24 hours, I will give you an explanation. But now, and for the next 24 hours, you must obey my orders and fully cooperate with my plan. Ignoring Su Luo's murderous glare, Lin Wanqing gently helped Su Luo put on the helmet. Heh, angry? Lin Wanqing, you'd better pray to heaven that you won't become an A-level goddess in the future. Otherwise, I, Su Luo, will repay the humiliation you inflicted on me today 100-fold. At that time, I'll make you go through postpartum confinement every year, and give me a big, healthy baby boy every year, for 10 years in a row. Etc. Su Luo was thinking about it. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's amused voice rang in her ears. Oh? Comrade Su Luo, it seems you're not too opposed to having a child with me. Don't worry, although I'm not an A-level goddess, I don't know what the system's criteria are for judging a goddess. But please rest assured, I will definitely work hard to improve myself and strive to reach the goddess level. What? Lin Wanqing could actually hear what I was saying in my heart? Su Luo froze, then suddenly sensed something was wrong. Could it be a helmet? Clever. Smack. 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 Lin Wanqing couldn't help but clap her hands, her smile widening. Coach Su, you can look at the wall, there might be a surprise. Surprise? Su Luo looked at the wall and her eyes widened in surprise. It turns out that what Su Luo was thinking could actually be written down and projected onto the wall simultaneously through the infrared light on the helmet. Brain-computer interface? Su Luo was startled and immediately had a guess. After a delay of about 1 second, the words brain-computer interface appeared clearly on the wall. Not bad, Coach Su. It seems you were indeed a top student in college. Your hard work wasn't in vain. Lin Wanqing looked at Su Luo with admiration. Brain-computer interface technology is actually a very mature technology for the country. At this year's Science and Technology exhibition, a reporter from CCTV interviewed a private company that showcased a head-mounted external brain-computer interface, a technology that uses brainwaves to type. However, that technology was outdated. It was version 1.0. The version used by the military is already version 5.0. And Coach Su, the technical helmet you're wearing is the latest version 7.0. Brain-computer interface version 7.0? My goodness! This is way too incredible. As expected of the nation. Su Luo was stunned. In fact, there has been much discussion among military enthusiasts about the current stage of the country's brain-computer interface technology development. Using brain-computer interfaces to detect brainwaves and red brain nerve fluctuations is not science fiction, but a technology that has been mature for decades and is being promoted by various countries. However, military enthusiasts unanimously believe that current brain-computer interfaces must be embedded in the skull. External brain-computer interface technology is far from mature. But now, the helmet that Lin Wanqing casually put on Su Luo made Su Luo realize that although he had overestimated the country, he had actually underestimated its strength. Instructor Su, this is the TSX-7 Silent Warrior, the latest technology from the military. This helmet combines brain nerve wave detection technology with an iris tracking input system, which can convert your thoughts into text and transmit them synchronously. Of course, because this is an external brain-computer interface and this is an orphanage with incomplete assistive devices, there is a 1-second delay. However, this delay shouldn't be a big problem for normal communication. Lin Wanqing paused for a moment after saying this. After Su Luo has finished digesting, Lin Wanqing then continued, Alright, Coach Su, it's 4 p.m. now. You have 1 hour to learn acting skills from the best actors and actresses. It is expected that Chiu Muya will come to this room to meet you at 5 p.m., which is 1 hour later, as guided by the plot. Good luck. After saying that, Lin Wanqing turned and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Through the small glass window at the main entrance, Su Luo noticed that Lin Wanqing hadn't gone far. Like a tall and straight pine tree, she faithfully guarded the gate, vowing to protect Su Luo to the death and to stop all enemies from harming him. Sister Lin is actually a nice person. I don't know what her upbringing was like, but why does she seem to have no emotions at all, like an absolutely rational robot? I can travel to other worlds. In the future, I will definitely find a way to help Sister Lin cure her illness. Even now, I still don't know what illness Sister Lin has. Looking at Lin Wanqing's graceful figure, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. However, if Su Luo knew that Lin Wanqing was secretly watching his thoughts through AI titanium alloy smart glasses, he would be completely unaware. Su Luo's longing for Dao Lin Wanqing will surely resurface. It wasn't that Lin Wanqing wanted to peek into Su Luo's privacy. Before Lin Wanqing gave the helmet to Su Luo, she was actually testing it with smart glasses. Data from helmets, glasses, and tablets can naturally be shared. At this time, Lin Wanqing realized she hadn't logged out of her account and was about to log out when she suddenly froze. This kid actually wants to help me cure my illness? Lin Wanqing found it somewhat amusing and speechless. Although she disdained it, she inexplicably felt pleased. A fleeting tenderness, unnoticed even by Lin Wanqing herself, flashed across the corner of her eye. At the same time, orphanage. The main entrance. A pretty girl in a white dress took off her mask and put her baseball cap into her backpack. A stunningly beautiful and delicate face has finally been freed from the constraints of a mask and is clearly visible to the world. Sister Mu Yao. Good afternoon, sister. Sister. After the girl entered the orphanage, the children who were playing in small groups around the grass all swarmed over. They all rushed forward, eagerly displaying their own possessions as if presenting treasures, trying to please the girl. Alright, you guys play first. I'm going to see Grandpa Director first, change into my volunteer uniform, and then I'll come play with you, okay? Xiao Muyao bent down, picked up the smallest little boy, and smiled at all the children. Good. The children answered in unison, their voices young but full of sincerity and anticipation. Sister, a big brother came to the orphanage today, a really big one. A little boy holding a lollipop spreads his arms wide in exaggerated gestures, looking nervous. Sister, what if you fall in love with Big Brother and stop loving me? Little Nyo, don't worry, your big sister loves each and every one of you. Amused, Xiao Muyao patted the little boy's head and couldn't help but ask curiously, Little Nyo, just how old is the big brother you're talking about? The Qingshan orphanage is located in a remote area. It is a non-profit welfare institution that relies on donations from kind-hearted people to maintain its operation. The director of this orphanage was a rigid but principled old man. The old man refused commercial sponsorships and was impartial, but he was extremely kind to the children. Over time, Qingshan Orphanage naturally gained a good reputation and widespread fame. However, Aoyama Orphanage doesn't accept just any child. Only those children who truly need help, who are unwilling or even refuse to be taken in by other orphanages, and who are truly pitiful, are qualified to enter Qingshan Orphanage. However, as times have improved and cameras are everywhere, the probability of a child being abandoned is now very low. At least in Xiao Muyao's memory, from her freshman to junior year of college, no new children were sent to the orphanage. This is naturally a good thing. This shows that the overall environment has indeed improved. Even the director remarked with emotion that although the Qingshan orphanage has lost its source of children, and future donations from kind-hearted people will decrease. Once all these orphans have grown up, Qingshan Orphanage will have completed its historical mission and will officially close. At that time, Grandpa Dean can finally retire and do what he wants to do. However, Xiao Muyao knew that although the dean said those words, he was actually quite sad inside. But this is the tide of the times, an inevitable trend, and a good thing. No matter how sad the old dean is, he will not go against the tide. But 3 years later, a new orphan arrived at the Qingshan Orphanage. Sister, that big brother, he's so big, he's so pitiful, The little boy gestured wildly, his words becoming increasingly exaggerated, which made Xiao Muyao laugh even more. However, Xiao Nyonyo is too young, and he likes to exaggerate when he speaks. Xiao Muyao didn't pay any attention to this. However, according to Xiao Muyao's analysis, the new orphans at Qingshan Orphanage are probably in a very miserable situation. I wonder what's going on with this orphan. Filled with curiosity and doubt, Xiao Muyao walked towards the dean's office. Captain, the target has entered the mission area. Requesting further instructions. Suddenly, the voice of the Thunder Special Forces communications officer came through Lin Wanqing's earpiece. Stay on high alert. Yes, Captain. Click. Lin Wanqing cut off the communication channel, and her authoritative and icy voice suddenly rang out. Attention all units. Attention all units. The target has entered the warning line. I now officially announce the commencement of Project Goddess 2. Chapter 23. The stunning school beauty falls in love with me. As the sun sets, the sky is ablaze with crimson clouds. Xiao Muyao slowly walked towards the dean's office. Her gaze fell on the children playing on the distant grass, her eyes filled with envy. Before the age of 6, Xiaomuyo also grew up in an orphanage. Because she was too beautiful and introverted, she was bullied by some bad kids, which made her even more introverted. Now that she's grown up, Xiaomuyo understands that the tragedy of her childhood was also closely related to her personality. If she had met a good person and received proper guidance when she was young, her childhood would definitely not have been like that. Her childhood must not have been like that. Xiaomuyo is now an adult, her personality is completely set and cannot be changed, nor does she want to. But she is willing to use her spare time to come to Qingshan Orphanage to help these children who really need help and need the correct guidance of good people. If I had met a kind person like Grandpa Dean when I was a child, I wouldn't be in this situation. Xiaomuyo was thinking about it. We've arrived at the dean's office. Xiaomuyo put aside her ulterior motives and was about to knock on the door when she suddenly stopped and pricked up her ears. Inside the office, the former dean was on the phone. The phone was on speakerphone, and Xiaomuyo could hear the entire conversation clearly. Old Dean, has Su Luo caused you any trouble? On the other end of the phone came the concerned voice of a middle-aged man. Commander Wang, don't worry. Although Xiaosu is paralyzed in all 4 limbs and cannot speak, he is still a child. But this child is very sensible, he. With a sigh, the old dean began to give a detailed report on Su Luo to Commander Wang on the other end of the phone. His parents were border guard martyrs who died while apprehending drug traffickers? As the daughter of a hero, Su Luo studied hard from a young age and achieved the highest score in the province on the college entrance examination mock test. On the eve of the college entrance examination, Su Luo witnessed his parents' tragic deaths right before his eyes. Xiaomuyo stood at the entrance of the dean's office, listening to the intermittent conversation, and her eyes widened in surprise. I was completely stunned. Good heavens! How can there be such pitiful people in this world? The boy named Su Luo was about the same age as me. His grandparents had died in battle before he was even born. Su Luo's parents, as anti-drug officers, cannot reveal their identities and are usually very busy with their work, often carrying out dangerous missions. This resulted in Su Luo being home alone from a young age. Although she had parents, she couldn't talk about this with other children. Only the identities and professions of anti-drug officers who die in battle can be revealed, and their photos can be made public. Su Luo never complained about this from a young age. On the contrary, he greatly admired his parents. Even when Su Luo was young, he once vowed to study hard, get into a good university, and become a drug enforcement officer. Ultimately, Su Luo was arrested by drug dealers when he was 18 and became a tool to threaten his parents. In the end, Su Weiguo and Li Hongmei, 2 anti-drug heroes, knowingly rushed into a trap to save their child, and both died fighting for their country. Although other soldiers rushed over and successfully rescued Su Luo. But from then on, Su Luo spent her days in tears and never spoke again. Su Luo felt guilty and remorseful. Her whole world seemed to collapse. He imagined himself back to when he was 5 years old, when his parents took him to the zoo during their vacation. Although that holiday was short, it was extremely heartwarming and remains one of the most beautiful memories of Su Luo's life. From age 18 to 22, Su Luo has been living in the world of her childhood when she was 5 years old, and she can never get out of it. Not long ago, Su Luo lost sensation in all 4 limbs, could no longer walk, and could no longer lift her hands. Even his language skills are gradually being lost. But now, Su Luo can only sit in a wheelchair every day, unable to do anything or say anything. The doctor said that Su Luo only has 1 day left to live. If no miracle occurs within a day, then Su Luo will pass away completely at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I'm already pitiful enough, but at least I can live for another 6 months. Moreover, during these 6 months, no one could tell that I was different. As long as I didn't say anything, everyone thought I was a normal person. But Su Luo can only live for 1 day. Xiaomuyo is inherently simple and kind. On the surface, she is socially awkward and withdrawn, but inside she is extremely sensitive and has a very rich emotional world. After the old dean, who was separated by only a wall, and Commander Wang talked for a long time on the phone about Su Luo, Xiaomuyo covered her mouth, trying to suppress the urge to cry. Old Dean, Su Luo's grandfather, was an orphan who grew up in the Qingshan orphanage. I wonder if you still remember him. On the other end of the phone, Commander Wang suddenly changed the subject. Of course I remember, I was an orphan back then too. I was only 3 years old that year. Because of a congenital defect, I was introverted and was often bullied by other children. At that time, Brother Su was a volunteer at the orphanage. He scolded the children and took care of me every day. Later I learned that Brother Su was also an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. Because he was bullied as a child and had been caught in the rain himself, He wanted to help other children by holding an umbrella for them when he grew up. The former dean remarked with emotion. So it turns out that Grandpa Dean's childhood was also so miserable. Hearing this, Xiaomuyo felt even more upset. Xiaomuya, you think you are the most miserable and unloved child in the world, and you always feel sorry for yourself. But in fact, that's not you. You have had a loving and adoptive father, Ma Qingshan, since you were a child. Now that you're in college, you still have your caring dean grandfather. And these lovely children at Qingshan Orphanage, they all rely on you, believe in you, and admire you so much. Then what reason do you have to feel sorry for yourself? Xiaomuya was lost in thought. Inside the dean's office, the old dean changed the subject and began to talk about Su Luo's parents, the anti-drug hero Su Weiguo and Li Hongmei. That was a tragic yet inspiring story. In the story, after Grandpa Su died in battle, young Su Weiguo was kidnapped by drug dealers and thrown off a cliff, where he was seriously injured. Fortunately, the old director happened to be passing by while collecting medicinal herbs, took the baby back to the orphanage, and had a doctor treat him. The doctors all said there was no hope and advised the old hospital director to give up. But the old hospital director did not give up. He insisted on taking care of the baby himself and studied traditional Chinese medicine on his own, trying to find ways to save the baby in ancient books. A miracle has occurred. The baby was miraculously saved. Although he was still physically disabled, he persevered with the encouragement of the old hospital director, successfully passed the university entrance exam, and eventually grew into a glorious anti-drug soldier. During his growth, with the help of the country, Su Weiguo gradually recovered, successfully stood up, and ultimately died in battle for his country. As for Su Luo's mother, Li Hongmei, the old dean knew nothing about her. But on the other end of the phone, after hearing what Commander Wang had to say, the old dean fell silent, his eyes filled with sighs. It turns out that Li Hongmei also grew up in an orphanage. She was very beautiful from a young age, and her childhood experiences were similar to Qiaomuya's, but even more tragic, at least 10 times more tragic. Unlike Qiaomuya, Li Hongmei didn't need anyone to persuade her. She remained optimistic and lived a very tenacious life. Through her own efforts, Li Hongmei finally stood out from the crowd, successfully entered university, and became a proud anti-drug soldier after graduation. During her sophomore year, at the age of 20, Li Hongmei found her soulmate, Su Weiguo, the man she could entrust her life to. The couple married during their university years and had a smart and lovely child named Su Luo. Although Li Hongmei and her husband both died in battle. Even in death, Li Hongmei remained smiling, showing no fear. Because she and the man she loved stayed together until the end. As for the upbringing of their child, Su Luo, Li Hongmei, like her husband, is not worried. The state has raised the couple, so naturally it will also raise their child, Su Luo. The couple had absolute trust in the country. Green hills everywhere bury loyal bones. Why should one return home when their body is wrapped in a horse's hide? Inside the dean's office. Upon hearing this, the old dean couldn't help but sigh. Xiaomuyo hid at the front door to eavesdrop, nodded her little head, and agreed wholeheartedly. Old dean, Su Luo's father, Su Weiguo, had a similar condition back then, and you personally treated him and cured him. Although I know that Su Luo's situation is more serious now. Even the doctors at the August 1st General Hospital were helpless and sentenced Su Luo to death. But as the head of Su Luo's father's troop, I hope that Su Luo can spend the last day of his life in the place where his father and grandfather lived as children. On the other end of the phone, Wang Shangdong threw the script aside, his voice choked with emotion. To be honest, it's hard to believe that I would lie to someone, especially to deceive Qiaomuya, this poor and kind girl. Wang Shangdong, the combat hero commander of the 702nd Regiment, obeyed orders, but inwardly he was very resistant. But after truly understanding Qiaomuya, Su Weiguo, and Li Hongmei, Wang Shangdong fell silent, deeply moved. That's right. The stories Qiaomuya heard were all scripts. But these things are all true. Who said the battle flag is as beautiful as a painting? That's because some heroes, working silently, stained it red with their young blood. Who said that spring will always be with us? That's because there are heroes who risk their lives to protect the country, using their best years as fuel to bloom the flowers of a prosperous era. Not to mention Qiaomuya was moved. Wang Shangdong continued talking. He was a battle hero of unyielding spirit, who refused to yield even when the enemy pierced his collarbone with steel bars. At that moment, Wang Shangdong burst into tears. She cried so hard that it felt like she was breathing. However, Wang Shangdong is a soldier with an iron will and a strong will. Although he was crying, he didn't let the tears out loud, nor did he let the old dean notice anything amiss. Now, Wang Shangdong is completely immersed in the script and cannot extricate himself from it for a long time. He no longer needs a script, it's all genuine emotion flowing from him. For Wang Xiangdong, Su Weiguo, and Li Hongmei, the two anti-drug martyrs, were his soldiers. Su Luo, this cursed orphan, is his child. Su Luo, a child who lost his parents, had a difficult life, and was plagued by illnesses, now only has 24 hours left to live. Wang Xiangdong was anxious, guilty, and heartbroken. He wished he could fly to the Green Mountain Orphanage immediately and bear all the pain for Su Luo. But deep down, Wang Xiangdong hoped for a miracle. After all, back in the Qingshan Orphanage, didn't Su Luo's father, Su Weiguo, experience a miracle because of the old director's meticulous care? Can't we do that now? Even if the probability is very small, almost zero. But what if? Qingshan Orphanage. Inside the dean's office. Silence. A long silence followed. The old dean's eyes were also red, his aged eyes filled with sorrow. The old dean naturally had no idea about the goddess number 2 strategy plan. Because Lin Wanqing had used big data analysis, she understood that the old dean was a very principled person and would never cooperate with others in putting on an act. Su Luo only has 24 hours to live, so he must immediately win over Qiu Muyao and get the goddess's first kiss. Given the urgency of the situation, Lin Wanqing had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. For the former dean, Su Weiguo, Li Hongmei, and even that old Su were real people, flesh and blood, not fictional characters. Only Su Luo, the orphan of the Su family, was someone the old dean had never met and knew nothing about. But now, the former dean understands. As for whether this matter is false or not, that's not the case. After all, Su Luo was urgently sent to the orphanage. The old dean carefully reviewed every document about Su Luo inside that thick file folder. The time span is several decades, and it involves the official seals of hundreds of organizations, all of which are nationally recognized and credible entities. Even if one organization might falsify data, does that mean all organizations would falsify data? That's impossible. They pooled the resources of an entire nation to fabricate a perfect false document, also that Su Luo, an ordinary person, would be qualified to enter the orphanage. This isn't a dream, this is downright unbelievable. Therefore, the old dean felt great sympathy and heartache for Su Luo. He genuinely wanted to help Su Luo and hoped for a miracle. But after a brief silence, the old dean finally spoke with difficulty. Commander Wang, although I really want to help Su Luo recreate the miracle his father did back then. But with my current medical skills, I have examined it carefully. Unless Su Luo feels her mother's love before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Otherwise, Su Luo wouldn't have woken up. Is that how it is? On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiangdong gave a wry smile. Old Dean, Su Luo's mother, Li Hongmei, has been dead in battle for many years. How is this possible? Yes. How is that possible? The old dean nodded in deep agreement. Commander Wang, judging from Su Luo's growth trajectory, his mother's influence on him is greater than that of his father. If Su Luo is more influenced by his father, then me pretending to be his father wouldn't be a big problem. Perhaps a miracle could happen. But Su Luo's mother grew up in another orphanage, and although her life was full of hardships, she was very strong. Comrade Li Hongmei married Comrade Su Weiguo during her junior year of college, and they had a daughter named Su Luo. Where am I supposed to find a junior girl right now? Moreover, this girl must be kind, warm-hearted, and willing to take care of Su Luo without minding getting dirty or tired. After a pause, the old dean's bitter smile deepened. Moreover, how to take care of a 5-year-old child and awaken his memory also requires professional knowledge in nursing, medicine, pharmacology, etc. Finding such a suitable girl would take more than a day or two, even if the entire nation pooled its resources. Even if they find it, whether the other party is willing to help Su Luo is another question. Even if he were willing, by the time the girl arrives, Su Luo would probably sigh. The old dean couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he finished speaking. Wang Xiangdong also let out a long sigh. The two remained silent for a moment, then continued talking about Su Luo for a while before Wu Bu hung up the phone with a heavy heart. Heroes shed blood and died for their country, yet I have to make their son weep and watch helplessly as Su Luo walks towards his death. I am useless. Bang! The old dean slammed his hand on the office floor, his aged eyes filled with self-reproach. Grandpa Dean, please don't blame yourself. If possible, I'd like to take care of Comrade Su Luo, is that all right? A crisp, pleasant voice suddenly rang out at the gate. The old dean was startled and suddenly looked up. He then realized that Qiu Muyao had pushed open the door and walked in at some point. Ah Yao, you heard everything? The old dean quickly turned his head away, not wanting Chiu Muyao to see his tears, his tone somewhat flustered. Grandpa Dean, I'm sorry, I just walked into your office and was about to knock when I saw you on the phone. I won't disturb you, I'll just wait at the door. But because you had your hands-free mode on, I accidentally heard everything. Chiu Muyao lowered her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps this is fate, alas. The old dean stopped dwelling on the issue and sighed. Ah Yao, actually, when Commander Wang called, you were the first person I thought of. But you've had such a tough childhood, and now you have heavy academic burdens. You have to volunteer at our Qingshan orphanage, and you also have to work to support yourself. How could Grandpa bear to sacrifice your time to take care of Su Luo? Grandpa Dean. Chiu Muyao was about to persuade him. The old dean waved his hand and said, first, Io, Grandpa knows you mean well and want to help Su Luo. Even with Grandpa's medical skills, he couldn't save Su Luo, so it wouldn't matter if you went. Moreover, Su Luo is the son of a hero, so if he dies a natural death, it's really not a big deal. If you take care of Su Luo, it will lead to Su Luo's premature death. Once Su Weiguo and Li Hongmei's comrades find out about this, they will definitely be furious and might even cause you trouble. Grandpa Dean, I'm not afraid of trouble. Chiu Muyao quickly said. Ah Yao, you don't understand. The old dean smiled wryly, although Su Luo's parents' comrades in arms were all good comrades who served the country and the people. But if these hot-blooded warriors lose their temper and mistakenly believe you killed Su Luo, that would be a huge problem, and you couldn't afford the consequences. But Chiu Muyao became anxious and was about to argue. Alright, Yao, that's enough. Go take care of Xiao Niu and the others. Comrade Su Luo, I will take care of him myself. Anyway, Grandpa's already this old. If Su Luo really dies prematurely and Grandpa is blamed for it, it won't matter. The old dean waved his hand, his tone resolute. Yes, Grandpa Dean. Chiu Muyao opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't refute it. Instead, she obediently nodded and turned to leave the dean's office. Io is a stubborn child. Once she makes up her mind, she will never waver. Could it be that she's only agreeing to my request on the surface, but secretly going to take care of Su Luo? Watching Chiu Muyao's beautiful figure disappear into the distance, the old dean couldn't help but frown, worry appearing in his eyes. However, the next moment, the old dean suddenly clutched his stomach, feeling a wave of dizziness. Save. The old dean collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling as he dialed 120. He managed to utter only one word before his legs gave way, and he lost consciousness completely. And in the instant the old dean fell to the ground. Outside the orphanage. A large, inconspicuous truck parked on the side of the road is actually inside the cargo compartment of a holographic combat command vehicle. The technician switched the screen to the dean's office and happened to see this scene. Immediately, the technician pressed a button. Rumble. In an instant, a medical helicopter soared into the sky, roaring from afar, and quickly landed on the grass of the Qingshan orphanage. Two people in white coats quickly jumped off the helicopter, carrying a stretcher, and rushed into the old dean's office in an unusual manner. In just 1 minute, the old dean was carried out and urgently put on a helicopter. What happened to Grandpa Dean? Chiu Muyao was playing games with the children on the grass when she saw this, so she rushed over quickly, looking nervous. The old hospital director fell ill and called 120. Luckily, we were on duty nearby. Time is of the essence, we must immediately escort the former hospital director to the city hospital. One of the men in a white coat, head held high, gave Chiu Muyao a standard military salute and quickly jumped onto the helicopter. Rumble. The helicopter sped away, disappearing into the vast sea of clouds. The grassland stretches into the distance. The two female security guards stood in the shade of the trees, completely inconspicuous. The two female security guards were overweight and had furrowed brows. They looked like middle-aged women from the countryside who had come to the city to work. But no one knew that one of them was the captain of the Thunder Special Forces Squad, the Ice Queen in the hearts of countless soldiers in the Eastern Theater Command, and the resilient Rose of War Lin Wanqing. The other one is Xia Yan, the vice-captain of the Thunder Special Forces team, a charming and passionate goddess in the military. To help Su Luo win over Chiu Muyao, the two women infiltrated the orphanage and replaced the original two security guards. Qingshan Orphanage is a social welfare institution with a public welfare nature. Apart from the former director, all staff members are volunteers. These two middle-aged women were supposed to be on duty, but a family emergency forced them to leave. The two middle-aged women had no idea that when they called the orphanage to ask for leave, the person who answered the phone was not the old director at all. Instead, Lin Wanqing had the technician intercept the signal and then had a special expert imitate the old dean's voice to talk to the two middle-aged women. After the two older women finished dealing with the situation, Lin Wanqing and Lan Yan naturally took their place. To Lan Yan's dismay, the ambulance arrived less than a minute after the old dean had an accident. Or is it a military combat helicopter? And you, a 120 emergency medical worker, actually have the air of a soldier and even saluted Xiao Muyao? Isn't that a bit too sloppy? Blue Flame frowned. Yen, don't worry about these little details. Xiao Muyao is just an ordinary person. She doesn't understand these things. Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke. Captain, understood. Blue Flame nodded quickly and said no more. Attention all units. Attention all units. The former hospital director has been won over and is on his way to the city hospital. We arranged for provincial-level experts to come and provide consultations, taking this opportunity to give the former hospital director a comprehensive experience. Let's take this opportunity to cure all of the old director's illnesses in one go. Lin Wanqing switched the communication channel and sent commands using a Bluetooth headset. It turns out the captain was taking this opportunity to help the old director out. It seems the captain is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and quite a nice person. Lan Yan thought to himself, his gaze towards Lin Wanqing filled with admiration. Unfortunately, the captain is only a B+ level goddess, not an A level one. Otherwise, I think the captain and Coach Su are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Well, no one knows what happened to the captain back then, but his personality changed drastically and he became the way he is now. Blue Flame was thinking. Xiao Muyao played with the children on the grass for a while. Volunteer teachers immediately came over and began teaching the children how to play basketball. Xiao Muyao made her escape after successfully completing her mission. She glanced around and secretly headed towards the intensive care unit. Xiao Muyao knew that children with serious problems were temporarily sent to the Qingshan orphanage. Just as expected. After Xiao Muyao walked into the intensive care unit, she did indeed see Su Luo. However, Xiao Muyao only glanced at Su Luo. Her eyes widened instantly, her whole body trembled, and her eyes turned red in a flash. Chapter 24: A Two-Way Journey, A Love That Will Shake the World. Qingshan Orphanage. In the intensive care unit. The sunlight, soft as a thin veil, fell on the young man's body, which was wrapped in bandages, outlining a sense of fragility and brokenness. He sat quietly in his wheelchair, like a statue preserved by time, motionless. Is he Su Luo? Xiao Muyao pushed open the door and entered, immediately covering her mouth, almost bursting into tears. Xiao Muyao had always been insecure and fragile, feeling like the most unfortunate person in the world. She was abandoned by her parents at a young age, grew up in an orphanage and was bullied. She was bullied in elementary school and had a very difficult middle and high school. But now, Xiao Muyao suddenly realized that she was so happy. But all along, she has been oblivious to her good fortune. From a young age, I had a loving and caring grandfather, Ma Qingshan. As I grew up, I also had an elderly dean who appreciated and cared for me. But Su Luo has been separated from his parents since he was a child, and they rarely see each other even once a year. At 18, in his senior year of high school, Su Luo was on the verge of winning the college entrance exam when he suddenly witnessed his parents' brutal deaths in front of him. He suffered a mental breakdown and began to fantasize that he was only 5 years old. With sympathy and pity, Xiao Muyao wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. With the most radiant smile on her stunningly beautiful face, she tried to gently approach Su Luo. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, Xiao Muyao's graceful figure stood tall and elegant beside Su Luo. However, Su Luo remained motionless upon Xiao Muyao's arrival, as if she had not noticed. Su Luo is paralyzed in all 4 limbs and cannot speak, so it's normal that he wouldn't notice my arrival, right? Xiao Muyao didn't think much of it and gently placed her slender hand on Su Luo's shoulder. Hello, Su Luo, I am your caregiver, Xiao Muyao. From today onwards, I will take care of you. Xiao Muyao's playful smile made her appear well-behaved and adorable, radiating youthful charm. However, Su Luo remained expressionless, staring blankly at the tablet in her hand, motionless. Forehead. Xiao Muyao tried calling out to Su Luo several times, but received no response, and was immediately stunned. Following Su Luo's gaze, Xiao Muyao looked curiously at the tablet computer. The tablet computer was fixed in front of Su Luo's eyes using a specially made metal stand. Even though Su Luo was sitting in a wheelchair and didn't move, she could still see the screen clearly. A slideshow was playing on the screen. Those were photographs. The photo shows a young couple, handsome and beautiful, wearing graduation gowns, taking their university graduation photos. The young wife held a small baby in her arms. A family of 3 smiles at the camera, with an endless forest and lush green grass in the background. Lin Wanxing, that woman, looked quite beautiful in her graduation gown when we took graduation photos together. Sitting in his wheelchair, Su Luo stared at the photos on the screen, marveling at them. Wrong. Lin Wanxing, that crazy woman, knocked herself unconscious and sent her directly to the Qingshan orphanage. What's going on with this photo? P.S. Was the photo edited? That should be it. However, since I know Photoshop, I couldn't spot any flaws. With such a large population of 1.4 billion, it's normal for a few top-notch Photoshop talents to emerge and make their work undetectable. Su Luo thought to himself. Of course, any photoshopped image will have flaws and can be detected. The differences are simply the difficulty of testing, the time required, and the cost. But clearly, Xiao Muyao couldn't see the difference in the photo in front of her. The couple in this photo must be Uncle Su Weigua and Aunt Li Hongmei, right? Uncle Su is so handsome. Aunt Li is so beautiful too. I never imagined that Su Luo was so beautiful when she was a child. When he grows up, he'll definitely be just as handsome as Uncle Su, right? Xiao Muyao stared at the photo for a long time, then couldn't help but look at the young man in the wheelchair in front of her. Unfortunately, the young man was bound in bandages, his body wrapped up like a mummy, with only his eyes showing, so his face was completely obscured. Moreover, Su Luo's eyes were fixed on the photo, filled with sorrow and longing. The photos started rotating on a timer. Soon, the next photo appeared on the screen. In this photo, Su Weigua and Li Hongmei, a married couple who have already graduated, are both in military uniform and taking an oath under the national flag. The funniest and most touching part was that next to the couple was a little kid dressed in military uniform, who was also clenching his fists and taking an oath, just like his parents. The little boy had a determined look in his eyes. Although he was small, he was full of vigor and showed great potential. Grandpa Dean once said that when Su Luo was a child, he made a vow to study hard and go to university. When he grows up, he wants to become a glorious anti-drug soldier, just like Uncle Su and Aunt Li. So it seems that this is when Su Luo made her vow. As Qiao Muyao pondered, she couldn't help but look at the young man in the wheelchair again. A hint of admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Muyao could easily imagine that if Su Luo hadn't encountered any unforeseen circumstances, he would definitely have been able to get into the top university in the country with the best score in the province, or even possibly the country. After graduation, Su Luo will definitely stand out and become one of the country's top talents. Unfortunately, Su Luo's life came to an abrupt end on the eve of her college entrance examination at the age of 18, as if God had pressed the pause button, and she was frozen in time forever. The photo carousel continues. One by one, photos of Su Luo from childhood to adulthood gradually appeared before Qiao Muyao. These photos meticulously document everything that happened to Su Luo throughout her life, from childhood to adulthood. Photos from before Su Luo Elementary School show her parents frequently appearing in the photos each year. However, once they started elementary school, their parents only appeared once a year. When Su Luo entered junior high school, she never saw her parents again and only kept in touch by phone. Moreover, it seems that due to a confidentiality agreement, Su Luo can't see her parents. He can only receive specific calls at specific times, and the call time is very limited. Every time Su Luo talks to her parents on the phone, she feels happy and joyful, but also disappointed and sad after the call ends. As she looked at the silent old photographs, Xiao Muyao's eyes gradually reddened. What a strong, ambitious, hard-working, and outstanding young man he is. He sympathizes with the elderly, helps the weak, unites his classmates, and shares the burdens of his teachers. He's a born leader. From the moment Su Luo was born into the world, he was destined to be extraordinary and his future would surely be glorious. However, all of that is now in the past. When Su Luo was 18, drug dealers kidnapped her to get revenge on her parents. Su Luo's parents sacrificed themselves to save him. At this point, Su Luo's world collapsed, and he became trapped in the world of his 5-year-old self, never to escape it again. Xiao Muyao covered her cherry-like mouth, already sobbing uncontrollably. Etc. Why are these photos all precious memories of Su Luo and her parents? Why are there no photos of Su Luo's parents sacrificing themselves or Su Luo being arrested? Xiao Muyao suddenly thought of this question and then burst into laughter. 2. Su Luo only has 24 hours to live, there's no cure. The military sent Su Luo to the Qingshan orphanage hoping that a medical miracle might occur through a series of fond memories. Under such circumstances, how could we possibly show Su Luo a sad story? But how can I help Su Luo wake him up? Xiao Muyao couldn't help but worry, and her brows gradually furrowed. However, at this very moment, a slightly timid child's voice suddenly rang out in the room. Sister, don't cry, I am fine. Ha! I suddenly heard a child's voice coming from the Bluetooth speaker built into the wheelchair. Xiao Muyao was completely bewildered, looking adorably silly, and somewhat at a loss for what to do. Sister, don't be afraid, my dad and mom are soldiers, they protect our country, they're really amazing. The innocent voice of a child came from the speaker again. Xiao Muyao then realized that the child's voice was actually a synthesized electronic voice. Sister, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. But every time the young man in the wheelchair's eyes twitched slightly, several words would immediately appear on the tablet in front of him. As these words continued to appear, a child's voice rang out from the speaker once again. Intelligent medical integrated wheelchair? Xiao Muyao's gaze fell on the words on the wheelchair, and she seemed to understand something. She took out her phone, scanned the QR code behind the text, and suddenly realized what it meant. It turns out that this kind of wheelchair is specially designed for people with quadriplegia who are unable to speak. However, this wheelchair is still in the experimental stage and there are still many problems. Moreover, because brain-computer interface technology is still immature, it may cause harm to the human brain. Therefore, this technology was not officially launched, and it has generated considerable controversy in society. Xiao Muyao put down her phone and looked at Su Luo with increasing sympathy. Sister, don't be sad. I was arrested by drug dealers after school and got injured. But my parents are amazing. They avenged me and are now protecting our country on the border. Once I'm healed, I'll go see them. I hope I recover soon. If I don't get better, my parents will be very worried and sad, which will affect their mood to catch the bad guys, right? As she spoke, worry gradually appeared in Su Luo's eyes, as if she were in great distress. Rough. Lin Wanqing, you bastard. You're giving me a script, so you should write it properly, okay? It's not like I'm not cooperating. But look at yourself, what kind of script did you design? As you read the lines, you actually used a weak electric current from under the bandage to continuously stimulate my entire body, making me uncomfortable and bringing tears to my eyes? Couldn't you have prepared some eye drops for me? You're really trying to make me cry. Su Luo was speechless and felt like killing Lin Wanqing. But anger aside, Su Luo also knew that this kind of electric shock to shed tears was indeed more realistic than eye drops and would move Xiao Muyao more. At the same time, outside the orphanage, inside the combat command vehicle, real-time data on Su Luo's health was simultaneously transmitted and displayed on the large screen. Captain, Coach Su's emotions are fluctuating wildly. He seems very angry. Soon, the technicians detected that something was wrong with Su Luo and promptly reported it. It's okay, Su Luo is just very immersed in the role and has already gotten into it. He projected himself onto the image of the heroic couple's son, and simply harbored deep hatred for drug dealers. Inside the orphanage, Lin Wanqing, disguised as a security guard, took out her phone and glanced at the surveillance footage. Her eyes were expressionless, and her tone was calm. But Captain, I still feel. Don't tell me what you think, tell me what I think. Before the technician could question her, Lin Wanqing forcefully interrupted, saying in a deep voice, "Continue monitoring, don't get distracted." Yes, Captain. The technician quickly saluted and continued to stare at the big screen. But I still think Coach Su was very unhappy and angry that the captain made decisions on his own. As the vice captain of the Thunder Combat Squad, the beautiful Lan Yan stood next to Lin Wanqing and couldn't help but mentally complain. However, Lan Yan only thought these words in his heart and naturally dared not say them out loud. After all, no one dared to challenge Lin Wanqing's authority. Moreover, since joining the army, Lin Wanqing has used countless classic cases to prove her talent, excellence, and unique vision. Since the organization trusts Lin Wanqing so much and has granted her temporary command of operations, she can be a general in the field and not obey the emperor's orders. The organization must have a reasonable logic for doing this, and it's not Lan Yan's place to worry about it. Lan Yan stopped thinking about it and continued watching the surveillance footage on her phone. In the intensive care unit, the conversation between Xiao Muyao and Su Luo continues. Using a smart wheelchair device, Su Luo types with her eyes, which are then converted into voice. As the two chatted, Xiao Muyao's gaze towards Su Luo grew increasingly filled with admiration and pity. It turns out that the 22-year-old in front of me really does imagine himself as a 5-year-old child and can't get out of that mindset at all. Even though Su Luo is only 5 years old, her intelligence is still comparable to that of a 10-year-old elementary school student, which is very outstanding. Su Luo told Xiao Muyao that he was studying Math Olympiad on his own and planned to finish elementary school in 3 years, junior high and high school in 2 years, and then take the college entrance examination. Little Su, can you tell your sister why you're in such a hurry to take the college entrance exam? Xiao Muyao smiled indulgently and patted Su Luo's little head with a gentle tone. Sister, because if I go to university early, I can join the army after graduation and become a drug enforcement soldier. In Su Luo's eyes, there was a childlike innocence, and her eyes were full of expectation. Rough. Lin Wanqing, you just wait. You want me to play a child, right? You want me to act young, huh? You even had 3 top actors and actresses personally teach me how to portray a kindergarten child, right? If you really are an A-level goddess, watch how I deal with you. Snort. Su Luo was inwardly furious, but outwardly she had no choice but to continue pretending to be young. It must be said, this script is indeed very powerful. Xiao Muyao was deeply moved, and her tone became even gentler. Little Su, can you tell your sister why you want to be a drug enforcement officer? Let your older sister guess, do you want to be like mom and dad, serving your country and its people? Forehead. Upon hearing this, Su Luo hesitated. Don't worry, Su, I'll keep your secret. How about this, let's exchange secrets. Little Su, let me tell you, when I was little, I grew up in an orphanage. At that time. Xiao Muyao hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Su Luo's ear and whispered a little secret about herself. Xiao Muyao kept a little secret deep in her heart, one she had never told anyone. After hearing this, Su Luo was stunned. It turns out that when Xiao Muyao was a child, she was bullied by a little boy and knew she couldn't beat him. While the little boy was urinating, she suddenly threw a firecracker at him. With a loud bang, the little boy burst into tears on the spot. He cried and howled, and rushed out without even pulling up his pants. This incident made the little boy a laughingstock in the orphanage and also earned him a scolding from the director. The final culprit was never found. The matter was left unresolved. Xiao Muyao felt guilty for a long time and felt extremely remorseful. Little Su, here, I'm going to tell you the worst things that have ever happened to you. Now you can tell your sister why you were in such a hurry to grow up and become a drug enforcement officer, right? Xiao Muyao patted Su Luo's fluffy head, her face beaming with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. She is the most beautiful campus belle in the history of our university, and she is usually very aloof. Unexpectedly, this was the worst thing Xiao Muyao could possibly have imagined in private? Su Luo was stunned. Originally, Su Luo was worried that the 24-hour goddess conquest plan formulated by the country for him was too crazy and too idealistic. But now, Su Luo doesn't think so anymore. The young, beautiful, and very kind girl in front of me is indeed a very simple, even somewhat silly girl. Her aloofness and unapproachability were, in fact, nothing more than a facade. 2. The unhappiness of her childhood, the hardships of elementary school, and the struggles of junior and senior high school made Xiao Muyao very sensitive, causing her to close herself off and refuse to communicate with others. Only a poor child like little Su can make Xiao Muyao lower her guard and open her heart. She's a good girl, she deserves a better life. I must help her overcome her inner struggles and become a cheerful, confident, and optimistic person. Su Luo made up her mind in her heart. Little Su, little Su? Xiao Muyao's gentle voice woke Su Luo from her reverie. Sister, actually I want to be a drug enforcement officer, it's not that complicated. I just felt that if I work with my parents, I could see them every day. From now on, we can eat breakfast together, take walks together in the evening, and be a happy family forever. Using a brain-computer interface, Su Luo remained silent for a moment before typing the following line on the screen. These handwritings, through the intelligent voice system, were transformed into innocent children's voices that resounded throughout the ward. Sister, is my wish not too much? How about I change it? From now on, I'll see my mom and dad once a year, okay? Su Luo's crisp, cute voice rang out again. His voice was filled with fear. Xiao Muyao silently turned her head away, covered her mouth, and tears welled up in her eyes again. What a pitiful child. Little Su is so good, so sensible. God, why are you so cruel, only allowing him to live for 24 hours? At this moment, Xiao Muyao clenched her little fists and made a sacred vow in her heart she would not go anywhere for the next 24 hours. She wanted to use all her love to cherish and care for Su Luo. She wanted to stay with Su Luo for the last 24 hours of her life. Perhaps a miracle will happen? The next hour. In the ward, Xiao Muyao kept having friendly conversations with Su Luo, the little friend. Two children, one older and one younger, were telling each other funny stories. Xiao Muyao's clear laughter rang out in the ward from time to time. 702nd Regiment. Inside the Operations Command Center. Team leader Wang Xiangdong stood in front of the big screen, watching the conversation between Su Luo and Xiao Muyao, remaining silent for a long time. What Wang Xiangdong didn't tell anyone was that Xiao Muyao's father was actually his good brother, who shared a bunk bed with him in the dormitory. However, Wang Xiangdong only found out after receiving the task. It turns out that Xiao Muyao is the daughter of his comrade in arms. This is the real reason why Wang Xiangdong was reluctant to take on this task and didn't want to help Su Luo deceive Xiao Muyao. But now, Wang Xiangdong looked at Xiao Muyao's genuine smile on the big screen. Wang Xiangdong suddenly felt that perhaps sometimes, well-intentioned deception is not necessarily a bad thing. The core of this mission, rather than comrade Su Luo's attempt to win over Xiao Muyao, is. It would be more accurate to say that Su Luo was saving Xiao Muyao. National Security Bureau Intelligence Division. A group of intelligence officers stared at the large screen, constantly analyzing the data. One of the young intelligence agents remarked with emotion. On the contrary, I think it's a wonderful two-way journey. A mature, middle-aged female intelligence agent said meaningfully. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes. Although this is just one task, it is also a two-way journey. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. The main conference room. Su Jinghua and an elderly man in a white coat were watching the big screen, observing Su Luo and Xiao Muyao's every move. Beside him were the nation's most elite psychologists, scientists, medical professionals, and top talents from various industries. They gathered together, continuously analyzing Xiao Muyao's psychology and compiling data. The expert team held numerous meetings to discuss how to win over Xiao Muyao, and each time they reached a consensus, they would immediately send the results to Su Luo. Su Luo was completely wrapped up like a mummy, with bone conduction headphones in his ears so he could receive information at any time. So Xiao Muyao never dreamed that, although Su Luo was sitting in a wheelchair, unable to move his limbs, and did not turn around. But Su Luo knew everything about her every move, what she was thinking, and what she hoped for. This isn't a romantic relationship between two people. It was the nation standing behind the scenes, using the full strength of the country to continuously push Su Luo to conquer Xiao Muyao. Director Chen, the results of all the data analysis at this stage have been compiled. Please take a look. A medical expert hurried over and respectfully handed the tablet computer to the elderly man in the white coat next to Su Jinghua. The old man in the white coat didn't say anything. He took the tablet, looked at it carefully, signed his name with a stylus, and waved his hand casually. The medical expert bowed respectfully, turned and hurriedly left to get back to work. Brother Su, back then you used the alias Ma Qingshan to adopt Xiao Muyao. But look at what you've adopted. The old man in the white coat pointed at the large screen, his eyes filled with a cold smile. If Su Luo hadn't appeared, given Xiao Muyao's mental state, she probably would have taken her own life very soon. For once, Su Jinghua didn't refute, his eyes filled with shame. Shen Shoubai, you win this time. I never expected that Aya would be so sensitive and fragile inside. Over the years, I've disguised myself as an old scavenger, hoping to cultivate the child's self-discipline and resilience, and to help him stay away from crime and live a normal life. But I'm getting old, and there's a huge generation gap between us. We have less intellectual and spiritual connection anymore. Well. Su Jinghua looked remorseful and kept sighing. Alright, Brother Su, you don't need to blame yourself. Look, after all these years, this grandson of yours, Su Luo, is quite a good kid. With Su Luo saving Xiao Muyao, and you having a godchild who gets married, isn't that wonderful? Chen Shoubai smiled. Chen Shoubai and Su Jinghua fought for many years, but gentlemen agreed to disagree. Chen Shoubai still admired Su Jinghua. Chen Shoubai simply disagrees with some of Su Jinghua's views, nothing more. However, Chen Shoubai, as the director of the National Medical and Health Commission, was happy to see Su Luo's pursuit of Xiao Muyao and Xiao Muyao's rescue by Su Luo, as a mutual effort. However, Chen Shoubai was not very optimistic about the Goddess number 2 strategy plan. Perhaps Xiao Muyao is very simple and kind-hearted, and because she sympathizes with little Su, she is willing to become friends with Su Luo. But how do you get Xiao Muyao to fall in love with Su Luo and offer him her first kiss? What a joke! Let alone 24 hours, even 7 days is unrealistic. However, the next moment, Chen Shoubai's eyes widened, and he stared intently at the big screen, completely stunned. But inside a ward at the Qingshan orphanage, a shocking scene was unfolding. Chapter 25: The Goddess's Sorrow and Shame. Qingshan Orphanage. The setting sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains. The distant clock tower rang out with a clear, melodious chime. We arrived at 6 p.m. Xiao Muyao, who was having a pleasant chat with Su Luo, suddenly noticed that Su Luo's voice abruptly stopped. Little Su Su, little Su Su? Xiao Muyao was taken aback, and tentatively called out softly. Quiet. The ward was completely quiet. Where is Su Luo's response? What happened? Xiao Muyao's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. She walked quickly to Su Luo and her eyes widened immediately. At this moment, Su Luo sat quietly in her wheelchair, staring blankly out the window without saying a word. His eyes were filled with sadness. The pain, struggle, and utter grief on Su Luo's face shocked Xiao Muyao. Little Su Su, what's wrong with you? Xiao Muyao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but for a moment she had no clue what to do. Snap. Suddenly. The door to the ward was suddenly kicked open. A middle-aged female doctor in a white coat walked in quickly. Doctor, I beg you, please. I beg you, please save Xiao Susu, he's dying, he. Suddenly, Xiao Muyao felt like a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Xiao Muyao rushed towards the woman, her face filled with anxiety. Shut up, be quiet. The female doctor flew into a rage and let out a sharp shout. Xiao Muyao quickly covered her cherry-like mouth and obediently stepped aside, not daring to breathe loudly. She looked anxious, but dared not speak to disturb the female doctor. At this moment, Xiao Muyao noticed that the female doctor was holding an extra-large needle. The female doctor quickly walked up to Su Luo. Sister Lin? Su Luo raised her head and stared wide-eyed at the familiar oval face in front of her. No, it isn't. If I remember correctly, Lin Wanqing was posing as a middle-aged female security guard at the orphanage, responsible for protecting me in secret. How did she become his doctor in the blink of an eye? And why the hell are they using such a big needle? Lin Wanqing, you crazy woman, what exactly do you want to do? Su Luo immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively tried to struggle. However, with all four limbs paralyzed, how could Su Luo struggle? The next moment, an extra-large needle swiftly pierced Su Luo's buttocks. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain shot through Su Luo, causing her to scream in agony. But Su Luo is unable to speak, so how can she speak? Soon, Su Luo's consciousness blurred, her head lolled to the side, and she became completely still. Little Su Su. Xiao Muyao was thunderstruck and rushed forward like a madwoman, but was stopped by the female doctor. What's all this noise about? Get out. Do you even know that Su Luo's condition is unstable and she cannot be subjected to any stimulation at all? But what are you doing barging in here for no reason? If it weren't for you, Su Luo's illness wouldn't have worsened at all. Before Xiao Muyao could speak, the female doctor forcefully pushed Xiao Muyao to the front door and launched into a tirade of angry rebukes. Is it because of me that Xiao Susu's condition worsened? What? Xiao Muyao's anger dissipated, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. She panicked immediately. Doctor, I beg you, please save Xiao Susu, he's so pitiful, he. Shut up. The female doctor said impatiently. Su Luo only has 24 hours to live. Even the experts at Beijing 81 General Hospital couldn't save her, so how could I possibly save her? I am just an ordinary doctor at the August 1st General Hospital, ordered to come here to see Su Luo off on her final journey. But because of you, Su Luo can only live for 9 hours. He is expected to die at midnight, and at the latest by 3 a.m. Moreover, Su Luo suffered a shock and became a vegetable. He will not wake up again in the last 6 hours of his life. As she spoke, worry appeared on the female doctor's face. Originally, Su Luo was supposed to pass away at 3 p.m. tomorrow. What if the General Hospital holds a video call tomorrow morning to check on Su Luo's condition? The female doctor became increasingly anxious as she spoke. By the end, the female doctor's eyes were filled with tears. Although the ward was well soundproofed and the door was closed, Lin Wanqing and Xiao Muyao were both outside. But through the Bluetooth earphones, Su Luo, who had already woken up, could hear everything clearly. Su Luo immediately looked puzzled. Coach Su, the captain has adjusted the plan. You're in for a treat. A pleasant voice suddenly rang out in the headphones. It turned out to be Blue Flame, the vice captain of the Thunder Special Forces team, explaining to Su Luo. What exactly is Sister Lin planning to do? Su Luo looked puzzled. She wanted to chat with Lan Yan, but her eyelids were drooping and she couldn't open them at all. Coach Su, the captain injected you with a special anesthetic, there are no side effects. However, you will experience temporary eyelid drooping. You will be conscious but unable to open your eyes. But don't worry, it won't be long before you can open your eyes again and return to normal. The captain also mentioned that the injection was given a little too forcefully to make the scene more realistic, and asked if you would mind. Blue Flame's voice rang out again. He. Lin Wanqing, thank you so much. With this kind of injection force, you call that a little bit stronger? A tiny bit more would be more like it. Su Luo made up her mind to wait until this goddess number 2 strategy plan was over. He would definitely call Su Jinghua and request that Lin Wanqing be transferred away from him. Although this crazy woman was trying her best to help him, her behavior was simply unbearable. At the same time, outside the ward, through the female doctor's anxious voice, which was slightly choked with sobs, Xiao Muyo had already realized that because of her, Su Luo had not only suffered a shock and was near death, but had also become a vegetable. Even female doctors may face punishment, ranging from losing their jobs to going to jail. Doctor, I'm so sorry. I just felt sorry for Xiao Susu and wanted to create a miracle to help him. I never expected things to turn out this way. Xiao Muyo was extremely embarrassed and apologized profusely. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of having police? The female doctor was emotional. I am willing to turn myself in. I'm going to turn myself in right now. I'm turning myself in. Xiao Muyo was at a loss and hurriedly took out her phone to press 110, but was stopped by the female doctor. Never mind, young lady, you meant well, but you just made things worse. Judging from your appearance, you must be a student at a nearby university, right? You are young and so beautiful. You deserve a bright future. You shouldn't be like this. I'll report to the organization right now and take full responsibility. You don't need to worry. The female doctor spoke slowly and deliberately, her emotions now calm, seemingly resigned to despair and prepared to accept her fate. How could this be? It was clearly my mistake that I made, so how can I make a few individuals bear the blame? Xiao Muyo immediately became anxious. Doctor, isn't there any other way? What if a miracle happens? Miracle? Upon hearing this, the female doctor frowned and was about to make a sarcastic remark. However, when the female doctor's gaze fell on Xiao Muyo's stunningly beautiful face, the female doctor suddenly shuddered and couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Muyo closely. They look so alike, so incredibly alike. The female doctor clicked her tongue in amazement, looking incredulous, and muttered to herself. As she was speaking, the female doctor seemed to realize something, her expression changed slightly, and she immediately shut up. Doctor, what do I look like? Although Xiao Muyo is innocent and kind, she is a top student and not stupid. She immediately realized that the female doctor was hiding something from her. This matter may be related to saving Xiao Susu. The female doctor hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Doctor, Xiao Susu is in this condition. She only has 6 hours left to live. If it can truly save him, I am willing to do whatever it takes. Please don't have any reservations. Even if this is dangerous, I'm not afraid. Xiao Muyo pleaded desperately. This is not in accordance with the regulations, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, the female doctor seemed to be tempted, but remained hesitant. Doctor, I don't understand. What kind of rule is more important than saving the life of an innocent child? Xiao Muyo's pretty face flushed red, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Well. He seemed to be moved by Xiao Muyo's sincerity and courage. The female doctor said with shame in her eyes, You're right, saving a life is more important than anything else. But for now, I really don't know how to bring this up. Xiao Muyo pleaded desperately. In the end, the female doctor, out of desperation, sighed and told Xiao Muyo the whole story. It turns out that Su Luo, the only son of anti-drug hero Su Weigua and Li Hongmei, has lived alone since childhood. Since elementary school, there has been a little girl from a well-off family who was considered a rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned girl who has always been quietly caring for and helping Su Luo. Perhaps it was fate, but the two of them were together from elementary school through middle school and high school, and they were always deskmates. Su Luo's feelings for this little girl evolved from gratitude to fondness. The two were childhood sweethearts, spending every day together and growing up together. Initially, Su Luo felt inferior and didn't dare to confess his feelings, not wanting to burden the little girl. But as time went on, Su Luo gradually realized that the little girl actually liked him too, waiting for him to confess his feelings, and constantly encouraging and hinting at it to him. Su Luo didn't want to let the girl down, and he didn't want to leave any regrets in his youth. He planned to confess his feelings to the girl after the college entrance examination. However, not long after, Su Luo witnessed her parents' tragic deaths. Unable to bear the shock, she fantasized that she had returned to her 5-year-old self and has been unable to recover from the trauma. Doctor, I understand. You mean, I should pretend to be Susu's childhood sweetheart and use our happy childhood memories to awaken his spirit, right? After listening to the female doctor's description, the quick-witted Xiao Muyao instantly understood and tentatively asked. That's right, exactly. The female doctor nodded, then shook her head, but when Su Luo was 5 years old, she didn't know a Yao. Ah Yao? Xiao Muyao was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Doctor, is that little girl also named Io? That little girl's name is Xiao Muyao. May I ask your name? The female doctor was taken aback and asked tentatively. Is that really how it is? Xiao Muyao was stunned and somewhat disbelieving. However, after the female doctor took out her phone and sent Xiao Muyao a space number, Xiao Muyao clicked in and her eyes widened immediately. More than a decade ago, the internet had only been widely available in the country for a few years, and there were relatively few forms of online entertainment. At that time, the most popular thing was online spaces. Many girls liked to decorate their virtual homes on online spaces and steal each other's vegetables, parking spaces, and so on. The little girl came from a well-off family, so she had her own space when she was in elementary school. She liked to write a diary and upload various photos in it. Through these diaries and old photos, the life trajectory of a well-behaved, kind, and beautiful little girl who was excellent in both character and academics gradually appears clearly before Xiao Muyao. Among them, the little girl mentioned brother Su Luo the most. It turns out the doctor wasn't lying to me. It turns out there really is a girl in this world with the same name as me. And this girl's appearance is actually similar to mine. Especially after we grew up, she looked exactly like me, as if we were cut from the same mold. Could she be my younger sister? After watching it, Xiao Muyao greatly admired and approved of the girl, but at the same time, doubts arose in her heart. Xiao Muyao suddenly wanted to see this girl and ask her what had happened. As for whether the space was fabricated, Xiao Muyao had her doubts about this as well. The problem is that the posting times of blog entries and photos cannot be faked or changed. If the girl's information is fake, does that mean someone started forging documents more than a decade ago? That's impossible. Moreover, the company behind this space is a global internet giant. How could such a large company, a top-ranked Fortune 500 company, possibly help an ordinary girl fabricate evidence? And just now, to be on the safe side, Xiao Muyao secretly searched for the girl online while checking her social media profile. It must be said that the internet has a long memory, and its search engines are incredibly powerful. This girl, who shares the same name as Xiao Muyao, is just an ordinary person, nothing special. However, Xiao Muyao still managed to find traces of the girl's past on different social media platforms. If social media profiles can be faked, then surely everyone on so many social networking sites can't collectively fake their profiles, right? Besides the state, who else has such great ability? Xiao Muyao no longer had any doubts. Doctor, what can I do to help Xiao Susu? Su Luo is now in a vegetative state. To wake him up, we must awaken the most beautiful memories in his heart. The female doctor said with a serious expression. Su Luo is currently immersed in the world of a 5-year-old. It is unrealistic to try to awaken him through his parents' memories. But if it's a childhood sweetheart's first love, try to call for it through the most beautiful love between a man and a woman in the world. Perhaps then a miracle could happen, and Su Luo could not only awaken, but even regain her memories of being 18 years old. Is that really how it is? Upon hearing this, Xiao Muyao hesitated. Xiao Muyao has never been in a relationship, so is it really a good idea to have her pretend to be Su Luo's first love? However, when Xiao Muyao looked through the glass window at Su Luo, who was sitting lifeless in a wheelchair in the ward, she was stunned. Xiao Muyao felt a pang of pain in her heart and immediately said without hesitation, Doctor, please tell me. I'm willing to do anything to help Xiao Susu wake up. You have a kind heart, but this is not something that Su Luo can wake up just because you want to. Can you guarantee that you've completely deceived yourself, that you truly believe yourself to be Su Luo's first love, and that you've genuinely fallen in love with him from the bottom of your heart? The female doctor sighed. Su Luo is a very smart person. If you don't fall in love with him from the bottom of your heart, Once he wakes up and realizes you're a fraud, he'll definitely have a mental breakdown, and might even commit suicide. Ha! Xiao Muya was stunned when she heard this. Did you fall in love with Su Luo from the bottom of your heart? I don't think I can do it. But now, no one but me can save Xiao Susu. After a moment of internal struggle, Xiao Muyo blurted out in a moment of impulse, Doctor, I'm willing to try. This. Upon hearing this, the female doctor hesitated. Doctor, Xiao Susu is in this state. He will die in just over 5 hours. Since dying a violent death is inevitable anyway, let's work together to revive him. It's better than letting him die, right? Xiao Muyo immediately became anxious. The female doctor still hesitated. Xiao Muyao kept trying to persuade her. Finally, the female doctor sighed, gritted her teeth, and said, Fine, classmate, I'll risk losing my job or going to jail to go crazy with you. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. Inside the director's office. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. Seeing that Lin Wanqing disguised herself as a female doctor and fooled Xiao Muyao was completely taken aback. Even Xiao Muyao, this naive and silly girl, actually believed it and was prepared to risk everything to save Su Luo. All the medical experts were stunned. Su Jingguo blushed, feeling both touched and embarrassed, with a hint of anger in his heart. Su Jingguo clearly never expected that his granddaughter, whom he had carefully nurtured for many years, would be fooled like a fool. Unfortunately, Xiao Muyao couldn't distinguish between truth and falsehood. She believed whatever Lin Wanqing said. However, after calming down, Su Jingguo felt more guilty and remorseful. If I had paid more attention to Io's mental health back then, she wouldn't have gone astray and become like this. Su Jingguo was thinking about it. Beside him, Chen Shoubai, the director of the National Medical and Health Commission, after a brief moment of astonishment, suddenly burst into laughter. Old Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you laughing at me? Su Jingguo looked displeased. Brother Su, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you, bro. I'm happy that Comrade Su Luo is saved. Comrade Su Luo will definitely win over the goddess before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Brother Su, if you don't believe me, I can bet you a piece of way-long spicy strips. Chen Shoubai laughed as he spoke, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Why do I feel like this old man is subtly criticizing me? Su Jingguo frowned slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Never mind. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Regardless of what that old bastard Chen Shoubai is really thinking. But he's right. Given Xiao Muyao's current state, all she needs to do is genuinely help Su Luo. So, by 3 p.m. tomorrow, Su Luo might be able to break the death curse and survive. But can feelings really be built on white lies, plus sincerity and effort? Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared in Su Jingguo's eyes. Su Jingguo knew Xiao Muyo very well. He knew very well that Xiao Muyo was kind and innocent, but had never fallen in love with anyone. Even if the entire nation mobilizes its resources to help Su Luo pursue Xiao Muyo, can feelings truly be forced to grow? Su Jingguo was not optimistic at all. Jiang City. 702nd Corps. Inside the Command and Operations Hall. Regimental Commander Wang Shangdong stared at the big screen, his eyes showing the same worry as Su Jingguo's. Wang Shangdong didn't know Xiao Muya. But Wang Shangdong understands human nature. If forced love could truly be sweet, then there wouldn't be so much love, hate, and grudges in this world. Coach Su, I hope you can both truly love each other and not treat this as just a simple task. Wang Shangdong spoke to himself in a voice only he could hear. Jiang City State Security Bureau. Intelligence Department. All the intelligence agents stopped what they were doing, cracking sunflower seeds and staring intently at the big screen. Do you think Xiao Muya can really succeed in pursuing Su Luo? I think it can work. How can feelings be forced? I don't think it's possible. Come on, let's open the betting. Let's bet on whether Xiao Muya and Su Luo can get together. If you lose, you get Wallace. If you win, you get KFC. Meanwhile, inside an inconspicuous bus near the orphanage. Ren Jing looked at her younger sister, Ren Yao, who was eating potato chips and watching the big screen in the living room, looking like she was watching a teen idol drama. Ren Jing, the older sister, couldn't help but frown. Yao, looking at how confident you are, aren't you worried? Sis, you're too old for that. You don't understand young people. Ren Yao chuckled. Don't worry, sis, Xiao Muya will definitely fall for the young master. If you don't believe me, I'll bet you a bunch of potato chips. Yao Yao, why are you so confident? Ren Jing asked, puzzled, without getting angry. It's very simple. Because the young master is so handsome, has such a good temperament, and speaks so well, he is naturally attractive to girls. Run explained. Yao Yao, but now the young master can't speak. He sits in a wheelchair, has no feeling in his limbs, and is covered in bandages. Only his eyes are visible, like a mummy. Even if the young master is incredibly charming, how can he make Qiu Muyao fall in love with him under these circumstances? Ren Jing still didn't think it would work. Sis, I've told you before, you're old and out of touch. You don't understand young people. Who told you that Qiu Muyao had to fall in love with the young master? Couldn't Qiu Muyao, out of pity, force herself to fall in love with the young master and offer him a kiss? Ren Yao smiled. But if that's the case, once Qiu Muyao calms down, she still won't truly fall in love with the young master. Ren Jing frowned. Hey, sis, why are you thinking so much? As long as Qiu Muyao asks the young master if she has fallen in love with him, even if it's just for a moment, the system task will be completed. As for what happens in the future, we'll talk about that later. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and walk your path one step at a time. If we take too big a step and it affects Dan Dan, how can that be acceptable? After saying these words, Ren Yao ignored her sister Rin Jing and ate potato chips while watching the drama unfold on the big screen with great interest. But at that moment, Ren Yao suddenly jumped down, threw down the potato chips, and said with a serious face, Sister, Major Lin told us to hurry up and help Qiu Muyao with her makeup. Time is of the essence, so let's get ready quickly. Ren Jing didn't waste any words and immediately started packing her things. An hour later. Jiang City. Suburb. Inside a beauty salon. Qiu Muyao sat in the swivel barber chair, staring blankly at her reflection in the wall mirror, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the mirror, Qiu Muyao had changed into a schoolgirl suit in the style of the Republic of China era, paired with long, flowing hair and exquisite makeup. She exuded the air of a refined young lady from the Republican era, radiating youthful vitality. Moreover, this exquisite makeup look is not actually heavy makeup. Instead, it was two beautiful makeup artists who made appropriate modifications based on Qiu Muyao's face shape, temperament, and overall appearance. This kind of embellishment, which can be described as turning the rotten into the magical, is so skillful that it is almost impossible to tell that any makeup has been applied. Qiu Muyao doesn't usually like to dress up. Even at school, she only wears light makeup and often goes out without makeup. Even so, Su Muyao still became the most beautiful campus belle in the century-long history of the university, without exception. Now, Qiu Muyao suspects that if she goes to the university, she might be given the title of a once-in-5,000 years beauty queen. Even now, after looking at herself again, Qiu Muyao still couldn't believe that the beautiful and perfect girl in the mirror was actually herself. Congratulations, sister. You are our first customer since we opened the shop. To thank you for your support, we are giving you a 7-day VIP trial card. You can come for beauty and makeup services for free for the next 7 days. In addition, you can rent our clothing for free for 7 days without a deposit. You only need to register your ID card. Come and patronize our restaurant in 7 days, and you'll receive a lifetime 10% discount on red wine. Ren Jing, the stylist, quickly came over with a gold card and handed it to Qiu Muyao with a smile. Please take care, and welcome to visit again next time. Ran Yao personally saw Qiu Muyao off. They walked away, riding on Lin Wanqing's motorcycle, on their way back to Qingshan Orphanage. Qiu Muyao felt dizzy and unreal. Those two sisters probably made money in the big city and wanted to return to their hometown to enjoy life, so they opened the shop in a relaxed and easygoing way. Lin Wanqing seemed to know what Qiu Muyao was thinking and spoke up. That should be the case. Qiu Muyao nodded, her doubts instantly disappearing. She began to pick up the script and carefully read it aloud. Dr. Lin truly deserves to be called a backbone doctor at the August 1st General Hospital. No wonder the organization sent him to take care of Xiao Susu. As Qiu Muyao recited the script, she felt immense admiration for Lin Wanqing. Qiu Muyao naturally had no idea that this script was written urgently by the nation's top screenwriters, who pooled their wisdom and efforts. This has absolutely nothing to do with Lin Wanqing. This script was designed comprehensively, taking into account Qiu Muyao's psychology, personality, and other aspects. To ensure that Qiu Muyao could hypnotize herself in a short time, believing that she had truly fallen in love with Su Luo and would take the initiative to kiss him. And when the motorcycle returned to the orphanage and stopped on the lawn. As a top student, Qiu Muyao has memorized the script perfectly, to the point that she can recite it backwards. Io, don't be so nervous, just be natural. Lin Wanqing accompanied Xiao Muyao to the entrance of the ward and patted Xiao Muyao on the shoulder encouragingly. "Don't worry, Dr. Lin, I will do my best." Xiao Muyao returned the script to Lin Wanqing, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. She pushed open the door and formally entered the ward. Bang! The gate is closed. "Xiao Muyao, come on. You're the best. You can definitely save Xiao Susu. You can do it." Xiao Muyao kept encouraging herself as she walked towards Su Luo. However, as she walked, Xiao Muyao's expression suddenly froze. "Oh no. I actually forgot my lines. As Xiao Susu's childhood sweetheart and first love, what should I say as my first words after not seeing him for many years? At this crucial moment, how could I have forgotten everything?" Xiao Muyao was already nervous, and now she was even more anxious, pacing back and forth. She was about to turn around and leave the ward to look at the script again when she suddenly slipped and fell straight down in her wheelchair. At this moment, Su Luo was completely unable to move. Su Luo could only watch helplessly as Xiao Muyao hurriedly walked over, slipped, and fell into his arms. Then, Xiao Muyao's lips landed perfectly on Su Luo's lips. Their eyes met. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Chapter 26, 108 Wives? It's over. Barbecue is here. The moment Xiao Muyao accidentally fell and landed on her wheelchair, she accidentally kissed Su Luo. Instead of being happy, Su Luo turned pale. I was completely stunned. According to the system's requirements, Su Luo must obtain the goddess Xiao Muyao's first kiss within 24 hours. It's 7:30 p.m. now, and the sky isn't completely dark yet, it's somewhere between black and white. Su Luo achieved the feat of first kiss with the goddess, and even accomplished it ahead of schedule. But the problem is, the system has additional requirements. That is, a goddess's first kiss must be from the bottom of her heart, from falling in love with Su Luo. Su Luo and Xiao Muyao officially met and chatted for no more than 3 hours in total. During those 3 hours, Xiao Muyao showed sympathy, pity, and concern for Su Luo. Through in-depth communication, the two developed an initial liking for each other. But to say that Xiao Muyao, the most beautiful goddess in the century-long history of the university, fell in love with herself in just 3 hours? Even if Su Luo had the power of a nation behind him, and the entire country was mobilized to pursue the goddess, it was still impossible. At this moment, Xiao Muyao was also stunned. Oh my god. My first kiss is gone just like that? Xiao Muyao stood there stunned for more than 10 seconds before she came to her senses. Her face was pale, and she hurriedly got up from her wheelchair, turning to run away like a startled fawn. However, after taking only a few steps, Xiao Muyao suddenly realized that the wheelchair behind her was not moving. Xiao Muyao was stunned. She subconsciously turned around and her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that Su Luo, who was in a wheelchair, turned pale after being forcibly kissed by Xiao Muyao. The boy, who was lively and optimistic that afternoon, now looked dejected and heartbroken. His eyes were filled with despair. This is my first kiss, but isn't it the same for Xiao Susu? Xiao Susu has loved his first love since he was a child, but I stole his first kiss. Even though his consciousness is stuck at the age of 5, he must be suffering a lot, right? Su Luo's heartbroken gaze instantly tore at Xiao Muyao's heart, causing her immense pain. Xiao Muyao, you think you're so pitiful, losing your first kiss in an accident, so miserable, right? Look at other people's Susu, she's really miserable, okay? Xiao Muyao stopped running away, and her heart gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, feeling guilty and apologetic, and walked step by step towards Su Luo. At the same time, Xiao Muyao's mind raced as she began to recall the lines from Lin Wanqing's script. The problem is, the more anxious Xiao Muyao gets, the less she can remember her lines. As a result, what Xiao Muyao didn't see was Su Luo, who had already given up hope and was ready to give up. A glimmer of hope gradually returned to his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission goddess Xiao Muyao's first kiss. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Su Luo's ears. Although this voice is devoid of any human emotion. Upon hearing the voice, Su Luo trembled and immediately became excited. Rough. Goddess Xiao Muyao's first kiss mission has actually been completed? Real or fake? After the initial excitement, Su Luo calmed down and felt confused. My goddess fell in love with me in 3 hours and offered me her first kiss? Even classic folktales wouldn't be acted like this. Fortunately, at that moment, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Su Luo, which only he could see. Xiao Muyao is the most beautiful goddess in the century-long history of the university. Although she was bullied in her childhood, which made her sensitive and fragile, she became introverted and socially anxious. She was unwilling to communicate with people, refused to make friends, and was afraid of being hurt again. However, thanks to the education provided by the elderly scavenger Ma Qingshan Sujingguan in disguise, Xiao Muyao developed a positive outlook and remained grounded, preventing her from going astray. Xiao Muyao felt sympathy and care for Su Luo, who was pretending to be Xiao Su Su, even though she inadvertently gave him her first kiss. But in the instant Xiao Muyao kissed you, she was filled with motherly love, therefore the system determined it as a successful mission. What? Love from a mother? Xiao Muyao was dumbfounded. This works? Doesn't this mean that if I meet other Ra-level goddesses in the future, the love I receive may not necessarily be romantic love? Even if it's a mother's love for her son, is that acceptable? Hiss. In this way, the energy problem for the goddess train to travel through time and space is easily solved. After all, the country has 1.4 billion people, and there are only 80 million unmarried women of marriageable age. But there are far more than 80 million women in the country. Even as goddesses age, she goes around recognizing godmothers regardless of age. How could there be any shortage of A-level goddesses? Host, don't overthink it. The goddess the system needs can only be an unmarried woman of marriageable age who must marry you and have a 90% affinity with you. The system's cold, impersonal notification instantly extinguished Su Luo's illusions. Even if it's Xiao Muyao, if you want to replenish the goddess train's energy from her, you must marry her and make her favorability towards you reach 90%. Seemingly aware of Su Luo's doubts, the system notification sounded again. So that's how it is? Su Luo was immediately disappointed. However, Su Luo was able to accept this result calmly. Ultimately, Su Luo still came out ahead. Congratulations, host, for completing the goddess Xiao Muyao's first kiss mission and obtaining a goddess binding card. As the notification sound rang out, the light screen in front of Su Luo changed instantly. Goddess binding card allows you to rebind a goddess that was previously bound but unexpectedly became invalid. Your current goddess is Shang Mingfei, a rank goddess, with the potential to become S rank. Would you like to rebind her? Bind. Without hesitation, Su Luo silently recited it in his heart. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have been rebound to the goddess, Shang Mingfei, on the goddess train. As the notification sounded, the screen refreshed again. Goddess, concubine Shang Ming. Star rating, A, S level potential. Your favorability rating, 90. Goddess train available energy, 0. What? After reading it, Su Luo was stunned. No, it's not. I have rebound Shang Mingfei, so why is the train's available energy still 0? That's rough. At that moment, Su Luo suddenly felt like cursing. And at that very moment, the girl's natural fragrance wafted over. A pair of gentle, slender hands were softly placed on Su Luo's shoulders. Brother Su Luo, it's me, Mu Yao. Wake up quickly. Xiao Muyao's gentle and sweet voice softly rose in Su Luo's ear. Comrade Su Luo, Xiao Muyao is now playing the role of your childhood sweetheart. Please don't be nervous and hold on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, you will regain sensation in your limbs and be able to speak, but it is not recommended that you do this. Please make adjustments based on Xiao Muyao's specific situation as needed. Don't worry, the government has provided you with top-notch script experts who will adjust the plot as needed. At the same time, Lin Wanqing's voice rang in Su Luo's ears through bone conduction headphones. Brother Su Luo, brother. Xiao Muyao's gentle voice rang in Su Luo's ears once again. However, Su Luo remained seated in her wheelchair, bound like a mummy, completely motionless. His eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. Rough. How could I not be sad? That crazy woman, Lin Wanqing, had the technician give her a mild electric shock again. This is pain for me. Su Luo mentally ranted and raved, his desire to replace Lin Wanqing's heart growing stronger and stronger. But at least for now, Su Luo still has to keep acting. After all, he couldn't move for 10 minutes. Seeing Su Luo's expression made Xiao Muyao feel even more distressed and sympathetic towards him. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, various lines from the script kept appearing in Xiao Muyao's mind. Overflowing with inspiration, she could effortlessly come up with all sorts of lines. Coupled with her heavenly voice, as beautiful as an orchid in a secluded valley, and her gentle expression, Ren Yao, who was watching the show through the big screen, couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Yao Yao, don't get too caught up in the role. Xiao Muyao is just acting. She's putting herself in the shoes of Xiao Susu's childhood sweetheart. What are you feeling? From the side, said the older sister, Ren Jing, in an annoyed tone. Sis, you're so boring. Why are you trying to discourage me? I also want to imagine myself as the young master's childhood sweetheart and experience an idol drama. Ran Yao took a bite of potato chip in frustration and complained. Young master is young master is not little Susu. Ren Jing corrected. Ren Yao, the younger sister, rolled her eyes and suddenly didn't want to talk. At the same time, inside the ward, the clock on the wall ticked away, ticking away relentlessly. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Xiao Muyao spoke gently for 10 minutes, but still showed no sign of stopping. She seemed to have truly believed herself to be Xiao Susu's childhood sweetheart, completely immersed in the role and unable to break free. In a wheelchair, Su Luo felt some sensation returning to her limbs, but instead of getting up, she sat quietly to recover. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Muyao, her throat dry from talking, saw that no matter how hard she tried, Su Luo remained unresponsive and motionless. Xiao Muyao's eyes immediately dimmed, she sighed dejectedly, and slumped her head, feeling utterly useless. But at that moment, a warm, large hand suddenly gently grasped Xiao Muyao's small hand. Io, don't be sad, I'm fine. A gentle male voice softly rang out. The voice wasn't coming through Bluetooth headphones, but rather softly from the young man in the wheelchair, who was bound like a mummy. His gaze toward Xiao Muyao was full of concern and worry. Little Susu, you've woken up? Oh my god. Very good. Immediately, Xiao Muyao jumped up happily. It seemed that Xiao Muyao used too much force, and the moment she jumped around, the young man in the wheelchair almost fell to the ground. Xiao Muyao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly helped Su Luo to sit up straight. Little Susu, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Xiao Muyao's pretty face turned bright red, and she hurriedly apologized. Io, there's no need to apologize. I heard everything you said, and I'm very happy about it. Su Luo looked at Xiao Muyao seriously and said in a gentle tone, from now on, please don't call me little Susu anymore. I am Su Luo, and Su Luo is me. Ha! Upon hearing this, Xiao Muyao was stunned. But soon, Xiao Muyao cheered, Brother Su Luo, you've regained your memories? Su Luo smiled without saying a word, looking at Xiao Muyao gently with eyes full of pity. That's great. Brother Su Luo has regained his memories of being 18 years old, instead of being stuck at the age of 5. Xiao Muyao was overjoyed, but then her face froze. Not good. Now that Su Luo's brother has returned to the age of 18, wouldn't he remember the scene of how his parents died tragically? It's over. What to do? What should I do to help Brother Su Luo? Xiao Muyao became increasingly anxious. Io, don't worry. I did think about my parents' past, but 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I can now look at this calmly without breaking down. Su Luo smiled and comforted Xiao Muyao, her tone becoming increasingly gentle. But Su Luo's smile, in Xiao Muyao's eyes, looked so forced and so heartbreaking. Brother Su Luo, so you didn't regain your 18-year-old memories, but rather your true 22-year-old memories? Xiao Muyao asked cautiously and tentatively. Strictly speaking, when I was 18, although I had a brief breakdown and my mind reverted to that of a 5-year-old, I was unable to recover for a long time. But I recovered 2 years ago. Su Luo smiled. Is that how it is? Xiao Muyao was stunned. Brother Su Luo, if you recover to normal at 20, then from 20 to 22, what will happen to you? Yao, don't you find it strange that now that I've regained my memories, I don't speak and instead continue to pretend to be sick? I'm in a wheelchair, Su Luo said with a smile. Aha! Xiao Muyao nodded obediently, her eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, go to Beijing. National Science Council. Inside the director's office. Su Jingguo and Chen Shoubai, both elders who had joined the cabinet, stared at the big screen with smiles in their eyes. Brother Su, although I don't want to admit it, your godson Su Luo is indeed quite good at picking up girls. Chen Shoubai gave a thumbs up. Xiao Su was just acting according to the script. She's a kind-hearted and innocent girl, and she doesn't have many ulterior motives. Su Jingguo said calmly. At the same time, outside the Qingshan orphanage, inside a bus not far away. Inside the living room. Ran Yao suddenly threw the fries aside, picked up the script on the sofa, and began to flip through it quickly. Yao, what are you doing? Ren Jing, the older sister, was immediately taken aback. Sis, it's oh no, barbecue is gone. Ren Yao said anxiously, the lines that the young master said were not in the script. What? The older sister, Ren Jing, changed her expression slightly, hurriedly picked up another script, and quickly flipped through it. Then, her vision went black, and her expression changed drastically. According to the original script, 10 minutes after Chiu Muyo entered the ward, Su Luo was supposed to gradually recover and interact with Chiu Muyo. But Su Luo sat for a full half hour before interacting with Chiu Muyo. Moreover, right from the start, Su Luo said that he had regained all his memories and woke up prematurely at the age of 20. This script is wrong. Young master, what are you doing? This astonishing scene left the comrades from the National Security Bureau, the 702nd Regiment, and other units bewildered and confused. Attention all units. Attention all units. Comrade Su Luo was improvising the plot, don't disturb him, repeating. Lin Wanqing's icy voice suddenly rang out on the communication channel. So that's how it is? The comrades all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But what no one knows is, after Lin Wanqing cut off the communication channel, she appeared calm, but in reality, a hidden anger was boiling inside her. The captain's domineering and arbitrary behavior provoked Su Luo's rebellion and resistance. Okay then, Su Luo isn't playing anymore, she'll play by herself. Beside her, Lan Yan secretly stuck out her tongue, feeling a little worried. Although Lin Wanqing concealed it well and did not show any unusual emotional fluctuations. But as the deputy captain of the Thunder Special Forces team, Lan Yan had followed Lin Wanqing for many years. How could she not understand Lin Wanqing? Su Luo, although the captain went too far, his intentions were good. As long as Su Luo follows the captain's instructions, he'll definitely win the heart of the beauty. Why are there so many variables? As Lan Yan was internally complaining, her eyes suddenly widened. Originally, Su Luo could use the smart wheelchair to synchronize data with various units, making it convenient for the organization to adjust plans at any time. But now, Su Luo has disappeared from the screen. Only an empty wheelchair appeared before Blue Flame. Captain, this. Blue Flame immediately panicked. Lin Wanqing waved her hand, signaling Lan Yan to be quiet. Execute the filing plan, activate military satellite positioning, use drone swarms for positioning assistance, and deploy robot dogs. Lin Wanqing opened the communication channel, thought for a moment, and added, the latest research on releasing butterflies and bionic ants by the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences has been launched for testing simultaneously, with the target being Qingshan Orphanage. Snap. The communication ended there. Flame, what were you trying to say just now? Lin Wanqing looked at the Blue Flame. Captain, no. It's nothing. Blue Flame quickly shook his head. Captain, what else can I say? You even foresaw that Su Luo would rebel and resist your domineering ways, and you made plans for it long in advance. What else can I say? Qingshan Orphanage is located in the suburbs of the city, surrounded by towering mountains, making it very remote. Especially the back mountain of the orphanage, which is full of lush green hills and clear waters that no one cares about, so there is no possibility of any cameras at all. On weekdays, the headmaster strictly forbids the children from going to the back mountain, for fear that they will get lost and cause problems. However, Su Luo was not worried about this at all. Su Luo knew very well that even if he had Chiu Muyao carry him away from the orphanage and appear in the back mountain, it would still be a disaster. But with the power of the state, locating him via satellite is actually quite simple. With the addition of a drone swarm on standby at high altitudes, Su Luo has no worries about safety. He did this simply to show Lin Wanqing who the king and the prince were. However, deep down, Su Luo didn't actually blame Lin Wanqing. Su Luo simply didn't want to become a puppet, manipulated at will by a domineering and powerful woman, with no freedom whatsoever. That kind of life is not what Su Luo wants. Moreover, Su Luo really wanted to have a serious relationship with Chiu Muya, this kind and innocent girl. Instead of a script that has been arranged in advance. When it comes to feelings, what's real is real, and what's fake is fake. Is love based on a script truly love? At this time, the back gate of Qingshan Orphanage. Chiu Muya carried Su Luo on her back and secretly walked towards the back mountain. Ah Yao, put me down. Actually, I can walk by myself. Su Luo smiled. How can that be? Chiu Muyo shook her head and said seriously, Brother Su Luo, although you regained consciousness 2 years ago. But you've been in a wheelchair for the past 2 years, and your ability to walk has already deteriorated. Even if you want to walk, you need to walk slowly, not in a hurry. Ah, Yao, you yourself said that my ability to walk has deteriorated and I need to walk slowly. You have to give me a chance, right? Su Luo said with a smile. That's true. Xiao Muyo blushed, stuck out her tongue shyly, and carefully put Su Luo down. But she was still worried and supported Su Luo like a wife. The two walked slowly forward like a young married couple. Lin Wanqing, who witnessed this scene through satellite monitoring, fell silent. Captain, it seems that since we stopped using the script, Coach Su and Xiao Muyao's relationship has progressed even faster. Blue Flame asked tentatively. Everything is under my control. This is a random, improvised script you wouldn't understand. Lin Wanqing spoke calmly, her face still showing no emotion. Have to. Team leader. Are you still being stubborn? It's obvious you messed things up. Su Luo did what she wanted, and you're still pretending? Lan Yan secretly rolled her eyes, but dared not retort, lest Lin Wanqing fly into a rage and give her a hard blow. Su Luo, I admit I've been a bit harsh on you, but it's all for your own good. You think you can really win Xiao Muya over with your own methods? How naive. Lin Wanqing stared at the tablet in her hand, a hint of indifference flashing in her eyes that no one else noticed. Indeed, judging from the current situation, Su Luo has done a better job of getting rid of Lin Wanqing. But this is only temporary. Xiao Muyo is a sensitive and intelligent girl. Although she is kind, she is not stupid. If Su Luo's expression or words are often aroused Xiao Muyao's suspicion, then the problem will be very serious. However, since this was Su Luo's own choice, Lin Wanqing would not interfere. Judging from Su Luo's reaction, the mission of getting the goddess Xiao Muyao's first kiss within 24 hours was obviously a success. Now that Xiang Mingfei has rebound herself to the train, it's perfectly fine for Su Luo to be willful and let loose. Anyway, the goddess train won't appear for another 7 days. Let Su Luo play around for 3 days first, which will also allow Su Luo to calm down and ease his relationship with Lin Wanqing. As for what happens 3 days later, if Su Luo goes too far and his relationship with Xiao Muyao deteriorates? Fine. Lin Wanqing has already listed 108 potential goddesses for Su Luo and dispatched 108 special working groups. These working groups have traveled to all corners of the country and have already begun making advance plans to prepare for the future campaign against Su Luo. Lin Wanqing absolutely will not allow a situation like this, where she had to write a script on the spot and make dynamic decisions, to happen again when she was trying to win over Su Muya. Ha? What's going on? Lin Wanqing stopped pondering and suddenly froze. The screen is covered in static, and I can't see anything at all? Captain, Coach Su has entered the mountainous area shrouded in clouds and fog, and the satellite can no longer locate him. Blue Flame explained, but don't worry, the drone swarm has appeared, and the signal should arrive soon. However, the two women waited for most of the day. We waited until it was completely dark and the moon rose into the night sky. Still, no footage from drones has been received. Lan Yan's face immediately turned ugly. Lin Wanqing was on the phone nearby. Lan Yan didn't know who had called. But Lan Yan heard the old man's almost roaring anger on the other end of the phone. The captain got scolded, this is bad. Lan Yan couldn't help but look worried. Lin Wanqing remained calm and patiently advised the old man not to be anxious, as it would be bad for his health. The old man from the Eastern Theater Command laughed in exasperation. Shaolin, alright, I knew it. You're still so calm and rational, you won't have any emotional fluctuations. Fine, forget I said anything. Sir, personal emotions are meaningless, they will only affect my judgment. Lin Wanqing said calmly, I admit that I went too far. I only thought about completing the task and did not consider Su Luo's personal feelings. But it doesn't matter, I'll go into the mountains right now and bring him and Xiao Muyo back. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. If anything happens to Su Luo, I'll give my life to pay for it. Snap. After saying that, Lin Wanqing hung up the phone and turned to walk towards the back mountain. Blue Flame quickly followed. At the same time, in the mountains, in a vast, empty valley, the campfire was blazing. Su Luo was roasting a pheasant, while Xiao Muyo stared at her curiously from the side. Xiao Muyo didn't expect that although Su Luo's limbs were slow and he had difficulty walking, he was almost unable to walk. But after she got lost and accidentally wandered into a deep, misty mountain forest. Su Luo, however, remained calm and instead comforted Xiao Muyo. In fact, Su Luo warned Xiao Muyo of several dangers along the way, and Xiao Muyo successfully avoided them this time. For example, poisonous mushrooms. For example, Xiaomuyo was very happy and excitedly jumped around in a pile of dry grass that resembled a trampoline. She also wanted Su Luo to go bungee jumping with her. However, Su Luo's expression changed drastically, and he anxiously urged Xiaomuyo to leave. After walking a distance, Su Luo told Xiaomuyo that there was a high probability that the area beneath the pile of dry grass was a python's den. And it was a giant python. The giant pythons inside must be in large groups, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, to be able to build such a huge haystack. Xiaomuyo was immediately filled with lingering fear. Throughout the journey, Su Luo was in charge, and Xiaomuyo blindly followed along. You know what? With Su Luo's guidance, Xiaomuyo successfully left the deep mountains and forests and arrived at this open valley. It was Su Luo who guided Xiaomuyo on how to make traps and how to survive in the wilderness, enabling her to successfully start a fire and catch her first pheasant. However, Xiaomuyo really didn't know how to roast chicken. This was naturally no challenge for Su Luo. Su Luo was an orphan who grew up in a mountain village, relying on the kindness of many families to help him grow up. He matured at a very young age. Su Luo didn't need to learn how to hunt in the mountains or survive in the wilderness, it was already muscle memory for him. I never imagined that the hardships of my childhood would turn into a valuable asset in adulthood, becoming my secret weapon in pursuing my goddess. As Su Luo roasted the chicken, he glanced at Xiaomuyo, who was nestled beside him like a little bird, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Yes, I'm now bound up like a mummy, with sluggish limbs and limited mobility. That damned Lin Wanqing only unlocked parts of her limbs, it will take 7 days for her to fully recover. It's alright. If, under these circumstances, Xiaomuyo can still truly fall in love with him. Does it really matter what one looks like or whether one has a disability? Unimportant. But so much time has passed, why hasn't that crazy woman Lin Wanqing contacted me yet? As darkness fell and the mountain wind grew colder, Xiaomuyo and she were both thinly dressed and had nothing to keep warm. As for the campfire, although it won't go out for a while, it can ward off the cold. However, collecting wood at night is inconvenient and extremely dangerous. What will happen once the campfire goes out? Could it be that Lin Wanqing lost me? This incredible conjecture immediately surfaced in Su Luo's mind. Boom! The originally clear moonlit night was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder continued. Oh no, a downpour is coming. Xiaomuyo immediately looked nervous, her pretty face turning pale. A storm is brewing, Lin Wanqing, why haven't you contacted me yet? Su Luo appeared calm, but she was actually getting anxious inside. Taking advantage of Xiaomuyo's inattention, Su Luo pressed the switch on the bone conduction headphones to actively establish a communication connection. Sorry, there is an anomaly in this area, and a communication connection cannot be established temporarily. Please try again later. The area you are in may be experiencing magnetic field interference, extreme weather, or other unknown reasons. Hearing the constant mechanical prompts coming through his headphones, Su Luo's face instantly turned ugly. Rough. No way? Because of his momentary willfulness in trying to escape Lin Wanqing's clutches, he actually went too far. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dull rumble of thunder continued, and countless silver snakes danced across the dark night sky. An unprecedented torrential rain is about to arrive. Chapter 27 The nation creates a god. I, Su Luo, am a god. Brother Su Luo, judging from the weather, it looks like a downpour is about to start. Shall we find a cave to take shelter from the rain? Under the night sky. In a quiet valley. Xiaomuyo squatted down beside Su Luo, looking up at the lightning and thunder in the sky, her eyes filled with worry. It's alright, Yao, don't be afraid. Su Luo smiled slightly and continued to calmly roast the pheasant. Brother Su Luo, but... Xiaomuyo opened her mouth, about to speak. Ah Yao, don't worry, I'm here. I won't let the rain come down, so it won't. What's wrong, Yao? Don't you believe Brother Su Luo? Su Luo spoke first, smiling as she looked at the stunningly beautiful school beauty in front of her, her eyes full of anticipation. Ha! Upon hearing this, Xiaomuyo was stunned. No, it's not. Brother Su Luo, this isn't a question of whether I believe you or not. Instead, the sky was covered with dark clouds, which blanketed the entire dome. Such a heavy thunderstorm, even if it's just a thunder shower, is still terrifying, okay? But Brother Su Luo isn't worried at all? Brother Su Luo has been in a wheelchair for 4 years, even though he has long since regained consciousness. However, his mental state is probably still unstable. Su Luo's brother sometimes has these episodes. He must be dreaming of being 5 years old right now. As Chiu Muyo thought this, her eyes filled with worry. Ah Yao, do you think I'm childish? Su Luo suddenly changed the subject. Brother Su Luo, I didn't. Ah Yao, how about we make a bet? Before Chiu Muyo could finish speaking, Su Luo smiled and pointed to the sky with one hand. If it doesn't rain today and the moon is high in the sky, then Io, will you marry me and be my most beautiful bride? After saying that, Su Luo looked at Chiu Muyo with burning eyes and anticipation. Su Luo dared to say this because he had the backing of the country. This time, Su Luo changed the script and eloped with Chiu Muyo, secretly arriving at the back mountain of Qingshan Orphanage. Even though the misty clouds in the mountains blocked satellite signals, causing Su Luo and Lin Wanqing to lose contact briefly. But so what? Are those experts at national think tanks really just sitting around doing nothing? These are a small group of people selected from 1.4 billion people through rigorous screening, without considering relationships or backgrounds, but only looking at their IQ. They can predict the future of the country and formulate various emergency response plans based on Sulo. For example, right now, a rainstorm is about to hit, and the mountains seem dangerous. But if the country steps in and pools its resources to disperse the torrential rain, is that really that difficult? Even the mighty forces of heaven and earth, even nature itself, must submit to the powerful will of the nation. This is Su Luo's confidence. This also reflects the confidence of a major power in science and technology. However, in Chiu Muyao's eyes, Su Luo's behavior seemed more like a manifestation of illness. It seems that brother Su Luo's illness has become more serious. If I don't agree to his request, he might commit suicide. Chiu Muyo hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded gently. That's great, Yao. Tomorrow, I will make you the most beautiful bride in the whole world. Su Luo's eyes were full of excitement, and he roasted the chicken even more vigorously. How could I not be happy? There are 6 days and 2 hours until the goddess train's next crossing. If he can't make Chiu Muyo fall in love with him and willingly marry him, where does the goddess train get its energy from? Ultimately, the 24-hour limited time mission of goddess Chiu Muyo's first kiss allowed Su Luo to obtain a goddess binding card, rebinding Shang Mingfei to the goddess train. But the goddess train's energy source is still 0. In the short term, Shang Mingfei cannot be relied upon. The interval for energy recovery will be 1 month. This interval is too long. Su Luo won't even live to see that day before he's completely finished. The kind, innocent, and stunningly beautiful school beauty in front of him is the best solution for Su Luo to solve his survival problem. The organization gives me strength, the country helps me pursue my goddess. Su Luo, go for it, go for it. Su Luo continued roasting the pheasant, completely oblivious to the chilly mountain wind and the terrifying torrential rain of the night. His face was beaming with joy. However, this scene, when witnessed by Chiu Muyo, caused the girl a pang of pain in her heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. Poor Su Luo, he actually thought the rain would suddenly disappear? Chiu Muyo looked up at the increasingly terrifying dark clouds and thunder in the sky, her eyes filled with worry. Such a terrifying downpour, once it arrives, has no chance of disappearing. Unless, of course, large-scale artificial rainmaking. Oh. But how could that be? If artificial rain were truly created, would there be no cost involved? As the most beautiful campus belle in the century-long history of the university, Chiu Muyo is not just a pretty face, she is a top student. From elementary school onwards, Chiu Muyo excelled all the way to her junior year of college, consistently ranking first in the entire school and never coming in second. Therefore, Chiu Muyo knew very well that the torrential rain tonight was inevitable and there was no way to avoid it. The cost of dispersing such a large area of torrential rain is so high that no one can accept it. Unless the country is willing to pay any price and spare no expense, and the decision makers have lost their minds, they would not make such an absurd decision. The problem is that both he and his brother Su Luo are just ordinary people. What gives the state the right to do this? Do you really think the country is your private property? He. As Chiu Muyo thought about it, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. That's enough, that's enough. So what if you get caught in the rain and become a drowned rat? What's the big deal? I, Chiu Muyo, was abandoned by my parents at a young age, grew up in an orphanage, and was bullied and slandered by my peers. What haven't I experienced? As long as brother Su Luo is happy, that's all that matters. As Chiu Muyo was thinking, she suddenly smelled a rich fragrance. Unbeknownst to them, Su Luo had already roasted the pheasant. Boom! The thunder in the sky grew stronger and stronger, and countless silver snakes danced wildly. The sky grew even darker. The fierce mountain winds caused the trees among the towering mountains to tremble violently. In the midst of the raging wind and dark night, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared atop a high mountain. That brat Su Luo not only changed the script haphazardly, but he also went on a disappearing act? Didn't he know that once this torrential rain falls, it could even trigger flash floods, mudslides, or landslides? What use are goddesses if everyone is dead? Standing atop the mountain, Lin Wanqing used a night vision telescope to search repeatedly, but still couldn't spot Su Luo. Lin Wanqing frowned immediately, utterly speechless. At the same time, sizzle. Accompanied by a faint static sound, a dignified voice suddenly came through Lin Wanqing's earpiece. Major Lin, this is the Pangu Emergency Response Center. Please respond. Received. Lin Wanqing immediately stood up straight, head held high, her voice firm and resolute. Major Lin, the state has received news of Comrade Su Luo's disappearance. At the suggestion of Comrade Su Jinghua, and in accordance with the terms of the Pangu Emergency Agreement, the state has initiated emergency operations. Please continue searching for Comrade Su Luo's whereabouts and keep in touch. The signal problem will be resolved soon. On the other end of the phone, a stern voice spoke rapidly, giving instructions incessantly. Receive. Lin Wanqing ended the call, her brows immediately furrowing. This is a call from the Eastern Military District Headquarters office. The person on the other end of the phone spoke in a completely businesslike manner, without any issues whatsoever. But that's the biggest problem. You should know that Lin Wanqing used to be able to call the old man's landline directly. In the past, it was always that old man who personally contacted Lin Wanqing. This time, however, the old man did not appear in person. Instead, he had his bodyguards contact Lin Wanqing. There were no accusations, no complaints, only cold, mechanical commands. What does this mean? As a top-tier talent, how could Lin Wanqing not know? But so what? I, Lin Wanqing, have a clear conscience about what I did to Su Luo. Now, I will definitely follow the organization's orders and find Su Luo. As for how the organization will deal with itself after this incident, it doesn't matter. I, Lin Wanqing, will obey unconditionally. 1 hour ago. Go to Beijing. National Science Council. It was late at night. Inside the conference room, however, the lights were on full display. Su Jinghua sat in the main seat, holding a thermos cup in both hands, closing his eyes to rest, without moving. But everyone knew that Su Jinghua, the national science leader and the true commander-in-chief of the Pangu Creation Project, was harboring endless anger. Every participant present looked serious and felt uneasy. Suddenly. Bite. The phone rang urgently. Okay, I understand. Su Jinghua spoke gently and hung up the phone with a smile, but his eyes suddenly sharpened. Everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts and became increasingly uneasy. All of you here are elites from all walks of life across the country, working hard behind the scenes, yet you still managed to lose track of Comrade Su Luo. Even more outrageous, Lin Wanqing actually took it upon herself to treat Comrade Su Luo in this way. At this point, Su Jinghua picked up his thermos, unscrewed the lid, and began drinking goji berry tea, falling silent. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. All the attendees looked ashamed, their faces burning with embarrassment. With the combined resources of the entire nation, so many departments and units, and so many industry elites, they couldn't even keep an eye on Su Luo properly, and things even went wrong. How embarrassing. Comrades, I won't waste any more words. Ultimately, mobilizing the entire nation's resources to pursue a goddess is a first for the country, a trial and error process, so mistakes are to be expected. I will not hold anyone accountable for what happened in the past. From this moment forward, I hope all comrades will not let their guard down and will treat this as a national war, taking it seriously. Putting down his teacup, Su Jinghua didn't lose his temper. His tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. I now announce that from this moment on, the Pangu Emergency Plan No. 1 will be activated immediately. Immediately mobilize all national resources to find Comrade Su Luo. I need to see him alive or dead. No, he must be alive. As soon as Su Jinghua said this, whoosh! Everyone present stood up and bowed, their eyes solemn. Soon, the China National Space Administration, the China Meteorological Administration, the Central Theater Command, the Eastern Theater Command, the State Security Administration. Almost simultaneously, the colossal creatures that had been lying prone in the darkness suddenly opened their tiger-like eyes and began to operate efficiently. Colleagues who had already finished their shifts rushed to their posts in various ways. Across the country, tens of thousands of previously silent and dark office buildings and offices were suddenly illuminated with lights. Meteorological Bureau. Tens of thousands of small screens are gathered together to form a super large electronic screen. Countless clouds are flowing, forming a supercloud map covering the entire globe. The map is colorful and constantly changing. When will it rain in countries and regions around the world, and what will the wind direction be? Everything was clearly marked on the screen. Even on the high seas, the typhoons that are about to form or have already formed, as well as their movement patterns, are clearly visible on the screen. Soon, the map began to shrink, transforming into the shape of a rooster. Then, the map continued to shrink, locking onto an inverted triangle shape. The map continued to zoom out, eventually pinpointing the Jiang city area precisely. The map continued to shrink, eventually settling on a serpentine mountainous area. This serpentine mountain area appears small and inconspicuous on the screen. However, in reality, the Panlong mountain area is a continuous stretch, covering an area of thousands of miles and spanning multiple counties and cities. Target Panlongshan District, Level 7 storm, will form in the target area within the next hour. Given the current conditions of the country, the emergency resources that can be gathered in a short period of time are not enough to completely dispel the storm, but they can be weakened indefinitely. It is expected that with human intervention, the storm can be reduced to below level 3 within an hour. Recently, there has been a lot of rain in the Panlongshan area, and many mountains are showing signs of loosening. If the rainfall exceeds 50 millimeters, the following areas may experience landslides. Debris flow triggering conditions are being determined. Flash flood probability calculation begins. The nation's supercomputer, in conjunction with an all-weather intelligent weather tracking and analysis system, began operating at high speed. Technicians were constantly typing rapidly on their keyboards, adding data, conducting further manual analysis, and uploading the latest analysis results. Soon, all the statistical results were compiled. Leaders from various departments across the country immediately convened an emergency meeting via video conference and reached a consensus. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Su Jinghua issued the general attack order. A detailed battle plan was then presented to Su Jinghua. The guard quickly finished reading, immediately went into Su Jinghua's office, gave a standard military salute, and began his urgent report. Sir, with the Meteorological Administration taking the lead and multiple units and departments cooperating, the final result is as follows. The operational plan was very complex and very long. But the guard had a photographic memory and could read hundreds of lines at a glance, so he had already extracted the key information. He spoke concisely and quickly, explaining for about a minute. Su Jinghua waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to continue, and closed his eyes to fall into deep thought. In Su Jinghua's view, the three solutions, the nation pooling its wisdom and efforts, utilizing the massive computing power of supercomputers, and adding AI computing, are all perfect and virtually flawless. As the overall commander of the operation, Su Jinghua only needed to choose one of the plans and make the final decision. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Su Jinghua felt that all four plans were too narrow in scope. Moreover, it's a bit too utilitarian. In particular, Su Jinghua suddenly remembered that Lin Wanqing, who was valued by the organization and entrusted with important responsibilities, had unexpectedly crashed and burned today. The reason for this is simply that Lin Wanqing's relationship with Su Luo was too materialistic, and she ignored Su Luo's feelings. Su Jinghua naturally cannot make the same mistake again. If that's the case. Soon, Su Jinghua made his final decision to reject any of the proposed solutions. Instead, we should combine the advantages of the four options, broaden our perspective, and take bigger steps. Without further hesitation, Su Jinghua picked up the red phone on the table and began issuing the final order. I want the rain clouds over Panlong Mountain to completely disappear within an hour. Within 2 hours, I want not a single drop of rain to fall in the entire city of Jiang. Within 3 hours, the entire Jiangbei province must not experience a single drop of rain for the next 6 days. Every day must be sunny and clear. To this end, the state spared no expense, and various departments coordinated and cooperated at any time, taking into account the actual situation. Don't worry about taking responsibility. If anything happens, I, Su Jinghua, will take full responsibility. To reiterate, at all costs, with the full strength of the nation, and regardless of gains or losses, this matter must be accomplished. Only success is permissible, failure is not an option. Su Jinghua's voice wasn't loud, but his command was as powerful as thunder, spreading throughout the country in an instant. In an instant, the massive state apparatus began to operate at full speed. Eastern Military Region. Boom! Hundreds of silver-white Delta Wing fighter jets, in groups of 3, formed wedge-shaped formations and roared into the sky, heading in all directions. This astonishing scene drew the attention of nearby residents, who began to discuss it animatedly. The entire Xian-Nu fighter squadron has been deployed? Wow, this is the country's newly developed next-generation fighter jet. It was supposed to be unveiled at the end of the year and officially debut at the Coastal Science and Technology Exhibition. Now it's appeared several months ahead of schedule? Such a large-scale mobilization of fighter jets, could it be that something significant that will influence the course of history is about to happen? Damn, I'm a military enthusiast, I study international affairs every day, how come I didn't know anything about any big moves? There were no signs at all. This is the voice of ordinary residents. In some high-end villa communities. Some retired scientists, professors, and experts, however, saw something much more. The Xian-Nu 2 fighter jet is the prelude to the Southern Heavenly Court project and is currently the most advanced unmanned combat aircraft fleet in our country. At present, the second generation of Xian-Nu has not been widely used in the military, but is being piloted in the Eastern Theater Command, mainly for meteorological missions. Cloud and Mist Mountain Villa. This is a high-end villa health resort located near the Eastern Theater Command, in the scenic Yunwu Mountain area, offering panoramic views of the sea. An elderly man in a wheelchair, holding a thermos, looked up at the sky and said with emotion, "Commander, if I remember correctly, the second generation of Xian-Nu usually takes off in 3 planes, and has never sent out all of them at once. But this time, the entire second generation of the Mystic Maidens has launched an attack. Such a large-scale operation, aren't they afraid of alerting the Western powers and thus affecting the nation's Southern Heavenly Court plan?" Beside him, the female soldier in military uniform who was taking care of the old man couldn't help but look puzzled. Logically, that's how it should be, but since the country dares to flex its muscles on such a large scale, this suggests that the Southern Heavenly Court plan, which should have truly become combat-ready at least 10 or even 20 years from now, may be launched ahead of schedule. The old man, in his wheelchair, was full of anticipation. The old man's surname is Zhu. He was the former chief engineer of the Eastern Theater Command and one of the co-founders of the National Southern Heavenly Court project. Mr. Zhu dedicated his life to the country, refusing to retire, and eventually fell ill at his post. That year, Mr. Su was already 80 years old. But the first thing he did after waking up was to remove his oxygen mask, struggle to get up, and go to the laboratory to continue his experiments. But in the end, his health deteriorated to the point of being critical. Mr. Zhu was forced to retire, but he refused to return to his children's side and instead lived in a nursing home next to the Eastern Theater Command. Because this place is very close to the military region, if there is any technical issue, old Zhu can come and help immediately. However, Zhu Lao was already 80 years old and his health was deteriorating. How could the organization let a meritorious person feel disheartened and disturb his recuperation? However, considering Mr. Zhu's patriotism and some technical difficulties, the younger generation simply couldn't handle it. Therefore, over the past decade, the organization has selected a group of outstanding and talented scientists to take turns caring for Mr. Zhu. Of course, while taking care of Professor Zhu, he would also guide these young people, enlightening them and enabling them to grow more quickly and contribute to the country's scientific research. Although restricted by confidentiality agreements, young people cannot say too much about their specific research projects and can only touch upon them briefly. But Zhu Lao is a man of great stature. Through various clues, he was still able to analyze what stage the country's Southern Heavenly Court project had progressed to. Even someone of Zhu Lao's stature could access many things that ordinary people couldn't access when he chatted with some old friends over the phone. For example, quantum battery technology. This is the advanced technology that Su Luo brought back from Maple Leaf City during his first time traveling through time. After several days of emergency public relations efforts, the problem has actually been successfully solved by the government, and they have figured it out pretty much. With the massive national machinery of the Great Xia dynasty, which mobilized its entire army, in operation, the first batch of quantum batteries has begun small-scale pilot production. As it happens, Mr. Zhu was one of the people in the know. Even the first domestically produced quantum battery was specially delivered to Mr. Zhu by the organization, who was asked to review it. Professor Zhu offered many valuable suggestions regarding this quantum battery, which greatly benefited the country. Therefore, Zhu Lao knew better than anyone else that the core of the Southern Heavenly Court project, the energy problem, had been completely solved. The original 10 or 20-year plan for the Southern Heavenly Court has been compressed into a plan to launch and publicly unveil itself this year. As for the Eastern Theater Command, there was that group of Xian-Nu 2 fighter jets that just roared over the head of Yunwu Mountain Villa. They were all equipped with quantum batteries. No one knows just how powerful the Mystic Maiden, equipped with a quantum battery, truly is. Even Zhu, who was once the chief designer, didn't actually know. After all, Mr. Zhu has been retired for 10 years. The country's technology is changing very quickly, and the depth of its foundation is beyond anyone's imagination. Even Elder Zhu was puzzled as to why the Xian Nu fighter squadron, the vanguard of the Southern Heavenly Court's plan, would suddenly take off in such a high-profile and sudden manner. But Zhu Lao knew that from this day forward, Great Xia would bring shock to the world. Our country has a civilization spanning 5,000 years. For the past 4,800 years, it has always been the world's number one, the Celestial Empire, the core of the world, with all nations paying tribute. Although for more than 100 years in modern times, the Eastern Dragon was eyed by packs of wolves, frantically torn apart, and wounded, and briefly collapsed. But our Han Chinese traditions were not destroyed in the end. We rose up after all. Today marks the day when my Great Xia returns to the pinnacle of the world and rises again. Sitting in his wheelchair, Mr. Zhu gazed at the dark clouds in the sky and the fierce winds blowing from the depths of the sea, yet he felt neither cold nor darkness. Old Zhu's heart was burning with passion. Meanwhile, Su Luo, the person in charge, was completely unaware that his disappearance had led to the country suddenly flexing its muscles, and the mysterious Southern Heavenly Court plan was officially unveiled. But Su Luo knew that the country would quickly activate its emergency plan after he went missing. Su Luo was originally full of confidence in the country. But now, Su Luo's face was pale, and cold sweat was faintly visible on his forehead. Just now, Su Luo's phone suddenly had a brief signal. It was for this reason that both Su Luo and Xiao Muyao received an urgent text message from the government sent to everyone at the same time. The text message content is as follows. The strongest typhoon of the year, Haishan, has changed its path and is moving towards Jiangbei province at a speed of 25 km per hour. It is expected to make landfall within 24 hours. As a result, the Panlong mountain area will be the first to be affected, experiencing torrential rain, landslides, and floods. With 300 millimeters of rainfall expected, the downpour is anticipated to reach the Panlong mountain area within an hour. The city immediately activated a level 1 emergency response. All residents are strictly prohibited from leaving their homes, and residents in mountainous areas must immediately evacuate to shelters. What? An exceptionally heavy rain of 300 millimeters? Such a terrifying downpour, and it only lasted an hour? Like Xiao Muyao, Su Luo is also a top student and has some relevant knowledge. After reading this emergency evacuation text message issued by the government, Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, and despair instantly filled her eyes. The country may be powerful, but it is not a god. No. Even if a god came, 300 millimeters of rainfall wouldn't be enough to save Su Luo within an hour. His life hung by a thread. He was on the verge of death. Chapter 28, The Nation Rally Against Heaven. The Southern Heavenly Court emerges. The globe shakes. Typhoon Haishan is advancing. A massive rainstorm is coming. The hourly rainfall in the entire Panlong mountain area is expected to reach a terrifying 300 millimeters in the next hour. The National Meteorological Administration's intelligent early warning system urgently sends out warning messages to the entire population. This sudden news caused Su Luo's expression to change drastically. Beside her, Xiao Muyao picked up her phone and naturally saw the message that was automatically pushed to her by the government. She looked up at the sky, which was covered with dark clouds and flashed with thunder, and felt the cold night wind blowing from all directions. Xiao Muyao was immediately filled with shame and said sadly, "Brother Su Luo, it seems we are destined to die here this time. I'm sorry, it's my fault, Xiao Muyao was speaking. Suddenly, a pair of warm and strong arms embraced her tightly. "Io, don't blame yourself. If anyone is at fault, it's me, Su Luo, who is at fault. If it weren't for my insistence on taking you for a walk in the hills behind the orphanage, to see the stars, and to spend time alone with you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation." Su Luo's gentle voice rang softly in Xiao Muyao's ear, the stunningly beautiful school beauty. At this moment, Xiao Muyao was filled with guilt and self-blame, and she didn't notice Su Luo's little tricks at all. Seeing that Su Luo didn't blame her, but instead comforted herself, Xiao Muyao became increasingly distressed, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Brother Su Luo, no, it's all my fault, Before Xiao Muyao could finish speaking, Su Luo lowered his head and gently kissed her. Xiao Muyao's mind went blank for a moment, her consciousness went completely blank. She instinctively tried to push Su Luo away. But Su Luo's eyes were full of gentleness and his gaze was very clear. Looking at the man in front of me, his body was wrapped in bandages, making him look like a mummy. Feeling guilty and remorseful, Xiao Muyao's heart softened instantly, and her eyes filled with tenderness. Brother Su Luo has been in a wheelchair for 4 years, making it difficult for him to move around, and his limbs have not recovered. If I push him away, what if he falls and gets even more injured? That wouldn't be right. Thinking of this, Xiao Muyao quickly hugged Su Luo tightly because she was worried that Su Luo would fall. Su Luo was overjoyed, thinking to himself that tonight, he might lose his virginity here. Host, please note that you can only receive rewards after the goddess marries you and fulfills the marital obligations with you. If you act impulsively and engage in premarital promiscuity. Therefore, even if Xiao Muyao is in A+ grade, you will not receive any reward. A cold, mechanical notification sound suddenly rang in Su Luo's ears. Rough. I've built up the atmosphere to this point, and you tell me this, you damn system? Su Luo's face stiffened, and she suddenly felt like cursing. But considering his own life, Su Luo ultimately gave up on continuing his conquest. After all, if Su Luo cannot marry Xiao Muyao and gain her favorability rating of over 90 within the next 6 days and 2 hours. During that third time travel, Su Luo will vanish into thin air, disappearing completely from the world along with the exhausted train. This won't do. Su Luo quickly got up and distanced herself from Xiao Muyao. Brother Su Luo, you only go so far. Even the ancient gentleman Lu Xiaohui couldn't have been more virtuous than you, could he? Xiao Muyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt inexplicably disappointed. In particular, Xiao Muyao suddenly realized that just now, she had been having inappropriate thoughts and even had some disgusting and filthy ideas. Xiao Muyao's pretty face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Luo. However, because the mountain wind was too cold at night, Xiao Muyao soon got goosebumps and felt a chill. However, at that moment, Xiao Muyao was hugged from behind. Brother Su Luo. Xiao Muyao's ears turned red, her heart raced, and she suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Io, don't move. Let's hold each other like this until the end of the world. Until the end of time, shall we? Su Luo's gentle laughter softly sounded from behind Xiao Muyao. Xiao Muyao nodded, her heart suddenly calming down. Xiao Muyao knew very well that at this point, there was no possibility for her and Su Luo to escape. It was already late at night, and there were towering mountains everywhere, so running around would only be more dangerous. Staying put and quietly waiting for a miracle may be the only chance of survival. But will a miracle really happen? Su Luo's brother once said that the rain would definitely not fall tonight. God, please don't let it rain. If a miracle happens, Mu Yao is willing to keep her promise and marry brother Su Luo. Xiao Muyao looked up at the sky and began to pray silently for Su Luo. So, will God really perform a miracle? Of course not. If heaven had feelings, it too would grow old. The true path of humanity is full of vicissitudes. To the heavens above, humankind is like straw dogs. Whether they live or die, it will not concern the heavens. But so what? If heaven is heartless, I will strike down heaven myself. If I am powerless, I will wage war against them with the whole country. Boom! Thunder flashed outside the window. Inside the National Meteorological Administration at night. All the staff looked at the big screen with solemn expressions. On that huge screen, in the deep blue sea, a triangular-shaped typhoon is rapidly taking shape. No! To be precise, the typhoon had already taken shape. However, the original typhoon was like a chopstick, rushing headlong towards Matsu Island. However, for some unknown reason, the typhoon suddenly changed direction 100 kilometers away from Matsu Island and headed towards the Yangtze River Delta. If that's all there is to it, then so be it. In response to typhoon chopsticks, the China Meteorological Administration had already used big data to calculate and formulated multiple emergency plans before the typhoon took shape. But now, the typhoon has changed from a chopstick shape to a triangular fork shape, and its volume has increased 3 times. This super typhoon, now renamed Haishan, is hurtling toward the coastal region at an alarming speed. The Poseidon Big Data Model is currently being calculated. Big Data Model calculation successful. This typhoon, with a wind radius of 8,100 kilometers, is predicted to be a Category 10 typhoon, and its destructive impact on the coast is expected to be limited. However, due to the typhoon's transformation from a chopstick shape to a sea god, its internal structure became more compact and its speed suddenly increased. Therefore, this typhoon is difficult to withstand, and its path will likely trigger severe rainstorms, flash floods, earthquakes, and other natural disasters in specific areas. Looking at the data constantly appearing on the big screen. Inside the Meteorological Bureau, everyone's expression changed. Everyone present had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. The National Emergency Plan has been activated, and coastal residents are being evacuated in an orderly and emergency manner. A three-tiered defense system involving national coordination, interdepartmental collaboration, and local implementation has been fully activated. Accurate forecasting, tiered response, engineering scheduling, personnel evacuation, and industry control are already underway. Interdepartmental coordination mechanism activated: Ministry of Emergency Management, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs. A total of 100,000 people, including firefighters, police officers, and professionals from geological and maritime departments, were mobilized. Big data. A total of 1 million soldiers from the Eastern Theater Command and Central Theater Command have been mobilized. Big data. Through the National Emergency Platform, we listened to the coordinated information from multiple departments. Inside the Meteorological Bureau, the entire audience paled. It's important to know that while Category 10 typhoons can vary, they are not actually that strong compared to Category 12 or even Category 16 typhoons. The reason why Typhoon Haishan was so terrifying was because it suddenly mutated, and the mutation was so outrageous that it moved extremely fast and caused terrifying localized damage. In addition, the typhoon changed and accelerated at night, which caused some deviations from the original emergency plan. Even so, given the country's military capacity, dealing with such a sudden crisis is not a big deal. Judging from the current national deployment, this emergency level is clearly not for a level 10 typhoon. Even for a Category 16 typhoon, such an exaggerated configuration is unnecessary. What exactly is going on? For a time, meteorologists were discussing it and felt it was unbelievable. Could it be that the country is preparing to use all its resources to fight the heavens and bring down the typhoon? A young technician suddenly spoke up. Puff. Upon hearing this, everyone just smiled speechlessly, feeling it was ridiculous. Anyone with a basic understanding of meteorology will realize that with the current technological capabilities of our planet, it is impossible to defeat a typhoon. Let alone a typhoon. Even with a typical level 7 storm, it's impossible to completely disperse it. The daily latent heat release of a Category 10 typhoon is equivalent to hundreds of megaton-level TNT nuclear bombs, far exceeding the energy output of any human-made weather modification technology. Given current technology, how many resources would be needed to dissipate such a large amount of energy? It's like destroying a city of 20 million people just to kill a fly. Is it worth it? Of course it's not worth it. Moreover, even if the country were truly determined to extinguish the typhoon, it would only be a fantasy completely unrealistic, okay? But the next moment, suddenly, a dignified and aged voice rang out on all the meteorologists' communication channels. At all costs, we will keep Typhoon Haishan out of the coastal areas. I don't care what you do, I only care about the results. I want to ensure that there is absolutely no rain in the entire Jiangbei province for the next 7 days. These words were spoken. Boom! The entire venue erupted in cheers. All the meteorologists were stunned. Wow, the country is really determined to bring down Typhoon Haishan? Although it's not a complete elimination of the typhoon, forcibly blocking it like this is pretty incredible. 666. Even the mighty forces of heaven and earth must yield to the will of the nation. Our great Xia dynasty is mighty. Soon, some of the young meteorologists who were the first to react were excited and eager to try it out. To mobilize the entire nation to challenge the heavens, this is unprecedented and unparalleled, a first in history. Even if this were to be told, who would believe it? At the same time, the large-scale mobilization of 1 million warriors in the Great Xia dynasty immediately aroused the vigilance of many neighboring small countries. They urgently made transoceanic calls to their imperial father, who was on the other side of the world. However, the empire's reply to its son's dogs was essentially that the Great Xia dynasty was currently conducting nationwide disaster relief efforts, deploying 1 million troops to deal with Typhoon Haishan. Rough. It's just a Category 10 typhoon, yet the Great Xia dynasty mobilized 1 million troops? You're kidding me. The sons were getting desperate and once again sought help from their imperial father. However, the imperial father spoke impatiently, saying only one sentence: "Don't provoke Great Xia, don't provoke Great Xia, don't provoke Great Xia." Important things must be said 3 times. Snap. The call ended there. No matter how much the sons, dogs, barked, their imperial father wouldn't answer the phone. It was late at night in Daxia. However, due to the 12-hour time difference, the empire on the other side of the world was bathed in bright sunshine, nearing noon. A polygonal-shaped building with a pizza shop on the ground floor. Spies from multiple countries keenly noticed that the number of pizzas at this pizzeria had increased more than tenfold in an instant. We agreed not to provoke the Great Xia, didn't we? Rough. The empire has gone back on its word. These days, everyone in the world knows that pizza orders at the Polygon building have skyrocketed. That means the fathers are having a meeting in the building, urgently monitoring another great power, the Great Xia. The dogs around Daxia complained, but they were helpless and could only watch. After all, everyone knows that the Great Xia is a land of etiquette, and people value treating others with courtesy. Normally, it's not a big deal if the dogs jump around and chatter a bit. But during the lull when the Great Xia is massing its military, who would dare to be an idiot and offend the Great Xia? The words of the Great Xia ancestor still hold true after 1,000 years: those who offend the Great Xia, though far away, shall be punished. Therefore, although the dogs were anxious, none of them took the lead, they just cursed in their own territory. Even though it is hundreds of kilometers away from Matsu Island, a certain small country with restless ambitions is preparing to cross the line and test the waters. However, at this moment, the spokesperson for the Great Xia Foreign Ministry suddenly forwarded a newly released official announcement from the Eastern Military Region. Military exercises will be conducted along the southeast coast starting at 10 p.m. tonight and continuing for the next 7 days. No one may approach the relevant waters without permission. This military exercise will test the Nanshanting series of weapons, designed to cope with extreme natural conditions such as typhoons. During the military exercise, any attempt by foreign countries to spy or enter under any pretext will be considered an act of aggression, and the soldiers of Great Xia will kill them on the spot without hesitation. During the military exercises, any act of provocation will be considered a declaration of war against Great Xia, and Great Xia will be designated as an enemy nation, with a fight to the death. Boom! In an instant, the world was shaken. Near Matsu Island, there is a small country shaped like a caterpillar. The Prime Minister was so frightened that he almost had a heart attack. Rough. That was so exciting. If I accidentally release this news about the Great Xia of Mouth, I'll be finished. At the same time, at the Empire Polygon building, pizza orders at the pizzeria downstairs skyrocketed several times over in an instant. At this moment, the entire planet Earth was awestruck by the Great Xia. Several small, dog-like countries trembled in fear, all dreading that Great Xia, under the guise of testing weapons, was actually using military exercises as a pretext to mow them down. Ultimately, these dogs' territory is all located near the coast of Great Xia. Normally, relying on the support of their imperial father, the dogs acted arrogantly and provoked Great Xia quite a bit. But now, if the Great Xia really comes, can the imperial father really save the dog? That's impossible. Although I act like a dog, my brain isn't. Etc. I'm so rough. Southern Heavenly Court series weapons? After the dogs calmed down and decided not to provoke the Xia, they thought about it carefully and were immediately horrified. Rough. This is impossible. The Southern Heavenly Court plan, isn't this just a smokescreen that Great Xia has been releasing for the past few years? It's important to understand that back then, the Empire and the Alliance were essentially using smokescreens to engage in a space race, pooling their national resources for each other. In the end, the Empire prevailed, and although it failed in the space race, it successfully crippled the Alliance. The Alliance's economy collapsed, crumbled, and vanished completely from history. The Empire has always been very proud of this, considering it a classic case of modern warfare. In recent years, however, Xia has been constantly boasting about the Southern Heavenly Court project and releasing various science fiction documentaries. This matter stirred up the Empire, dividing it into two distinct factions. One faction consists of supporters, who are deeply worried and believe that Xia is not a scam and should be viewed with caution. Otherwise, if the Great Xia's Southern Heavenly Court plan succeeds, the Empire's status as a world hegemon will likely come to an end. The other faction is the opposition, who believe that Great Xia is imitating the methods the Empire used to deal with the Alliance, and that they should not be fooled. But what if Xia wasn't just showing a PowerPoint presentation, but was actually secretly implementing the Southern Heavenly Court plan? No one dares to gamble with the fate of the nation. Therefore, while the Empire was constantly embroiled in internal disputes, it was also secretly burning through money in an attempt to develop a super weapon that could counter the Southern Heavenly Court. The problem is that the Empire's scientific research program has only been underway for a few years. I'm so rough. The Southern Heavenly Court of the Great Xia dynasty has actually appeared out of nowhere? This is impossible. At this moment, the global situation is changing dramatically. On this day, both the dogs and the Empire were on high alert, constantly analyzing the motives of the great Xia. Meanwhile, Su Jinghua, far away in Beijing, calmly drank tea in his office, showing no sign of anxiety whatsoever. If heaven is heartless, then I will strike down heaven. The entire nation is united in its struggle against heaven, for even the will of heaven must bow down and submit before the great Xia. This is the confidence of a rising great power. This is also the source of Su Jinghua's confidence. At the same time, the back hill of Qingshan Orphanage. It was late at night. With the help of the intermittent signal, Su Luo received a text message on her phone. The text message contained only a few words, yet it instantly stirred up Su Luo's previously despairing heart. The content of the text message was, "Little Su, today, the Southern Heavenly Court will be born ahead of schedule for you. Don't worry about safety. Our great Xia will the entire nation attack the heavens for you. Chapter 29 The nation supports my lofty ambitions. I will unsheath my sword and defy the heavens. The entire nation is attacking heaven, just to save me?" Su Luo looked at the contents of the text message and her heart was filled with excitement. Moved, guilty, ashamed, remorseful. A variety of complex emotions constantly shifted across Su Luo's face. Fortunately, Su Luo was covered in bandages, tied up like a mummy. Therefore, Xiao Muyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't see Su Luo's specific expression at all. However, Su Luo's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Xiao Muyao suppressed her fear. She turned around and gently comforted him. "Brother Su Luo, don't be afraid. Even if a miracle doesn't happen. But as long as Io is with you, even if something really happens, even if she dies, I'm not afraid. Time will tell." Although Xiao Muyao and Su Luo only met for the first time this afternoon, it's only a little past 10 p.m. now. But Su Luo's tragic childhood, inspiring youth, and current strength and erudition are remarkable. All of this made Xiao Muyao feel favorably towards her. She even thought how wonderful it would be if she were Su Luo's real childhood sweetheart. "Io, a miracle will definitely happen. Trust me, I will definitely get you out of Dakingshan safely. Tomorrow, I will go with you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. I, Su Luo, promise that I will marry you, Ayao, in a grand and glorious ceremony. I want the whole world to know, Io, you are my bride, Su Luo's bride." Su Luo looked down at the stunningly beautiful school beauty in his arms, speaking each word with confidence and a smile in his eyes. "Because I'm not fighting alone. Behind me stand 1 billion compatriots. My confidence comes from the country." Su Jinghua's text message was short, but Su Luo could sense the confidence that permeated between the lines. "If heaven is heartless, then I will strike down heaven. In this battle, our great Xia will surely succeed. Must." Boom. A muffled rumble of thunder echoed through the night sky. The mountain storm grew stronger and stronger. This resulted in Su Luo and Xiao Muyao's phones losing signal again. At the same time, a stunningly beautiful woman in military uniform, with a curvaceous figure and a dashing air, was rapidly making her way over mountains and valleys towards the location where Su Luo's signal had last appeared. "Shaolin, comrade Su Luo cannot be allowed to fail. His current position is as follows. If you wish to make amends, rush to the scene immediately and ensure comrade Su Luo's safety. Don't worry, the country has already begun its plan to conquer the heavens, and not a single drop of rain will fall on Dakingshan. After this battle, this old man will plead with the organization on your behalf to seek leniency. Don't worry, Xiaolin, everyone has seen your achievements. The organization's final decision regarding your case should be that your merits and demerits cancel each other out, and you will be transferred to another position." I was recalling the voice message that the old man from the Eastern Theater Command had just sent me. A hint of shame suddenly appeared on Lin Wanqing's usually expressionless face. But soon, Lin Wanqing's gaze became firm again. "That's right. In order to help Su Luo pursue Qiao Muyao, I, Lin Wanqing, changed my plans and acted more aggressively, which aroused Su Luo's resistance and even caused him to run away. But I, Lin Wanqing, have a clear conscience. Tonight, no matter what dangers we encounter, I will protect Su Luo and ensure her safety. As for how the organization and the country will deal with me tomorrow morning, I don't care." As one of the first people to venture into the Dakingshan Mountains, Lin Wanqing was far from optimistic about Su Luo's safety. "Perhaps by rallying the entire nation to attack the heavens, we can ensure that it doesn't rain. However, at night, due to various reasons such as climate and terrain, Dakingshan is prone to various emergencies such as landslides and ground subsidence. Moreover, these towering mountains are filled with deep forests and remote mountains where no one lives. Can you expect Su Luo to be lucky and not encounter any ferocious wild beasts? We must find Su Luo immediately and ensure his absolute safety. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but quicken her pace. At the same time, just as various countries were mobilizing their entire armies around the Great Xia, wondering whether it was to stop Typhoon Haishan or for some other purpose. Near the coast of Great Xia, the insect island, whose map shape resembles a caterpillar, instantly caused tension throughout the country. It's worth noting that the shortest distance between Insect Island and Matsu Island of Dasha is only 107 kilometers. Over the years, Insect Island has been stirring up trouble, secretly causing problems on Matsu Island. If the Great Xia takes advantage of this opportunity to launch a sudden air raid, what a disaster that would be. Gentlemen, Great Xia is a land of etiquette, and it values keeping one's word. Great Xia would never launch an air attack against us, so there's no need to worry. What Yamamoto-kun said is right. In the Confucian culture of Great Xia, it is said that a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Since Great Xia has officially announced that their exercise is merely a military drill to prepare for extreme weather events such as typhoons, Great Xia certainly won't go back on its word. Baka! Typhoon Haishan is a Category 10 typhoon, how could it possibly be stopped? In my opinion, the Great Xia has ulterior motives, and we must be on guard. Just as the think tank experts from the Insect Island were arguing heatedly about whether Great Xia was actually conducting military exercises. It is located in the sea area only 50 kilometers away from the Insect Island. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the clouds suddenly tore apart. A massive black figure seemed to descend from the sky, hovering vertically thousands of feet in the air. 5 full minutes passed before the Insect Island snapped out of its daze, and alarms blared. All the experts from the Insect Island were shocked and looked at the big screen. The Insect Island took off using its own fighter jets and observed from a great distance before projecting the image of the giant shadow in the void onto a large screen. It was a giant black whale, like the Kuanping from the classic of mountains and seas, hovering vertically atop the sky. Space carrier? Holy crap, the Great Xia's space carrier has actually been built? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake, it's fake. In an instant, the elites and experts from all walks of life on Insect Island were completely overwhelmed. It's important to know that for over 30 years, despite being a defeated nation, Insect Island rapidly rose to prominence after the war thanks to its imperial backing, becoming a developed country. Even now, Great Xia is nothing more than a developing country. For over 30 years, Insect Island's heavy industrial electronic products, such as automobiles, rice cookers, televisions, and meter boxes, have been a source of pride for the company and have sold well worldwide. That's right, although your Great Xia has a vast territory, abundant resources, and a large population, so what? Our ancestors on Insect Island once trampled across the Central Plains. Now, we can too. This day will eventually come. We can relive the glory of our ancestors. But now, that space carrier hovers high in the sky, only 50 nautical miles from the Insect Island. But it was like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over the heads of the elites from all walks of life on Insect Island. Their hearts were cold, they simply couldn't accept this cruel reality. Immediately block all information, this matter must not be known to the public. The island lord of Insect Island, who was the first to realize the situation, immediately gave an order. Island master, it's too late. Upon hearing this, the trusted confidant beside him gave a wry smile. Although our technicians activated the emergency plan immediately and blocked the news of the space carrier. However, a large number of related videos have already appeared on the Empire's internet. These videos spread rapidly around the world via social media, sparking heated discussions in more than 200 countries. What? The island owner was struck dumb, and was immediately filled with fear and anger. If such top-secret information could not be clearly captured even by Bug Island, how could ordinary people in other countries have obtained such information? This must be one of the major powers that own satellites, taking pictures directly from outer space. Who took this photo? Need I say more? Damn Empire. If the Empire hadn't been secretly sabotaging things, how could these videos of Great Xia flexing its muscles have spread so quickly online? What does Empire mean? This is a warning to us lackeys, don't mess with Great Xia, keep a low profile. Rough. Even though the island owner had studied the ancient Chinese classics of the Great Xia dynasty for many years and possessed beautiful calligraphy skills, he prided himself on his excellent manners. At that moment, she couldn't help but swear. At the same time. Empire. Polygonal building. The pizza orders at the pizzeria downstairs instantly surged tenfold. Originally, the building only had one floor for pizza. But now, it's a multi-story office building where everyone's ordering pizza. This unusual scene left the spies from various countries crouching around looking at each other in disbelief and horror. It seems that the Great Xia's actions this time have frightened the Empire. Look at this space carrier. With it here, who wouldn't be afraid? Several spies from the insect island watched the video posted online, their faces ashen and grim as if their mothers had died. However, on the Great Xia side, the whole country was celebrating and filled with joy. Although it was past 10 p.m., already late at night. However, in many large cities in China, many young people who have just finished their 996 get-off-work schedules naturally cannot go to sleep so early. They were lying in their rented room, idly scrolling through short videos of young women dancing, when suddenly they were jolted awake. In the video, a massive black whale appeared and disappeared among the clouds high in the sky. Holy crap, this is bullish. Space carrier Kunpeng. Ah, I knew it. The Southern Heavenly Court project isn't just a PowerPoint presentation or a science fiction effect, it's real. Now everyone believes it, right? The high-profile debut of the space carrier Kunpeng immediately sparked heated discussions among the public and topped the trending searches. Soon, a helpful netizen named Shangguan Liangjian posted the relevant technical information. Fuselage length, 242 meters. Wingspan, 684 meters. It has 4 ion propulsion engines that can emit a pale blue plasma tail flame. The deck of the space carrier can simultaneously accommodate 88 Golden Crow drones. Ox. Bull coin. This coin is amazing. As more and more information is continuously revealed by Shangguan Liangjian, the whole country was in an uproar. Global terror. On the insect island, from the island owner to leaders at all levels, everyone was sweating profusely and their legs were trembling. As the saying goes, the layman sees the spectacle, while the expert sees the details. The aerospace carrier that suddenly appeared in the Great Xia dynasty is already awe-inspiring in appearance. The technical details displayed by this Kunpeng are even more awe-inspiring. Island Master, the analysis has been completed. Chief Technology Officer Koizumi, his voice trembling as he held the iPad, his eyes filled with terror. Koizumi-kun, what's going on? The island owner's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the tablet and looked at it, his face immediately filled with horror. But then, the Great Xia space carrier, the Kunpeng, suddenly began to accelerate and rush towards the typhoon at high speed. This is impossible. Has de Xia gone mad? Don't they know that typhoons are extremely dangerous? Exclamations of surprise echoed throughout the conference room. However, the island lord paid no attention to the others, but stared intently at the semi-transparent energy shield that suddenly rose around the space carrier. In fact, the visibility of this energy shield is very low. It cannot be considered semi-transparent, but rather very close to transparent. However, the technicians at Bug Island specially rendered it with special effects so that everyone could understand it. This is what makes the video show the stunning scene of the space carrier's surface being covered by a semi-transparent energy shield. Koizumi-kun, could this be? The island owner suppressed his shock, his voice trembling. Island Lord, you guessed correctly, Great Xia's quantum battery technology has achieved a complete breakthrough. Koizumi nodded, his eyes filled with bitterness. How so? Quantum battery? The quantum battery technology of Great Xia has actually reached such a level of sophistication? Damn it, didn't the Great Xia say that the Southern Heavenly Court's plan would be at least 10 years from now? How could this be? This is a quantum battery that's at least 50 years ahead of the international advanced level. How can we fight with that? Listening to the clamor around him, the island owner sat in his boss's chair in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. At this moment, the entire nation of Insect Island was shaken. All the elites of the Insect Island finally understood where Great Xia's confidence came from: advanced quantum battery technology. In fact, as technology has advanced to the modern era, the core factor restricting technological development is nothing other than 2 words: batteries. It's a very simple principle. If an electric vehicle's battery is large enough to support 10,000 kilometers without charging and can run at 200 kilometers h for several days, who would have believed that before? If the battery is big enough, a palm-sized drone could fly around the Earth. Who would believe that? In the past, due to energy issues, many aircraft could not fly for long periods of time and needed to stop for refueling, which led to the creation of aircraft carriers. But if the airplane is a quantum battery, it could fly across continents without refueling or charging. The significance of an aircraft carrier would be greatly diminished. So, what about space-based carriers? Aerospace carrier, hovering high in the sky. Aircraft carriers can only sail on the sea, but space carriers can fly to any corner of the globe. If this space carrier still uses quantum batteries, it can move globally without needing to refuel or recharge en route. Tell me, who wouldn't be afraid? Doesn't this mean that, if Great Xiao wanted to, it could control a space carrier and quickly land in any corner of the world to achieve precision strikes and airdrops? Damn it, who isn't afraid? At this moment, the whole world trembled. Those small neighboring countries that had prepared speeches and were ready to launch veiled attacks online, subtly criticizing the Great Xia, have fallen silent. At the same time, the strongest nation on Earth, the world's hegemon, the Empire. Inside the polygonal building, the entire room fell silent. In fact, the Empire has been secretly researching quantum battery technology for many years and has achieved considerable results. The Empire's true quantum technology is 5 years ahead of the most advanced level currently known internationally. The problem is, damn it, the Great Xia dynasty was ahead for a full 50 years. Such a technological gap would require 3 generations of effort and 40 years for the Empire to catch up. As for the solid-state battery technology that the Empire has already researched and is preparing for large-scale deployment, it instantly became a huge joke. The problem is that Great Xia, which already has quantum batteries, is skipping solid-state batteries. All the investments and research the Empire has made in solid-state batteries over the years have gone down the drain, resulting in a complete loss. What's even more terrifying is how terrifying the technology of the Great Xia dynasty will be 40 years from now. Some pessimists even wonder if the Empire will still exist 40 years from now. Fear spread and intensified in the hearts of the imperial elites. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need to worry. Daxiao's quantum battery technology may have indeed achieved a major breakthrough. However, according to the official announcement of the Nanchinding project, the space carrier Kunpeng has a load capacity of 120,000 tons. Such a massive space carrier, equipped with a quantum energy shield, absolutely cannot last long. A foreigner with a hooked nose, dressed in military uniform, broke the silence with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, the imperial elites, having come to their senses, nodded in agreement and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the Great Xia's quantum technology truly achieves a breakthrough and attains incredible success. But if there's not enough motivation, then it's not really that meaningful. Long-term energy and short-term energy are not the same thing at all. Moreover, with the Empire's current technology, destroying a Category 10 typhoon is just a pipe dream. Even science fiction movies wouldn't dare to depict something like that. The hook-nosed foreigner said again, in the end, all Great Xia is doing this is flexing its muscles and intimidating the world. But if you say that Xia really has that many amazing coins, I'm the first person who doesn't believe it. You can all wait and see how long the Great Xia's space carrier can withstand the typhoon. These words were spoken. The imperial elites grew increasingly calm, all gazing at the large screen and waiting quietly. At this moment, the eyes of elites from all over the world are firmly fixed on the coastal waters above the Great Xia. But what no one knows is, on the deck of the space carrier Kunpeng, 88 Golden Crow unmanned combat aircraft, arranged in a matrix, lay silently in the air. Suddenly, as if receiving some kind of command, the propellers of all the Golden Crow unmanned combat aircraft began to vibrate at supersonic speeds. With a roar, the space carrier Kunpeng, like the mythical Kunpeng, slowly opened its belly hatch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the Golden Crow unmanned combat aircraft, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, fell densely packed from the sky. However, not long after the fall, the Golden Crows scattered and floated back into the sky, forming multiple combat formations to carry out emergency missions. They surrounded the typhoon, their tail flames weaving into a dense network of light, quickly forming warning circles with a radius of 50 kilometers. Quantum batteries give them extremely long endurance, enabling them to perform continuous reconnaissance and intervention missions without returning to base. The cluster of machines synchronizes data in real time via quantum communication links, with latency below milliseconds. In an instant, all sorts of first-hand, detailed information about the interior of Typhoon Haishan was displayed on the large screen of the Meteorological Administration. Holy crap, this is bullish. Kunpeng and Golden Crow. With their swords combined, Great Xia unleashes its might. The meteorologists were ecstatic. Everyone put in their best effort, using the super calculator Deep Blue 7 to start calculating rapidly. At the same time, rumble. A sudden sonic boom rose from the Eastern Theater Command and descended over the coast in an instant. Wherever they go, they are as fast as lightning. Everyone looked up at the sky, but could see nothing. The rumbling sound continued in their ears. However, in some areas with good visibility and clear skies, Many netizens were shocked to discover that 4 fireballs appeared in the sky in an instant. However, these 4 long streaks of fire only lasted for a dozen seconds before disappearing completely. Between heaven and earth, only bursts of sonic booms echoed, rapidly fading into the distance. It's the Azure Emperor. That's right, it's definitely the Azure Emperor. Ha, damn, mom's amazing. Soon, many military enthusiasts compiled the videos that kept appearing online and made a deduction: the Azure Emperor has been born. In the southern heavenly court plan announced by the Great Xia dynasty in its early years, the space carrier Kunping was designed as an aircraft carrier in the void, enabling global mobility, global strikes, and global firepower coverage. Meanwhile, the Jinwu unmanned combat aircraft, relying on aerospace warships, can launch attacks on targets at any time. However, the maximum speed of the Golden Crow within the atmosphere is only Mach 4.8. But the Azure Emperor's maximum speed is Mach 16. Plasma stealth. High-energy particle weapons. Anti-satellite missile. Microwave pulse weapon. With these features, who wouldn't be afraid? What's more, this time, the country actually deployed 4 White Emperor helicopters to disperse the typhoon. How shocking. If you don't understand, just ask. How does the Azure Emperor, who is so powerful, fight battles and influence typhoons? Some netizens have raised questions. In an instant, it became a hot topic across the country. Netizens around the world are also engaged in heated discussions. The imperial elites were on tenterhooks, frantically drinking cola to calm their nerves. People from all walks of life on Insect Island were trembling with fear. At this moment, a helpful netizen named Shangguan Liangjian answered everyone's questions. For Qingdi Type B fighter jets were cruising at an extremely low speed of Mach 2.5. What? Mach 2.5, you call that supersonic speed? Is that human language? Netizens around the world were stunned and suddenly felt like cursing. Equipped with a Typhoon Core monitoring module, it can continuously release quantum detection waves that can penetrate the dense cloud system surrounding Typhoon Haishan. Simultaneously, data such as the wind eye structure, core temperature, and water vapor flux are transmitted back to the command center of the space air carrier, Kunping, in real time. A helpful netizen named Shangguan Liangjian continued to educate everyone with a combination of pictures and text. Empire Polygon Building. The entire room fell silent. Now everyone knows that this so-called enthusiastic netizen Shangguan Liangjian is actually a fake account created by the official media of Daxia. Of course, if you try to verify it, others will definitely not admit it. The answer is no. However, Shangguan Liangjian's explanation made many of the imperial elites present secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The imperial elites present had already realized one thing: the Great Xia was probably not planning anything this time. Xia really intends to achieve an unprecedented feat in human history, defeating a typhoon through military exercises and training, coupled with high technology. But is that even possible? Nobody knows. Even though the space carrier Kunping, the Golden Crow unmanned combat aircraft, and the Azure Emperor Type B fighter jet have made high-profile appearances one after another. Regarding whether Great Xia could defeat the typhoon, the world's top scientists, scholars, and elites from all walks of life present in the empire were still not optimistic about it. However, what happened next caused the world to boil over in an instant. But it turns out, the Great Xia dynasty actually. Chapter 30 Myths Come True. Is this what a developing country is like? Above the sky. In the stratosphere. A massive black mechanical rock crawled among the clouds, attracting the attention of countries around the world. At the same time, a concerned netizen named Shangguan Liangjian suddenly forwarded a link to the Eastern Theater Command's livestream. Holy crap, the Eastern Theater Command is actually broadcasting live? It really is a live broadcast of the typhoon. Sunflower seeds, beer, and a small stool. Excuse me, sir, madam in the front row, could you please move your feet a little closer? In an instant, the entire nation of Great Xia was in an uproar. Even though it was past 10 p.m., tens of millions of netizens still flooded into the livestream like a tidal wave. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1 billion. Comments in various languages began to flood the screen. Damn, guys, let's get our Chinese on. Don't let English overwhelm us. It's nighttime here, but it's daytime in the Western Hemisphere, so don't back down. 1, 2, 3, follow me. Let's all spam this. The whole nation is attacking the heavens, the Great Xia is mighty. The whole nation is united in its fight against heaven, the Great Xia dynasty is mighty. In an instant, a dense barrage of Chinese comments flooded the entire Eastern Theater Command's live stream room. Empire Polygon Building. The group of Imperial elites stared at the large, dark screen in front of them, exchanging bewildered glances. Can someone explain this to me? What the hell is going on? Bang! Michael, wearing the 5-star general's medal, suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. General, didn't you suggest to the elders that we ban the short video platforms of Great Xia? Rough. Is that really how it is? Michael was dumbfounded. Damn it, Xia only streams on their short video platform. What's the point of watching that? Why are you all staring at me? Get on a VPN right now and get past this firewall. Shit. With a roar from Michael, the technicians sprang into action. Soon, the live broadcast from the Eastern Theater Command of the Great Xia was projected onto the big screen. The Imperial elites gasped in shock upon seeing this. Between the clouds. The space battleship, Kunping, has a 320-meter-long black hull with an alloy shell that gleams with a cold metallic luster. The 4 massive cannons at the bottom of the ship have entered the final charging stage. Pale blue currents float along the grooves of the gun barrel, like a serpent awakening, continuously channeling the energy from the energy storage core to the launch port. Shit, has Great Xia gone mad? They're actually using particle cannons to bombard Typhoon Haishan? It's just a bluff. Even our empire is only at the theoretical stage of developing such advanced technology, as particle cannons were still in the experimental stage. What kind of power could it possibly have? Ladies and gentlemen, I bet a bag of fries that Great Xia's particle cannon is nothing but a pretty face, completely useless and meaningless. I'm sure you'll see. The Imperial elite scoffed, laughing and mocking, their eyes filled with disdain. Despite this, everyone's eyes remained fixed on the livestream, not daring to relax. When it comes to empty talk, the Empire has never lost. In terms of practical application? Sorry, but the Great Xia dynasty is already a rising dragon of the East. Who dares to confront it head-on? At best, the Empire only supports a few lackeys to cause trouble around the Great Xia. Should the Empire and Great Xia really be allowed to confront each other head-on? Thank you for the invitation, goodbye. It's not that the Empire fears the Great Xia. The Empire, however, was well aware that winning wouldn't be a big deal. If they lose, the Empire's status as a world hegemon will likely be over. So, take this opportunity to observe the latest technology of Great Xia. This was naturally of great significance to the Empire. At the same time, Eastern Theater Command. Inside the massive, high-tech command center, an elderly man, bearing the rank of lieutenant general, dressed in military uniform, exuding an imposing aura, stood with his hands behind his back. The old man was staring intently at the large screen in front of him. Azure Emperor Type B fighter jet mission objective achieved, Typhoon Core monitoring network established. Golden Crow unmanned combat aircraft swarm mission objective achieved, Typhoon path deviates abnormally westward. Warning! Warning! The eye wall of the Typhoon is spreading. The convective clouds are currently 50 kilometers wide and 10 kilometers high. Warning! Warning! The eye wall is being rapidly replaced. It is expected to form a large-scale double eye wall structure in 1 hour. Listening to the continuous reports, the dignified voice of the elderly man in military uniform resounded through the sky in an instant. Particle cannons ready, target Typhoon Windwall. These words had barely left his lips. Space battleship Kunping. Inside the operations command center. Upon receiving the old man's order, the captain suddenly pressed a red button. Target locked Typhoon eyewall and convection core. Particle diffusion cannon, ready. 10 seconds left, start. In an instant, the cold, mechanical beeping of the machine echoed throughout the entire spaceship. 10. 9. 8. As the countdown began, all the soldiers became tense. This battle is a battle for the fate of the nation. Although the Great Xia made it clear from the beginning that the Southern Heavenly Court series of weapons were designed to deal with extreme weather, represented peace and justice, and would not provoke any country. But the soldiers knew very well what would happen if they failed. What awaits Great Xia then is a frenzied counterattack by countless hungry wolves. In this battle, we, the warriors of Great Xia, and our 1.4 billion compatriots, share the fate of Great Xia as one we are only allowed to succeed, and we are not allowed to fail. Great Xia, may you be victorious. At the same time, through the live stream, netizens around the world witnessed the most shocking scene. The 4 giant cannons at the bottom of the space battleship, Kunping, suddenly began to flash with fluorescent light. The fluorescence was initially very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a plasma sphere the size of a fist. The light grew brighter and brighter, gradually overshadowing the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the clouds. Holy crap, is Mom really serious? Ah, I knew it. The space battleship Kunpeng is definitely not a toy, but a real super battleship, you idiots, aren't you? In an instant, the whole country was in an uproar. Netizens from all countries stared wide-eyed. At the same time, inside the command center of the space battleship, Kunpeng, the indicator lights inside the bridge quickly turned into rapid red flashes as the ion cannon countdown began. The captain's fingertip hovered over the launch button, his eyes fixed on the shrinking image of the Typhoon's eye on the large screen, ready at any moment. From the Empire's perspective, however, they could see it clearly through satellites, looking down from above. The terrifying Typhoon Haitian has clouds around its eye spinning at a visible speed, as if it's about to drag the entire sky into an endless abyss. Can the Great Xia's ion cannon really bring down a typhoon? Even if Great Xia really develops a high-power particle diffusion cannon, unless it's a space-based weapon, how could a typhoon possibly be dispersed? As the countdown began, these elites of the Empire put aside their verbal sparring. They whispered among themselves, their hearts filled with unease and anxiety. Space-based weapons only exist in theory and science fiction movies, so we can disregard them. But the terrifying technology that Great Xia is showing now clearly means they're getting serious. The problem is, even with the Empire's strength, it couldn't break up the typhoon. What makes this rising star, Great Xia, so arrogant? 3, 2, 1. At the same time, high in the sky, the countdown to the ion cannon has officially ended. Emission. Without further hesitation, the captain pressed the launch button. In an instant, all 4 particle diffusion cannons simultaneously unleashed a dazzling burst of light. Boom! 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 In an instant, 4 blue beams of light, each several meters in diameter, tore through the clouds like epic mythological spears. Wherever the spear went, the water vapor in its path evaporated instantly, and almost in an instant, it accurately hit the core of the typhoon's eyewall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, a dazzling white light filled the entire livestream's large screen. At that moment, netizens from all over the world felt their eyes stinging and could see nothing. Endless white light, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, a helpful netizen named Shangguan Liangjian quickly adjusted the shooting angle. This time, it's a perspective from outer space, directly overlooking the blue planet. Damn, this Shangguan Liangjian is definitely an official of the Great Xia dynasty. I bet a pack of hand-grabbed curry rice on him. Not bad +1, I'll bet a bottle of mineral water from the lower Ganges. Soon, some foreign netizens who were eating roti started complaining in the livestream. However, no one paid attention to these voices. Because all netizens were shocked. For beams of white light, as powerful as nuclear explosions, formed dazzling pillars of light resembling mushroom clouds, piercing precisely into the typhoon. The air was ionized into pale purple plasma. A piercing shriek, accompanied by a shockwave, spread rapidly in all directions. The rotating cloud pillars, as if forcibly severed by a god, twisted and fractured. The eyewall of the typhoon, which is said to be unmatched by humankind, is now collapsing from the inside out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the power of Great Xia now? That's incredible. Oh my god. At this moment, netizens from all over the world stared in shock at the big screen, their mouths agape. At this moment, elites and bigwigs from all countries were collectively speechless. Even inside the Empire Polygon building, Michael, a 5-star general who had dominated his career, couldn't help but tremble, and the hamburger in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, splashing onto his foot. But Michael didn't bother polishing his shoes. His eyes were glued to the large screen in the conference room, without even blinking. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Great Xia's ion cannons have actually reached this level of advancement? Damn, tell me, this is what you call a developing country? Have you ever seen a developing country that's more exaggerated than our empire? At this moment, the imperial elites were all extremely distressed, each one of them feeling as if they had lost their parents, as if their mothers had died. This terrifying bombardment lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly coming to an end. At the same time, Eastern Theater Command. Inside the main command hall, the elderly man in military uniform paid no attention to the discussions outside, but instead stared solemnly at the large screen. Commander, the wind speed at the center of the typhoon has plummeted from 75 meters per second to 50 meters per second, and the air pressure has risen by 15 hectopascals. We've succeeded. Snap. The adjutant quickly came over, bowed respectfully, and his eyes were full of excitement. These words were spoken. The entire venue erupted in cheers. All the soldiers' previously tense faces now wore smiles. The soldiers are not afraid of death. But they are afraid if their country is humiliated or looked down upon. They were even more afraid of failing, that their country would be forcibly invaded by foreign powers like it was 100 years ago, and that their 1.4 billion compatriots would once again be reduced to being worse than pigs and dogs. They are even more afraid of the country being devastated and its people dying out, and the country falling apart. But all of this, with the earth-shattering roar of the ion cannon, will become the past. Our great Xia has stood up. The elderly man in military uniform also looked pleased, his aged eyes full of smiles. But the old man's smile lasted only a second before his expression turned serious again, and his cold voice, transmitted through the Bluetooth headset, instantly resounded throughout the entire communication channel. Comrades, you've worked hard. The typhoon's eye wall has indeed been shattered by our great Xia. But comrades, it's not time for us to rest and celebrate yet. According to big data analysis, this is merely a brief respite before the storm. We must not let our guard down. The old man said this. The supercomputer Deep Blue 7, leveraging the immense computing power of the entire nation, has calculated the subsequent movements of Typhoon Haishan and instantly issued an alert. Warning! Warning! The eye wall of the typhoon is expected to reconverge in 1 hour, causing even greater damage. What? Is that how it is? In an instant, the soldiers and comrades from all units looked serious, and there was no trace of a smile on their faces. Everyone took their positions and began to get busy. At the same time, inside the live stream room, various edited videos depicting the Great Xia deploying its space carrier and using particle cannons to form a spear of war to powerfully defeat the typhoon have spread rapidly on social networks around the world. Many netizens who were woken up by their friends and didn't have time to watch the live stream were immediately amazed and shocked when they saw the video. However, some tech experts have raised doubts with the technology we know. It is simply impossible to completely defeat a typhoon. Soon, on the Empire's side, a netizen named Captain raised a sharp question. What is the point of using the power of an entire country to defeat a typhoon in an hour? That was just said. Rumble. But then the camera switched in the live stream, revealing a dense array of fighter jets. A dense array of silver-white Delta Wing fighter jets appeared in the live broadcast room. A black bird. It's a black bird. Isn't this second-generation Xian bird just a concept machine? Great Xia, come out here. Damn it, you actually fooled all the countries. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. If you don't understand, just ask. What is the second-generation Xian new machine? Some girls who weren't interested in military matters couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The Xian Nu 2-generation machine is a prelude to the Southern Heavenly Court project. According to the official media of the Great Xia dynasty, the Xian Nu series will be mass-produced as a regular model and promoted to the entire army. Immediately, a military enthusiast jumped out to answer the beautiful woman's questions. What are all those second-generation Xian Nu aircraft going to do? Are they going to continue bombarding typhoons? The young woman asked curiously. The young man was speechless for a moment, staring blankly at the keyboard, unsure how to respond. However, just as the young man was feeling awkward, the screen of the livestream was instantly flooded with 666 comments from netizens around the world. The young man was stunned for a moment, turned off the live comments, and stared at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Above the sea level along the coast, hundreds of Xian Nu mystical maidens continuously poured out composite catalysts, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. A composite catalyst? Isn't that just a combination of silver iodide, dry ice, and a hygroscopic salt? Is this stuff even useful? Soon, knowledgeable netizens were the first to raise their questions. The essence of a typhoon is a warm core structure that sustains the energy flow. At this moment, a highly respected international authority suddenly stepped forward to provide scientific explanations. Although the cost of composite catalysts is not high, if there are enough of them, they can consume a large amount of water vapor accumulated by the typhoon in advance, disrupt the airflow balance of the typhoon, and weaken or even dismantle the typhoon's warm core structure. After a pause, this elderly esteemed overseas Chinese scholar, now retired from the empire, couldn't help but sigh and say, "To be honest, I haven't been back to my motherland for many years. I never imagined that the infrastructure of my motherland has reached such a terrifying, no, such a magnificent level. Apart from Dacia, no other country in the world can produce such a large-scale, astronomical quantity of composite catalysts. Only the Great Xia dynasty could mobilize the entire nation's resources and, in a short period of time, rapidly deploy a massive amount of composite catalysts to launch a devastating attack against the typhoon. Such an amazing coin? The world is in shock. After a pause, the old master sighed again. The empire globalizes its industry, while its own country only plays the stock and finance game. It seems impressive, but it has transferred the costs and risks to other countries. But the empire's actions were a self-inflicted wound. The empire should now realize its mistake and be trying to bring industry back. But the industrial infrastructure of Great Xia has formed a complete ecological link, which no one in the world can replace. Even if the entire empire mobilized its resources to catch up, it wouldn't be able to do so in less than 20 years. There was one more thing the old master didn't say, but everyone understood it. That is, the empire frantically chased after it for 20 years, but what about the Great Xia 20 years later? So this is the power of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia civilization, the only one in the world that has continued uninterrupted for 5,000 years without decline and has always remained unified, is indeed the oldest and most advanced civilization in the world. It turns out that this military exercise by the Eastern Military Region of Great Xia was a full-scale display of Great Xia's strength, showcasing its powerful infrastructure and military-industrial capabilities. It's amazing. At this moment, many countries that were originally hostile to the Great Xia and close to the empire instantly woke up and understood who the Great King and the Lesser King really were. As for the thoughts of these countries, Great Xia naturally had no interest in them. Now, the coast of Daxia. After the typhoon was dispersed once and weakened a second time, densely packed rocket forces were deployed along the coast, all aimed at the dark clouds in the sky. Reporting to the commander, all 1,200 quantum extended range weather modification rocket launchers are ready. Reporting to the commander, all coastal areas ahead of the typhoon's landfall have been locked down by rocket launchers. Requesting instructions. Listening to the reports coming one after another, the veteran in uniform from the Eastern Theater Command decisively ordered, "Fire!" Rumble. In an instant, 1,200 rockets soared into the sky, heading towards the dark clouds along the coast. This is only the first launch. It's important to know that each of these latest rocket vehicles carries a full 8 composite catalytic rockets, with a range of up to 50 kilometers. Accuracy error 100 meters. With just a simple reloading, it can be fired again quickly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Soon, a piercing sonic boom echoed throughout the entire coastal area. Its sound was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying sonic boom could be clearly heard even by the people on Insect Island. A volley of arrows. This is a volley of arrows from the high-tech era of the Great Xia dynasty. A single arrow piercing the clouds can summon 1,000 armies. Is that not how it is described? That's what a man should do. At this moment, the elites from all walks of life on Insect Island were all thrilled. But soon they realized that the Great Xia's barrage of arrows had nothing to do with them. No. There is still a connection. With the Great Xia being so powerful, the so-called foundation of the Insect Island is nothing but a fart. Look at the Great Xia, they launched a massive rocket barrage just to combat a typhoon. What's the point of comparing things on our bug island? At this moment, the hawks on Insect Island who used to jump around and clamor for war with Great Xia every day turned pale and fell silent. Snap. Inside the Empire Polygon building, General Michael's hand trembled, and the paper cup of Coke he had just picked up spilled all over the floor. But Michael couldn't care less about that, muttering to himself, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. It's fake. It's too fake. Yes. That's so fake." Even the young people of Daxia, upon witnessing this breathtaking scene reminiscent of a science fiction movie, couldn't help but gasp, feeling it all seemed so unreal. However, soon, videos of countless coastal residents taking selfies with their mobile phones appeared on the internet. Everyone suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that the Great Xia was not showing a science fiction movie. Damn it! It turns out that all of this was actually true. Great Xia, may you be victorious. Some netizens expressed their heartfelt pride in the country and offered their sincere blessings. Great Xia, may you be victorious. Great Xia, may you be victorious. Great Xia, may you be victorious. In an instant, the live stream chat was flooded with messages for a long time, and the messages lingered for a long time. No matter how much online trolls from various countries provoke, try to distort the facts, or try to stir up trouble, they can't make a ripple at all. At this moment, hundreds of millions of compatriots in the Great Xia are united as one. Empire Polygon Building. Meeting Room. Quiet. The entire room fell silent. All the imperial elites were as if they had lost their parents, and their faces were extremely grim. General Michael, a 5-star general, was an arrogant and unruly imperial eagle who always looked down on the Great Xia Empire. At this moment, however, he lowered his proud head, sighed bitterly, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, although I hate to admit it, but I have to admit that, given the technology, determination and foundation that Great Xia is currently demonstrating, it's simply illogical that Xia the main typhoon could not defeat Typhoon Haishan. However, from the very beginning, Xia's goal was simply to block the typhoon for 7 days, preventing it from reaching the shore and causing damage to Xia. Now I want to say, in this battle Great Xia has won." The sound had barely faded when, ugh! Some female elites who had long believed in the invincibility of the empire and regarded the Great Xia as trash instantly collapsed, unable to accept this cruel reality, and covered their faces and sobbed. A sense of sadness and oppression spread throughout the venue. These elites of the empire then realized that in the eyes of the Great Xia, they were nothing but clowns. No wonder the Great Xia has never responded to the empire's provocations. If you get bitten by a dog, are you going to bite the dog back? What's there to cry about? The empire is indeed inferior to Great Xia in the field of quantum batteries. As the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty once said, "If you fall behind, you will be attacked." This is something we should learn from. As long as the empire increases its investment, it's only a matter of time before it catches up with Great Xia in quantum batteries. Michael, true to his leadership, spoke with an air of pride and confidence in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt a little better. Moreover, everyone, don't forget that the Empire's foundation is not limited to quantum batteries. Even without a space carrier, any one of our other plans could still shock the world. Bang! At this point, Michael slammed his hand on the table. The Empire will prevail. The Empire will. Victory! Whoosh! All the imperial elites stood up in unison, began to engage in self-psychological manipulation, and confidence reappeared in their eyes. There's no need for you to worry unnecessarily. No matter how hard the Great Xia tries, the first batch of water vapor clouds has already entered the Great Xia mainland on a large scale. The Empire's chief scientist suddenly laughed, his eyes full of disdain. Didn't the Great Xia officially announce that it would ensure that not a single drop of rain falls in Jianbei province for 7 days? I don't believe it. I've already calculated it. I predict that within an hour, an unprecedented storm will descend upon the Panlong Mountains in Jianbei province. At this point, the Empire's chief scientist adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, which were perched on his nose, and gave a somewhat sinister smile. If nothing unexpected happens, that environmentally conscious little boy has already set off and is almost at the Panlong Mountains, standing at the highest point. Next, the environmentally conscious boy will launch a global livestream, leveraging his over 40 million followers worldwide to expose the lies of the Great Xia. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the entire audience gasped. How ruthless! The Environmental Protection Little Boy is currently the most popular environmental protection livestream on the global internet. The environmentalist boy once appealed to the trees not to use chopsticks, in order to protect the trees. The environmentalist boy also criticized Xia for his fondness for setting off fireworks and burning straw, which he said damaged the global environment. All these factors have led to the environmentalist boy exaggerating even the smallest problems at Daxia, causing netizens around the world who are unaware of the truth to develop a strong aversion to Daxia. However, the environmentally conscious little boy has never been to the Great Xia. As for the reason? Does that even need to be said? He's just afraid of getting beaten up. But what no one expected was that the environmentally conscious little boy had quietly arrived in Daxia. What no one expected was that the Empire would actually betray the environmentalist boy. Obviously, if the environmentalist boy knew that he would die on this trip and be drowned by the torrential rain, he certainly wouldn't have gone to the Panlong Mountains north of the Great Xia River to broadcast live. But for the imperial elites present, did the life or death of the environmental boy matter? Unimportant. As long as we can discuss Xia and leverage the popularity of the environmental boy, we can expose Xia's lies. That's enough. At the same time, north of the Great Xia River lies the Panlong mountain range. Behind the Qingshan orphanage, amidst a continuous range of mountains. It was late at night. Su Luo held Xiu Muyo in his arms, gazing at the increasingly dark sky filled with lightning and thunder, and immediately frowned. Half an hour had passed since Su Luo received Su Jingguo's text message. But the clouds overhead showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, it's getting stronger. Grandpa Su said that the country has mobilized the entire nation to fight against the heavens because of my pursuit of a Yao. Why is my phone still out of signal after all this time, even though a torrential downpour is about to begin? As time went by, Su Luo began to feel uneasy. Even the ants around seemed to foresee the impending catastrophe. Countless ants emerged from all directions and scurried away. Brother Su Luo, it seems that the miracle will not happen. We are probably in grave danger today. Xiao Muyao nestled in Su Luo's warm embrace, looking up at the sky with worry and despair in her eyes. When did I get a signal? I even received a new text message. It was 30 seconds ago, but there's no signal now. As her phone vibrated, Su Luo picked it up and saw a mass text message from the government. An unprecedented rainstorm is expected to hit the Panlong mountain area within 30 minutes, and may be accompanied by landslides and mudslides. Those who receive this message, please evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. What? Has the nation's campaign against heaven failed? Su Luo's expression changed drastically, and the feeling of unease in his heart grew even stronger. At the same time, boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the distance, and dark clouds covered the sky and the entire Panlong mountain range. Click! Accompanied by a massive, world-destroying bolt of lightning. The long-awaited, unprecedented, and terrifying torrential rain has finally fallen. The whole nation is attacking heaven. Has my great Xia truly lost? Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, and despair instantly filled her eyes. Chapter 31 The Wedding Night, the goddess screams. A downpour struck within 30 minutes? Landslides and mudslides? How so? Following Su Luo's receipt of the text message, Xiao Muyao's phone also gained a signal and received the same emergency text message issued by the government. Xiao Muyao's pretty face immediately turned pale, and she lowered her head with a gloomy look in her eyes. Brother Su Luo, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my stubbornness, you wouldn't have come to the back mountain in the middle of the night, only to fall into a trap. Xiao Muyao felt increasingly guilty as she spoke, and her eyes began to redden. Su Luo's brother's parents are anti-drug heroes who are busy with work all year round and rarely see each other. But he never complained. He worked hard from a young age, hoping to get into university and become a glorious anti-drug soldier so that he could see his parents every day. Just before the college entrance examination, Su Luo's brother witnessed the tragic deaths of his parents, suffered a mental breakdown, his mind was stuck at the age of 5, he was paralyzed in all 4 limbs and unable to speak. It wasn't until the last 2 years, when Su Luo's brother's condition improved and he could walk and talk again, that his hope for life was rekindled. But he ruined all of it himself. Xiao Muyao, how could you do this? Xiao Muyao felt increasingly guilty, distressed, and ashamed as she thought about it. Yao, will you marry me? Su Luo's gentle voice suddenly rang softly in Xiao Muyao's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muyao was shocked and stunned. Sky! Brother Su Luo, at a time like this, you still have the mood to talk to me about this? However, when Xiao Muyao turned around and looked at Su Luo who was hugging her from behind, her eyes were full of anticipation, nervousness, and trepidation. Xiao Muyao's heart felt as if a hard eggshell had been shattered in an instant. Xiao Muyao, Su Luo is so perfect, and you are so stupid, yet he doesn't blame you. Even now, with life hanging by a thread, brother Su Luo is still comforting you and trying to warm your heart. So, what other reasons do you have to reject him? Overwhelmed with emotion, reflection, and guilt, Xiao Muyao spoke as a torrential downpour was about to begin. In a moment of impulse, she nodded without hesitation. With heaven as our matchmaker and the sun and moon as our witness, today I, Su Luo, formally marry Xiao Muyao for this lifetime, our love will never fade. With Xiao Muyao's support, Su Luo gently stood up and made a solemn wedding vow to the sky. With heaven as our matchmaker and the sun and moon as our witness, today I, Xiao Muyao, formally marry brother Su Luo. I have no regrets in this life. Moved, Xiao Muyao followed Su Luo's example and solemnly made her wedding vows to the sky. After saying that, as if they were of one mind, the two bowed to each other, much like a bride and groom in ancient times. Congratulations, host, you have won the heart of goddess Xiao Muyao and gained a bride. Please go to your local civil affairs office within the next 24 hours to register your marriage. The moment you complete your marriage registration, you will have successfully tied yourself to your second goddess. In recognition of your excellent performance, you will receive 1 fortune upon completion of the mission. At the same time, a cold, mechanical system notification suddenly appeared in Su Luo's mind. There's actually such a good thing? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was overjoyed. Boom! A dull, thunderous roar instantly resounded through the sky. This scene instantly brought Su Luo, who was still in a state of excitement, back to her senses. Su Luo then remembered that the torrential rain had already begun to fall in the distance, and with the movement of the clouds, the rain would fall in this valley in just a few minutes. Such a terrifying torrential rain, and there was nowhere to take shelter. Su Luo and Xiao Muyao are doomed tonight. I don't even have tomorrow. How can I go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Io to complete the final marriage registration? Su Luo looked up at the sky and sighed, a bitter smile on his face. Brother Su Luo, we are already husband and wife. Don't be afraid. A miracle might happen. Despite her fear, Xiao Muyao smiled and comforted Su Luo. However, Xiao Muyao's slightly trembling little hands betrayed her true thoughts. Although it is tragic to die together with the person you love. But wouldn't it be even more beautiful to live with Su Luo and watch the sunset together every day, hand in hand? But God, can you grant me this little wish? Xiao Muyao looked up at the distant sky, at the torrential rain that had begun to fall, and her beautiful eyes were filled with bitterness. At the same time, whoosh! After a sudden gust of strong wind. Suddenly, the clouds in the distance tore open, the torrential rain began to fall. On the other side, the area where the torrential rain fell is located on the outskirts of Jiang City. A young man with long, black hair, wearing a mask, sunglasses, a baseball cap, and sportswear, is setting up a DSLR camera and standing on a mountaintop. This mountain also belongs to the Panlong mountain area, but it is quite far from the valley where Su Luo and Xiao Muyao are located. The mountain is not high, only about 200 meters above sea level, but it offers a commanding view of the main urban area of Jiang City. The Empire promised me an astronomical sum of US dollars to collect dirt on Great Xia. They're really going all out this time. Even now, the boy still finds his experience of infiltrating the Great Xia dynasty absurd. It turns out that this boy is the internationally renowned environmental boy with 40 million fans. The environmentally conscious boy never shows his face during his live streams. Because he likes to wear elementary school uniforms, he blurs his face through camera movement and special effects. His voice during each livestream was processed using a special effects microphone, making it sound like a child's voice. In addition, he is very good at making conversation during his live streams, often chasing hot topics and accurately catering to Western political correctness. With the help of live streaming software algorithms, the environmentally conscious little boy is becoming increasingly popular. In particular, after the environmentally conscious boy inadvertently criticized the second-generation dinosaur for using chopsticks to eat, which he said caused serious environmental damage. The environmentally conscious boy was shocked to discover the next day that his rant video had gone viral. And it was a huge fire. This allowed him to go from a small streamer with 500,000 followers to 5 million followers in an instant. And then he received a call from the relevant department of the Empire and agreed to be their dog. A lackey rises with the wind in a single day, kicking his ass straight up 90,000 miles. From then on, the environmentally conscious boy would see his fanbase grow exponentially every time he opened the live streaming platform. To date, the environmental boy has a total of 40 million fans worldwide. This time, the environmentally conscious boy set off, with the special help of the Empire, and secretly arrived in the Great Xia dynasty. The environmentally conscious little boy didn't rush to play games. Instead, he lay in wait. After all, no one would have guessed that the famous environmental protection boy is actually a teenager. Moreover, this boy was posing as an exchange student studying in the Empire, and he was infiltrating a school in Great Xia. Of course, attending classes is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. This is just a smokescreen. In the past few months, the environmental boy has been using the help of the Empire to have people impersonate him and broadcast live, creating the illusion that he is still abroad. Secretly, the environmentally conscious little boy became a backpacker, his footprints covering all parts of China. His computer was filled with a large number of videos and photos from his interviews. There is the dirt and disorder of rural Daxia, as well as the disgusting nature of various urban villages. Various dirts were carefully sorted, packaged, and maliciously misled by the environmentally conscious boy, and made into exquisite materials. Of course, the environmentally conscious little boy wasn't stupid. He didn't give any of these materials to the Empire. He plans to release the information gradually after returning to China and securing further sponsorship from the Empire. And just today, just a short while ago, a man claiming to be a staff member of the Empire's embassy in Jiang City suddenly found him and brought him to this place by helicopter. Hey boy, want to become a super influencer like Donald? Here's your chance. Because of this statement, the environmentally conscious boy didn't care at all whether there were any pitfalls on the trip. Donald started as a game streamer and went from an ordinary person to a super influencer with 800 million fans worldwide in just a few years. If he can do it, so can I. With the help of my imperial father, why can't I become the second Donald? Even now, the little boy is still very excited about environmental protection. However, when the sky roared and the torrential rain began to fall, the environmentally conscious little boy suddenly woke up, feeling fear in his heart. Such a heavy rain? Such a high mountain. And damn it, there's no lightning rod. Fuck. Could I have been tricked by the Empire? The environmentally conscious little boy suddenly felt a pang of panic. The problem was that the person claiming to be a staff member of the Imperial Embassy had already brought people and prepared the scene in advance. There were various photography devices all around, allowing the environmentally conscious boy to be filmed from multiple angles simultaneously. Because there is no network signal in this mountainous area, live streaming would have been impossible. But the Empire already had a solution to this problem. In the surrounding area, the Empire had already had people disguised as students, carrying heavy backpacks filled with signal receivers, scattered in various hidden corners. Multiple signal receivers are brought together and connected in a matrix to form a temporary local area network that can cover tens of kilometers. Therefore, the environmental boy's every move is now under the surveillance of the Empire. The environmentally conscious little boy wasn't stupid. He knew very well that if anything went wrong during today's performance, then he's completely finished. Not only will their careers fail, but they will also completely disappear from the world. This is unacceptable. I'm a super influencer with 40 million followers, known worldwide. Even if the Empire wants to use me, they wouldn't kill me, would they? The environmentally conscious boy suppressed his fear, faced the live stream camera, and continued broadcasting. It's the same old routine, always talking about criticizing China, catering to the tastes of certain Westerners. With the backing of the Empire, the number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing. Just as Su Luo and Xiao Muya were in despair, the torrential rain tore through the clouds, marking the moment of their dramatic fall. At this moment, in just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the Environmental Protection Boy had exceeded 100 million. I'm famous. I'm going to be famous all over the world and become a true global internet celebrity. Seeing the number of viewers in the live stream increase by millions every second, the environmentally conscious little boy became excited. What utter nonsense about danger! As long as I can become famous, as long as I can become the next Donald Trump, I'm willing to go all out. The little boy, focused on environmental protection, was thinking about it. The top-ranked fan suddenly typed, "Boy, your hair is all standing on end. This is a warning that thunder is about to strike the mountaintop. Run." What? Upon hearing this, the environmentally conscious boy hurriedly turned the camera around and was immediately shocked. The little boy's hair stood on end, like a hedgehog. Rough. Why didn't those bastards in the Empire remind me? They did it on purpose. 2. This livestream, while potentially making him a legend, will also surely provoke the fury of the Great Xia dynasty. At that time, I will definitely be blacklisted by Great Xia and become public enemy of Great Xia. If I die, the Empire can distance itself from the situation, and the people of Great Xia will calm their anger. The Empire had promised him a huge sum of money, but that's no longer necessary. Depend on. Phallic. The Empire is absolutely disgusting. The environmentally conscious boy has become a global sensation with 40 million fans. He's certainly not a fool. He instantly understood everything, and was filled with shock and anger, his face turning pale and then red. In particular, he soon realized with great sorrow that he had nowhere to escape. At the same time, Empire. Polygonal building. The Imperial elites, who were watching the live stream of the environmentally conscious boy, all had smiles on their faces. Is the Great Xia really going to boast that it will prevent a single drop of rain from falling in Jiangbei for 7 days? Ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen, the Great Xia only knows how to talk big. They're nothing. Is the Southern Heavenly Court project really that remarkable? Is the space carrier Kunping really that awesome? So what if it's a Xian Niao unmanned combat aircraft? So what if they're the Golden Crow or the Azure Emperor? In the mythology of the Great Xia dynasty, the Dragon King is a deity who controls the clouds and rain, but mythology is mythology after all. How can mythology reflect the real world? The atmosphere was lively, and everyone was in high spirits. Even General Michael, a 5-star general, showed a smile on his usually cold face. However, the next moment, Michael's smile vanished. But what we see in the live stream room? The environmentally conscious little boy actually ripped off his wig, revealing his true face. Hey, what's going on? Isn't the environmental protection boy supposed to have white skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair? How did he become a dark-skinned, dark-haired, dark-eyed boy? Hey, get out of the way. Don't block the camera, let the little environmentalist boy out. Hey, you bunch of smart guys downstairs, haven't you figured out yet that this is the environmental protection little boy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What's impossible? The environmental protection boy is Xiao Hei. Previously, Xiao Hei used filters and beauty effects. Today, she probably slipped up and was exposed. Amidst heated discussions, netizens around the world were stunned. And at that very moment, in the shot, the environmentally conscious little boy he should be called Little Black. Suddenly, Xiao Hei knelt on the ground and wailed, "Help me! Help me! Save me!" The description was accompanied by Xiao Hei's rapid weeping. The story recounts how the empire funded him to smear the great Xia dynasty. Instantly, it was presented to over 100 million netizens around the world. The world was in uproar. In particular, Xiao Hei also posted a link, which everyone clicked on. It was full of all sorts of evidence. At this point, many who were initially skeptical began to feel angry. Rough. I knew it. Why am I being attacked all the time in the middle of summer, with one scandal after another? So that's how it is. The empire is treating netizens from all over the world like idiots. Quickly, disconnect his internet. Disconnect his internet. Inside the Empire Polygon building, General Michael flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table. Upon hearing this, the technician next to him quickly typed on the keyboard. However, the Imperial elites present waited for most of the day, only to find that the live stream was still going on. The crowd erupted in uproar. Michael was furious and glared fiercely at the technician. "General, it's not that my internet connection is down, it's that I can't access the Great Xia's network. Let me watch a 30-second ad first. I didn't expect that this VPN we bought would require us to watch ads again if we restarted it." The technician quickly explained. "It's been more than 30 seconds, why isn't it done yet?" One of the Imperial elites angrily rebuked. "While I was watching the ad, a prompt to shake my phone to download suddenly appeared. I wasn't paying attention, my hand slipped, and the software download started." The technician gave a wry smile. "What software on our empire's dedicated network takes so long to download?" A powerful figure from the empire said in a deep voice. "The problem is that the interface freezes on the download screen, and the download speed is too slow. To speed up your downloads, you either need to watch a 30-second ad to unlock a 1-minute VIP acceleration, or you need to become a member." What utter nonsense! The Imperial leaders were all speechless and extremely angry. A dignified empire, just because it's cheap, it's giving me a free VPN? Still watching ads to unlock VIP privileges? I'll let you unlock your privileges. Bang! Michael's anger had reached its absolute peak. He slammed his hand on the table, about to explode. However, at that very moment, the once noisy Imperial conference room suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the live stream. Dakingshan. Atop a mountain in a mountainous region far from Suluo in Xiaomuya, the environmentalist boy is desperately crying and playing the victim, frantically denouncing the empire's atrocities. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Etc. They've been complaining for so long, why hasn't the internet been cut off yet? What's going on? The environmentally conscious little boy was puzzled when, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, he abruptly looked up at the sky. At that very moment, suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in the night sky that had been covered with dark clouds. The white light did not make any boom or similar sound. It was as if a divine judgment had descended from the sky in an instant. Wherever the white light touched, the falling rain evaporated and vaporized in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Laser. It's a laser. Holy crap, the Great Xia actually used aurora weapons to suppress the falling rain. 666, no wonder the Great Xia is so confident, daring to say that not a single drop of rain will fall. That's awesome. The rain just started falling, and before it even hits the ground, a laser beam can still shoot you down. The world was in an uproar as people watched the enormous laser beam in the livestream. Especially, this was accompanied by the appearance of the huge laser beam. Hundreds and thousands of laser beams appeared continuously within the clouds. Although the diameter of these laser beams is much smaller than that of the most dazzling giant laser beam. But its advantage lies in its sheer quantity. Beams of laser light crisscrossed in the void, like countless scythes of death, slicing through the dark clouds. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the sky above the entire Dakingshan mountain was already clear. A bright, clear moon appeared in the sky. Mom, look. What's that? Is it Chanya? In a nearby apartment building, a little girl suddenly pointed through binoculars at the moon in the distant sky. Upon hearing this, the girl's mother quickly picked up her binoculars and immediately witnessed the most shocking scene of her life. Under the moonlight, streaks of purple flames circled and swirled beneath the moon. Around these purple flames, faint traces of laser light flickered, as if Thor had descended upon the world. What exactly is this thing? Could there really be divine flames in this world? The girl's mother was utterly shocked. Let me see. The girl's father, a seasoned military enthusiast, was adjusting the telescope on his balcony when he exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, purple flame!" Dad, what is purple flame? Does it mean that Sun Wukong kicked over Laozi's alchemy furnace, causing the purple flames inside to fall to the mortal world? The little girl asked curiously. What nonsense! This is the purple flame of our country's Southern Heavenly Court project. The girl's father looked very excited. Purple Flame is a universal vertical takeoff and landing platform that complements the space battleship Kuanping in the Southern Heavenly Court project. Inside the Empire Polygon building, the intelligent assistant science-related voice resonated throughout the conference room. The Purple Flame has a sharply defined body and a design full of science fiction elements. It has a purple metallic luster and the body is made of titanium alloy with a variable structure. The wings can fold and transform within 20 seconds, from a regular form to an X-shaped tactical form. The entire room fell silent. All the Imperial elites were filled with shock. Purple flames sound very high-end. But frankly speaking, this is the future development direction of military helicopters. Vertical helicopters are not uncommon in modern times. They can also take off and land vertically. But it's impossible to use it as a platform, like an elevator. However, the Great Xia dynasty did it. Hundreds and thousands of purple flames, equipped with laser weapons, powerfully dispersed the falling torrential rain. What incredible power of heaven and earth! If this were in ancient times, how would it differ from the legendary Dragon King? No. Even if it's the Dragon King, it's not that exaggerated. If Great Xia were to mount the purple flame with nuclear weapons and aim them directly at our empire, wouldn't that be? Cold sweat streamed down the foreheads of the imperial elites. Even 5-star General Michael felt the fear within him. Strictly speaking, even with the military technology that Great Xia has demonstrated, the empire remains fearless. The problem is that the empire had already popularized cars and elevators 100 years ago, and there were high-rise buildings with dozens of floors everywhere. Back then, the people of Dacia still wore braids at the back of their heads and rode horses wielding broadswords to fight each other. But now, 100 years later, the Great Xia has actually risen to this level, surpassing the others? If the Great Xia were given another 20 years to develop, could the empire truly maintain its status as a world hegemon? No. No. We absolutely cannot allow the Great Xia to rise. In an instant, a series of vicious and insane plans targeting the fate of the Great Xia nation surged into Michael's mind. As for the subsequent live broadcasts, Michael had lost the will to watch them. After all, the purpose of the military exercise conducted by Great Xia today has been perfectly achieved. From this day forward, the empire will not underestimate Great Xia, a developing country. The Great Xia's powerful ability to rapidly build up its army, its astonishing ability to mobilize resources across the entire nation, and the various aspects demonstrated in this military exercise. This has shocked netizens in more than 200 countries around the world like never before. On Insect Island, the entire room fell silent. All the elites of the Insect Island had lost all confidence. Even some hardliners and hawks who liked to target Xia took out their phones and deleted their past provocative remarks against Xia. We can't afford to mess with them. They're simply not to be trifled with. Given the comprehensive national strength that Great Xia has demonstrated so far, if Great Xia were to stand on moral high ground and go all in on Insect Island, who could stand that? Well, from now on, I'd better just tuck my tail between my legs and quietly be a dog for my imperial father. If the imperial father doesn't stand up, whoever wants to be the spearhead can be the one to take the spotlight. This moment has sparked global discussion. Countless people were shocked. The environmentally conscious boy, who was a survivor, knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. From this day forward, I do not believe in God. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Lao Tzu. Thank you, Confucius. Sages and immortals of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, thank you all. From today onwards, I will never criticize Disya again. I will become a Disya supporter. From now on, I'll criticize the empire every day. I'm not going to be its dog anymore. Rough. Thinking of how wicked the empire was, the environmentally conscious boy decisively picked up his phone and started making a call. The storm has passed, and now the cell phone signal has naturally been restored. Once upon a time, the environmentally conscious boy went to Imperial Chinatown to learn Chinese from an elderly woman from the coast in order to study Black Tower. He boasted that he spoke Chinese quite well. He also knew that in Great Xia, any ordinary citizen only needed to make one phone call to ask for help from the Great Xia government. That is 110? It seems to be 120? Right. This is the phone number. The environmentally conscious boy didn't hesitate and immediately called 120. The call was answered quickly. Hello, this is the environmental protection boy. I need to call the police. Here's what happened. Yes, sir, please wait here for a moment. The emergency helicopter will arrive soon. On the other end of the phone, the operator smiled gently and hung up. Soon, the young woman picked up another landline phone and said with a gentle smile, please immediately transfer to the local mental hospital, psychiatric ward. The environmentally conscious boy obviously never imagined that his wrong phone number and incoherent speech would lead to a day trip to a mental hospital. He could never have imagined that by hiding in a mental hospital, he would successfully escape assassination by the empire. In the future, whenever the environmentally conscious boy recalled the past, his eyes would be filled with tears of gratitude for Daxia. However, that's a story for another time. At this time, Panlong District. It was late at night. Having survived the ordeal, Su Luo and Xiao Muyo have successfully returned to Qingshan Orphanage under the bright moonlight. Both of them were covered in sweat, travel-worn, and filthy. Su Luo gentlemanly told Xiao Muyo to take a shower first, while he watched TV in the living room for a while. Xiao Muyo nodded and went into the bathroom first. Su Luo turned on the TV and immediately understood what had happened that night. The entire nation is attacking heaven, and the southern heavenly court has suddenly appeared. The Kuanping stands tall in the sky, while the Xian bird washes the earth. The golden crow leads the way, and the azure emperor reigns supreme. In addition, divine purple flames hiss, as expected of the nation. Bull coin. Su Luo was increasingly shocked as she watched, and at the same time felt increasingly guilty and remorseful. The nation mobilized its entire resources to combat the typhoon, expending countless human, financial, and material resources in the process. Su Luo, if you strive to repay the country, how are you any different from a beast? Su Luo was thinking about it. Suddenly, a scream came from Xiao Muyo inside the bathroom. Not good. Something happened to Io. Su Luo, who was pretending to be lame in the wheelchair, was suddenly shocked. He suddenly stood up, rushed frantically to the bathroom, and slammed the door open with his head.